Well, I would say I'll kind of just give a brief rundown. I mean, I would say that when I was even a child, I always questioned the globe. It never really resonated with me, never fully made sense. I remember specifically when I was a child multiple times, like in my own head, I didn't really necessarily say anything outward that I can remember, like too much. Like I might have said a couple things to, family and whatnot, but I mean, it's not like I was really trying to like contest it at that point. But just the whole idea of the Earth being a sphere and everything sticking to it, and the spinning, like the amount that it's spinning, supposed to be spinning, it just never made sense to me. Like I was always like, people upside down. I'm not saying it didn't make sense in terms of the model. Like I understood the idea of gravity, like but there was something about it that fundamentally did not resonate as true, and so I always like in a way questioned it. And I just remember several times having that, and then somewhere around like 2003, 2004, 2005, somewhere in there, I had researched Hollow Earth and Flat Earth and everything that was kind of available back then about it. And I remember I actually came to the Flat Earth Society website, back then, because there wasn't very much information on Flat Earth back then. It was hard to even find stuff. But obviously, Flat Earth Society was the first thing that came up. So yeah, I remember that. And when I first looked into Flat Earth at that time, it instantly resonated with me. There was instantly, I was like, yes, there's truth here. And I already had sort of a resonance with it. And I began kind of reading like, the content that was out there. And I came across some good stuff, but I also came across like some of the Flat Earth Society stuff as well. And at the time, I guess, even though it resonated with me and a lot of the information, about the lack of curvature and everything made sense, I think it was just like a little bit too much for me to fully kind of understand at that time. Cause that was like, back in 2004, 2005. And so it was just not very much on the radar. But I also, I've studied ancient cosmologies my whole life, and at the graduate school I went to as well. So, I'm very aware of like, also the shamanic cosmologies that have a planar stationary Earth and so on. So all, I'm aware of all that as well. So I would say I looked into it quite a bit back then and researched it and already resonated with it, but I kind of put it on the back burner in a sense. And then in 2015, when everybody really started coming to this and so many people kind of, at that point, it was pretty quick for me coming to the realization of it. And yeah, it was like a series of epiphanies, but it happened pretty quickly.
How old were you in 2005?
I guess I would have been like 24.
Okay.
I was born in 81, so.
Okay. That's helpful. Wow, man. The Flat Earth Society are the OGs. They've been around for a long, long time, huh?
I wouldn't say they're the OGs. They're kind of the propagandized CIA psyop gatekeeping.
Yeah.
It's designed to, it kind of did its purpose in a way. Like it got people to look into it, and they mix up some truth with some falsities. So they kind of get you to like, they mix purposeful deception with certain truths to make the concept of a flat Earth seem absurd and ridiculous. And so yeah, it's more of like a propagandized meme than anything. And yeah, definitely through the CIA.
Have you talked to anybody from the Flat Earth Society before, like in VC?
Well, there's no one that's really from it. That's the thing, dude. In all these years of this entire community, I don't think any of us have ever actually met anyone that's like, oh yeah, dude, I came from Flat Earth Society. Like, some people start looking into it and they might come across that website, and there actually is a Discord that's kind of connected to them as well. So I'm not saying there's not like some kind of people around it to some degree, but it's not like a real community. It's like it's just like a fly trap that kind of catches people to a certain degree. So
what do you think the purpose of this is? Like, what's the purpose of the psyop?
Back in like especially back in 2004, 2005, it wasn't even like real people. Like, it's literally forum posts from just like the same people. and it made it look like there was like people discussing things, but yeah, the whole thing is just a farce. But I mean, there's probably some real people that find it and ask a question here and there. So yeah, I mean, there's a little bit, but it doesn't have like a communal foundational like like I mean, you could ask other people, but let's say over the last 8 years, like it's not like there's like a whole group of like Flat Earth Society people or anything. So yeah, the purpose is just to throw people off, just to throw a curveball, make it seem like that's the society for Flat Earth. So they mix truth with falsities just to get people that might be looking into it to be turned off from it.
Do you have any idea or notion about why, like, why the bigger psyop as to why like the elites are lying about the shape? Do you have any kind of concept or reason to why they're doing that?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of reasons. A lot of them kind of clicked in my mind once this all came together for me. There's a couple of big ones. One would be more land. So if there's more continents out there, by making the Earth a globe, they limit it. It's like a prison cosmology. So they limit it, meaning we look at that ball and we say, "Yep, that's it. That's just a little ice on the bottom, ice on the top, and there's the continents we all live on." But if there's more land, this would be the way to hide it, by making people think that's their whole world. The only other thing is outer space, and they've got that covered, of course. They're the ones doing that. So if there's additional continents, and I mean, to even go deeper, like let's say there was a ton of gold on those continents that they're hiding. They would have been able to take all that gold that they had and basically buy out the rest of the world, which is what they've done. So talk about power. I mean, to have an entire continent, or maybe more, maybe there's more than one continent of all those resources, it literally is, in my viewpoint, the reason that they've been able to even get in the position they're in, because they were able to essentially buy out the rest of the world by having these resources. So yeah, I think land is a huge thing. It's like one of my top 5, I would say, is because there's more land, and the globe kind of eliminates that from people's minds so that people don't even know it's there.
Like I said, that's pretty clever because, I mean, if that's how if that this was true, that's absolutely the most. I think the most likely scenario. If there was a finite resource or whatever a resource that they had access to that was valuable, I mean, they could. I mean, just look at the Saudi oil barons, right? They have. We don't know how much, but I think it's proposed that they have like 500 billion or so. So if you have a valuable natural resource and a lot of land with it, I mean, you're talking about a just overwhelming amount of money. So, but
Oh
I
yeah.
also but I also think, like, if you're talking about like a shape, like I guess you don't think there's a dome then, or you think the dome is maybe extended. It's not where it doesn't stop in Antarctica. If there is a dome, it's further on. Or you think
Well,
there's a dome?
I mean, I would say there's definitely a field above us. I don't necessarily think it's physical, so that's why I wouldn't necessarily call it a physical dome. I think it's more of a plasma spiritual membrane, and it does contain like very high octaves of like liquid ether, and there is like noble gases, and it's like a super fluid. So there is something that we might refer to as somewhat physical, but I don't think it's like an actual physical surface that you could ever go up and like touch or anything. But
Hmm.
yeah, I do think there's like a ceiling to this world. Yeah.
Wow, man. Yeah, I'm tempted to try and go to the Flat Earth community or Flat Earth Society Discord, see if anybody's ever there. You said you found their Discord on Twitter? Is that right?
No, I didn't say that. There's actually two flat Earth societies. Actually, now there's two. There's
Yeah.
one that claimed that like branched off. It's they have different websites. One of them's like something like TF, like what is it? TFES, the Flat Earth Society.org or something. Then the other one is like flatearthsociety.com. I forget the actual websites, but yeah, you can find two of them. But yeah, there is one Discord that seems to be affiliated with them, and it's it's like I've never seen any like serious discussion happening in there. It's mostly just like kind of kids kind of goofing around a little bit and like just some random memes.
Oh yeah.
It's
So,
called what's it called? It's like called like official Flat Earth Discord or something like that.
yeah, I'm fixing to post something.
Yeah, I'm not even on it anymore, I think. So yeah, if you look it up, I think it's called official Flat Earth Discord.
Okay.
But I mean, there's like, I can't say there's no discussions happening in there because I haven't really been in that server much. I think I remember like the last time I went and looked at it, like the only person I even recognized was Jerry. Jerry's on there, but
Yeah. Wow. What's going on? Where's everybody at, man? I guess Nathan's still doing his thing. You guys probably don't give a shit about them. Not that I do. But they used to have a bunch of people over on their server. But I never see anybody. Maybe I'm shadow banned, but not that I particularly care. But I don't know.
well, Nathan does his shows like in the morning.
Oh, does he?
Yeah,
There used to be people that hang out there because it seemed to be difficult to get a server kind of like this, where it doesn't descend into a shit show. You know, a lot of times if you got globe earthers and flat earthers talking, it just almost always winds up in a shit show, unless you have moderation. And thus, you got to have moderators. So almost every server I've ever been to, besides this one or his, or not Nathan's, I'm sorry, it's actually Shrinks' server. Um, debate. I think what the fuck is it called? Something about pseudoscience, science versus pseudoscience. As long as Quantum Eraser wasn't on there, it was moderated pretty well by Righteous Force. I don't know if you know Righteous. I'm sure you know Righteous Force, right?
yep.
It seems like you two. It seems like you two guys would get along. But um, I hear 24/7 is popping. I don't know how many people they have. I'm just talking about this in general because I'm just kind of I've been following this community for about 3.5 years now, so I'm just kind of interested about in the state it is. Like it seems to it like 4 or 5 years ago, and then it just seems to kind of have stuck. The same niche of people are still kind of around. It's not really grown that much, and that's I just think some topics are fundamentally niche. You know what I mean? Like it's really hard to go mainstream with some things. I know you'd love to go mainstream with flat Earth, but I think
Well, you
just
can't.
do
Well,
it.
you can't. I was say real quick. I don't think you can equate. Um, like let's say there's two categories. One of them is humans on Earth that are either questioning the globe or know the Earth isn't a globe or thinking about it or discussing it with their friends, family, whatever it may be. And then there's like people that are, let's say, involved in the actual communities discussing things. And the amount that are discussing things, I hear what you're saying. It's almost like a family. It's like a tight knit family at this point. It's like the people that, are sort of engaged in the actual kind of daily type discussions. And like you said, the servers you're talking about. And then there's also like, YouTubers, obviously like Jaronism, Glowbusters, different guys that do their channels and have, sometimes they have a panel of like 4 or 5 people or they do a show or whatever. So there's kind of that world. And then there's sort of the Discord world of conversations. Then there's some other like, like obviously some people talk about on Facebook, Telegram. There's like other channels as well, but those are not as much like voice channels. Those are, a lot of those are more text stuff. Um, and then you have that like the kind of, let's call it a family of people talking about it as it were. And then of course there's always some new people and some people leaving, coming, that kind of thing. But then you have like the actual process happening on the earth itself, like across the earth, let's say, in terms of people coming to this. And that I think is consistently growing and continues to, and has ever since 2015. Like even though the last 2 years or whatever and all the censorship hasn't even slowed that down at all in what I think. Obviously, I don't have like actual provable statistics that I could like show you because
Yeah,
how would you even know that? But I'm just saying from my sense of it, because there's so many more people that are aware of it, and so many more people that will say like that they're So I think that's growing, but yeah. So I guess my whole point in that is that you can't necessarily equate the amount of people talking about it on Discord, let's say, with the actual process
uh,
happening at large.
Sorry, you broke up for a second. I think you might be right. I think you might be right because it's definitely entered like the mainstream zeitgeist. But yeah, yeah. I guess there's only a certain number of people who are interested in talking about it rather than just holding the belief and kind of keeping it to themselves. You know what I mean? I bet there's a lot of people out there that are hold that belief, but they don't care to talk about it with other people, especially in real life. They just that's what they believe, and that they just go about normal life without interacting with the communities that are hyper specific.
Yeah, or some people come to the conclusion or whatever it may be, and then they're not like involved in it on a regular basis. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Hmm. But I still don't think it's almost impossible to go to that niche thing, man. But regardless, like I said before, it doesn't really fucking matter, man. We're all here on Earth anyways. Just trying to get along. Um, I do like your server though, man. You got a good server here, Geo. There's not too many servers that are run super well. Yours is run very well. What was I gonna say? What do you think about Ukraine, Geo? What do you think about Russia, the whole Russia-Ukraine situation? You got any takes on that?
I mean, a couple thoughts, but nothing
Have you
too
looked into
major.
it much?
Some of it, but I don't really follow the news, and that's kind of most of all you can get, unless you like know someone who's over there. I think there's definitely some stuff happening. Like, I mean, they create wars in different situations, so I don't doubt that there's something happening, but I don't think it's what they tell us it is. Like, I don't put it past them to just like have a whole political story going on that's like BS, with this is happening and Putin and whatever. But meanwhile, like they're just dropping bombs and hurting people, meaning that like it's not even connected. And like all the militaries are like coordinated to where the soldiers just do what they're told. So if they're told, oh, launch a missile there, do this there, they just do it. And they might be told what the political reason is, but and what the actual sort of legal or the sort of the political kind of system part of it. So yeah, I think that's ultimately what's happening there. I mean, I think people are being hurt and there is some shit going on, but it's just the same cabal of people that are just basically creating some war to match with the news to kind of control people.
Where's the control aspect come in there? Like, do you think? What are your like? If you had to put percentages on it, right? Uh, some X% being real, Y% not being real. Like, are you always going to lean in the favor of it not being real? Like, it could potentially be real in your mind, right?
Well, I think there's real things happening, like tanks going down the streets and but the reason for why those are there is what I question. Like, I don't think it's real to where the political side of what they're telling us is happening is actually happening. That part is fabricated.
That Russia. Well, I guess it kind of depends on who you ask. Russia says it's trying to reclaim homeland. Ukraine says it's trying to. And Russians, from polls I've read, they believe that Ukraine is part of their country, right? Because it used to be the USSR. The USSR got split up. They have a lot of cultural, historical ties. But I guess what I was thinking of is I found this pretty interesting, like how what the war is being fought, and regardless of the truth of the situations, I believe that this information that I'm about to talk about is correct. So what the information that's coming in is that, right, Russia's moving a front of tanks into Ukraine, and then they're being supplied with these rockets called javelins, or I forget the other ones from the UN, and that now they have rocket guided missiles. So if you have a tank's worth like $10 million. These javelins are $200,000 a piece, and nowadays everything's so advanced. You can point the javelin at the tank, lock it on, shoot it, and it'll go up like 50 meters. and then come straight down. And they've also got double shells in these javelins. These javelins have double shells. So if you have reactive armor, you might have seen this. It's like explosive armor. It'll actually prevent an RPG unless it has. It'll actually prevent like a rocket unless it has two shells. So the javelins have two shells. So even if the tank has reactive armor, it's still piercing it and killing it. So you have a bunch of $10 million tanks versus $200,000 javelins, and there's just the way the war is being fought, or the war can be fought now, is not the same as it ever was before, because we've never had these rocket guided missiles like the javelin where you can just point and shoot and it will take out the target no matter what, essentially. um versus tanks typically, and even like low level aircraft, javelins can take out. So now you're forcing, if Russia wants to come in more, they're going to have to provide a bunch more tanks, and most likely they've got the javelins for those, so they'll probably just take those out. They've got to get involved in some like mid-level or high-level type aircraft scenario, because it looks like the war is no longer is capable of being fought on the surface of the earth. Like, they've got to go a little bit higher. They got to go mid-range or high range. And like I said, regardless of the political situation or whatever, we know javelins exist. We know the tanks exist. Like, that's just kind of, if you laid it out kind of as it were, that's what you're talking about. Like, dude, our military dominance, specifically the javelin, is made from the United States. Our weapons teams develop that, and we sell it to a lot of countries. And that's a hell of a piece of kit. It's a $200,000 rocket. They'll take out pretty much any fucking tank on the planet, or any uh airplane that's within 10,000 feet. They're insane. But Russia
Unfortunate.
Russia
I don't think we
do
need
what
that.
now?
I said that's
I'm ready.
unfortunate. I don't think we need any of that for any reason.
Don't need any of what? The
Blowing,
javelin?
blowing people up with rockets. I mean,
Yeah,
it's like we just don't need
yeah.
any
I
of
don't
it. Like,
either. I
when I
don't
think
either.
about like
That's
the people of the world, the people that are living, going to work, they have their family. Nobody wants war. Nobody.
hell no, hell
Not
no.
one. Not
Besides,
one person wants any of that. I mean,
but
okay, I can't say not one person. There probably are people who maybe are into it or something. Who knows?
people in power.
Well, people in power for sure, and there even are some, like, let's say, civilian level people that, because there are people that they want to like go into the army and they want to shoot people, like they want to be, there are, that is a thing,
Sure, sure.
but like for the most part, 90 whatever 98 99% of people don't want any of that. So it's like, it'd be cool if we just outlawed all of it. The same way that like murder is illegal, and drunk driving is illegal. It's like, how about just launching missiles at people is illegal? Like, you just
Yeah,
can't do that. And if you do that, you'll be in prison. Like, if that's what has to, I mean, I'm not even a big fan of prison as a solution, but I'm just saying, if you got people that are launching missiles at each other, like, they should not be allowed to do that. Like,
have we?
I'd be all right with that as a law, just the same way that like you're not allowed to kill people.
Yeah, but Geo, we're talking about countries here, so that doesn't really apply, because one country versus another, one has one laws, one has the other. So you'd have to have some governing body over both those countries.
Well, there already is. If you got the United Nations and,
Yeah, aren't they
but I know
historically
what you mean.
limped it? Or they're historically like limped it? They can't do much. That might be a crude way of putting it, but I couldn't think of anything else at the moment, so forgive me. But yeah, man, there's like 10 million people right now rushing out of Ukraine, and they've got a population of 50 million. So like about a fifth of the population is our refugees. Are That's at least what the numbers say that are coming out of Europe. But yeah, man, it's a crazy scenario. Putin's nuts. Putin's crazy. Managed to get himself into fucking being a dictator essentially by rewriting the laws, which is nuts. But I don't think he's gonna make it, man. A lot of people thought originally he was gonna make it. It's been 2 months now. Regardless of, let's just say it is a psyop. It's not looking like he's gonna make it from reports.
Make it where? Make it alive?
He's not gonna make. He's not. Like, the war. He's not gonna be successful with the war. He's not gonna be successful with the war. He's not gonna make it. He's not gonna make it. He's not gonna be successful with the war. He's not gonna make it. He's not gonna be successful with the war. 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 He's not gonna
Okay.
I guess
Yeah,
is
I
what.
just think that's all theater. I mean, in my understanding, all of these governments are run by the same people. So
Yeah, that might be, but I still think at least that, let's just say it is run by people, and it's going by a predetermined plan. It looks like the predetermined plan is that he's going to lose. He's not going to be able to invade Ukraine. But specifically from like my side, or even just like, let's just say it is a psyop. Like, so the psyop would involve these real rocket javelins and these real tanks. They're gonna have to take these sons of bitches out. There's gonna be some people dying. There's gonna be some javelins shot. There's gonna be some tanks destroyed. So the technology aspect I'm talking about is real, regardless of kind of the motive, right? So the face of war has essentially changed on planet Earth from how it's been for 50 years. You can't roll into countries with tanks anymore, regardless of if everybody's controlling everything. You think all the countries are controlled though? All of them?
at this point, yeah, after World War II, yep.
We think about what about?
They had to take out a couple small ones after World War II, but obviously they had all the big ones after World War II. But yeah, at this point, I mean, there's some very very small ones that at least have a little bit more independent. That they're not as controlled by
Yeah,
these guys. But yeah, they've got their paws in almost the whole thing at this point.
yeah. Man, I just don't. Man, that's so hard for me to see because there's just so much shit going on. You think about the U.S., Europe, Asia. Have you seen these fucking lockdowns in China? They're fucking creating barriers around like high rise buildings and locking thousands of people in these buildings. Have you seen these? There's like videos of like Shanghai or other places, people screaming, like the whole like city screaming because they're locked in to their fucking high rises.
That's
Have you
insane.
seen? Yeah, yeah, they're insane clips. They really like kind of almost make you tear up. It's nuts. And they removed one of the first lines from the national anthem, which is "Stand up and be free." They edited the national anthem because of the situation, because they're locking millions of citizens in high-rise towers, and like they basically overnight they have people come in and install these gates or walls, whatever you want to call them. They're basically just walls, really tall walls, and I think they're like 12 feet tall around the whole building. And I mean, I guess if you really wanted to, you could get out, but they're in force. They're out in the streets. So if you get out, they're gonna whoop your ass and put you in jail. So it's not just the
Yeah, that's
barrier; they're
completely
enforcing it.
insane.
I
Yeah, I
know.
mean, I think these people they're just testing different things in different areas, and I know what you mean. There's a lot of countries, a lot of people, but I mean, whoever this cabal is, I'm just calling the word cabal, secret society, group of families, whatever you want to call it. It's just that like they're international at this point. Like they have people in all of these regions. And yeah, I mean, World War II is really what kind of set that into gear. And then, of course, right after that, you've got the United Nations and NASA. So it's sort of like the uh, conglomeration of factions was kind of distilled into the centralized one, more centralized after World War II. But yeah, no, I
What
do.
do you think
Yeah,
of
what
it?
they're doing. I mean, the lockdown. Yeah, that lockdown shit. That's insane. It's like they're just testing to see what they can get away with. I mean, I think that's what they would want to be happening in the whole world, but the rest of us really didn't want to have it. But I mean,
Yeah,
they probably want that everywhere. That's what's insane. Like,
that's nuts, man. That in America, dude, people would be out in a heartbeat. There's no way you're locking a city in high-rise towers in the United States. People would be out in the streets in a heartbeat. Um, they would overrun the cops. There is absolutely truth to there's like a saying I can't think of, but it's basically there's 100 of us, there's one of them, right? If you look at the ratio of the police to the people, it's just crazy. If you have everybody going against the police have no chance in the U.S. at least, unless you start busting out the military. But so what about World War II in your mind solidified this cabal that's running things? Like what was it? What about World War II? Like historically speaking, like what are you talking about exactly? Are you talking about the fact that the Jewish state was created and that all these countries were working in conjunction to create Israel? I'm guessing it's somehow centered around Israel. I hope that question was clear. That makes
Yeah,
sense.
well, I guess this is kind of one of those topics that YouTube goes bananas on. I guess we could.
Yeah, don't go there.
Go there. I kind of want to hear what his thinking is in this regard. Like he's you're bringing up World War II, which in my mind says that you have like certain things about World War II that make you think that they have coalesced this power during World War II, and I'm just curious what that is, or what you think.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. Yeah, because it's a major shifting point. Because yeah, I mean, after World War II, you have like NASA, the United Nations. There was also an Education Act in like 1958, and there were several others as well that essentially homogenized education pretty much across the world, like in every like first and second world country, and a lot of the third world, like homogenized the education system, to be teaching the same thing. So that was when, now they're teaching the globe everywhere, and they're teaching, other things, in every country. So yeah, it's like education, the United Nations, NASA, and other kind of, quote unquote science agendas, Monsanto. There's so many different things, big pharma, that were able to be like fully controlled. Because if they control the governments and they control the money, then they can essentially start to control all of those factors. The food industry, the medical industry, the oil industry. So yeah, it seemed to have.
Yeah. So what do you make of the notion that the U.S. and New Zealand are the only two countries that allow for advertisement of prescription medicines? Do you think that's like a test case and they're going to expand that everywhere? Or do you think that's just maybe these other populations wouldn't have that, or it wouldn't be helpful there? Jesus Christ, I can't talk. I had too many beers. But you see what I'm saying? Because like the fact that there's these two countries that have this really specific policy on prescription medicine, like we got this whole massive industry in the US based around medicine, and the fact that you can advertise for it, that just rakes in so much money, but you don't have that anywhere else pretty much besides New Zealand. And that just that I don't know.
Okay, you're saying New Zealand and which other country? And then you're saying, I mean, they can advertise. I mean, they advertise for all kinds of pharmaceuticals other places too. So what do you mean?
No, and well, legally speaking, my understanding is that the United States and New Zealand are the only two countries on planet on planet Earth that you can advertise prescription medicines on mainstream sources,
But
or
they do
at
that,
all.
and
I think
they do that in the United States too. There's all the commercials for.
that's what I'm saying. In the
Canada as well.
United States, the United States is one of two countries. Somebody said they do it in Canada as well.
Yeah.
Do they? I'm gonna have to check myself here.
Pretty sure they do.
But I mean, oh god, if you think about this COVID stuff,
Yeah, they definitely do actually.
Do they? What the fuck?
I can think of one commercial off the top of my head.
I'll never forget the first commercial I saw that advertised one of the side effects was death. But it's this drug called Vyvanse, and I had to find the commercial again and watch it again just to make sure that I didn't hear like breaking myself out.
When they say them all quickly at the end.
Yeah, and they said death.
Death.
Yeah, yep. It's still around today. If you look up the Vyvanse commercial, it's there. And I've seen commercials since then for different medications that list death as a side effect, which is fucking insane.
The fact that they even do those is like a psyop in and of itself. Like they advertise it. Obviously, they do that with some person that's so happy because he took this drug or whatever, and then with nice music. The fact that they run off all of those, because I think these people, they have enough power that they could get it to where they wouldn't even have to do the side effects. I know it sounds weird, but I feel like that's like a psyop where they purposefully say the side effects because I know it sounds weird, but it's like it's like a inverted psychology thing.
Yeah.
By just saying what it does, it kind of like almost makes people feel more comfortable. Like, oh, that's all it does. Only those things. Well, it might be worth it because they're suffering with whatever they're suffering with, and it kind
Yeah.
of like inverts in their mind that like, oh, if that's the only things, then I guess I could handle those or whatever. Of course, death is pretty ridiculous though. Like just the death is a side effect, but
Yeah.
it kind of like makes people somehow accept it more in a weird way. Well, not
Yeah.
everybody. Some people it makes them be like, "Oh my god, I would never take that." But then but for like, I guess the masses that they want to convince, it's like good enough, I guess.
Yeah. You're never gonna get everybody. I'm trying to find. Having trouble finding a source for this.
Well, some of those ones are funny. Like they say, like sudden loss of consciousness, bleeding anus. Like there's so many weird ones that are just like
Yeah.
blood from the ears, like loss of vision.
I know. Fucking nuts, dude. What is it?
Oh, the
Viagra.
big pharma is insane, dude. I mean, the idea of like the Earth not being a globe, honestly, is pretty tiny in terms of how absolutely insane big pharma is and what they're actually doing. Like, I don't know how much you know
Yeah.
about it. Like, and I'm not even saying I know everything, but like that honestly is a more well, I don't know in terms of how conspiracies go, but I'm just saying like what they're doing with those is just I guess that's kind of the attack on the body, whereas the cosmology is sort of the attack on like what we think the larger Earth is. So it's like just different scales.
Yeah.
But I mean, with that one, they're actually getting doctors to do their dirty work for them. So it's like insane. Like they actually have people that are like, and it's kind of the same with astrophysics or whatever. But the thing about astrophysics is it's not as tangible. So it's more just like people being fed data and thinking they're doing things. So it's a little bit harmless. Whereas with big pharma, it's like you got like doctors literally like giving people chemicals. It's like it's a whole nother level.
Yeah. It is. I'm a Glover. I'm really a fan of science, but I have a gripe with chemistry. I think chemistry has produced a lot of molecules that have caused a lot of issues. For sure, because if you're in chemistry, like you can create molecules that don't exist in the natural world, like they're just not around, and they have these weird properties, and they fuck people up. They don't mesh with your biology and have a lot of issues from them. I don't know if you've there's a show called Radium Girls on HBO, I think, and it was this really interesting story of how I think it was like the 1920s they used to make radioactive clocks, and they put the dials on the clocks. It was usually women with a paintbrush, and they would lick the tip of the paintbrush to get a really sharp point, and it had radium in it. It was radioactive, and the doctors in the area started seeing basically all these girls come in from the same company that their jaws were just falling apart, and it's just insane how much in terms of like creating these, but we still allow for them to do that. And like you were saying earlier, if you look at the packaging of like almost any modern food, like Reese's or something, like it's just got an absurd number of chemicals in it, or synthesized molecules, I guess is a better way of putting it. What I'm finding here is that the Canada doesn't allow advertising. At least if I think I'm reading this correctly. It's advertising. Yeah, it says, however, advertising any prescription drugs to the general public for the treatment, prevention, or cure of it says certain serious diseases is prohibited. So I guess they're finding a way around it somehow because it says certain serious diseases.
Yeah, well, erectile dysfunction isn't a serious disease.
What? Dude, it is for me, man. We
It would be too for me.
will you tell that to my wife? Hold on, honey. Oh. No, you get you some good old testosterone, man. I gotta order me some Russian testosterone.
You.
Yeah, I got some pretty good shit last time, man. The doctor won't give me enough, but I get my blood levels checked to make sure I'm within the spec. Last time I went, they were kind of like, why is your level so high? I was like, I just took the shot, like a day or two ago. That's about the only thing that, I think that's one thing that's got a hell of a track record is testosterone. Like, in terms of what we can know about ourselves and how it affects men. Like, that's kind of the process of aging is your body
You being
producing
serious
less.
right now, though?
Yeah.
You
The
actually
process of aging.
import testosterone from Russia?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's fucked, man.
Oh shit, it works, dude. I got my blood tested. It's absolutely 100% testosterone. You can check it. I was thinking about sending it off to like a secondary lab. But dude, Russia got pulled from the Olympics for doping, dude. Like, because they have a whole fucking engineering department for doping. Because, I mean, that's how advanced the science is. Like, we know of a lot of things that are steroids or anabolic steroids that improve human
If it was more
performance.
advanced, they wouldn't have gotten caught. They wouldn't have been
Oh no,
punished.
no, they're just they got caught because there was a guy. This is a documentary called Icarus. There was a guy who was at the head of this agency who nobody had this conversation with him, had the conversation with him of, this is illegal, you shouldn't be doing this. So he ended up talking to a reporter, a journalist about it, and he told him like, oh yeah, this is what we do, like bragging, like saying how advanced their systems were, what they were doing, what they were using, how great their results were. And he told this man all of this, and he got it on tape. And the guy who spilled the beans didn't really think that much about it, and he actually had to move. He's living in America now. Actually, like, he's exiled from Russia. Like, if he goes back to Russia, he'll be murdered for sure. Um,
For getting
but
kicked out of the Olympics.
yeah, it's called Icarus, man. You gotta watch it. Really crazy. It's a really crazy documentary. I believe it's true. I mean, look at Lance Armstrong, dude. Dude, he was shooting up, testosterone. He was shooting up all kinds of anabolic steroids in his
No, I
butthole,
thought it
dude.
was just blood doping.
No, he was blood doping. What's blood doping specifically?
Basically, where you you don't donate your blood, but you like give blood. You take blood out, and then after a while, when your RBCs, when your red blood cells, replenish, you put it back in, so you have more red blood cells, better oxygenation, and you can
Oh,
live
really?
longer, basically. Yeah.
Oh, I never heard that was all
You
that he
donate
was
blood to
doing.
yourself, basically.
Donate blood to yourself. Huh. Wow. I've never heard that specifically. My understanding was he was doing basically everything you could.
No,
And
it's
almost
basically the
everybody.
same. It's like a natural, well, not really natural, but yeah, it's an alternative to taking erythropoietin, which is like the red blood cell forming hormone.
Yeah. Huh. And you believe that's all he was doing?
That's just what what I learned he was doing.
Oh.
Maybe what he
Yeah.
needs to. I don't know.
Oh. Yeah. I'm gonna be off. It's my understanding that they were all doing a bunch of stuff, and from talking to people in the know, like almost all sports, if they're not testing, people are doing something. Most of them, at least, because we do know quite a few substances that enhance performance. But what I was getting at earlier is like the testosterone thing.
You
Like,
gotta be careful with testosterone, man. Like if it's not your
well,
natural testosterone, taking testosterone from you know, artificial testosterone stuff like that, it's dangerous, man.
dude, my dick has grown 3 inches, and I put on 20 pounds of muscle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In conjunction, how small have your balls gotten?
They're like maybe like 3 millimeters across. They went from like like an inch across to like 3 millimeters. That's okay though.
Worth your dick. Worth
My
it.
my sock's just a little flappy. Maybe my dick just looks bigger by comparison. But no, I do a really specific schedule where I do it every 3 days instead of once a month. Like if you get a testosterone prescription from the doctor for like an IM injection, they give it to you once a month, which is fucking crazy. So you don't want that. You want it more close to how it would be naturally, which would be being produced daily.
Well, it's
So
funny
instead
because
of
the
doing
more testosterone you take, the more of a woman you become. You start getting
what?
that gynecomastia,
No, that's
the
not.
tits. You start getting
no.
all hormonal and getting like mood swings and stuff like that.
No, that's
It's
bullshit, dude.
hilarious.
That's synthetic shit, man. I wouldn't mess with any synthetic testosterone. I mean, there's natural ways to get testosterone. Do you know about pine pollen?
Pine ballin'? No.
No, sorry, I didn't say. I had something. No, pine pollen.
Pine pollen? No.
Pollen. This is like. Have you ever been in a place where there's a lot of
Pine trees.
trees to where like evergreens, different types of trees to where like you'll see like a yellow film of dust on like your windshield on your car?
Yeah.
I can't say for sure that that would be pine pollen because there's different types of pollen, but that is what pine pollen does. Basically, it's a white fluffy powder that comes off of the actual tree, the pine trees, and a lot of different range of species of trees, and it's basically it's the reproductive part of the tree, and in particular, the pine pollen is like the male aspect of that. And if you consume pine pollen, it's been used in Chinese medicine for thousands of years, and in Ayurveda as well. But essentially, it has natural forms of testosterone in it, and so it will be able to raise your testosterone levels, but completely natural. And it also has a bunch. It's like a superfood. It has a bunch of other benefits too, like for the immune system and a lot of other benefits as well. But yeah, it can help raise testosterone naturally.
Trippy. I didn't know of any plants that had testosterone.
It contains these phytosterols that your body uses, and it does contain. I'm not. I don't think it actually necessarily contains the exact same testosterone that we have in our bodies.
Yeah.
But it contains these phytosterols that help regenerate testosterone levels and helps to like maintain and raise levels within the body. To get actual testosterone from a food, the only way I know how to get that, which is another way, which would be the testicles of an animal specifically.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if you eat those, like if I were to say the two ways I understand, like let's say you have low testosterone or whatever it may be, or aging or whatever. Yeah, like animal testicles and pine pollen. Like the pine pollen is like the plant-based form of it, and then the actual animal testicles, especially if you eat it raw, if you can get it clean enough to be raw, then you're going to get a full restoration of actual, the actual testosterone as well.
Dude, I need to start fucking hunting squirrels and eating 2 squirrel nuts for breakfast, man.
Hey,
That's fucking funny.
50, have you had the chance to read through the insert in that synthetic test that you're taking?
The insert, no, but I mean, I have. I didn't read the whole thing. I might still have it.
I would suggest reading it thoroughly, just purely because I used to be on that test replacement therapy, and I had a chance to read through it thoroughly, and that some of the side effects are really quite concerning. Specifically, the promotion of tumor cell growth,
Yeah.
amongst others, but that's definitely one of the most poignant ones there. So I would take these guys' advice and try to get that naturally. And yeah, some of the things that. Sorry.
I definitely will look into this. I think I might order some of this pine pollen right now, actually. But go ahead.
Well, I basically stopped taking it as soon as I read through the insert.
Yeah, I got an insert right here somewhere.
Yeah.
I've had positive experiences with it so far. So I'd have to transition off of it.
Yeah, the transition period also is something that you might have to discuss with your doctor because they have to they have to give you other medication in order to boost your receptors back up. Otherwise, you will stop producing your natural test. So
Yeah,
you're going to need something like Pregnol, something along those lines.
really interesting.
You know, yeah.
Yeah, I've only been doing it for about 7 months.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's quite a while. And if
seven,
are you doing it, did you say how many times a week are you doing it?
every 3 days.
Oh wow. Yeah, that's quite often as well. And what's the amount? Is it 1 ml?
Let's see, it is well, actually, I have a mixture of IM and subcutaneous injections. So
Yeah.
it's I figured I mapped it all out before. I can't remember exactly what it is now, but I got my level to about 500 nanograms per milliliter, which is right in the middle of where men should be in their 20s.
Okay.
So that'd be better than telling you like the specific dose.
Okay,
Like
yeah.
my blood level's right where it should be in terms of like a healthy 20-year-old.
If you're taking
Yeah.
Pregnol, then shit's hectic.
Did
Do
you say you're
whatever.
only 20?
No. I said I basically got my blood levels,
Oh, okay.
testosterone to be what it would be for like a 20-year-old.
Yeah, I got you.
I'm 36.
Yeah, well, there's all these phytoestrogens in the food these days. Like, I don't know if you eat any soybean, but like there's certain foods that will just deplete your testosterone level, which then makes you, think, oh, well, the doctor and so on will say you need to take the synthetic form. It's just all backwards. It's like the foods cause a low testosterone, then the doctors give you that synthetic form, and then that synthetic form causes other problems that will come up later. Whereas, like, I mean, first of all, if you cut the foods out that are actually lowering the testosterone, that's a start. And then if you need actual levels restored, yeah, I think doing it naturally is always the best.
Yeah, I'm starting to play around with this stuff, and I'm looking at what you're talking about right now. This pollen. I think I'm gonna actually order, or hopefully I can order some of this. It looked like I could. I don't know how expensive it is. Let me
Yeah, you
see.
can get it from a lot of places like Amazon.
Yeah.
There's
Okay.
different qualities, like for sure, and different types. But
Yeah. Here we go. Pine pollen. $20. Interesting. So I'll do that. I'll back off my dose a little bit, and I'll supplement with this and see how my levels change.
well, the only thing I can't say, like, I mean, not that I'm like outwardly recommending anything, anyways. I'm just sharing information and what I know. I mean, I've been consuming pine pollen for many years. But I mean, however that might interact, like if you're taking like a synthetic testosterone, like that, I don't know. Like if you may want to look into that before just taking pine pollen, because pine pollen, my general understanding of how it works is that it's not that it has like animal testicle will actually have the testosterone itself in it, whereas the pine pollen has various factors because it's a plant-based form, so it's not going to have the human animal hormone, of testosterone because it's plant-based. But
Yeah.
it essentially works with like the receptor systems to it helps rebuild the cells that actually create testosterone in the body, and then it also helps to maintain because there's certain ways that testosterone can be lost and not actually absorbed. So it helps to actually absorb like the free testosterone that you have in your blood, which often people that have low levels, it's because they're not able to absorb what's already in their system, in their blood. So it basically gets wasted, as it were. So, anyways, I just don't know how that would interact. Like if you're taking like a synthetic testosterone, then all of a sudden just do pine pollen, it could cause like some issue or some, I don't know. I mean, because anytime like any type of pharmaceuticals involved, even if you're using something natural, it can be dicey. So I'm just saying you may want to kind of proceed with caution or look into it,
Yeah.
before
No,
just.
I'm ordering this now. I'm gonna start taking it. When I die, I'm suing your ass.
I
Okay.
mean, it is a food, though. I mean, it is like a food. It's a medicinal herb. I mean, so.
Yeah.
But I mean, there are some things that can interact like with certain pharmaceuticals. So that's
Yeah.
all I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess I'll ask my pharmacist about this. They'll probably have to do some schooling themselves to be able to give me the correct answer. But yeah, I just ordered some. I'm all about this natural shit. Like I said, I have a gripe with modern chemistry, but testosterone, you know, like we have really common pathways neurologically with a lot of animals, and from looking at it, we've got pretty decent sources of testosterone. But getting it from Russia, of course, isn't ideal. I actually have a mix of what I get from the U.S. and Russia. I supplement what I get from the United States with what I get from Russia. But I'm trying to find a way to live to be like 100, basically. That's what's going on here. If anyone knows that secret, let me know. Let's see here. Damn it, I thought I still had one of these inserts. I don't guess I do. But yeah, I mean, I thought that was the name of the game. As you kind of age, you can kind of supplement with hormones and get your blood levels back to where they were when you were 20, essentially, and that kind of helps, help you not age as quickly, and especially like things like what's it called? The thing Michael Jackson used to sleep in. It's like a high oxygen environment. You know what I'm talking about? Some kind of
chamber.
Yeah, hyperbaric chamber. Yeah, those are supposed to be pretty good. If you can do like cold therapy or heat therapy, those are supposed to be really good. Like if you think about stressing out the body, right? Like running or jogging or any kind of stress, like your body kind of rebuilds after that and grows stronger. And that's supposed to be the case for extremely cold stuff and extremely hot stuff. I don't know if you've seen these things popping up, but they have things popping up in the cities where you hop in these chamber and they blast you with like liquid nitrogen, and it creates something called cold shock proteins that are healthy. And there's the same thing with heat. You can get heat shock proteins. And this is just kind of a fundamental law of nature, I believe. If you kind of stress something out, then and the stress isn't held forever. If you stress something out and then you give it a period of rest, it gets stronger. Like if you have like a vineyard and you want to produce the best grapes, you don't give them exactly what they want in terms of water. You give them like 90% of what they want, because you got to kind of force that stress for good growth. But yeah, I'll definitely have to look into this. It's specifically testosterone cypionate. It's like a salt version. There's a few different versions. Man, I got a buddy that I went to high school with that just went to jail for like 10 years. Yeah, I hadn't talked to him in a couple of years, but he went to jail for 10 years. He was selling all kinds of steroids, man. Like they actually showed him on the news, or showed the bus on the news, and he had like stacks of cash, like pounds of weed, and a bunch of testosterone. I don't. Is the thing true about the balls though? Like, am I getting little balls? Are my balls shrinking as we speak? Is that what you're telling me?
I think you're the best person to answer that question.
I mean,
hold on. Let me check. Hold on.
I wouldn't mess with any of that synthetic stuff myself.
No, they're not shrinking. Not yet, anyways. Yeah, man. I'm not super worried, but I'm definitely gonna double check some of the stuff with my pharmacist in terms of the chemistry of the two. But yeah, it's not ideal.
So much. Listen,
Do what?
it's just like a stereotype or whatever when they say your balls shrink. Maybe they do a little bit, but I think it's more about the fact that it's linked to infertility, and that's the issue that you
Testosterone?
have. Yeah, that it'll cause, and that's why they try to give you drugs that like the gonadotropin or whatever, like the Pregnil, so as to like, kind of develop your testes, your gonads, so they could be fertile again.
So I've got this pamphlet. I don't know if old boy's still listening, but I'm not sure what he's talking about specifically. I guess maybe in the warning. And this is a controlled substance, a Schedule 3 controlled substance in the U.S., which is fucking crazy. That's like what narcotics are, like painkillers or like something like Xanax or Schedule 3. I don't understand how you make something that's naturally occurring scheduled.
Well, that's the whole question in and of itself. But yeah, it's probably only scheduled because they just want to make sure that you get it from your doctor and not from on the streets.
Yeah,
exactly. Big Pharma wants to sell it to you, and yeah, make sure you stay on it, and they want the money from the sales of it.
Yep. Yeah, I thought
same with the painkillers and all that shit too. Yeah.
Yeah, I always thought that was crazy when I heard about DMT originally. DMT is really interesting substance, and then I heard it was illegal, and I was like, how the fuck do they make something that's occurring inside your body that's not even like a plant or anything illegal? Like I'm illegal right now. I possess DMT inside my body. Like, what the fuck? I've got testosterone inside my body too, but it's a Schedule 3 substance. But I have a prescription for that. But regardless, it's just so weird. So weird.
Yeah, no, the thing with DMT is, it is. There's even weird thing about it too, where if you have a plant that contains DMT, it's technically not, Schedule 1. But if you extract it, then it's Schedule 1. If you extract it and consume it, then it's all of a sudden, illegal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like you can
weird.
have certain like Mimosa hostilis, like certain root barks and things. Like you can even buy them online and get them shipped to your house.
Mm-hmm.
But if you extract it, all of a sudden now it's illegal. But if you just have it in a baggie in your house, it's not illegal.
Yeah, I've actually done this before with exactly what you just said, Mimosa hostilis. It's really fucking easy to extract DMT from Mimosa hostilis. It takes maybe about 4 hours total. Most of that is waiting, and maybe about 20 or 30 minutes of it is work. You can take like a pound of Mimosa hostilis, and I think you might get maybe like a 0.5% or something like that. End up with like a few grams, but it's super easy. All you do is you put it all in like a big like pickle jar, and then you dump the Mimosa hostilis in there, and then you dump a base in there, and then you roll it around for like 15 minutes or something. You let it sit for a couple hours, and then you let it sit. Or I'm remembering back, I believe you let it sit overnight, and then the top. Or no. The next step is you take a solvent like naphtha, you dump it in, then you roll it around again, and then that kind of mixes with the mixture, and then you let that rise to the top over a few hours, and then you take something called a decanter, which is basically just like a turkey squeeze or whatever the fuck you want to call it, and you suck off the top of the liquid, and then you basically set that in a dish, and you let it evaporate, and it leaves crystals of DMT left. Like, it's super simple. I was shocked the first time I did it. I was like, holy fuck, this worked. But you talking about tripping, boy, I don't know if you ever ate mushrooms or acid, but man, DMT is a whole nother ballgame, buddy. Whole nother ballgame. Like, I went to basically other dimensions and like interacted with these other creatures, but I never could get any information from them. Like, they kind of, looking back, it kind of seems like they were like reflections of my consciousness, other than like real consciousness in themselves. My brother, man, my brother actually had a liver problem. He had like a low functioning liver, and that's how DMT is processed out of your body, is through your liver. So like a typical DMT trip will last for just like a few minutes, like 5 minutes or something like that. But his trips would last for like 20 to 30 minutes. And he told me these insane stories about like living multiple lives. And he would basically live one life, and he'd be like a World War I soldier. Then he'd die, and he'd be reborn, and he'd go through a whole nother life, and end up dying, and then go through a whole nother life. And I was like, it was just incredible. The stories he told me, I was like, dude, you need to jot that stuff down. Like, he could almost have written a fucking book about how insane his trips were on DMT. And I don't see any reason to lie to you guys. Like, I'm an atheist, and DMT and tripping kind of helped me realize that. But a lot of people say the opposite. My brother says the opposite. He says the DMT helps him become kind of super religious, which is really weird. It just depends on your
You're not
interpretation.
atheist, man.
Do what?
If anything, you're agnostic. You're not atheist.
I guess I'm agnostic. I hope there is a God, man. I would love for there to be a God. I hope that's true. I'd love to live forever.
Yeah, I mean, like, goddamn that goddamn well that we didn't come from nothing. Like, we had to come from something. So.
I don't know if I can know that, man. I hope so. If there's a
Really,
God,
from absolute nothingness, something can come.
nothing. No, not nothingness. But that doesn't
Exactly.
really. But that doesn't really change it, though. I mean, that is the big question. Like, where did the universe come from? And nobody knows, man. That's a question man's been asking since the dawn of time.
Yeah,
We
and it
don't.
probably, won't explicitly be answered, but it came from something or someone. It came from, not nothing.
Yeah. I will admit it does seem the series of events that got us here, or me here specifically, is pretty nutty. And it does appear as though, like, if you look at the standard model of physics that talks about the Big Bang, like, it appears as though just at an instant, you kind of get like this explosion and expansion of space, and everything is kind of it expands a lot, but
Space
it
doesn't
expands.
expand.
Do what now?
Space doesn't expand. I know what you're saying, but space doesn't expand.
Yeah. Well, I'm not getting super technical here. You know what I'm saying? So, you get the Big Bang, you get the entire universe being created as it expands out, and I guess creates space. There wasn't space there before, and
No, that
it's
was my point. My point is that space can't be created. Space is just like a concept, right?
Oh, okay. Oh,
So yeah, I understand what you're saying.
just
Like
what do you mean?
area, the volume of the universe.
The volume of the universe, but it's not a concept. I'm looking at space right now.
Are you?
I am. Are you not?
No, you
What
can't
are you looking
look
at?
space.
What are you looking at?
Right now, I'm
What's in
looking at my device.
What's in between you and your device?
Air
Where's that air contained?
on Earth?
In the space between you and the device?
No, if anything, it would be in the volume.
Well, that's space.
No, I'll tell you why. If we could take this detour. Okay? So, when there was absolute nothingness, was there space?
No.
No. Okay. So, we had the first, let's say, the first thing that was created was a little, drop of water. A particle of water. Okay? Now, this particle of water, did it have space?
Yeah, it must have. Yeah. If it was a drop of water.
Did it, or did it just have, the volume of my point is the water itself, it's matter, right? And it has, we could think of it in the form of dimensions, having length and width, right? And and if we, then kind of like, measure the length of that water droplet, we'll have, we could create a unit of measurement, one water droplet, right?
Yeah.
If we get rid of the water droplet, we still have that unit of measurement, right?
Yeah.
Of space. But we don't have space, according to you, even though we can measure.
No, you do have space. The space is still there.
Droplet, no. Let's say we're back at nothing, but we have this unit of measurement that we've made from matter, right? Because it's three-dimensional space, 3D, height, width, length, right? So even in absolute nothingness, we could still measure using this, like, allow the hypothetical if we were like some sort of being that didn't require a physical presence, right? We can measure with these units of measurement, which are conceptual, and we would have space. We'd have three-dimensional spatial measurements, even though there's nothing to measure, right?
Yeah. So that would be space.
In nothingness, we would have space now?
Yes, that would be the space.
Well,
Space
is started off. Do we have space with nothingness? And you said no, and then you said it was created with the water.
No. So in terms of the Big Bang, everything was condensed to like an almost infinite point, and then it expanded. And before that, there was no such thing as space. It created space as it expanded.
You just contradicted yourself from 2 seconds ago. You said, in nothingness, there's space everywhere, right?
We're talking about the Big Bang specifically, okay? So if you're talking about
we're talking about the concept. It shouldn't matter whether it's from the Big Bang or not. Do you have space
that's just saying
you're talking or with?
You're asking me about questions that there's no way I can answer that. I can't answer those questions. I can tell you that right now space exists.
Yeah, I can
Yeah,
tell
you,
you
you
it's a
don't.
concept created by man. 100%.
What's a concept that's okay? Everything's a concept created by man, though, but it
No,
reflects reality.
like the actual volume of like the matter like that an object has, that's not a concept. It's something that exists in actuality. The movement of things exists in actuality, right? The movement for like the passing of like the movement of these things changing position, that exists in reality, and from that we can glean the concepts of time and space, but they don't actually exist. Space isn't actually expanding. It didn't expand with this Big Bang.
Okay. Okay.
Matter
What?
expanded, it changed position, it moved outwards, right? But space
Yeah.
was neither created with that nor did it expand with it.
Okay, that's a pretty good theory. But in terms of like today, right now, you don't believe space is real? You don't think space exists?
Space is a concept. It exists as a unit of measurement, just like time, just like length, just like distance.
Yeah. You
Does
those
length
are real?
exist in and of itself? No. It's just a concept. It's not
Yeah.
something real.
What? Why don't you think it's real?
Length is real in and of itself. Length
Yeah,
is something.
my
No,
dick is
it's the length
man.
of other things. You measure them with the unit of like with the system of measurement that we've created as men. It's a convention.
Yeah, we created the measurement of length, width, and height because we exist in length, width, and height. You gave name to the thing that we exist in.
No, we exist regardless, but we can measure it with length, width, and height. If I was to ask you,
Yeah.
give me a length, you're not gonna know what the hell I'm talking about. You're gonna be like, a length of what? Because it's something that we use to describe things that actually exist. It's a metaphysical description of an actual physical thing.
Dude, I do not see how you. I don't understand how
Yo,
you
give me
get
1 second. Like literally, I want you to hand me a second.
hand you. I can't hand you a second. A second isn't physical.
Neither is length.
For length is not physical in the sense length, volume, space is. I would say it's physical. Just because I can't hand it to you doesn't mean it's not physical. I can't hand you light.
No, see,
Light.
volume is a physical thing. It's this matter that you have. It's how compact it is in a body or in an object or what have you, and that's the amount of of actual like look, think of Archimedes' principle. The amount of space that an object takes affects its buoyancy and what have you. It's how dense an object is. It has actual like an area that it takes, right, in the air or in whatever medium it is, but it's not space per se.
I don't know. I can't follow, man. I can't. I don't understand how you wouldn't say it's real. Because if space isn't real, then I couldn't travel through it.
You don't
I can't
travel
travel
through
something that's not.
space. You
I don't
travel through
travel through
air, you
space.
travel through whatever medium it is, but you're not traveling through space. Space is just how we measure things, because everything that we measure has like a length, a width, height. It has three. You can think of it as three-dimensional space, but you're not actually traveling through space. You're just changing your position from as you move
Changing my position in what?
in air or whatever medium you're in.
So if I took away all the air, like in a vacuum chamber, you don't.
You can't take away
What
all the air. First off,
the ether would exist then or something?
well, I mean, it might exist regardless, but you can't take away all the air because there's no perfect vacuum. You're still gonna have just a low pressure air environment.
True. I mean, there's some pretty crazy vacuums to where there's like one molecule per, cubic meter or something.
And when
So
you have
you would be
when you have low pressure air environment, you just have less matter in that volume, right?
yeah, but the volume it doesn't change though. This is weird, dude. I've never
Yeah,
heard anybody. You're the only person I've ever heard do this.
I'm the first person to ever tell you that space is a conception,
Yeah, space isn't
like
real.
three-dimensional space.
Yes, I mean, other people tell me it's a concept, but you're the first person that's told me that's not real.
Well, that's what a concept is. Something that's
No,
not physical is something that's metaphysical is a concept.
no. Well, concepts can be both. Like I can have the concept of a machine I want to build, and then I can build the machine, and then the concept becomes real.
No.
What do you mean,
You have the
no?
concept in your mind, it was metaphysical, and that may
Yeah.
have inspired you to make the physical thing. The concept is not now real. You have a real thing from a concept.
What about
It's not
physics?
both.
What about physics? What about like F equals ma?
Okay, what about it?
Is that real?
The equation?
Yeah. Well, the equation and just its existence in the physical world. Does force
Well,
equal mass times acceleration in the real world? Is
I
that real?
mean, you're getting into a different topic, but no, not completely. That's an oversimplification, and it's actually something that goes to the heliocentric model. It's something that
F
you
equals
try
ma?
to push through. Yeah, it's not F equals ma when you're talking about things like in the real world, because it's actually F equals ma minus the force of drag, and since we have no perfect vacuum, it's never going to be F equals ma only.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
A
Of course.
itself changes. A is an agreed upon number, but in reality, so that like that's the concept. But in reality, A is actually changing. The rate of acceleration depends on how dense the object is, and
Yeah.
how much surface
You could do
tension there
that.
is. Surface
You could do
area, I
that.
mean.
You could do that mathematically with an integral. You could just make A an integral.
Sure, but when you're
And
actually doing it
add on a
mathematically,
term.
it's no longer conceptual, right? Because then
Say that again.
when you're actually like doing it mathematically, when you're crunching the numbers and stuff like that, you're physically doing that. It's becoming actual, the math that you're doing, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So it's not really
But
the same thing.
I think it's kind of the same thing. I
No,
guess.
I'll give you an example. So with time, we have, we got time by observing the sun, the movement of the sun. That's literally what
Yeah.
time is. The movement of the sun
Yeah.
gave us our units of measurement of seconds, minutes, days, blah blah, right? A second in and of itself is metaphysical, right? But once we develop this system of measurement, we've now actualized that concept, and now we have this actual thing that exists that we can apply to other things, right? We could apply these systems, these measurements to things without the sun even existing. At night we can use it, right? Because we've captured it in like the form of clocks or stopwatches or marine chronometers or something like that. So we have the same concept, but we've actualized it into another like actual matter, right? Doesn't mean now that it's both a concept. Like a clock is not both a concept and matter. It's not both metaphysical and physical. No, it's like the physical representation of the metaphysical concept, which is our like time.
Okay. I mean, if you want to define it that way, then I guess I don't necessarily see a problem with it until you get to the space and time thing, because fundamentally, space and time are that which allow for movement. Like without
No,
space
that's
and time,
incorrect.
you can't move.
That's incorrect.
How's
It's
that
the other way
incorrect?
around, actually. So let's go back to that
Yeah.
drop of water that we had. You have a drop of water, right? Nothing else. That gives us our three dimensions: depth, width, height, right?
Yeah.
And so now we have like the three-dimensional space because we were able to, we had this drop of water that we could measure, right?
Okay.
Now, if the drop of water moves, will we have time?
Yes. It's
How?
impossible. Well, because it's just that's the definition. It's definitionally true.
It's not though.
This is a really
This is
dry
why I'm
argument.
saying you have it backwards a little bit. If the drop of water moves, we only have this one drop of water and moves, we're not gonna have time. You know why? Because it's the only thing that exists. Time requires it's basically comparing movement of one thing to another, right? It requires a reference
Yes.
point. So you'd
Mhm.
have to have another like drop of water or something like that to compare, and then you'll see change of position. And again, the moving is just the changing of position within of the three-dimensional three dimensions that we've already, that we've already talked about. It's just changing
Yep.
the position of those three dimensions, right? You're not introducing a fourth dimension of time. It's just change the position of the first three dimensions. And
Within time.
no, again, the time is created after you have change of position, not alone of just like one particle or whatever, one object. It's change of position relative to another thing, a reference point.
Well, what makes you think it's relative?
Because you just agreed with me that if a thing is changing and it's changing position and there's like, it's just one particle and it's just going to different places, we're not going to even be able to tell it that it's doing that unless there's a reference point or something that we could refer to know that it's changing relative to that.
Well, it'd just be the starting position.
What's that?
You would just make it relative to the starting position.
How would you have a starting position if there's nothing else that exists, complete nothingness in this drop of water?
Well, I mean, you're creating this really weird, like, hyper-specific scenario, but...
No, it's just to elucidate the fact that time is a result of changing, of movement of the first three dimensions, like of matter, which create the first three dimensions. And it's not something in and of itself. It's not a fourth dimension itself. It's just change of position of, the matter that we have. And that matter is the first three dimensions. So basically, time is a function of the three dimensions that we have. It's not a fourth dimension. You understand?
I'm trying here. No, it's not a dimension in the same sense. We call it...
Think of the sun. We have the sun moving, right? That gives us our seconds. One complete revolution of the sun is 1 day, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then from there we split it into 24 hours, into minutes, into seconds. It's just the sun moving. It's changing position. Relative to us, the sun's depth, the height, width is changing, right? That's about it.
No. Well, I mean, it is.
Yeah,
it is.
in the
That's
sky, it's distance to other things from our observation is changing, and that's how we came up with the unit of measurement of time, the day, the hours, the seconds, just from movement, change of position of the first three dimensions. It's a function of 3D. It's not 4D.
Yeah. No, not in the sense that most people would think of dimensions, but weird, man.
Yeah, but that's the issue, because then you bring in this model that they have, and they talk about the bending of time-space, and that's like my entire point. Time is a function of the first three dimensions, and therefore it can't bend. It's it doesn't do anything. It's completely metaphysical. It's a concept only. It's it's movement, right? That's the real thing. The real thing is movement. So you can't have the bending of time-space and gravitational whatever crap that they say. And similarly, space isn't bending either, because again, space is just how we define matter, the like objects of matter that we have.
It's part of it.
We didn't need to measure the dimensions of the water droplet to know it exists, right?
Correct.
And it could move relative to other things, and we could see the change of position, and therefore have what we call time, right? This passing.
Yes.
And without having any clue about what its dimensions are, about what its length or height or width is.
Correct.
So they're concepts that they're not like, they're a result of what actually exists. The metaphysical follows the physical.
Yeah, I just can't follow that line of logic. I mean, it's an interesting way of thinking, but to me, it's
it's
just
the true way of thinking it, but most people don't bother to think about.
Sure.
Really.
Shit, I've thought about it a lot, dude. I dedicated my life to thinking about it. So I studied mechanical engineering for 4 out of 5 years. The last year, I'll spare you the details, but I didn't get to finish. Ended up working for one of the largest ISPs in the U.S., but I dedicated a lot of time to thinking about this. And to me, it's basically definitionally true, right? Because movement is velocity over, or I'm sorry, movement is meters over seconds, right?
No, that's how we
Well,
measure it, right?
yeah,
With our man-made, convention. But in reality, movement is just anything changing position.
yes, that's meters per second.
If we want, you don't have to measure it to know something's moving, right?
No, but I mean, fundamentally, that's what it is. If you find something that's moving and you measure it, you can break it down into meters per second.
No, fundamentally, we saw something moving and we tried to figure out how fast is it moving or whatever, and we came up with this convention, like this way of telling the speed of it, right? It's the
Yeah,
reaction to the action of it moving. It's not the fundamental. The fundamental is it moving.
sure, but it's moving within space. I don't know.
Come on, don't go back
Yeah,
there. The point is, it's like what I said earlier. The metaphysical follows the physical, right? This convention of distance over time followed the physical of the thing actually, the matter actually changing position relative to another object or what have you.
yeah. You gotta flesh this out a little bit more, because it's an interesting concept, but I think you're missing some kind of, I guess, like bullet points that kind of pin it all together nicely. Um, I just don't know how you can say that.
Which part?
Which is that the metaphysical follows the physical.
Absolutely.
That's
We
what
had
that's what I'm
we
thinking of.
No, I mean we had the movement of the sun, right? And that's how we came up with the system of timekeeping. The
Is that
system of measurement of time was based off of the movement of the sun. We didn't come up with seconds, minutes, and hours and days and then see the
no,
sun move.
no, they're just discoveries. We discovered them.
Discovered what?
We discovered we discovered time. We discovered movement.
No, we did not.
You don't think we discovered that?
We didn't discover movement. Come on, man. Movement always
What do you
existed. It
mean?
wasn't just a discovery.
What? But I'm
If
saying
anything,
whenever. Yeah,
we invented or
I'm
conceived
not saying.
the system of time. Like the measurements, the
No.
units of measurement. Every unit of measurement is a convention.
Yeah, but it's also discovery.
Not really.
What? It's a discovery in the sense that you're uncovering laws of the universe, right? If you like F equals ma, that's all. That's something that a man formulated and discovered, but it was always there. You just found it. You dug it out of the world around you. Same with length, width, and height. It was always there. You just discovered it and kind of wrote it down and ironed it out and made it nice and neat and exactly how people could understand it.
I wouldn't call it a discovery because it's something we made up. We came up with it. We didn't. Discovering means it's something that exists in nature or something like that, and we found it. This isn't something. This is something we actually made. The length of an inch. It's something we agreed upon. It's a convention. It's not a discovery.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about the idea of space in general, like 3 dimensions. I'm not talking about like a specific unit.
Yeah, so that's the way we defined it. Any definition that you have it's like something that was conceived. It wasn't necessarily discovered.
Well, let's just throw out definitions and just throw out
I'm not
like
saying throw
like
them out, but just know that we came up with them. They weren't discovered from externally. We might have been inspired externally to create this internal definition or concept or something like that.
Yeah, well, we witnessed it as human beings, and we said, "Oh, look at this! There's something here that has I can go in this direction, I can go in that direction, and I can also go in this direction. I'm gonna call that space. That's where we live. We also
Yeah,
have
but
this
we
thing.
didn't witness space. We just witnessed the matter, right? We witnessed air. We witnessed like other things, and then
We witnessed the things contained in the space.
No, I mean I already just talked
So
about how
you don't
space
you think
space
if we
isn't a
took
physical thing. It doesn't contain anything.
sure, that doesn't make it unreal though.
It
It's
makes it
still it's
metaphysical.
still a thing in my mind,
Like
right?
you have it in your head that space is the actual like container, like the actual thing that's inside the container of whatever's the barrier in your head of the universe. I don't know. but
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
not how it works. Space is just the description for all of the matter, right? All the matter has certain certain dimensions because of like the nature of whatever we're talking about. You know, whether it's a drop of water or a tree or something like that. It has, you know, a certain like amount of matter in a certain amount of volume, and that's what gives it its density, right? And
Yeah.
and from the matter in that volume, we kind of came up with this system of being able to measure with different distances or lengths or what have you in different dimensions. But that doesn't mean that space in and of itself is real. That's just how we define it, right?
That's so wild to me. I mean, I understand. I hear the word you're saying, but it doesn't click for me because I just don't see how that makes any sense. It just doesn't make any sense to me because you can take away anything. Like I said, that we got vacuum pumps that can pump down to like 1 molecule per cubic meter. So there's still space in that vacuum chamber, in that 1 meter cubed vacuum chamber, but there's one atom. So everywhere where the atom doesn't exist, it's still there. It's still space. You can still move through it through time, but it just doesn't contain something physical.
Okay, so for argument's sake, let's say that there's no ether or anything, right? So you pump out all this air from this vacuum chamber, and you have nothing, right? Let's say, argument's sake, that you can have a perfect vacuum. There's absolutely nothing in there, right?
Okay.
So is there space in there?
Yes.
There's nothing and there's space?
Yes. There's nothing in the classical term of when you say nothing, you're talking about matter. You're kind of equating two things.
No, I'm saying absolutely everything has been pumped out of there,
Yes.
right? So there's nothing there, correct?
There's nothing there except space.
So there's nothing there. So there's not nothing. There is space.
There's space, correct.
Which is, what? Describe it to me.
That which allows you to exist and move.
So
that which allows for existence and movement.
Okay, so space is an actual thing that expanded and then allows for us to exist and move.
Yes.
And when we pump everything out of this vacuum chamber and we come up and when we have nothing except for space, but really nothing, right? Then how come before Big Bang, when there was just nothing, there was no space?
Fuck, I don't know.
How can something that is basically has no physical manifestation whatsoever expand with the Big Bang?
I mean, that's the questions that have plagued the minds of the greatest men on.
No, I'm just showing you there's a contradiction here because it doesn't make sense. It can't be nothing and space.
Well, I mean, the world we live in is so complicated. It doesn't have a requisite to be understandable, right? You saying like, "Well, I don't understand it. How could that be?" Of course, there's going to be complicated things in life that you don't understand, right?
No, that's first off, that's an argument of like incredulity, right? You don't really have an argument, so you're just saying, oh yeah, I mean, there's stuff that we just won't ever. No, that's not necessarily the case. I agree with you actually that in this empty vacuum chamber, there's space and nothingness. You know why? Because the vacuum chamber has dimensions, so we know, and we can apply this convention of space, this metaphysical idea of length and width and height, to know the dimensions of the nothingness inside. It's still nothingness. Space isn't expanding. It's not physical. It's not allowing us to move or anything. But we could apply these measurements from the container of that vacuum chamber, the dimensions of the vacuum chamber, and know how much quote unquote space there is. Doesn't mean it's real.
What if we hypothetically remove the vacuum chamber and just the entire universe is a vacuum chamber, and you're in it.
Nothingness.
And you have nothingness.
Then you have no space.
But you're capable of moving from one point to another point.
Who's capable of moving?
You'd
so
be
we're the only thing that exists in this universe?
Yeah.
We would be able to come up with a concept, again, the metaphysical concept of space by measuring ourselves. Like, again, even for space, you can't just do it with one drop of water. You need to somehow measure the drop of water using another thing of matter, right? So if I'm the only thing that exists in the universe, just my body, I'd have to use my arm or my hand span or something like that, and that's will come up with like a system of measurements, and that's actually like in ancient terms they had systems of measurements using hand spans and cubits, which is like
Yeah.
the length of the tip of the finger to like the elbow. They had
Yeah.
systems of measurements using those things. But again, that doesn't mean that space is real. It's just we came up with that concept of measuring length, width, and height by using ourselves. Just shows gives like you the like it's evidence that you need another thing to measure matter. You need matter, one piece, to measure another piece. Just like you need another one piece as a reference point for when the other piece is moving to have time, to have this conception of time. But in reality,
Sure,
it's just matter and movement.
Sure. But if you remove you're like equating space with matter. And
No, I'm saying space is the metaphysical consequent of matter. Matter, like of measuring matter, I should say. Matter allows us, because it takes up volume, right? And it has, it has a certain amount of like space that it takes up, for lack of a better word, certain dimensions that we can measure, that we can come up with, right?
Yeah. Interesting. This is wild. Dude, I keep going back to like definitionally true things, and that's kind of where I'm coming from. It's
I know
just
it's a mind fuck because you've been ingrained like your whole life, like being told that space time exists, the continuum of space time, bending of space time, and stuff like that. But in reality, things that are metaphysical can't physically bend. They can't expand. They can't do any of this stuff. It's just a crock of shit that they've been feeding you. Time doesn't, in actuality, exist. It's just movement. It's always movement relative to another thing moving.
So anything man defines doesn't exist.
Well, yeah, technically speaking, every definition is a conception. You can define things that actually exist, right? But the definition in and of itself doesn't exist unless it's in a dictionary.
Dude, that's wild. That's wild.
Every word is a convention. Someone came up with the words that we're using. They're only real once we utter them, or once they're on paper or something like that. But in reality, this idea of a word is a convention.
Yeah. I mean, everything you're saying is kind of on point. Like, you need basically a reference point to measure distance. Like, of course, like that's pretty obvious. You have to have references. But to say that, like, in a volume of air that's mostly empty space, that say a meter cubed of air, right? There's, let's say, 50% empty space and 50% molecules. I'm not sure what the ratio is. I'm guessing it's a hell of a lot lower than that.
Let me just stop you real quick. You said like 3 times empty space, but
yes,
you also think space physically exists.
Yes.
Empty, physical. Does it click now? Like that it's.
I mean, you can have an
terms.
Cup. You can have an empty cup.
Yeah, but if the cup is empty, we're not saying that there's like that the cup itself is nothingness, right? It's not. The cup itself exists, right? A physical thing that exists.
It's not nothing.
What?
It's not the same thing as matter. You're kind of equating it to matter. It's not
but
matter.
When you say empty, empty means nothing, right?
Empty
void
means
of all things. It's empty.
Empty means to me. Empty means void of physical objects.
Okay.
But it still exists. It's still there. Like I was talking about in the meter cube example of air, the space.
You need to make up your mind, man.
The space in between those molecules still exists, or else they wouldn't be able to traverse through it. There's
no space that exists. It's just emptiness that is there between these molecules, right? There's no space that's physical that exists. You can define it as space, but it's not a physical thing. You can't have something that's void of all physical matter, right? But still, it's home to physical space.
How could I move through it if it doesn't exist then?
What do you mean?
How can I move through something that does not exist?
Easily. If there's
Easily?
nothing there, that's what allows you to move through it. If there was something physically there, then you'd have an issue. You'd have to push whatever is physical out of there.
But if it doesn't exist, there's nothing for me to move through.
No, because the
See what I'm
distance
saying?
is still. We know that there's distance between these two things because we've measured it. Because of the fact that these particles or whatever exist, we have this unit of measurement to know that there is like a distance between them. You know that there's emptiness between them. But emptiness
Yes.
does not equal space.
I don't know what makes you think emptiness doesn't equal space.
I just told you because you're saying that space is physical and emptiness can't be physical.
No, I'm not saying it's physical.
You just said it expanded. It's what allows you, contains the universe and allows you to move. That's all.
Yeah.
Those are physical properties.
Those are physical properties that are existing within that system. That's not the system. That's not space itself.
What?
You're kind of
So space
conflating.
is a physical property. Space has physical properties that exist within the system, but it's not physical itself.
You can define space, but you're not really defining it physically. You're defining it dimensionally, I guess.
Yeah, it's a metaphysical thing, straight up.
I don't know if you can say it's metaphysical because I believe it truly exists. I can't.
And that's where you're wrong. I mean, when you say it truly exists, you mean physically. It physically exists, and then you say empty space.
Wait,
empty
define,
means void of physical things, and yet it physically exists. It doesn't make sense.
I'm not saying it physically exists. I'm saying it exists.
Well, yeah, I agree with you. Then it exists metaphysically.
Well, what's your definition of metaphysical?
Something that's not physical.
Something
no
that's not physical.
properties.
Okay, well then I guess we don't really have an issue.
Well, you were saying it expands. That's a physical property. You were saying it bends. That's a physical property. You were saying that it contains the universe. That's a physical property.
That doesn't have to be a physical property.
Those are all physical properties.
It does not have to be a physical property.
Can you show me a metaphysical thing bending?
Yeah. It'd take a research paper, but yeah. What about electromagnet? What about electromagnetism?
Yeah, what about it?
Do you think that's physical?
Electromagnetism, is it physical?
Is physical
Yes.
or isn't physical?
Yes, it is.
It is.
We can't see it
In what manner is it physical?
because there's actual like pressure of being applied, magnetic pull and repulsion on on matter. You know.
Okay. Yeah, I guess if your definition of metaphysical is something that's not physical, then we're kind of on the same wavelength here, to be honest, because we're kind of saying the same thing with different words.
Okay, then you agree then that space doesn't expand, like in the Big Bang, space didn't expand.
Fuck, I don't know.
All right.
I mean,
take some time, think on it. You know, it took me a while to wrap my head around it too. That time wasn't the first time I heard that time wasn't real. I'm like, are you insane? But yeah, in reality, it's not physical. It's not real. It's just something metaphysical that we came up with.
Hey, Percentage, he made a good point though. How does anything move through space if there's no medium? Space has to be a medium, right?
No. So
yeah, it has to be something.
Give me an example. What's moving?
Light.
How does light? Well, that's the age-old argument. There could be like a medium for light to move. Everything requires, every wave requires a medium, except for light. Correct. They say light is the one that they claim doesn't require anything, right? But I'm not so sure about that, and that's why, I think it's a good kind of evidence to say that the ether does exist, because if every wave requires, the medium to kind of go through, to propagate through, then the ether could be the medium for light. But let's say,
so are they saying light is metaphysical?
No, light is definitely physical.
Right. So, but are they requiring light to be metaphysical for it to go through nothing?
I don't
No,
think so.
not in the standard model of physics.
Because they say
How do they
that
explain
space
light
is
goes through
physical
nothing?
too, right? So they say that a physical thing is probably going through another physical thing, but they just incorrectly say that space is physical, when in reality they probably mean the ether. It'd be probably more correct for they're probably closer to the ether than anything else.
Well, there is a version. That's what our current understanding is that there is an ether. That's where the Higgs mechanism comes from. The Higgs boson is that there's a zero state that is essentially an ether. It's kind of like a bubbling, just like a little bit of bubbling energy in completely empty space. You have an ether. That's what our current theories tell us.
What if they're one and the same? What if the
Maybe they are.
space is the
Maybe they
ether?
are.
In your idea, you have like space, which is like a thing that exists, or what have you. Maybe the ether is that space that exists.
Yeah, you could very well be right. But
There's a
I
chain reaction there, though.
do what?
The ether doesn't comport with the globe model in all ways. Is a problem.
Well, it's like it's a different version of the ether. It's not the ether as proposed in like 1918.
It's the
A
heliocentric
stationary
compatible ether.
a stationary ether could comport with it. They like when they did Michelson-Morley and stuff, they were looking for a moving ether. But if the ether is stationary on
They're looking for drag. They're looking for ether
like
drag.
it's going, yeah, they're looking for ether drag, but if it's moving along with the earth, like, you know, perfectly, and like I don't see why it wouldn't work
They did a
on their
bunch of
model,
different.
at least. I personally think that it's stationary, and if it does exist, it's stationary, just not moving, you know.
They did a bunch of different experiments, man. They did the interferometer thing, stationary as relative to Earth, and then they did a moving interferometer, and then they did a bunch of other different experiments, dismissing the notion of the classical ether.
Hold up,
But
how did they do stationary relative to Earth, a stationary ether relative to Earth? How'd they test that?
yeah, that would just be a classic interferometer.
No, the classic interferometer, I thought it was for ether moving.
That's to
Because
test.
they thought the ether was stationary relative to a moving Earth, so they were expecting a discrepancy between the two.
They're
And
expecting a drag. So their
yeah,
notion was that the Earth is moving around the sun, and if they, using an interferometer, they could detect some kind of drag in some direction, right? So you've
yeah,
got three directions in a interferometer. You can think of it up, down, left, right, and one of them would basically produce some kind of drag. There would be a difference between light traveling in this direction versus light traveling in that direction, and they observed
absolutely.
no difference.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the classic like Michelson-Morley type thing. But
Yeah.
you said stationary relative to Earth, meaning as Earth is moving, this thing is moving, and how did they test that one?
Well, a stationary relative to Earth would just be something bolted to the ground.
Something that what?
Just something bolted to the ground that would be stationary to Earth.
Yeah, how would they test it though? If the ether was relative to the ground, how would they test it?
How would they test it? They spin the mechanism,
And
and they determined that there was no ether.
what? You're not making sense now.
So they
'Cause
did.
you said that they did it both ways, and both ways they determined there was no ether. One way was
Yes.
that the ether would be dragging along with the Earth,
Mm-hmm.
dragging like with a leg,
Mm-hmm.
with the Earth's spin, and the other one would be ether with the Earth. When they showed when they did it with like it kind of lagging behind the Earth or whatever with ether drift, they had it was a negative result, right? Meaning that if the ether did exist, it wouldn't be it would be stationary. And then you said if it was stationary, I mean they tested if it was stationary and it was also a negative result, meaning that it had to be moving. So it can't be both.
No, it means that it doesn't exist
No, but it can't be both.
as
It would have to be one or the
proposed.
other. Because the way
Yes,
they didn't test the ether directly, they tested it by light with an interferometer.
Yes, well, I'm just saying that as proposed, as their theories proposed, it did not exist. That's why the first one failed and the second one failed, because it didn't exist, because there's nothing to test, because it's not real.
No, but you still are testing light propagating through air, right? So either the light would propagate such that there's no kind of like lag in any direction. Like forget the concept of it being ether or whatever. Either there's the light is hitting the interferometer in every direction, or it's not. They showed that it is in equal times, right?
Yeah.
Which shows that there's no lag. So I don't understand how you could say right after that they also showed that it wasn't hitting in equal times, showing that it wasn't anchored.
When they would spin it up. It would rotate. So by rotating it, you can tell if the concept is that it's somehow fixed to the earth and it's stationary to the earth, then you'd also have to have some kind of asterisk saying that, you know, at certain speeds it's not effective or whatever. But so you could get around that by spinning it. By spinning it, you get around the notion that it's still because you're moving through it. Right?
So you think, hold up, if we spin the like the entire apparatus, you think that
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
going to somehow move, like sway the ether, so that we get a result?
Yeah, exactly.
Nah, that's an unnecessary assumption. Like, what if we can't physically manipulate it? What if it's just omnipresent?
Well, then I guess you could better come up with a better test.
Because it's not the ether so far isn't a physical thing that can be manipulated. So I don't understand why they would think if they were to spin it, it would affect, like spin the apparatus, that it would somehow affect this non-physical ether. As of yet, non-physical ether.
Well, it's the same thing. Drag. They were looking for drag when they did it in the original manner with it not spinning, and they were looking for drag whenever they spun it.
Yeah.
And they didn't find it. And there's quite a few other experiments in this same vein that show that ether as proposed in like the early 1900s does not exist. But there is a version of an ether now with quantum field. So they were kind of right, but they just weren't exactly right.
Did that test that they determined that it didn't exist, did it have anything to do with assuming the Earth moved?
The first version, yes, where
That's Morley.
Yeah, the first version, yes, where it didn't spin, there was an assumption that the Earth was moving. The second version, however, when you spin it, it doesn't matter if the Earth is moving or not.
Can you like cite what experiment you're talking about for the second version?
Sure. Hold on. Give me just a second.
Appreciate it.
Hi guys, how you doing? Could I just jump in? That's a great conversation. But what that last guy, what you said, I don't know your name or anything, but you described the ether. So they've just basically changed the the word, because the ether, you can actually put the ether, what the ether is, and what the Higgs field is together, and they're the exact same thing. They've basically just changed the name. That was it. But it's a great convo, guys, by the way. Loving it.
The Higgs field. Truth be told, I don't know much about it.
Yeah, the Higgs field is basically the modern version of the ether. It's what gives objects mass. And I'm not pretending to understand it, but that's what is taught. And I am definitely a believer in science, right? I told you I studied to become a mechanical engineer, and I would say to you, look around. Can you name me any object that you're witnessing right now with your eyeballs that isn't engineered? Everything engineered is engineered via the knowledge base of science, right? So the modern world is not essentially, it absolutely 100% is built on the notions and principles that physics defined well, I would say discovered and then defined. And it's everywhere, man. Everything you see, unless you're outside in the woods, was engineered using these basic physical principles and more advanced principles, of course. But
I agree with you there. But the thing is, everything you talked about, yeah, you could manipulate, you could hold and stuff like that. It's when it gets. I love science as well. I'm a science nerd, but I've learned there's a big difference now between physical science and theoretical science, or physics and theoretical physics,
definitely,
if you know what I mean. So that's my only thing I get problem I've got with science. Is I'm a science geek. I love all the new tech. I love sitting here. You know, I'm 57 years old. I game, but I played on these stupid games. You know, it was like just a blip moving back and forward. It was called tennis and stuff like that. But it was basically just a little controller. You move this white thing up and down, and now I can get. That's amazing for me. So I'm sort of science, but when it goes into the theoretical side of it, you have to, you know, to really prove it. For me, anyway, to prove it, I would have to do something physical. You know. Or,
yeah, and that's where the engineering comes in. And if you look at, like, it sounds really boring, but if you look at anything, just anything you can think of in your house, like the electrical socket or the light bulb or the TV or the heater or anything, you can dissect it down to basic physics principles that were applied to build that object. So in that sense, you're proving that it's real, right? You've taken this theory, it's been experimentally validated, and it's been validated in the sense that a device was created that works on the principles founded by science. So there's a lot of.
But that's the thing, is that I think that's the crux of the issue with this whole discussion, is that theoretical science is different than the science that it took to create that construction you're talking about. Because in theoretical science, it's about interpretation, not about the physical object that you can't just say, oh, well, theoretically, I created this object in a certain way. You did create it in that certain way. That's the difference.
Yeah, I mean, theoretical science
agreed.
is like string theory, man. You're talking about quantum mechanics or general relativity.
Heliocentrism is theoretical science.
Heliocentrism.
Yes,
That's a diverge there, but it's getting
it is.
late.
It's
It's getting.
theoretical.
I appreciate y'all for having a chill conversation. Yeah, I kind of come on here to talk to you guys. So many times it's like heated, and
I didn't mean, I'm not trying to get argumentative, but I think that's the crux of this discussion, because, like he was saying, you know, their concepts are not a real thing. They're concepts. You can represent them by real things. Like I was going to say, money is a good way of thinking of it. Like a dollar.
Yeah.
A dollar can be a physical thing, but it's our value that we place on it that creates the value, right?
Yeah.
Like the dollar doesn't mean anything until we actually place a value to it, which is the concept.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a little different in terms of the physics, though, because there's no analog for the thought process with the physics. Once you build the device is working. But in terms of theory, the only thing that's really theoretical right now is string theory. But regardless, I enjoyed talking to you guys, and I got to crash, man. But I'll see y'all around. Nice talking to you guys, and have a good
Nice one.
Yep, have a good night.
All right, take care, man.
Yeah, that was great listening. But the thing is, I'm with you, a new perspective. It's about the physical, you know, things that you have to. All those theories work, but what they do then is they take how magnetism or the gravity or whatever, and they look at things away millions or billions of miles away, or just a million, millions of miles away or whatever, and they use, they're taking the physics that we use down here that they can experiment on. That's fine, that's great. But then they say, oh, look at this. This is giving off a blue colour, or a red colour. That means that planet's full of hydrogen, for example, because that emits that colour, red. So they see red and they go, oh, well, it happens down here or whatever in this vacuum or down here. And then they take those physics, they understand, and say, oh, that must be hydrogen. Right, if it was hydrogen, this is what it's doing. And then they take, it's like an axiom. Axioms, you know, people think it's like an absolute truth, but you can actually take an axiom and make a statement, say, right, you know, like hydrogen produces red through the spectrum. When we look through it through a spectrometer or whatever, it'll come up predominantly red. So, and then they look up, they see there's this colour that's predominantly red, and they say, oh, well, if hydrogen from a look through by a spectrometer turns up red, that means that object, 50 million squillion miles away or whatever, is hydrogen. So they will now take that axiom and they'll say, right, we've agreed it's hydrogen. That planet is surrounded by hydrogen or whatever. And then they'll look at things, they'll start making assumptions according to that. Oh, right, okay, so if it's an atmosphere of hydrogen or it's emitting, it'll be this and that and that. And that's what theoretical physics is, based on the assumption that, taken on the fact that when you look through a hydrogen flame through a spectrometer, it'll give off red. And that's it. And then they can build this whole imaginary thing like from the start of the universe. It was so funny. That's doublethink to imagine that nothing existed, like Percentage was talking about. Nothing existed, and suddenly this event happened, and the guy that he was talking to, I don't know who it was, said, well, it's called a bubbling, boiling mass of particles, but particles are physical, which is, yeah, that's why I've got a problem with theoretical physics.
Yeah, and they always try to make the direct parallel, like he just did, with a construction of some sort that he physically built, being the same as testing the theoretical stuff that we postulate is what stars are made of or whatever. They're not equivalent, but they would like they get people to think they are. And that he says, I believe in science, you know, and that's right there, the red flag. You don't have to believe in mechanics, you know, the mechanical engineering. He doesn't have to believe in it. He applies it. It's not a belief.
Yep, absolutely agree. You know, and when you look at the definition, I know it's so boring with the etymology and all that kind of shit, but if you actually look, because I've believed the Earth is flat for a long time, right? And the greatest thing is they call you science deniers, or you're not a scientist. Well, if you actually look at the what do you call it, the definition of what science is, you know, it's a gathering of knowledge, right? And so we're all scientists. So someone made a quote, I can't remember. We're all scientists. Well, because we're curious, you know, innately curious to find things out. And you know, if you truly are curious, and for me, example, it'd be absurd of me to think that I knew what reality was. You know, the actual, like, where we came from, all that. It's absurd for me to think that I would ever be able to know that, because you've got to go into the past and then you've got to make stories up. But these people are obsessed with finding that out, and it's like as if they want to be God in a metaphorical sense. They're driven to find out. You know, personally myself, you know, that's something we could never know. We'll never ever know that because it'll always be based on an assumption of when it all started, and it can never be proven. So it's all everything after that is like a false assumption. I've learned that. I've learned, so now that's how I look at. That's my view on life, right? Not in a bad way. I think it's great because it's fucking hell. Just think, right? I've been told all my life, we've got it sorted, guys. This is how we're from and stuff like that. But now I've got it's a hobby for me to find out. I'm more interested where we're going as human beings rather than where we came from. So.
Yeah, and that's how they made themselves gods. You know, they decided that they would claim the sky, and claim to know what the sky is made of and where it came from, and that's how you make yourself God on Earth.
Well, think of this, right? Sorry, I have to get this out because I just thought of that, right? I used to have a saying because, as I say, I've been on it for years and been in loads of hangouts, and they would describe these people, and even scientists will describe this, right? They're standing on the shoulders of giants. And I used to say, when they quoted that, I used to say, no, you're riding on the coattails of science. That's what you're doing. And because imagine that, right? To say, I would say, you know, if I was in respect of someone, I would say, well, I'm behind the guy that started it, right? But just by that, the pure grammar of that quotation, what they say, that's what they think. So they're actually standing. Who has the higher ground if you're standing on someone's shoulders? They're giving themselves the higher, and so you're dealing with someone straight away. If you're going to interact with that already, you know that the mentality of that person, if they quote that, and they can see themselves standing on someone's shoulders.
Good retort. Yeah, it's a good retort to that. You're riding on the coattails, not standing on the shoulders. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's what they're doing. They're actually insulting like people like Faraday, Maxwell, Newton as well. You know, he was just a thinker, an alchemist, or whatever he was. But these guys, you know, had access to older knowledge, which, if you actually look at, they're just trying to. They were just replicating knowledge that came from before. You know, when they done the stars, or you know, these observations or experiments with chemicals and stuff like that. It's all been done before. But these guys, if you look, a lot of them, even though they started from, some of them started from, you know, like normal beginnings, single parent families and stuff like that, they ended up in like high level schools, which, look at where all the great libraries are. Imagine you go to Cambridge. I'd love to go to Cambridge. I love reading. Have a look at the library there. And that's not even all the books. You can go and get access. These guys had access to all these like books that were written in Greek, or they're reading things going, wow, how the fuck do they do that? And then, right, that's how that works. And then, as I say, they just bring it into the real world. So they're just replicating things that happened, or the way people thought thousands of years before. Because it's written down. You know, that's without a doubt. There's books there that's 2,000 years old. Script.
Yeah, and for us, I think the most interesting part about it, actually digging into those books now, would be figuring out how much of that they really thought, or how much of it was created to support the narrative.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, think about the construction of heliocentrism and the reverse engineering it took over the many years to make sure that all their possible objections were answered for. And then you think, how many of those men really believed it? And how many of those men were part of the reverse engineering?
And what would you gain by that? You know, remember, these people have got, you know, and I think, you know, I'm not, you you know, belittling the people that go and study for 7 years or whatever. But I believe going deeper into it, it's in the education process. A quick story: my friend, he's a joiner, shuttering carpenter. I don't know if you know that. So you make forms for, then a steel fixer comes in, builds the framework or the cage, and then you pour the concrete after. He used to build the walls for it, right? And he decided, I thought, I'm going to better myself. I'm going to go to university and become an architect. And he lasted about 3 months, right? And he told me, he goes, Alan, he said, and this is like 25 years ago, 30 years, maybe longer. And he said, Alan, he says, look, I was like, how's the course going? He said, I stopped it. I says, how do you mean you stopped it? He says, well, the style, the way that I was getting educated, or the way they were trying to, you know, educate me, was to make me think I was something special. He actually spotted it, and he went, this was before we were into conspiracy theories and stuff like that. But he noticed that he was, the way he was getting taught, it was, you know, he knew that at the end of the course, it was, you know, it was like they're teaching them to feel that. And because I've been in the building game for so many years, I've worked with architects, I've been foremen on the construction site and stuff like that, right? And I've had to interact with, you know, architects will come round, they'll, you know, if the building's half done, they'll say, oh, well, we're going to change it. They were always changing the plans. And even the guys that were doing the concrete, the flooring and all that, were more aware that these, half the time, the structure, it's not bearable. You know, it's an impossible task to do it, the job. But these architects are, a lot of them are very, and the higher up they go, they're very, like, what do you know? You know, they're very egotistical. And I think that's, so my point was that I think it's in the education, you know, where they get trained, it's subliminally, like words, you know, hey guys, yous are brilliant, you know, look, yeah, you know, not everybody make someone feel special, give them that, whatever. It's dead simple to do, but I think it's part of educating. It's prevalent through the education system and done on different levels, kind of thing.
So he was turned off by the arrogance.
Well, he was turned off that he was getting taught to be arrogant. It was nothing. Right. He was getting educated. He was getting primed.
It was the belittling of others that he wasn't willing to participate in.
Yeah, that's that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So at the end of his education, when he come, because the worst, it's like, you know, as I say, I've worked on building sites, big, huge building sites, right? And you can always tell, and throughout different trades, you can always tell the guy that's just come out that's newly educated. They'll stand and argue about things that they got taught at school. And this is a fact, you know, I've had fucking nearly 40, about 30 odd years experiencing this, right? So, and you'll have this, you could always tell someone that had just learned something out of school, and they would be talking to a guy, not me or whatever, but I just observed this, talking to guys that had been doing it for 30 years and thinking they were better than them. Whereas I learned most of my stuff, as I started from the bottom, and I've had my own companies and everything. I had a great time, but I would listen to these guys that had 30 years experience because they knew what they were fucking talking about.
Oh, that's I think that's part of the formula and how this, you know, this topic we talk about is so hard for people that have been through the rigmarole of learning all of these things, and then to think that they may not even be real, you know, is one thing, but the arrogance that they display and you don't even know this or you don't even know that, and yeah, they were trained to belittle anyone that doesn't have the knowledge that they have. you know, and that's how they treat us about the whole subject. You know, if you don't know this, then that means that, you know, everything else you take must be wrong and such. But yeah, that's why it's so, they get so triggered, because we're not arguing about whether what they know is right or not. We're we're arguing about whether they were taught a lie, which seems to be the case.
Yeah, that's a hard, you know, and that's a hard thing to take. And when we, you know, and the thing is there was what's been prevalent for years is being accused of, you know, or you think you've got this secret, right? This was a meme going about. This was the argument. Is, or you think that you've got a secret and it's ha ha ha, like that, he, I know something you don't know. But most people, like fucking every flat earther, it's never been about knowing something that you don't know and getting that buzz off it thing. You know, that childish kind of thing. That's called projection. Right? That's how the only reason these people, the only, you know, in their world, if someone is given knowledge or like say, no, it's this way, it's that way, right? It's like in their world, a person like that is someone that's holding a secret, and that says more about, you know, that gives a more in-depth new perspective, or shout out you, or perspective on the psychological mentality. I mean, it's only a small thing, you know, it's not like 100%, because, you know, I don't know everything kind of thing, but it's like a little sign of, it's like a little look into the mentality of, you know, who you're dealing with or whatever, and it's up for, I'm bad at it. But the conversation percentage,
Yeah, it's a misinterpretation. Yeah, it's a misinterpretation. We don't think we know something they don't know. We just don't believe what they think they know.
yeah. But they think, but imagine, right? But their picture of us. So it's like that. What I was talking about, the axiom or that first assumption. So in their world, someone that's like whatever we've all been doing is like sort of going against the narrative. Anybody like that is, then they think they know you 100%. So people like that think this way, and that's how they handle us. But it's like a projection kind of thing. It's either a view or their own personal, how they are, or the people that they've been involved in. They might have, you know, had a shit life where everybody took advantage of them, and they acted in, you know, the smart ass guy, right? You know, they think they're smart asses, and I don't get any, you know, I don't think I'm any better than anybody. My dad taught me that when I was a fucking kid. So I've been brought up, well, I never have, but I've always been confident. And if you're confident, you get misconstrued as arrogant when it's the total opposite, man. You're just confident.
Right. Yep. Yeah. And if they have to belittle someone to feel good about themselves, that's not confidence.
Yeah, exactly. And that's there you go. And that's another insight to their self-worth. You know what I mean? It's like little things, the way you get treated. You can, all right, because it's all personal. You know, when you actually reveal, you know, we all reveal things about us or our inner psychology just by the grammar that we use, the words we use, or how we say them and stuff like that. And imagine, right? Imagine that you knew that secret. You knew that secret, and you could use that. You could use that to manipulate people, because that person's telling you exactly his world view. And if you want to interact with him, interact in a way that fucking works with his world view. And there you go. And imagine now you could do it to 100 people, stand and give a lecture, and you're going to get a 50% hit, a change in people's world view, and then extrapolate that out to thousands and blah, blah. You know where I was going. But that's the point. You know, they reveal things about them. We all reveal. I reveal things that we all do. You know?
Yeah, true. True. That's good though. Yeah, the humble person is definitely more confident than someone that's arrogant in the long run.
Yeah, but also confidence as well, and that's a thing I think where, you know, if we look back at school, if we go back and analyse school, in my day, right, in the 70s, when I was going to school and into the left school in 82, but starting from primary school or whatever, I had a good primary school. I always thought, right, you know, you were doing an exercise, you were answering a question, and you'd write the answer down, you'd hand your notebook in, you'd get it back, and there was a big red cross at the answers you got wrong, and a big huge tick. A big nice blue tick. Funny the colours by the way, but anyway, that's another subject. But a big red cross, and if you got it wrong, and a big blue tick. Now imagine like the psychological effect on, for example, a 6-year-old, 7-year-old getting told already they're getting told they're worthless. And it's so subtle, you know, things like that. I might be totally off the mark. This is just my analysis.
No, it's true. I went to a
You know,
college with no grades, and you know, I talked a lot about that philosophy of grades, and yeah, definitely as a kid, like, you know, a kid might have been a lot better student if he wasn't graded at the age, you know, where he wasn't on, you know, maybe he, you know, he was a late bloomer, or he had, you know, a different way of looking at things, and he didn't think in rote memory, but he was very intelligent. But he may never realize how intelligent he is, because he defined himself as a D or a C or whatever it was on that paper.
Yep. Yeah, nice.
For sure. And it's meant to be that way. That's the, you know, the cruelty of our system, for sure, from the very start.
No, I think it's more because I'm for the system. I'm like Isa. It was Isa Mahalski actually taught me to look at that. I went through the law thing, and I read, you know, I read loads of books, learning about law, and it was Isa Mahalski that taught me, no, it's not the system. The system's a great system. If you break down the system, how it works, not how it works, how it was how it's designed. It's like anything, yin and yang. There's always two sides, right? You could use a great system for good or bad. It's as simple as that. It's just getting used for bad at the moment. But if you actually look at what the system is, not all the little addendums and stuff like that, but what the system, break it down, what it is, taking away your experience from the system, and you sort of take an objective look at what it's actually meant to do about protecting people, doing the best, and blah, blah. Well, there you go. Well, that's the system. But there's people there that are taking the other side. They're using that for bad. The subtleties they're using. I heard a conversation, sorry for going on, but I heard a conversation.
I agree. I listen to Issa a lot too. I agree with that. I think that the design of it, you can't really call fair, because, you know, if we hadn't known Issa or some of these other people online, we might have never even thought of some of the things that we realize now. You know, it seems like there's a lot of nepotism involved. That these people are getting educated on the ins and outs, you know, of how the system actually works, when really, you know, it works completely differently. And we're taught, I mean, the esoteric and the exoteric, it's designed to benefit the people that have the inside, you know, track. You know, even though you can go find that for yourself, it, you know, it's it's fair but not fair. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and yeah, it's just, but it's the people that's in the jobs, right? It's your president, or I've got a great story about this. It's about the World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab, but it's for another time, because it's so funny, because I'm in Denmark, and I just got told something the other day that I went, fuck. You know, yeah.
I want to hear it. If it's about Klaus Schwab, I want to hear it. What's the story?
All right. You know, they've got a school called for global young global leaders, right? They've got this education. It's like a school or university that they hand pick people. They might be 18, 19 or whatever, and it's for future world leaders, right? World leaders. So anyway, And every year it's Davos. That's the guy that runs Davos. That all the conspiracy, all our prime ministers. Yep, exactly. And so he's got this idea about this, but they've got a school, right? And I was just watching a documentary, just and checking it out, because I always like to find out. I found out what it was. I went to their own web page and find out what the World Economic Forum's college or school, actually it's called, for future global leaders. So I went and looked to the philosophy, their agenda, not their agenda, they call it, I can't remember what these things, but it's their agenda or whatever, what their goals,
2030.
their goals, actually. Yeah, that used to be Agenda 21, actually, New Perspective, but they changed that.
No, there's two of them. There's Agenda 21, and then there's Agenda 2030.
Yeah, I know, but if you look at the goals for, and remember, it was only about 4 or 5 years ago that, I think, maybe 6 or 7, they started talking about Agenda 2030. Is because I rubbed my hands, I've been looking at exactly, right? So I thought, yes, they're fucked up, right? They're behind time, so they're turning it into 2030 because they knew they couldn't reach their future goals. That Agenda 21 was written in 1996. I read it. I would sit with my mates while we were smoking on the internet. Maybe it was in the 2000s or something like that, right? I was sat there and I actually downloaded it. I just heard about it. I downloaded it. I was reading it while we were just sat and we were all having a chat. I was like, I'd stop it, but say, do you know what they call us? Do you know? And then I'd get back on with it. Then I'd be reading through it. But that was my memory. But I read that, and so since then I've just seen like this play come into fruition, kind of thing. And then when they changed it, I thought, I was like, yes, I fucking knew it. They fucked up. They have to do it, and they changed it to 2030. But back to this school.
They didn't change it though. They had two different ones. There was Agenda 2021 and Agenda 2030. They were always separate. It wasn't changed.
Yeah, but right. Oh no, it did. It's not a different one. It's what happened was with the smart meters. That was the biggest one. If you go back and read Agenda 21 and find out what year, because they mentioned years that it's to be introduced by, right? What's to, the information that they need. And one of the stipulations was that everybody would have to have smart meters, right? Because smart meters, it's all about energy. It's all about how much energy, resources, natural resources that you're using. That's the whole point of it. So they can, it'll be end up that you'll be given an allowance, a monthly allowance of electricity. This is coming. This is coming, and this. If they get away with it, right? Only if they get away with it.
Yeah. What do you mean if they get away with it? How would they not get away with it?
Yeah, I know. I was actually hoping you were going to say, well. But I don't like to be pessimistic. I'm just teaching my kids. I'm trying to, so that they can.
Well, I don't know. Is there a plan to stop them? I don't think there's a plan to stop them. I don't think there's if there was enough organization to have a plan to stop them, they would find out about it. That's the problem. They can monitor everything that's going on.
How about this then, right? I used to do computer programming when I was 14-year-old, right? I learned about how to talk to my Amstrad. I learned the language, right? Just by the monthly magazine, you get a program, but it tell you what you were actually writing. How to make loops and how to plot colours, how to make a line and all that kind of stuff. So I used to sit for hours doing that, so I understood that kind of thing. So fast forward into the future, these computers or this. Oh, I forgot my point. Sorry, man.
Oh, well, you're saying that. I was saying, is there a plan to stop them? And if that plan's there, can we? Is there anything in place that's even talked about stopping them? Or is it all?
Thank
Are
you.
they all on the same page? Maybe, or is there any
That was it.
competition at the top?
That was the thing, right? So anyway, a few years ago, I got into crypto. Now, but because I've always been interested in computers, always sort of followed the tech, always understood that you're actually just trying to, you're just having a conversation with, it's just another language. So you've got to learn a language to talk to your computer, your binary, or this this thing, the core, for example. Right, and you've got to understand that, and once you look at it in that kind of metaphor, it's quite easy not to learn programming. That's crazy to understand it. But so anyway, I got into crypto, and I've always thought, right, if there is going to be something, computers can be easily hacked, and now governments and everything, it's all reliant on computers. So I got into cryptocurrency about 4 years ago. And I got into certain web Telegram places where it was run by developers, and in there you learn there's a philosophy, right? They're very, very anti-control kind of thing. So my belief is, even though they're there working on me, because they can hack anything. Don't kid yourself. The same people that are setting up or have had the education to set up, firewalls and that. There's people had the same education that know how to break them down. So it's like the yin and the yang again. So I believe they will eventually, and they'll just bide their time. That's who I believe. It's the people that know the tech. I'm trying to encourage my son to get into programming. My daughter's boyfriend. That's exactly what he's into. Computer program. My daughter's boyfriend's into computer program. He's only 17. He's 19-year-old. I was like, I'm liking him already, man. It'll be young kids like that with the philosophy we've got, or maybe a totally wrong perception to save it. But I'm teaching my kids how to live within it. Because I've accepted, like yourself, who's going to stop them.
They'll be hired. If they're good enough, they'll be hired. They won't be the ones taking it down, probably.
I have a mate who knows programming. He's only 20 years old and he's making over 100 grand a year already, and he's selling NFTs for over 20 grand. So it's definitely the future you want for the younger generations. I mean, I wish I got into that sort of thing, but you got to have the type of brain for it to learn programming and that. You have a left-sided brain for sure.
Yeah.
Have
we talked to him about NFTs real quick? I just want to ask about the NFTs. Doesn't it seem like there's kind of an inside track as far as people profiting from NFTs? Like they're kind of like, you have to know somebody that's gonna, buy your NFT. Like they're kind of like buying each other's NFTs and inflating the value of them. Like, do you think a nobody can just go on there and make the money that they with these stories we're hearing?
You can get a tax break. Here's an example. When those NFTs came out, because I've been in crypto, right, and I've been in loads of scams, or I know it's like what you're talking about money, right? What you're talking about money, it's only an agreement. It's just a transference of either your energy that you've used, right? It's turned into a paper thing where you can do it instead of using your energy to feed 2 chickens and then slaughtering them, having chicks and slaughtering them, that energy, and swapping it for, I don't know what you want, a bale of hay or whatever for your cows and that barter system. Money just took the place of that. And with NFTs, think about this. When it becomes public knowledge and popular, it's with all scams, the run's finished. Anybody that gets into it now, it might last about 2 or 3 years, but think what you're paying for. You're paying for fuck all, man. A card or a digital ones and noughts, man. You're fucking, it only has the value that someone wants to pay. And imagine that these people suddenly
You know, they know the trick, like these Jake Paul and that, all these people that are promoting these NFTs. The only reason they're promoting it, why would you, if it was so good, right, why would you tell everybody about it? Crazy, right? The only reason you're going to tell people.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of them, especially to begin with. Yeah, it's about the
money's been
novelty.
made. Yeah, the money's been made, right? So I wouldn't encourage anybody. Yeah, you know, crypto's good, but remember it can get shut down. Well, no, actually, it can't get shut down. That's the problem. That's the problem they've got with it. They're making their own system. I think it's next month. All banks, all banks all over the world, your local bank or whatever thing, they're going to connect up together, right? So that not only will your bank know what you spent your money on and stuff like that, so will a bank that you're not affiliated with.
That's happening next month?
I think it's next month. It was a few months ago I read the article, not from a conspiracy theorist. It was like they tell you, you know, for their magic to work. You know, it's like I call them karma dodgers because I believe in karma, right? Now, the only way to dodge it is if you. I think this is how it works. Just in my opinion, I truly do believe in karma because I've practiced it. You know, I've worked on it both. I've experimented with it for me fucking longer than I can think. But anyway, I think the way they dodge it is because they tell you, they say, you know, imagine someone came up to you in real life and said, hey, I'm going to rip you. I'm going to charge you this and that. You would say, fuck off, right? But if they do it in a way...
They tell you they're going to do it and they do it, then they get away with it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's my kind of metaphor for it, how I see, because a lot of evil people or people with bad intent do prosper. You know, it's kind of, you know, it's like that way, and for me, for that to match in with my belief of how reality works or whatever, just for me personally, is they must have that dodge. So I call them karma dodgers because they do tell us. Ever since I got into the conspiracy thing before Flat Earth, that's one of the things. Hey, by the way, they tell us. And then I started saying, yeah, I started reading papers. Fuck's sake, man, they're telling us they're going to, you know, impose a fart tax on cows and or that codex alimentaris with cows, anybody that eats cows or anything. I'm not a vegetarian. I take the choice to eat a steak, which I know, you know, whatever, I don't care. I don't, but I do eat vegetarian as well.
You're right, though. I think that point is a good point because we talked about this actually last night. It came up about is it a code they have to follow when they tell us the truth in the movies, or tell us even the truth like through like Event 201 where they simulated the pandemic before the pandemic hit, and it's like, yeah, they were telling us what they're going to do before they did it. And yeah, maybe they are dodging the karma. That's how it's not a code they have to follow, but something they follow because it gets them off the hook, like you're talking about.
And that makes, in my world, in my worldview, that makes my where I think I'm, my realm or whatever, right, fucking amazing. You know, like, but I know that, but there it stops. There it stops. I can think as much as I like that I have it, but I always, where I stop is, I could be totally wrong, but it doesn't matter. The way I look at it or the way that I go about life or whatever works for me. You know, I've got, you know, everybody's got hopes, you know, kind of thing, but I don't get jealous. I don't get greedy. I don't want to murder anybody or anything like that. And that's all causing harm against someone else, kind of thing. You know, you're doing harm against someone else. That's what I use. It's just a philosophy. I can still be a cunt though. You know what I mean? I can still get angry. You know what I mean? Well, yeah, because that's a natural, or it's a way I think when people, you know, I don't rage. I never ever rage. There's a difference between being angry, which is probably due a lot to frustration perhaps, but not being able to express your opinion, and raging. You know, it's a good release to be angry. You've got to get rid of, otherwise you just sit in your head and they can devolve into hatred and stuff like that. You know, if you keep things, so you have to fucking like get it off your chest. You know, and it'll help in the healing process. And you might fuck it. You know, if I was angry with that guy and I continue to be angry with that guy, he's living in my head, and that's taking away energy off. I could discover the secret of the universe in that bit of energy that I use concentrating on hatred towards that other guy, man. Not, you know, that's a fucking extreme example. You know, or learn something with that bit of my brain or that energy. You know.
Right. Yep. Philosophically, that'll save you, for sure. Lots of times. I got to go, but I'll leave you with this. There's something else that they're doing right now. It's called food chain reaction. Look that up. Food chain reaction. It's like, exactly, you know, how they have the food chain reactions, like you know, the event 201 where they went through all the different scenarios of what would happen with the pandemic and all that, right? And it was a Bill Gates thing. Remember that? Well, now they've got the same thing. They've got the same thing going on with the exact same simulation of food chain reaction, meaning that there's food shortages, and we know it's manufactured food shortages that we're looking at right now. They're manufacturing it, but then posing it as like this natural occurrence through climate change or, you know, the population problem and all that. So they sell it as, oh, well, we know we have problem with the crops, and we know we have problem with too many people and, you know, not enough food. And then, you know, here are the scenarios that we're going to have to, you know, commit to so that, you know, a certain amount of people will live and a certain amount of people are going to have to, you know, be deprived or whatever it is. You just look that up. There's like a whole event. The scary part about it is that they're manufacturing the event just as we know they did with the other, rather than having it be something they're just reacting to, as they claim.
That sounds
scary
real,
times
mate.
ahead.
Okay, I promise you, I know you've got to go, so I promise you, I'll go and look at that, right?
Yeah.
On the I will do. On the stipulation that that when I do, the next time I see you, we go into another room and we have a conversation about it. Instead of on, it doesn't have to be live or anything. But
sure,
when there's more,
we should be talking about it for sure.
Yeah, I'd like to pick your
buy some steaks. Buy some steaks before they cost $50 each.
Yeah, I've got. I don't honestly. I most of the meat I eat sort of chicken. Very rarely I have a steak, but you know, if people want to eat it, that's good for me. I've not got a problem, but it's mostly chicken. So and fish.
Get some chickens. You know how many chickens were just killed? Look up how many chickens they just slaughtered and how many food plants that were just destroyed.
Is this in America though?
Everywhere. Supposedly everywhere. Yeah.
I'll say one thing quickly, mate. In Australia, it's been raining since the start of the year almost every day, and they're saying they're doing clouding technology to you know, wash away the crops and that.
Yeah.
So it's the same food shortage.
Yeah.
Deal.
Yep. Manufactured.
They're seeding clouds to rain it all away, so the farmers can't create the produce.
Yeah. It's insane. All right. Well, good luck, guys. Talk to you. I'll be listening.
Yeah, nice one, new perspective. That was, as I say, next time, after I've read it, next time I see you in here, it's fucking, I want to talk about it. 100%, man.
All right.
Yep. All right, buddy. Have a good day then. Or good night, or whatever. So, talk more about that thing that's happening in Australia then. What's that about?
Well, they're saying they're seeding the clouds. Do you get the you know, those streaks from the planes wherever you're at?
Yep.
Well, they're doing that.
And they're called chemtrails, but that's a kind of bad definition. But yeah, it was quite strange because I looked up at the skies during the pandemic, and there was It was quite funny. And then, yeah. Sorry, carry on anyway. It was just a side thought there.
Well, it's a bit of a hot take, you know, that's what they're saying, cloud seeding, but it's been almost raining every single day, you know, since the start of the year. And it's seemingly it's not natural.
What part of Australia?
at all.
Sorry, what part of Australia? Geographically, I don't need to know.
The East Coast, from what I know. The East
Yep.
Coast, New South Wales and that, Sydney. It's raining just constantly, man. There's been a lot of word going around that they're actually manufacturing it. They're creating these clouds. Of course, we don't really have the details on it, but they've admitted they can do this sort of thing. They can manipulate the weather.
Yeah. That's old tech, man. That's old tech. You know, it's not like a conspiracy theory that they have the ability to do it.
So it's dodgy stuff for sure, mate. Definitely.
I always thought it's about that. I came through the what do you call it? Live Aid. There was a big concert during the 80s. Live Aid concert. It was Save Africa basically, and we were bombarded on the news like constantly about starving kids in Africa, showing kids with. Oh, that was fucking horrible, man. You know, that was it was crazy. We got literally bombarded with this. And it was later on when I found about cloud seeding, when I looked into it. I thought, oh yeah, you know, this was around in the 60s. And then I thought, wait a minute. If they had that technology, the reason that there was like a drought or whatever and people were starving is because they couldn't grow their own food, right? And I was just like that, thinking straight away, man, why the fuck couldn't you just go and seed? Just change that atmosphere, whatever you do, with ionize it or make some reaction that makes water condense out of nothing kind of thing, you know, interact. That's not hard to imagine. Condensing or whatever and turning into a cloud. I mean, that's, to me, with the technology they've got now, that'd be quite fucking simple to do.
Definitely.
You know what I mean? And then I
Hydrogen.
thought, wow, you know, so on you go.
Well, it's just hydrogen clouds, isn't it? I don't know. You know, you got to ask next. So they create the clouds, and clouds, you know, suck up the water, don't they? So all they have to do is make the clouds.
Yeah. That's it, cause that reaction. They just cause a reaction in the atmosphere at a certain height. They've done loads of, they've probably, you know what I mean? It's like crazy. It's like crazy to imagine that they haven't got this and they wouldn't use it for the bigger picture. And going back to the education thing I was talking earlier on, it's, I think 99% or most, yeah, it's got to be because there's fucking thousands, millions of these people have, through their education, they think they've been taught that bigger picture mentality. You know, okay, so 50 kids die, but look, we killed 2 terrorists, and that terrorist could possibly kill millions of people because they've got this fucking technology, a big, huge bomb that they're just about to that. Yeah, okay, man. And that's called the bigger picture mentality, right? So they've got these ideas and this world view or this ideal, and you know, put in through their education, you know, and it's a dead easy sell. It's not hard to sell someone that, really. You play on the emotion. I think, you know, millions. That could be your mum, yeah. You know, unfortunately, you know, 50 kids had to die, but. And make sure it happens as far away from the person that you're selling to as possible. So they are emotionally attached to human beings, but they're not emotionally attached to someone so far So it's an easy sell to do that, and I think most of these people are doing it innocently. They've just been told this is the best way to do it. You can tell the evil ones, you know, you just have to look where they were educated or where they get money from or whatever. Not the evil ones, the ones that are in the know. They've been told they're special. But in the end up, even the prime ministers that have fucked us over, all these people, they'll get it in the end up. They'll get it in the end up, kind of thing. Because they'll do away with governments. Governments are on the out. They're going there. They're what do you call it? They're belittling it. They're using that system for people to just totally give up on voting for these fucking corrupt governments, and maybe the United Nations or they'll say, hey, well, you know, a lot of a lot of European countries are a member state. Now, if you look, because this is down to law. This is done at the local. These are contracts. You know, if you understand you'll understand a contract is. A contract's like an agreement, and we remember he's the person that's signing it is representing us. Whether the majority of us agree with that guy, he's signing over us. So we've entered into a contract, not that guy. He's entered us into a contract. We can only hold liable that guy, but we never do. But we are bound by that contract, and the next government that comes in, they're also bound by it because we've asked them to represent us. So they're bound. So a member state, a state's not a country anymore. And you have no identity. You won't be Scottish, English, Australian, American. And it sounds so absurd, but that's the fucking future, man. And it's not that far off, you know. I think, in my opinion, just the way things have been moving, it's like a slow train to fucking their end goal. And they've told us, you know, they've written it. They come on television. They give huge lectures and everything, telling us that what's happening in the future. So, and if you know that, you think, right, fuck it. How can I operate within that system? And then you teach your kids or your neighbours, whatever, just by the way, subtly, and so that their kids can still be in this system that we're under, but live as free as we kind of live at the moment. That's all my thing is. That's all I'm bothered about is my kids and my kids' friends or whatever. Their future. Because that'll be shit, you know? It'll be shit for fucking humans. For people, the future.
The
But it's
future's
not
looking bleak. You know, if we don't give it a good shot, if we don't change something here, and it's not looking good, is it?
Yeah, but it's not being pessimistic. That's what I'm saying. People, I'm a pessimistic optimist because, as I said before, I think it's people that's good because everything's tech, everything's ones and zeros, and there's people out there that as good as hacking as building firewalls, blah blah. Any system can be cracked. Give it a couple of months, new system out. There's hacks for it already, man. Getting and Reddit. You know, all you have to do is copy the text, go into your system, open up your screen where you talk to your wee buddy in the corner. You just type in words and symbols, press a button. There you go, man. You're in. So that's always there. There to me is the people. I think that's going to do it. If anything, so that's my optimism. So I'm quite happy with that. You know.
You got to press
But
the right buttons.
it is bleak though, yeah. Because I'm a realist as well. To me, in my situation, it's going to be fucking bleak. You know, if it doesn't or whatever, or even if there is intervention like that. You know, there's loads of ways, right? For example, I could connect through a satellite dish, right? I could connect with you wherever you are in the world. I could connect with you. I could set up a satellite dish. You could set up a satellite dish as long as we could. I could resonate on the same frequency as you. It's amazing. My mate told me about this, and he's a fucking genius. We were going to set it up when I lived in Scotland. We were going to set it up. I was like, fuck, and the technology worked. He was only like 15 miles away with no mountains. Right, fair enough. But it was like traceable conversations, man. Unless you stuck across it through satellite dishes, it was like invisible communication. Quite good. And that was
the radio.
Yeah, but through a satellite dish. You could send pictures and stuff like that as well, you know. So I could sit and talk. I was spot on, man. This is about 20 odd years ago. And because I've always interested in tech, that guy knew what he's fucking talking about. And he explained about, forget about satellites up in the air, but, just tell me about how you can direct a beam direct in a certain frequency. It's like you just tune into it.
It's bizarre, isn't it? I think that sort of thing,
Yeah,
that sort
man.
of technology explains reality, isn't it? Like, it's just zeros and ones, it's just frequencies. And I don't think, the light spectrum that our senses are all in tune to can't be much different, right? So we can't take it too seriously.
I'm not a 0 and 1 reality kind of. I'm not in that simulation. I'm not into that. It's too, to me, there's too much entropy. If you look at some certain metals, which another very good, shout out Chris F.E. Jackson. He was like, he says, Ali, we were talking about metal degrading, like rust and what happens to aluminium, what happens to copper. And he said, Ali, all that's happening there is it's trying to get back. He described it this way. I thought, what a great way of looking at it. It's trying to get back to its natural substance before it was whatever drilled or processed or whatever. When a steel pipe rusts or an iron pipe rusts, they'll rust in a certain way, and they'll go back to their main constituent that they're made up of. That's how he did it, and he explained with aluminium. He says, well, look what happens. It goes like the white, fuzzy stuff. He says, well, that's what that is. He says, it's just going back to where it started from, kind of thing. I thought, that was a good way of looking. Hence death. We're going back to where we started from. And that's the amazing thing. It could be just fucking, imagine there was just consciousness after. Just fucking still thinking, but in a different way or whatever. Blah, blah. And during birth, it's called, in this certain arena, the way they describe it is this spiritual reincarnation kind of thing. They say the reason we forget is called birth trauma. When you're getting pulled out the birth channel, when you get born, that's the point that you forget that you've been here before. It's just a theory. It's just I thought, so that there's a possibility. There's a possibility that is, but that's what they describe it as. And think about it, when your head's getting squashed or something like that, and it can kind of, but it's just a thought. It's not just, yeah. It was just a way of explaining. So, but reality is amazing, but I don't think we'll ever have a handle on it. So when did you start?
What you're dealing with.
Where are you? What's your name? Sorry. Who am I talking to?
Vanu, mate. I can give you a real name. I've got an Irish name.
Oh no, Vanu. I'm sorry. I see you now. I'm on the mobile. That's fine. I can call you Vanu. when did you start thinking about things a bit deeper about you know, what's happening?
I'd say psychedelic experience, to be honest.
Oh, me too.
I think for many of us, it starts from psychedelic compounds, doesn't it? And that's just what breaks, you know, the brainwashing and the box they put us into. You know, you start to
See, when you tripped,
realize.
did you? Where did you actually? What age were you when you first had the hallucinogens?
I'm only 22 now. I'd say I was 16.
Yeah, man. Okay, so that was my first trip before hash or any other drug. On you go. Sorry, mate. Sorry, Van. On you go.
Mate, that's what it's all about, eh?
Did you do it with many people, or I'll tell it so I don't say if I'm interrogating you. I'll give a quick rundown of my experience. I was 16, and I tried it with a group of people. I come from a village out in the country. There's a forest. There's a big loch, and you know, we're surrounded with like a peninsula. Kind of thing. So when we took them, we got the fuck out of the village. It was tiny. There was about 200. You know, everybody knew everybody, and we were just young kids, 16. We'd get out the village as quick as possible, go into the forest, and just there'd be about 6 or 7 of us, and we'd all split up, and then we'd bump into each other, and you know, once you came down off the initial high, we'd just sit and talk about things like. About reality and stuff like that. He's 16, man. You know, when I think back on it, some of the conversations, like just groups are seeing things like colours and like, why is that? What's happening there? You know, like, yeah.
Well, exactly.
That was my experience.
World. You see the internal world and how the internal world creates the outer world.
Yo, Ellie, how you doing, bro?
Related.
Yeah, I'm doing fine, bud.
How's your weekend going?
Yeah, it's good. I'm off for the weekend. I'm off to Brussels on Monday morning, and then to Luxembourg, and then home again. So.
What's in Brussels?
Oh, I work for a removal company, so we move people's shit from one country to another. So I drive, and I've got my partner. He drives as well. So we just drive down there, deliver the furniture, and then come home again.
Okay. That's what's up, man.
Yeah, it's good. I like it. You know, it's a good job. It's hard work. Sometimes it's hard work. But the thing is, right, this is the most interesting part about it, because the fact that I'm interested in politics and the way that the world's going, kind of thing. I do removals for people that work for the United Nations. Sometimes, not all, but like a lot of certain contracts we get, and I have the chance to talk to diplomats, you know, or they work in the embassy, or they work actually, they've been stationed in the United Nations, you know, as I say, a interpreter, diplomat, cyber security expert, all this kind of stuff. So I get a chance to actually find out the answer to my questions. But I do it in a very fucking polite way. I feel the person out and say, yeah, okay, I know what to ask or what not to ask. You know, it's not like on here. It's like a screaming match. I'm very aware of that, and I learn loads of interesting things. And also, actually, one person I moved, I actually found out that I think there was about 50 million billionaires in China, and even the guy that
billionaires.
Yeah, right. He was what do you call it? He was a diplomat, this dude, but he was a bit younger than me. He was about 40 odds, but he was a dead cool dude, man. And they've travelled all over the world because they get stationed. I can't talk too much about it, but they get stationed for so many years or whatever, then go to another place and sort of, you know, they travel around and they have great stories. You know, that's part of the job. We talk to them, and so I don't judge them or think, oh, you're brave, stuff like that. But we have some really good conversations. And then I learn things, you know, that's where I learned that. I think it was 50 billion. He was even a me. He said it's so funny because we were talking about the East and the he says, it's, he says it's so funny that the perception of our perception of what's happening in you know, like China, what China is as a country and stuff like that's a communist country run in a strict way and rah, rah, like this. He says, and it was him that started the conversation. He started the conversation. He said, "Oh, did you know?" I was like, it was him that started it, and then he told me, like, he says, and he pointed out the way he looked at it. I thought, yeah, nicely spotted. And we just had a wee discussion about it. I didn't go, you know, flat earth, like that, the rock corrupt, it's fucking the world's run by, you know, kind of stuff. But I had a great conversation about it, and that was a fact I didn't know. And I was like, fuck yeah, you know. But I know China has a royal, excuse me.
China has a what? A royal what?
A royal family. One sec.
What do you mean?
One sec.
You okay? Yo, don't die on us, Sally. You alright, man? I hope that's just the weed smoke, bro.
No. I've just got a cough at the moment. I'm not dying. I lost my voice.
Okay. No, as long as you okay, man. Oh, hang on, someone calling me. I think we killed Ellie, guys.
No, but I think I'm about to lose my voice. Just for I was feeling a bit sniffy. I was feeling a bit sniffly earlier on, so excuse me.
The vid, mate. The vid.
It just happened, Neil. Just happened.
Okay.
So,
Are you
but
still
I'm
able?
fine.
Are you able to talk, or do you need to take a break?
No, it'll come back. It'll get better. Do I need to talk? Yeah, I do need a break. Someone else talk about something, or respond to what I said or what I'm talking about. It'd be nice.
Who else is here?
I'll bring up another thing.
I just heard you talking. Is there someone else here?
Yeah, Vanu.
I don't want to talk to Vanu.
Yo, bro,
He's a liar.
I'm a liar.
Yeah.
How am I a
A
liar?
lot of lies yesterday. You know what you lied about yesterday, Vanu. We don't need
Tell
to
me. I don't remember. What lie did I say
You don't
yesterday?
remember? Okay, so
I
the
had about
first lie you
14
told.
Guinnesses last night.
Say what?
I had about 14 Guinness beers last night, mate. I don't remember.
Shout out Guinness. My voice is getting better.
Okay. You first said there was someone from NASA that said it's impossible to go through the Van Allen belts, and then
They
when you
said
posted
this.
the
They
video,
said
that's
this.
not what he said in the video. It was like you acknowledged yesterday that that's not what he said in the video. You even admitted you hadn't really watched the video.
Well, I heard it. I've heard it. They said they can't go to the Van Allen belts, mate. I'm eating my dinner. Look, I can get back to you about that subject.
Okay.
But I didn't make it up. I'm not a liar. Don't call me a liar because that's not true. I'm the one that
There was
I like
something
calling
else you
out
lied
lies.
about as well.
And
Yeah,
what is
just
that?
don't remember what it was. I'm trying to remember. But you told 2 lies yesterday. And I mean, yesterday you admitted that you lied about it. I don't know why you're changing your stance now. But
I
it's
never
cool.
lied. You know, there's something, you know something. And then after many years or months, you forget, what you
This is
learnt it
not
from,
what you were
right?
saying
And that's the
yesterday.
take. It's not like I just made shit out of my ass, mate.
But this isn't what you said
every take I
yesterday.
had came
You
from
realize
some
this
sort
is
of
all
evidence.
live on YouTube, right? Like I could go back and find what you said. Should I do that? If I was you, I would just
Adamant
be
that I
very
lied,
careful as to what
because
you
I
say
didn't
now.
lie, mate.
Okay. What I'm saying is be careful what you're saying, because it's gonna come back to bite you.
What I've learned here,
Uh-huh.
what I've learned here is having evidence is very important. Clearly,
Very.
well, that
But
makes sense, and I
but
understand that.
also misquoting or misstating what that evidence says is also something people shouldn't do, right? Like they shouldn't say
Sure, but
my
that was
evidence
never what I
says
did.
this when it says something else, right? I'm not trying to get into a fight with you, bro. Like we can drop it, you know. It's just maybe
Can I just jump in?
maybe
Can I just jump
maybe you
in?
were
Man,
intoxicated
of
yesterday. Yeah,
let me
what's up,
just say
Alan?
something. Yeah,
Mm.
right. Have you ever have you ever been drunk and got into an argument with someone, and you've just said, and it's not really lying, it's just to defend a point. You're pissed, and you just want to get your point across. I think we've all done that.
Well,
Being a
Zach, I
bit
was gonna say,
I don't drink.
But
I
I'm
don't
not saying
drink.
you did it, Vanu. I'm not saying you did it.
I
I'm just
did though.
saying
But
from
you
your
say what
Oh,
you
that
believe, right?
but that's
I
never
said
happened to
what
me,
I
Ellie.
thought was
I
true
don't
and what I
yeah,
heard
I
was
get
true.
that. That's what I'm saying. Yep,
And
and that was
I
the
get
other
your
point.
point. Yeah, and I think
But
that
the
is what
other
happened
point,
with
but the
me.
other side of it, listen, because you were listening earlier on what I was talking about. But the other side of it is, it could have been exactly what Vanu was saying. But if you said he admitted he lied, you would have
Yeah.
to. Well, I would think I would produce the evidence. But anyway, it's not a
I can't.
Well,
conversation.
that's what I need to learn to do.
We're
I need
having
to
a
Yeah,
good.
learn
yeah.
to produce the
It's not a
evidence for the claim,
conversation we need to have.
because clearly
And
I
I
don't
think
take
We're
you
it
having a.
seriously.
yeah,
I
and
want
I
to get
think
more
your
dinner, mate.
all right, cool. But I think your first point explained it, Ali. He must have just been intoxicated, and not too aware of what
No,
he was
well,
saying.
that's your opinion. But as I said, Vanu said, whatever. But it
Well,
doesn't matter. It
yeah,
doesn't
it
matter
doesn't
anyway.
matter.
In the end
Yeah.
up, we wouldn't know, and it's fuck it anyway. Fuck it. It doesn't
No,
matter. But
I
as
mean
I
we could
say, I
find
would.
out. It's recorded.
If
It's
Vanu,
on
if
YouTube.
Vanu says, if Vanu or that Vanu said to me he wasn't lying or whatever, well, I would take him at that because I
That's fine.
can't read his mind unless he admitted it. Unless he admitted it, well, no. But as I say, we all do funny things when we're pissed, me
Yeah,
included.
yeah. That's what I'm thinking.
What
He
do you
was
mean?
just
Yeah.
drunk because he
But
admitted
what do you mean? Yeah, I do that.
he drank 14 beers, right?
Yeah,
And that sounds
14
like a
Guinness,
lot.
right? I'd be
Is
14 Guinness. I love Guinness. Actually, I was going to shout out Guinness, but I was going to shout it out, but you guys were having a conversation. I love Guinness, and it's
nice.
quite strong. I have about 4
Wow.
beers, and I'm smashed. By the way, I'm not a drinker. I'm more of a smoke kind of thing. But sometimes I have beer after work, or
Uh-huh.
I have a couple of beers after 2, and I have a little smoke. I'm fucking, I'm well done in, man. I couldn't sit and drink 14 beers, so I could only imagine what state I would be in. So
Yeah. That's that's what I'm thinking. He must have just been intoxicated and not aware of what he was really saying.
yeah,
That makes
okay,
sense.
that's yeah, and that's it, how you see it. That's it. Yeah.
Because I mean, it's on YouTube, so it's not like there's no point in me trying to lie about it. I could always just go get the recording. And there were other
Right,
people here that can confirm that's what he said. But if we want to go down that route, I'll go and get the recording. It makes sense to me that
I
he must
forget
have been
that.
intoxicated.
It's real in it.
Yeah.
When you think about it, it's not worth it. So anyway, the
Yeah.
last time we were talking, and I had to shoot off.
Hmm.
It was about the moon landings. You asked me. You said, "Oh, I want to ask you why." But I want to change that because I'm talking off. I would like to get your opinion on why you think the moon landings are.
Why are they real?
Do you believe in the moon landings?
I
First of all,
believe someone's been to the moon. I don't know who. I don't know if it was NASA. I don't know if it was the Russians. But we have reflectors on the moon, and a friend of mine and me, we've done moon bounces, and we've also bounced signals off of the reflectors. So I mean, that's proof enough for me, unless it's aliens that put the reflectors there. I don't know.
Yeah, but
someone's
you
been to
can
the
do
moon.
that remote controlled though. Just that's no proof. You can do that remote controlled. So
Ali, give me 2 minutes. Someone's calling me. Just hang on.
yeah, sure.
Ali, I'm back. Sorry, you were saying? If
Yeah, I
you're
was
there.
going to say, yeah,
Mhm.
I'm here. What you said there just before you left or got the call, yeah? You said about there's reflectors on the moon, but you could send them remote control.
What do you mean?
You don't need to physically. No, you send up a fucking object into space, power it towards the moon, land it on the, get it to set itself up.
Like that. Oh, okay, yeah. That I didn't think of that. Yeah, it could have been sent by a probe or something, not necessarily by a
Right.
human. I
All right,
didn't think
so
of that. Yeah, but it at least shows we have the capabilities of going there. We maybe didn't put humans there, but we put machines there. Either way.
I think we put humans there, man.
Okay.
And about the technology, well, you've just got to think. I worked in a nuclear submarine base. I've been on submarines. I've seen boats. I've been inside loads of military ships or frigates or stuff like that, and I've seen the way that they're actually built, right? The way that they're actually built. And for example, a submarine. If anybody's been down a submarine, because I've been down inside, I've worked inside. I actually built. It's so funny. When I was 18-year-old, I built the navigators. I built my box so he could keep his charts, his pencils, and all that. And fast forward to now, learning about the navigation. But that was a job I had when I was about 18-year-old. I just got inside what do you call it? A nuclear submarine base. But the point is, so when I look, the argument with some people is when they look or they break down, the structure of the LEM or these things. Look, it's a fucking tin can. Look, they've got gold flapping off there. That's military built in them days, man. There was absolutely no concern for the safety. You surely wanted to make it as safe as possible. But it was like, the only time they'd been up there is and felt electrical signals experimented on animals or whatever. They were sending, in my belief anyway, they were sending people up there with not a fucking clue what was, and it would just flung together, because that's how the lunar lander looks like. It looks like a fucking piece of shit.
Yeah.
But the television, do you know the television? The television, and that's the way it's built. As I say, I've been in submarines.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, these guys are lives, and they know it. The leaks spring out like lots of times because of what. I've met submariners that go away for 3 months. They don't go to port. They don't land anywhere for 3 months, man. They fucking wherever they go to. Some of the guys down there don't even know where they're actually going to or what they're doing.
But Ali, I just have a question. If you believe we've been to the moon and we have that capability, do you then still dispute the images we take of Earth from space, or?
Yeah, because do you know what's happened, right? Right, and even looking at that, they've been kind of, they've been scrutinised, right? They've been scrutinised enough to put enough doubt in my head that think that those, and there's a guy called Matt Powerland, right? And in my belief, part of my belief is up there, once you go up to a certain point, it's a militarised zone. So that means if you know, well, sort of, if you get the concept of it, if you've ever been in, or if you've ever been in a certain zone before, but you've been forbidden to go in a zone that's literally just fucking 20 metres away from you, right? So this zone is like a militarised zone, open for certain people. So up there, so he asked a question. He said, see if they did go up there and found out the earth was flat, do you think they would tell you? And if you understand the concept of national security, it's like there's a group of people that, like for example, the financial system. If you fuck with the financial system, invent a what do you call it, a algorithm that can do 1 million, 2 million trades a second, kind of thing. It moves that quick, and it does like 50 cents or whatever it does, right? You invent that, and you decide not to fucking pass it on an algorithm, and decide not to pass it on to Burns, Stearns, or whatever, or all these huge companies that trade it. Do you not think that you could get that could get completely shut down because you are a national security risk, because the financial well-being of the United States or Denmark or United Kingdom is intricately tied to this. There's so many jobs. It's a dead easy sell as well. There's so many jobs, livelihoods. If you came up and you just started creaming all the money before they could get their cut of the pie, you get shut down big time, man, because you're changing a system. You're changing a whole system that's in place. So it's dead easy to say it's a national security risk. So to go up there into space, you need a special pass, and as I say, if they came back down, do you think they would tell you? Do you?
Yeah, they were bouncing stuff off the moon like 7 years before anyone ever allegedly went up there.
Yeah, but there's two type of bounces, Jerry. There's a moon bounce, Earth EME, Earth Moon, Earth bouncing, where you just bounce it off the surface of the moon, and then there's a more precise radar bounce where you bounce it off of the solar reflectors. So obviously the Earth Moon Earth bounce, you can do that easily. It's the other one which is a bit more precise because you have to find the reflectors, and you're only able to do it depending on your position and where the moon is in the sky, So certain times of the year you can do it depending on where you are. And you need a bit more expensive equipment. So I think that one is a bit more of the proof. But what Ali's saying is something I haven't thought of. We could have just used probes to put the thingies there. It's not to say an actual man was there. Yeah, I've never thought of that. But even then, for you guys, I think you wouldn't even accept that, right? That maybe a probe is what put the lunar reflectors up there. There were the retro reflectors, sorry. Or was that something you? Jerry? Jerry?
Yeah, what's up?
I'm asking, is that something you would accept? That maybe it's not man that went to the moon, but man sent a probe to the moon?
Yeah, I mean, if they're really there, they got there somehow.
Yeah. But you don't believe they're really there, right?
I don't know. I'd have to do those bounce test things, or at least one of them.
But if you did it and you got the results, you would then accept that man's been to the moon, or we have the ability to go there, put stuff there, right?
Yeah, sure.
Would you need a bit more evidence?
You were a little muffled there. What was that?
I was asking, would that be enough evidence for you that we've been to the moon, or we're able to go into space, or would you need a bit more?
It would help. I mean, as far as all the other stuff about space, I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, it would do
But
something.
wouldn't, Jerry, but
Yeah.
wouldn't that just prove that it was a physical object, though? It wouldn't prove we went to the moon. And this is coming from someone that thinks that we went to the moon, but that doesn't prove that, as well as minor concessions. That doesn't prove it. Just proves it's a physical object.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's all. It doesn't prove that man went to the moon either, kind of thing.
Yeah, something that surprised me is I took a long exposure shot with my camera of the moon when it was crescent, and it picked up the dark half of it. Because you know, sometimes I heard that the moon, when it is like crescent or at half, you could see like stars through it. But yeah, I did that long exposure shot of it, and yeah, you could see the whole thing. So I was a little disappointed because I was hoping, you know, because it looks transparent, you know, when you see it in the mornings, you know, it looks like you could see right through it, but something else is going on, I guess.
Yeah. Definitely.
Do you think it's self-illuminating?
That's a different story. I don't know. It
How
certainly
about
looks
this,
like
right?
it. It
Right.
certainly looks like it, although there's like shadows and textures on it that it looks like it's getting lit up from something else, like the sun. I don't know.
Because what I think, right, I think what they learned from when they landed on the moon is perhaps resources. There was a great document I read, and it was a NASA document, and it was a study on the viability of, you know, to mine the moon, and it was basically saying all the, which is quite fascinating. They were talking about the minerals, you know, the resources that actually, what you could harvest and how much it would cost for a company to do that. It wasn't viable at the time, but it was a proper kind of report. And what they were talking about was, you know, some of this stuff. Yeah, but anyway, it could have supplied like billions and billions of computers or whatever, you know, but for 40 years or something. That was our projection or whatever. But the fact that little fact, where if you know diamonds and precious stones, they actually light, right? And you can actually prove it. They've done these experiments in the 1800s. It's like, no, it's a known thing, right? If you shine a light on a diamond, not just a normal room, shine it as bright as you can on a diamond, go in a completely enclosed space with no light getting whatsoever. If you put it in the corner, put it inside that, and actually watch it, it actually shines. So it actually stores light. So the stars, that was the thing you talked about, the stars, the moon, which I heard as well. I seen it. I used to not believe in the moon landings and stuff like that. But then I found out about this property of precious materials. Some metals can actually store light. They hold it, put it in a dark place, and it shines. So I was thinking these stars could be like a cluster, like a vein or something that was just, it stored the light or whatever. and projected it, and so it looked like stars. You know, a star coming through it. That was just my opinion.
Yeah, it's interesting.
And that's a thing, a property of precious gems, especially diamonds. But you get it with rubies and emeralds. Apparently, that's what they say. They done experiments. They went wild in the 1700s, or just when the 1600s and 1700s, they just went fucking crazy. They 300-year period, they went ballistic with electricity, alchemical, reactions and all that kind of stuff, man. They went ballistic with it. And then, imagine that you had the knowledge that this is how electricity actually, whatever, and you were interested in electricity. You'd go into your shed and you would fucking quickly invent something that does away with the need of paying another company lots of money to produce it. So there's lots of little things like that that makes you think different. When I learned that, I was like, that's interesting. Then I went to something that has absolutely got fuck all to do with that little bit of knowledge, and I looked at I seen the things with the moon. So certainly in a way it does self-illuminate. I've got a video on my other phone. I was down in Brussels. I did post it, but I deleted my channel. But I was in Brussels. The sun was coming up. It's about 7 o'clock in the morning. The sun was just coming up, and I happened to see the moon right opposite the sun. So I got my phone out, and I took I made a horizon, right? So I was keeping the camera at the same width, and I looked at the sun like that, pointing my camera on the phone, and I just turned round in a 180. Right, and then what I did is I rose it up because the sun was just coming. It was just coming up the horizon on that particular time, and the moon was maybe about 40 degrees altitude, from from my horizontal that I just made. It was about 40 degrees altitude. It was a good height up, but the sun was fucking closer to because I had to lift the camera up. Now the amazing thing for me was that from like 5 what it was, imagine a line 7:05. That was the side, the 7:05 on the left hand side. That was the side that was lit up, but it was 180 degrees from the source of light, and it was pointing up. It was pointing right. It wasn't even in the direction of the sun. So my only conclusion could be it's either self-illuminating or the fucking sun's, right? Because the way it was lit, there was no way that you could light an object and miss out the half of it if you were exactly opposite. You see this shit all the time. People just don't notice it. They never look, oh, there's this, and they look at the moon, they think, how the f does that work? And it's all the time. I see the moon all the time because I drive for a living, and sometimes I drive overnight. I'm driving till 3 o'clock in the morning, so I can see the moon all the time. I've been fascinated as a child about it. So there's this big, huge moon in front of me as I'm driving fucking 500, 600 miles through the night. But that's kind of unexplainable, right? Knowing the light source, because that would have said that the light source wasn't the sun.
Wow.
I actually posted it to Ballers. This is years ago. I actually posted it to him, and there was one guy. Fair play to him. He was a baller. The others, or people on the other side, shall we say, is that he was honest. That fucked with his head. He was the only honest one, and he was I'm not going to say his name, but he was like, and he was one of the ones that just insulted the fuck out of you and stuff like that. But that there kind of, but the rest of them are trying to make excuses up. But there was no explanation for this. And that happens all the time. Well, that's what I'm saying. If you ever see the moon, look where the sun is. Sometimes it matches. Sometimes you'll see a full moon and you look at the sun, you go, it doesn't fuck. That's not right. According to light and where the light source is, you know, you can fucking get a torch and shine it at a ball, put a camera on it, you shine it straight at the ground and different. But you know where that light source is coming from. So you can look at the moon, look at the sun. Remember you're walking round the ball with your light and seeing the shadow disappear, no light, and look at the phases, then look at the moon. So that's a big fucking, and it happens all the time. People can see it. I've heard people talking about it actually. But there you are.
See Dawn in the chat. I think he doesn't believe in the moon landings. Like he thinks Earth is a globe, but as far as all the space shit, he thinks that they're liars. But I'm not particularly sure about the moon landing. Maybe he's listening on YouTube.
I think Dawn's lost the plot, to be honest with you.
Morning, Dawn. We were
Hello.
talking about Yeah, we were talking about the moon landings, and I remember you saying that you don't believe in all the space shit, but I haven't heard you say that you think the moon landing was real or fake.
I do actually think it was fake. At the moment, I have for I think about a year or two. I've got thinking about it and just assumed they're probably lying. The whole TV stunt. Is my mic working?
Yeah, it's a little choppy, but yeah.
I think you can fire a rocket, theoretically, with a person in it. And humans are capable of making such a craft to go through the Van Allen belts. And
Wrong.
maybe they've, hang on, maybe they've done it secretly, I'm not sure. But it definitely is an issue that they have to try and work out. I don't take this man's word for it that they've never done it before and they've got to design it soon before Mars. I think that's nonsense. I reckon if they've done it, if they can, they've already done it secretly. But I also think it's very hard to launch around the solar system in a rocket and land on a rotating planet. I think that's quite hard. So I think they're dreaming when they talk about the moon and Mars. Maybe they might have secretly. But my main point was this video of a guy saying it's dangerous to go through there and we're going to have to solve these issues before this Orion mission. I don't think that's like a huge point against space travel.
I mean, the video has 1 million views, doesn't it?
What do you guys think?
I have no idea what to think. I think you make a good point that they might have done it in secret and then just faked the whole thing when they showed people.
Or maybe they haven't done it successfully in secret. Maybe they've got a show for us and then a secret, we're still trying sort of missions. Yeah, they do manage sometimes to get near a planet. Maybe they've landed a person on somewhere before, but it's not easy like a movie. It's like hard. So every time people die and stuff. Really, this is proof that I don't know.
Well, you know, it's not about not knowing, it's about knowing, right?
Well, I've got my ideas, which I just told you. But I don't know for sure which was true about my ideas, if it's definitely true.
Well, I've done a lot of things in secret. And you look at UFOs, they call them UAPs nowadays. They're phenomenon. So the only, you know, crafts that can enter space are light. You know, I don't believe, you know, physical Earth matter can leave space, because it's impossible. It gets crushed in the vacuum. I've seen UAPs, mate, and it's just light. They look like stars and they move around. And seemingly that's the only way to travel through space. You have to become a ball of light. And the question is, how do they do this? You know,
Think
this is
about
what
this.
we're going to be asking.
Maybe some UFOs are UAPs now, so they're not objects.
Well, exactly. I've seen it, mate.
Etheric phenomenon that are used as spacecraft, or they might not be. They might just be wiggly lights, right? They haven't got people or aliens in them. They're just wiggly lights that we can't explain yet. But they do seem to sort of fly about. But yeah, I don't know if I agree with you have to be light it has to be just light. I don't know. So I think some might be real craft zooming around.
Well, I mean, going into space in a craft, it sounds like fun, doesn't it? Maybe it is possible. Maybe it is.
Even on a flat Earth, you could fly up there somehow. Somehow get into some other type of movement system, and somehow you come back down and land again. Somehow that could work.
But that's the question. What's up there? You know, we can see what physical craft, you know, what happens to a physical craft in a vacuum, and it crushes. And
What?
we've seen the nature of reality, and we've seen
Where have we
that
seen this?
these are light phenomena in the sky. These are, they're not physical. We've seen it, mate. We've
Where
seen.
have we seen crafts crush in a vacuum?
Well, that's just how it works.
Well, I'm afraid I can't tell you a word.
You can't have internal pressure, I believe, in a vacuum. It just crushes.
I can't tell you a word for this type of stuff. Gummies here still defending it in the chat. They claim they cannot do it safely. I mean, I would say this is a bit suspicious. If they're still claiming now that, and one person accidentally says the sentence, we can't seem to go through there safely at all. So before we take people, that's another weird sentence. Before we take people there, we're going to have to solve this. But
well, that's what they said.
I don't think they ever say that exactly. They hint at it, and I would give you that it's suspicious if they're saying weird shit like that.
Very suspicious. Very suspicious. I heard about this years ago. I'm not the one making these claims, but they do admit that the Van Allen belts are a big problem.
Well, you made the claims a little bit on voice because you triggered 2 Globers in the text, and you shared a video about him.
Globers always get triggered, don't they?
Yeah, but
You gotta be careful with
I
Globers.
observe, and I know you were the one that triggered them because they both started tagging you. So all I'm saying is you must have made the point, even though you didn't originally come up with this point. You must have made it.
Well, yeah, I brought it up. I don't know who else is talking about the Van Allen belts because I think it's an important subject. You know, if regarding the shape of the Earth, regarding space travel, what they say nowadays can't leave. They can't leave because of the Van Allen belts. And I mean, that's a big. You know, you'll get fried, you'll get cooked, you'll lose your hair, and you'll fucking die. You'll get cooked by more radiation. You'll get burned alive.
No, they don't.
Because the ozone, the ozone layer, you know, scientifically
This is you deciding that it's instant death and like hell that you have to go through. It's not. It's just radiation. You know, humans have learned what radiation is, and they make solutions. But anyway, I was going to ask you, what do you think the Van Allen belts are? Are they like a layer above the plane, or are they a dome?
If you look up images of the Van Allen belts on the internet, you see that looks like the magnetic field. It almost looks like the edge of the toroidal field that we're in tune to.
Does.
And so it looks like the edge of the Earth, right? It looks like what we're seeing is the dome, the firmament, the flat Earth.
I think it fits. Yeah.
Well, exactly, and I think that's the closest scientific thing that's, you know, can be related to the so-called firmament. It's these belts of radiation that hold in, you know, the atmosphere that we have, right? And if you leave this ozone layer or the Van Allen belts, I believe the ozone layer is in between the Van Allen belts, and that actually protects us, allegedly.
Somehow, on either model, flat Earth or the globe Earth, the Van Allen belts seems to be some type of extra field around the thing.
Well, exactly. And how often are we taught about the Van Allen belts? So it's suspicious that this is not a known thing. You know, they're actually trying to solve how to get humans into space, right? But they don't tell anyone this. We just take for granted that it's all possible and they're not doing it because of money. But I mean, money's just printed. You know, they could do it any day they want to. They could send a bloke on the moon. There should be a guy filming TikToks on the moon. Why isn't there? You know?
Yes, I think this is reasonable. One of the reasons I think the moon might be fake is because they can't travel through space easily, and one of the reasons for that is because of Van Allen belts. I can imagine.
Well, apparently it's the main reason.
They sent 3 guys to the moon or something. This is me just making it up. What could have happened? They've sent 3 or 4 guys or 5 guys. 3 died from radiation on the way. 2 just managed to survive but are really ill, and they managed to orbit the moon and come back. And then they pretend that they landed in the studio. 2 men, really fucked and ill, have to come back with 3 bodies in the little tin can. It could have happened like this. I'm also making the point that it's not impossible. Maybe you could theoretically get through this Van Allen belt dome, but it's hard.
Well, that's why we need experts here, don't we? I'm no expert. I can tell you what I see and what I've seen and the patterns that I pick up on. And my take is it's not possible. My take is the globe isn't real. So the question is, what really did happen? And why is there a debate to begin with? And the question is, what are we really arguing about? Maybe we're not even arguing about what we think we are, right?
I think what happened was they were so chuffed that they found out it was a globe that they added extra lies and extra fiction about how wonderful it was as a globe and how wonderful it was that they knew. And that's what counts as we've been lied to about Earth. And then flat earthers, because they had no other direction in the New Age, they turned this into the event of their lives. And here we are.
I wouldn't take it that way. I wouldn't say there's an imminent, you know, if they went to the moon, they went to the moon, they wrote it all down. They're not going to lie about what they saw, you know. If they're going to lie about anything, they're lying about the whole thing. And they're lying about the nature of reality.
That's not logical.
Well, then you got to ask what logic is. You know, what do we think logic is?
Well, my point is, the best lies are hidden within truth, not a full made-up fiction lie story.
The one that controls people the most is the one that's completely fabricated.
It could be, yeah, but that's like a conceptual dream. That might not be practical to fully. Sometimes you need the truth, don't you, so that people settle into it, and then you lie to them on half of the stuff or some of the stuff.
Well, when it comes to this, they needed the full lie to control people, to get people in that web. And the thing about a lie like this, you can control every aspect of it. I mean, they can't control, I'm not saying they can control every single last person, but I'm saying they can control, you know, the cutting edge, quote unquote, astrophysics, you know, all the footage that they're giving out, what they say space is, like they can control every aspect of it.
No, I'll give you, it's great if they could control all of that. But I don't think it's good reasoning to say it must all be a lie, because I think some of it is a lie. That's not good logic.
You got to go all the way, man. All the fucking way.
I mean, when it comes, I mean, there's in terms of like people in power, obviously there's mixtures of truth and lies within the news in general. But when it comes to heliocentrism and space, there's no truth involved in it at all.
I think my examples would be 9/11. So they lie about who did it, how it happened, but the towers did actually blow up, fall down on the news. Right, so there's some truth, but then the lie is mixed with what happened. Religion, God's real. Living by commandments that you decide for yourself is great discipline for a religious man, and it helps you. But most of Christianity is made up fiction. So there's truth hidden in the lies, or vice versa.
Yeah, I think all the religions are just retellings of the same thing. That being the sun and its, just the path of the sun and how it relates to us as humans, and the various trials and tribulations that we go through.
Archetypes, yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yep. There must be some logic that would be right. If you said, if they've lied about this thing, and this thing, then it follows that they must have lied about this main general thing. It's just that they didn't explain that. One bit's lies, it's all lies. That's what I was challenging.
Well, it's all a simulation. This is my take. It's all just like a video game, and the quantum physics proves it. And so we're here. We clearly face challenges, and there is a system, and there's the hero's journey. All these things exist. The stars are a big question. We do need to look at what space is. Okay. But I believe personally that space is concerned with our imagination and mind. It stems from the same sense of metaphysics, and we can astrally project. This is people experience astral projection, and this is the only real form of space travel. The scientists say today that Earth is an enclosed system. We cannot leave the Earth. They've said this. There's no getting in a rocket ship and going to imaginary Mars.
I'm not
this
sure
isn't a
that's
thing.
true, man. I don't think scientists have said we can't leave Earth.
Well, a scientist did say that. Actually, he said exactly.
Well, a
he said Earth
TV
is an enclosed
scientist
system.
said it once in a theatre production. I'll give you. But, it's not a general sentiment of scientists. Humans can't leave Earth, do they? Most of them believe space travel is a theoretical thing that we are doing. But I'll give you all the other stuff you said. Astral travel is the real space travel for humans so far.
Well, that's the
because
thing. No one looks into astral travel.
if
but we
I'm
can
wrong and
experience
aliens
it.
can't travel around the universe in craft, and we won't be able to in the future, I agree with you. Astral traveling is the real one, and everyone else is dreaming.
Yeah, but there's
space is more metaphysical. I'll give you that, but I don't want to deny that it has physical characteristics either.
Well, that's the argument, isn't it? And that's what we're intrigued with today. That's what's interesting.
Just because
and
it
we don't have
seems
all the answers.
metaphysical, because you can't touch it, doesn't mean it's just an illusion. There's no physicalness to it.
Well, the science says otherwise, but we all have different takes on the science.
It's like the sun and the clouds, right? And the moon, they're in space, or they're near space. We feel like they're up in that metaphysical place, the sky. But then solid rain comes out of them, and solid heat comes out of them, and real light comes off the moon. So it's not just metaphysical, is it? It's got physical qualities already.
Well, then we got to ask what physicality is, and this is what quantum physics shows. That
But do you trust quantum physics? What if they lied once or twice? Wouldn't that mean all quantum physics is a lie? Your logic.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I understand that take, but that's. Then again, what if they're lying about how they make your beer? I'm sure they're not lying about how they make your beer.
Well, that was my argument before. They can't lie about every single thing. I'll give you. Well, what was your point? I said could be quantum quantum physics suggests some weirdness and physical things and metaphysical things changing and being the same and whatever nuance.
What's consistent? What's consistent with quantum physics? You know, what is consistent between all our lives? And I'd say, you know, we can feel pain. You know, some people at the same time, their brains actually they can't feel pain. So then we've got to take all this seriously. We've got to ask what's consistent between all of us in the subconscious mind. And we've got to ask what's real and what's fake, you know.
Yeah, I think quite a lot of things are real and consistent, even metaphysically as well.
Well, exactly. We all share some parent. So the argument is some sort of difference. We're arguing about a difference, an idea of difference, an idea of separateness, which I believe the whole Earth lie is all about. You know, it's all about pushing the idea that we're nothing, we're meaningless, we're a floating ball through space, blah blah blah, this and that. You know, and it takes you away from asking what do we share in common. You know, what is happening around us today, and what are they changing in front of us, in front of our eyes that they don't want us to see?
Yeah, I'm not arguing against that.
Well, exactly. This is what the whole flat Earth, I believe, revolves around. Revolves around
Yes.
the nature of that, you know. There's some trick, there's some master trick that is in front of our face, the big rug, you know.
Yeah, I feel like there's a master trick, like a way to describe the whole trick system in one way, but be accurate. And I haven't found it out yet. I can only theorize. I can only call it
Well, that's why we all
satanic
say some
abuse or something like this.
Well, exactly. You know, that sort of sums it up, doesn't it? And it's as easy as you would expect it to be. It's as big as of a trick, big of a lie as you'd imagine it to be.
But satanic abuse doesn't describe how they managed to do it to the whole world. There's a big trick there we haven't found out yet. Even saying,
Well, we know what they're doing.
Religion,
we know what they're
that's
doing.
how they did it. That describes quite a big
Yeah.
chunk of it, using religion, but not all of it. That's not the trick. Full trick.
We know what these people are doing. They're referred to as reptilians.
Yes.
And, you know, maybe that's because they're actually reptilians, but we know what they're doing to people. We know,
Yeah,
you know, we
possession.
can't get into details.
Okay,
They're
but
doing
not many
fucked up
people
things. They're
agree
doing
with
the
me and you.
opposite of what humans do.
Me and you can use this terminology, possession by reptilian, satanic abuse, but not everyone's going to understand what we mean or agree. You're going to think we're mad.
But you don't have to, you know, do you believe in reincarnation? Sorry, like soul ages?
Yeah.
You know, well, that's what it's all about. People understand, I think, depending on how many soul lives they have. So you don't have to expect everyone to understand, because how it goes is most people just follow. You know, 90% of the people just follow and go
I know,
along.
but man, do we come up with better wording to be more accurate than using this concept of reptiles and brainwashing? So I don't know. Do you reckon it's that simple? Just another type of being, a clever brainwashing. I'm
Well, that's how
thinking
it seemingly is.
links to like the
Because
breeding process. I wonder if we were born and bred into it
well, exactly. I believe
on
we are.
purpose. It's like seeded by reptiles
Definitely.
and gods and something like.
That's exactly what I believe. I believe we're in a reincarnation demiurge trap. If you look into the Gnostic beliefs, have you heard of the Gnostics?
Fuck. Yeah, mate.
They believed in this. The Gnostics believed the reality we're in is the inversion of God. You can see it in the nature of animals. You know, you have the prey constantly eating the fucking sorry, the predator eating the prey in a constant cycle. Like you have animals born just to be devoured by other animals.
And let me get this right. You've
this
accepted
constant
this, right?
cycle of suffering.
You've accepted this as a fact.
Definitely. I've gone
But
the
you
whole
still,
way.
but
I've
you
seen
still,
things. I've
you still want to
experienced
look
things.
for a way out for people, not just yourself, for people.
For people, the people that want to listen, and I like we've said and we've agreed on, you can only really ascend, once your body passes, But you can do the best you can while you're awake. And you can only, what do we do every day? We're avoiding suffering. We're avoiding getting cut. You see how easily your skin can get cut and how easily our skin can bleed. It's very fucking easy. We're very squishy animals, aren't we? Right? We can get fucked up very easily, but that's what we're avoiding, and almost everything is avoiding. Just pain. We're all trying to avoid
Okay, this is a weird
what
question.
we've been given.
I agree with most of what you said. What is it with animals? Are lions panic when they eat
What do you
each
mean?
other? Are humans different to animals, or have these reptiles been doing experiments on animals too, and we're just another type?
Well, I'd say they used to be humanoids, Neanderthals, sort of,
Yeah.
monkey sort of humanoids that existed,
This
but
is
they
what I'm
weren't
getting
as
to.
intelligent as us. And then there was
Where did
some
this
sort of genetic
start?
splice. There was a
Started
genetic
past
splice.
since monkeys. Are lions pure, even though they're eating each other? But somehow humans are meant to be different, but or
Well,
not.
exactly. So we've been intelligently manipulated from the cycle of nature. We
Now we're
didn't evolve here.
confused because we still eat meat and each other various ways. We're half intelligent, but half.
Well, exactly, and that's the big trick, isn't it? It's what makes it all, We can agree that the whole thing's fucking hilarious. We don't
Yeah.
know what's going on right now. We have no idea. Science doesn't explain any of it, and that's why Globers take half of us seriously, right? Because they realize they don't even know the answers, and they're looking for the true answers.
Yeah, of course.
And it's seemingly the people that do have the answers sound crazy, and that's just how it goes.
Yeah. What would be your advice to my friend Mal, who, instead of trying to find answers like me and you do, he is stuck with this huge glowing question mark over his head. So anyone that gives him an answer, even if he likes the person, and it's an interesting answer, he just answers that with the question again. Where does Earth come from? He hangs this question over himself.
Well, he's got to look within himself. See, that's the thing. Is when you start looking outside, you're never going to get the answer. You can only find the answers from silence, and it can't be expressed through words. You know what I mean? It's just through the absolute nature of what it is. And people find it very easily with the use of psychedelics.
He's done psychedelics when he was younger in the jungle, and he smokes weed now. Flat Earth was so strong. Now he's lost in a mystery. He can't explain it for himself or accept any answers.
What is his take? Does he believe it's a globe or?
Globe makes him sick, but he doesn't really know if it's flat. He doesn't know. That's why. But instead of trying to look for an answer, it's just the question over and over again. And he wants me to ask the question, even though I think I know. He wants me to ask it again.
Where does the Earth come from? What's the question?
Yeah, that's his main question. Where does Earth come from?
Well, it's a toroid, isn't it? So it comes from its own source. It births itself. And there's something feeding off the energy. So, and it's always been around. The question is not what gave birth, where did the Earth come from? The question is, how did we get in tune to the Earth? How did we get here? That's the question. And what are we doing here? and how long
Yeah.
are we going to be here? If we
Forget my
believe
friend Mo.
when we die it's over, that's not necessarily true. It's not as easy as that. You know?
No, I don't believe that. Forget Merle then. I'll tell him what you said. You just made me think of Alan Watts. I'm so stern, it's hard to remember exactly what you said.
I said a lot of things. So
yeah, hang on. I think I've got it. It's more about us than the Earth. Yeah, and then I was going to ask you.
It's all, yeah. Why are we in tune to the Earth?
A lot of people, like Christians and science nerds, they feel like we were put into this world and we don't really belong. Like, you know, we've just happened
that's
to evolve.
exactly what I said.
We've happened to evolve and be on the planet, or we've been trapped in this satanic farm, or God's got us here, but on
That's how it
probation.
seemingly is.
Yeah, it does feel like that. Alan Watts, that Buddhism tries to tell you that actually you grew out of the world, like just like an apple grows from a tree.
Buddhism doesn't. I don't think it really believes that. I don't know. Buddhism is
No, they
believes
try
in
and explain it
reincarnation.
away with these nice stories.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a nice thing to think about. Maybe we're not trapped in a horrible farm. Maybe we grew out of this world. We just happen to be a bit different to animals. When you want to relax and you don't want to be stuck in a conspiracy, this is what you have to tell yourself, the balance. I'm just part of the flow.
Well, of course, and that's just that's ignorance, isn't it?
Even if you agree to yourself, I'm a slave of dark energy, and I haven't worked out what it is and how to stop it yet. You then have to balance that. You then have to balance that with it's all just natural, and this is how I am existing. So why don't I go for a walk?
Well, that's you can take your mind off, you know, how things are going. Maybe be more mindful, that sort of thing. But you know, that's the whole idea of Jesus. This whole thing. I'm not big into this sort of religion, but you know, they say Jesus was born to free us from all our sins or something like that. So apparently, we're all inherent sinners, right? So we're here karmically because apparently somewhere we've done something wrong.
That's the probation thing I was saying. When Christians get this guilt trip where they're not quite supposed to be here properly. It could also be true because we all the people talk about it, don't they? You need salvation for some reason.
Well, exactly. We're in between, you know, heaven and hell, this sort of thing. You know, you got to not even just modern religion, even ancient religions look into this sort of thing, and they see how it's a testing ground. You know, I'm big into the Celtic religion. You know, there's not much written words around it. But, you know, I believe the ancient Norse and the Celts had the answers, and their closest relative today is Hinduism. So if you really want answers, you look into these religions. You look into what we believed for thousands of years.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
I told Mal myself this. Tell him this. You said it. The ancient scriptures are online now. There's plenty of similar and different answers.
We've been in this predicament. It's not just you and me or old mate. You know, we've been in a predicament for thousands of years. And how many lifetimes is that?
Exactly. Yeah.
Hundreds and hundreds of thousands of humans have lived and died. You know, it's this cycle. And how are we any different to them?
Yeah.
And but even we've seen in the past, they've been more evolved. They've built buildings that have had free energy. They've built buildings like the pyramids. They've done all these things seemingly in our past that we can see. So they've actually been more. We're actually backwards. We're not like, you know, ahead of the times now.
I do believe that. I think we've gone forwards in our own ways, in some certainly cool ways, the technology.
In technological ways.
And also, no, I was going to say psyche. Yeah, we've studied the mind. We've added to the psychological study, but we've lost a lot of it as well. But yeah, in spiritual...
Oh, we lost most of it.
In spiritual unity and enlightenment, we're far behind, aren't we? Where people were a few times in the past.
Definitely. And that's where all the questions come from. You know, we've sort of lost what it means to be, quote unquote, a human. You know, we've lost meaning. But that's the whole point. You see, today it's all about just being distracted, filling yourself up with chemicals and whatnot. I mean, I'm not saying fucking that's what I do. I mean, I drink lots of booze. You know,
Yeah, I smoke
these
lots of weed.
things.
I
You
do.
know, well, exactly. We're escaping something. There's no more meaning anymore for humans. You know, it used to be about defending yourself, your tribe, getting food, hunting.
Yeah.
But we don't have that anymore. So what is it exactly that we're all looking for? It's just meaning, isn't it? Some sort of meaning to grasp onto.
Well, that's
Something
why
to
we
make
come
sense
back
of.
in a circle because we blame religion for binding us, right, and lying to us and brainwashing us. It's one of the tools used. But then now we're stuck searching meaning. So people look back. Oh yeah, should I look at some religions again?
The problem is religions is like apparently in these big positions. You know, you have the Catholic Church and these sort of things, and they've been called out for, you know, doing the unspeakable.
I'm
Right?
just saying it's a paradox and a cycle. Religion gets too much and overbearing, then it goes away,
Well,
and then people
exactly.
need it again.
But it can't be taken seriously because of things like, you know, they do unspeakable things, which it's very backwards. You realize it's somehow a system, you know,
Yeah. I'm not saying
the
priests are
truth.
great. They're horrible, a lot of them.
Yeah.
But the unity and the belief and the meaning can come from religion, right? And that's some of the things we're lacking.
Yeah, it can. And it's helped out a lot of people. That's all through a lot of hardship.
Well, I think what am I missing? There's no church where everyone really gets into the same concept anymore.
This is why we need to make it cold, mate.
Yeah, I'm down with that. People try though,
I'll be
don't
right
we?
back, mate. I'm gonna smoke
Yeah,
a
try.
doobie. I'll be right back.
The New Age tries to do this. We make lots of different varied cults and movements to try and get people going. I want to mention that sorry for being rude and text. I never know the exact boundary because other people seem to get away with it. So I do try my best to base my rudeness level on other people's. I wanted to say the only other two people really, SE gets rude and WhatsApp gets rude. Everyone else is very polite. Oh, and Rakia's shouting. I think that can be considered toxic trolling too.
Everybody's quiet again.
Speak your mind.
Just was wondering what everybody's doing, just meditating on the flatness or something. How you doing, Jerry?
I'm all right.
You at work?
Oh, always. I'm always working on something.
I was wondering if you were like at work or just working on something. What you working on? Let us in on your secrets.
I'm trying to figure out if this is a glob. I don't know, man. I don't think I'll ever know.
Does do a very good job presenting itself as one.
Indeed.
What were you think? What were you here for the like discussion with? Well, I guess it's happened a few times, so you would definitely been here for one of them. The discussion with SE about the double. Is it a double hump or a drop?
Yeah, that was rough.
What did you think about it? Rough in what way?
It just kept on going on and on and on and on, and you didn't get it. That there is nothing contradictory. Well, I mean, like philosophically, things are contradictory within the globe model, but there's an answer for everything, and like it's, you know what I'm saying, man. You're not gonna catch somebody with a gotcha on something that's been refined and worked on for 500 years, man. It's just not gonna happen.
Yes, I mean, as far as I can tell, his ejections seem to be what you think it's curved, but I think he feels that there is some fundamental problem with something being apparently both a hump and a drop. Like I feel like his challenge is in the language, like, but they're different words rather than anything to do with physical reality.
I mean, even Jeremy was getting pissed off. Like he was telling him, he was like, "Se, look, it's not a contradiction."
Yeah,
I think
so was Crux as well. He was flipping out. He was like, "No bullshit. He can't be this stupid."
Yeah, I do want to say, SE's doing that thing is considered toxic trolling and should not be allowed and should be censored from the chat. But I also want to say, what all he's saying is, so you're saying the water can be described as going up and going down, and we're saying yes, but because he's got this weird wording that he like thought up in Bev's, I do think it's a full trial. I think he knows it's not a contradiction. Because Jeremy, Don, and Joey, people would tell him it's not a contradiction, but some people like Banster and Gio stay quiet, which is annoying.
Well, yeah, there was the interesting parts to it because I mean, yeah, it's very Bevite stuff where it's
I've heard it for a year, eggshells, over a year.
Yeah, it's weird because it is ostensibly a discussion about geometry, but in reality, and with also the way Bev and Bevites behave, it's only about semantics, and it's not even like semantics in what I would consider a good way of like, hey, how can we get down to the bottom of what this word means? It's more like, how can I take a very narrow definition of a word and pretend that describes reality in some way?
He's
Level
trying to
means
say,
horizontal. It's like, what the
trying to say a sphere contradicts itself, which he knows isn't true. And we all know he knows isn't true because he's seen spheres. He's seen Bev put 2 points on a real sphere on camera. They've all watched it as a cult together or whatever they are, as a friend group together in Discord. They've all watched Bev put 2 points on a sphere and talk about a hum. But then he comes in here with this proud, loud ego voice saying, "But you think it has to hump and drop?" Like he's managed to find a contradiction in a real shape that he's touched for all his life. Balls.
Yeah, that's it's funny. I'm like because I can absolutely get the like Jeremy and a few other people's thing where they're like effectively like refuse to believe that somebody could really believe this stuff, which I kind of understand.
Even Jeremy doesn't fully get it. Jeremy says, no, in their model, it's not a contradiction. And I keep trying to tell Jeremy, it's not in our model. This is all spheres and all balls everywhere.
In reality.
Yeah, in reality.
It living on a curved surface means that yes, from one person's perspective, depending on how you want to describe it, you could say that is a hump, but somebody else could call it a drop, and both could be talking about the same thing. Just the same as I could say that's a big dog, and somebody else could call it a small dog, and we'd both be talking about the same thing. In reality, it's just a sort of perspective issue.
Even on a hill, going down a hill, you can drop and go over a hump, can't you? Down a hill.
Yeah, I mean it's like that's what. Yeah, I'm really curious about it because I'm like, how could you hold both these views? Like, how could you be saying that stuff and not go, oh, this is dumb? And how much like
because
I mean, I think it's sort of unreasonably hopeful, but
because like you say, he thinks it's true. Deep down, he knows it's not, but he's convinced himself with layers of it being true because he thinks the globe can't be true because he wants the globe not to be true. So he thinks there's a paradox in balls now. But because then some globers get twisted up and he manages to discuss it with them for an hour, he thinks that means he's won, and that must mean there's a point now. So then he just convinces himself and lies about it every single time. Which means that he's happy to insult Flat Earthers' intelligence, like Jeremy and like Don. Really insult their intelligence and troll them. And that's my other point. You can tell he's trolling by his big, proud ego voice when he's doing it.
I think also some of that for me is like he's just legitimately like, these people are fucking morons.
Yeah,
there's no explaining it to them that could have them understand how stupid their model is if they don't understand that there's a problem here.
No, he knows that's bullshit. He's convinced himself. Deep down, he knows it's nonsense. Okay, but let's assume he doesn't. He really thinks this. How has he got to that point? I would call it stupidity, but I don't want to be rude.
Well, I think it's slightly similar to the sort of the game we were playing the other day with the video with the all these people claiming it's a flat Earth and they're engineers and stuff. And I was like, can you give me some of their names so I can Google them? And Bandy was well onto it, but a bunch of others were like, I don't know them. Email Mark Sargent. I'm like, well, that just to me at least shows that you didn't require that for yourself.
You looked up and found two of them, did you?
I looked up. I'm not sure I found them. They of the 4 people I searched, and I've got medium good Google foo, I would say. Of the people I
And you got the
searched,
names.
yeah, got the names, got 4 people's names, and then searched them, and it's just it's like what I was expecting was a bit stronger than what I got, I guess.
It's flat Earth pilots, isn't that what you got?
Yeah, they were pilots and stuff, but yeah, it's just that thing. Like, if you went, oh, by the way, this expert thinks the Earth's a globe, I would just be like, yep, sure. Copy that link, post it in the chat. I don't need to check it because, of course, a pilot agrees with me. So I think it's a bit of both on the same side, on either side.
Look,
And I think it's some of that with SE, where he's like, everything is so broken about this model that every single thing must be broken about it, without me needing to really check. Obviously, there is an obvious contradiction that everybody since the ancient Greeks hasn't spotted. That how can the Earth be both humping and dropping?
Oh my God! Yeah, it's the cause of getting that stupid. I mean, my friend Mel says similarly stupid things. He just doesn't, and does it like scared, annoyed sort of child, rather than a proud ego bully that really thinks he's found the truth.
Yeah, I like Mel.
He hasn't found the truth, but he just gets mad at our truth. SE's got the extra ego where he's pushing this weird. Right. Me and Vano just agreed that satanic reptiles are abusing us.
Satanic reptiles.
Yeah, and Gnosticism's true, and everything's a hologram illusion.
Do they do the reptiles, like, if they're satanic, is their Satan a kind of humanist Satan, or is it just all?
I think satanic is just their behavior. They're on the evil side of humanity.
Not
so
like Christian description of what Satan means.
A bit. But the reptiles don't have their own Satan that looks like the Christian Satan with horns. That's the human concept. They're saying it's because they mostly communicate with the satanic humans.
The archons, right?
Archons as humans and archons as demons that possess humans. Maybe the Van Allen bolts are actually Van Alien bolts. They're put there by the reptiles to stop us getting out. We should all start calling the Van Allen bolts the Van Alien bolts.
Exactly.
Been working on this space station for 2 days now. But I tell you, when it's up there, you'll be impressed.
Well, in space news, just from Canada, CBC News, politics section, crimes on the moon could soon be added to Canada's criminal code.
Well, I think it's sensible to get them in early because you don't want to wait for the first, like, if we do get up there to go mining, which I'm always way too optimistic about human progress. Like I thought we'd have self-driving cars much sooner than now. But I've got a friend working in policy on that, and she's like, nah, they're about 10 years away. The capability of them is just like a properly self-driving car, as in you can buy one for your 13-year-old daughter. So I'm a little bit optimistic about it, but a source of virtually free fuel on Earth could be helium-3, which is helium is, as you all know, super sparse, rare on Earth, but very abundant on the moon. And my understanding is a significant part of space problem with space travel. It's certainly one of the things I have with this. I keep launching all my craft from Kerbin, Earth, and it's super inefficient to do so because almost half of the rocket fuel I send up, and therefore about 3/4 or so of the overall mass that I'm trying to launch, is fuel just to escape the gravity. So if you could refuel things on the moon where it's much less gravity, like all you need to do is just compare the size of the rocket that took off from the Earth to take the Apollo astronauts there versus the size of the lander that had to take off again from the moon, right? It was a tiny little thing to take off from the moon, doesn't need much thrust. So it makes sense if we're able to mine helium-3 from the moon, that would mean we can have a pretty big space industry.
Is H3 3 times heavier than just H? Yes.
I don't know if it's maybe I don't know. It's I mean, does that mean it's 3 times heavier? Is that how that works?
Harry,
No,
Canada want to get involved because it's to do with transvestites, not to do with minerals.
Why? Because Justin Trudeau's in charge of it, therefore it's probably to do with some uber liberal agenda.
They need transvestites on the moon eventually, and they need to be free from bullying. So Canada needs to.
Well, I just think you need to get ahead of the curve. If you're going to have an industry that's mining the moon, then yeah, you're going to have, like, my mate works in a mine and he had a trans person working in the mine who's now detransitioning. I was telling Jerry about this just yesterday.
That's great news.
But yeah, you're eventually going to have miners on the moon, and if you've got miners on the moon, you're eventually going to have one of them kill one another, right? There is going to be the first murder on the moon. That will happen.
Yeah, both our theories work. But we need Canada's laws for some reason.
Lost in translation.
You
Is that
mean
where they
diggers,
put
right?
Jeffrey
Diggers, not
Epstein?
kids. Miners as in diggers.
Oh, right.
How much of this H3 is on the moon? Like oats? I mean, surely we're gonna disrupt something by changing the weight of the moon, no? By taking shit off or doing whatever we want to do to it. It's a bad thing, no?
Don't talk practical things, man. I don't like that.
Would you buy stakes in moon minerals, White, if you could?
Oh, I have started getting interested in investing. Yeah, if the first credible mining operation that pops up, I'll definitely invest in that.
Sweet.
Like my understanding is there's already a few companies that are like, our long-term plan is to mine, but I'm like, fuck off. Unless you've got the spacecraft and you've docked with an asteroid or something, then
Who's got the fucking mining rights? Like, really?
same as who's got them. Same as who's got them down here. Whoever turns up first, I thought.
Canada now.
Oh, I thought you had to apply.
Yeah, for an asteroid, I think it'll be whoever you capture an asteroid, it's yours. For the moon, I don't know. I think there'll pretty quickly be treaties and agreements and stuff about how close you can mine to somebody else versus, yeah, like you probably want to be close enough that you can share certain resources. Like
this speaks to why they would have faked the landing so that they can pretend.
Can't even sort Europe out.
Because if they put a flag there, they can pretend they got there first.
But we also hadn't sorted out, the problems in Greenwich before we went to Australia, right?
No, but this is logic. If you wanted to claim later that you were there first, so some of it's yours, you might pretend you were gone there already.
Yeah, maybe that could be it. You say we landed on the Sea of Tranquility, we put our flag there, therefore that whole flat, nice, easy landing area is ours, and you fuckers can go off to the cold side or the.
Yeah. By the time anyone else goes to that sea, they've already been there and put a flag there later.
Yeah.
A flag
If
from
they can even get there.
1969.
All are possible.
All are possible until they're ruled out definitively. Very true.
I can imagine if they find a new type of mineral, so it's like gold, but it's even more shiny for somehow, and humanity gets totally obsessed with it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I can see that too, yeah.
It'll be the new diamond for the girls, like every woman must have one. With some new gem or something. They'll trick us all. Even I'll be lining up for one.
Yeah. Well, we all will just have to get one.
Be so good.
You'll have to. You'll be shunned if you don't.
Oh, you don't want to be shunned. That's
Not
just the
shunned.
worst thing. Oh. What did you say? I think you said shunned.
Yeah, no, I was joining in with you. I wasn't.
Oh.
Thought we were having a joke.
Yeah, no, we were. Sorry, I just misread the way you were saying it, that's all. But yeah, no, not shunned.
Yeah, patrol and docking. No, I've spent all this time getting it going this way. I'll get it going this way.
You know what I've sometimes wondered? I wondered if
how I can be so intelligent and good looking at the same time.
No, maybe I wondered that a bit once when I first
Is it-
saw you on YouTube. So what I wonder is, maybe, is there somewhere in the universe where there's a planet that you could live on, and it's at the right distance from a sun so you can survive, but also the right type of gravity, because something's going on inside and it's near some other gravity wells, and anyway, it's safe to live on, but it's only like 50 miles round, so you could like walk it in one day or something. You can actually see the curve drop down away.
See the divergence in the plumb bobs, you mean?
Yeah, that's what I mean. You can zoom in and see someone with
Well,
a weird
imagine
angle.
if it was
That
real,
would be
it'd be real,
trippy
wouldn't it?
as.
Are we going to say
You could
I can do it
almost
in the
be
movies.
antipode somehow. No, you couldn't see antipode. There would still be a horizon, right? But I'm talking about it being much easier to see with tools and equipment. But when you go
fuck
higher, you see it curve away.
Plumb bobs, mate.
Yeah, fuck. If you go high enough on this ball I'm talking about, you could look down and see the people on the side of the ball.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
Just
real,
walking
bro,
around
totally.
sideways. Do.
Yep. They're upside down from where you are right now, mate. You go far enough, you'll see them.
Yeah, to believe that on my model, I could go really far and zoom back and see like the country where you are upside down.
Yeah.
Hey, they said
should
it,
do
not me,
that.
mate.
Question is, could a tiny planet exist that could still have people on it?
No. Not if classical physics works. Because it can't have an atmosphere. You need an atmosphere, I think.
Can you make up a big
I think like I
molten
remember
idea inside, like a weird core inside?
I remember getting brought up. Yeah, I mean, you could have maybe some forms of life, but I mean, you need a protection from radiation, so you need an atmosphere, I think.
Well, isn't that an argument I've had tonight?
But I think like it's a very difficult one because I remember like when I was brought up, there were all these. I kept getting told all these things where like, oh, you know, it's so weird we can live on an Earth with it's been so often hit by asteroids because you'd think that would have killed everything, or you know, like a bunch of ways describing how it's weird that there's life on Earth because it's so inhospitable to life. Where my view is now the opposite, which is like the more hospitable it is, the less diverse and interesting life is going to be. Like if it had to crawl out of the sea, then it's going to be more robust and varied than sludge that could just stay being sludge and survive.
I think maybe, I mean, could there be a tiny planet with a mad mental core inside that makes the right amount of gravity where humans could land on it, walk around, but on a small ball? Like,
I think man made a bomb so powerful in the past that it pretty much wiped most of humanity out.
Definitely.
Veritasium, I just done a program, I saw on TV, it was, sorry about the noise, on uranium and the history of uranium. And we've got the capability of like making a vacuum bomb that can cause a vacuum over a 10-mile radius. But if the level of that bomb impact is so near the ground, anyone living above that elevation would have survived. And this source of the most uranium in the world is in Australia, and it's protected by natural laws, you know, from history. The local indigenous people have that land, and it's worth like 800 billion.
Wisdom, mate. I wouldn't know about that.
I mean, I think that the Aboriginal people have. It depends which way you look at it, I guess. But I think they've got an interesting time coming because yeah, there's a bunch of land they're sitting on. Uranium and lithium, I believe we've also got a lot of. I've heard, which is like two future techs where you need lithium for batteries. So
Yeah, but like uranium 235 is a very unique atom that can actually replicate itself. It can explode and then rejoin, and that's what it was explaining that the atom bomb was. It was a uranium 235 bomb, and they want to. These indigenous. This one guy owns all this land, and he says you ain't touching it because it's a warning. It's a warning to say, you know, that there's something buried under the ground that's very dangerous. They call it the dragon or something like that. And he's like, mate, this guy does not want to release this power to us because we obviously
This is
done the bad.
Aboriginal.
Yeah, it's Aboriginal.
That's interesting, bro. Never heard of this.
I only found it on TV, but it's not labeled Veritasium. You know, the guy from YouTube. It's him, but it just says like uranium by Dr. Derek Salek or something is what his surname is. But it was, man, I'm only like one part through the 2-part program on TV. It must be on YouTube, I assume, possibly. And it was like,
I thought you didn't believe that uranium was like what was in atom bombs and was useful and was where power came from. Was I wrong in that?
no, I think you're right in that. I think you're right in that because I think I was always under the assumption that it was a hydrogen bomb. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, so I would say that does ring a bell. I do tend to times to kind of stick to something. Depends on how tired I am, I guess. But yeah, it really opened my eyes to it's useful. And this 235 or 238, one of the two, can actually it's called trans. It can change into other elements, so you can get radium. And actually, one of the end results of the trans something, it can turn into lead. So it seems that lead has something in common with uranium. Uranium will then become lead if it's been adjusted in a way, maybe by heat or pressure. But they were saying that uranium you can get like a 5, 6, 7 transmutation, maybe. I don't know. It was dead interesting, man. He was talking about all these different things, and he was going through about how we first discovered this in some cave in Russia or something, and they put one guy put a UV light to the rocks, and this glowing stuff was on there, and then I think that was called radium. Radium is a fluorescent color. So these people were bathing in this shit, but bathing in this shit. They were having cosmetics. They were putting clumps of this stuff on kids' tumors on their heads, and then like they would have a bandage on there for like weeks at a time, maybe. And then the kid would go back to the doctor, and the lump had gone. Tumors and shit. But for some reason, they totally scrapped it from our books. Possibly because of the radiation.
My view is a lot of people have said that about a lot of different things, including old mate who got on here the other day to talk about being like bedridden and morbidly obese, but swearing by the health benefits of drinking your own piss. I think that people claim miracle health cures a lot. I think that stuff that works just tends to get used more often. So niche miracles are almost always scams in my mind.
I mean, this radium stuff, like John Levi had a guess that was your original fireplace before the wood and fire. You just had this radium in your fireplace, and it fucking warmed the fucking room up. It was just
Where'd
like
you get radium?
Yeah, radium. Yeah, that's it.
No, where did people get it from?
Well, they mined it out of this. They mined it. They knew how to mine it. I mean, they're pretty much like they're branding this stuff. So it wasn't. It was make it expensive. It was something like you get like 1 gram for like fucking 50 ton of this rock in this place in Russia and the other place in the world, maybe. But the radium was mined and the radium was made available, and they were used for medical treatments and fucking, like I said, people were bathing.
The reason I'm asking a question is, if you put a rock of something in my hand and said, "Harry, is that radium?" I could be standing there getting irradiated by it. I don't even know if it's actually.
Do you know what? That makes
I don't know
that
if it
makes much.
glows. How did they know they were touching radium?
Well, I guess they named it radium. They had done the alchemy on it and figured out how many sort of electrons and whatever they do to identify what it is. But it was a fluorescent thing.
It's an important question to know the answer to, though, in my book. If what you're claiming is that radium is a health cure, that radiation is a health cure,
I'm not claiming
then
anything. I'm just saying.
Do you get why, like, it seems reasonable to say, "Hey, how do they know it was radium?"
But
That's an
how?
important question to be able to answer, I think.
I guess how would you know uranium was uranium? You had a way of you identifying what it was. So I don't know. So obviously they'd found something new, and they'd labeled it and called it radium.
Right, but like, if you said to me, "How do you know that's firewood?" I would say, "Well, it's got grains and length. It's usually between a bandwidth of color of kind of sandy to browny colored. It chops easily. It burns. It's very. It usually is alive and has green tips on the end of it." I can give you a description that can tell you that I know I'm talking about wood, because wood's important. Water. I can describe water to you in detail because it's important and useful for my health. It sounds like what you're saying is these people, these ancients, knew what radium was and
No,
knew
no,
its health
this
benefits. And I don't understand how anybody would know that they had radium.
no. I'm talking about 1930s. Apologies. This is the 1930s. We're not talking about like major history. We're talking about
I beg your pardon.
1930s.
Sorry, I was coming in way hot there. Sorry, man. I thought you were talking about like tribes people. I was like, how do they fucking know?
No,
How
no.
weak it is.
But I'm saying that like if you're still in the context of the tribe stuff, this guy was like, you guys are not touching whatever is under that ground, and we identify it as uranium because we've measured it probably from Geiger counters or whatever it is that we know. We take samples maybe, but for some reason we seem to claim that the biggest source of uranium is under this guy's fucking land. And he's like, the ancients had told me, and I'm very firm in this, that you guys aren't touching this because this is the end of the world. You guys will not use this the right way, and you're not mining here. Eventually they will push him on because they'll want to so badly.
It's where they crush the
Powerful
nuclear
men will
bombs.
mine uranium. Like, the only way to beat them is to become a powerful man, I think. Sorry, ladies, but it's the truth. I mean, Jen Reinhardt owns a fair bit, I guess, but yeah, how like, yeah, I don't know how you'd stop them.
Yeah, it's a real issue. Different types of humans making real big bombs. It's a big issue.
Well, they're saying this is what happened. They're saying this is what the mud flood is, right? They're saying there was a nuclear war when it's already happened. And we can see it. And that's what they're saying the meteors are that killed the dinosaurs. Apparently it was nuclear warfare. And, you know, Aboriginals have been on this continent for around like 100,000 years from what I last heard. So they've seen nuclear wars, mate. That's probably what they're sitting on here.
Yes, I think, Realm, you said it at the beginning. I don't know if I'd say they've had a nuclear war, everything was gone and everything came back. So I agree. People have done huge bombs and wiped stuff out, and then we've probably heard nothing more about it.
Well, exactly. That's what's happened. That's what they've been saying has happened. You know, that's what we're going to look into, the lost history.
I'm so curious about the lost history because it seems one of the sort of like confusingly least evidence-based claims I know, because it's like, well, we can't know history because we don't know history because we lost it. But how could you know that you lost history?
Well, you look at the pyramids. You know, how did they build the pyramids? And you look at these pyramids, not only the Egyptian ones, but they have them all around the world. You have ones in southern Indonesia, and you have some in Mexico that look identical. and all around the world, and they have them on these points, these electrical points. They've gridded the worlds.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen
So
this
it's
grid.
interesting that these large structures were built in a similar way.
Well, exactly.
Could I suggest to you that it is actually a base twice the width of its height, four-sided triangle, for a very simple reason, and that is you cannot make a one-sided object with straight sides, nor can you
They're
make a
not simple.
two-sided
It's
object
not
with
simple
straight sides.
architecture.
You could
I
make a
understand that.
three-sided object with three
But
straight
what they're
sides.
building is not simple, right?
Please don't do this.
A lot of work.
Just let me finish. If I
It's
can
a
just finish.
symbolic shape. It's a
You can
perfect
build
symbolic
You
shape.
can build a three-sided object that's base is twice as high as its height, but it would be really difficult. It would be more difficult to build a three-sided object than a four-sided object, because if you're going to get selections of anything, you're going to end up with square shapes because they tessellate better, and it's like it just makes more sense. It's things you can stack. You don't always want to have a 30-degree corner, but if you sometimes need a 30-degree corner, then 60-degree corner, it's kind of shitty. So 90-degree corners work better because you can put bricks anyway around them, right? Does that make sense?
Oh, definitely.
So of the kind of objects you're going to make, if you have absolutely massive manpower but terrible technology, is you go, this is the best way we can stack rocks one on top of one another in a geometrically accurate way.
They want to build a pyramid because it means fire in the middle, and the pyramid looks like fire.
But wouldn't
we could add many bits of meaning to it. I'm not saying it is exclusive of your reasons. I'm just saying one of them could be that you always end up with four-sided objects that's base is twice as high as its height, because if you drop rocks on the ground, they quite often end up in a similar shape. So it's not really that
easy
impressive
to build.
to go like, oh, which shape did they choose? And it's like sure, they still built them, but I mean, it's the
Well, you
default
believe
shape.
humans think the same way then, no matter how they are around the world. If you see the pic I've posted, which is one of many I can find.
Sure. You can find patterns in things. I'm not saying you can't find patterns in things. A simple pattern is a circle or a sphere or 3 or 7 or wow, it's 11 o'clock. It's easy to spot patterns. The question we're trying to answer here, in my view, is are these patterns meaningful? Are we saying anything interesting when we talk about this?
Of course they
And do you think not? Well, I don't see how it could be otherwise.
I do think they could very well be meaningful, yes. Do I think that they are meaningful in terms of sort of the meaning that you ascribe to them? Not so much, no.
Like
Me neither, no. But the lost history, Eggshells, it's
So
more
they're not
about
related.
a set of theories that could be
Not
true.
related. It's I think most of what I would put this sort of woo view down to, which is what it seems like to me, is mostly fairly simply it's just looking for and thinking you found pleasing patterns, which is very enjoyable to do. To go, I spotted something that the other people missed. Goodness, of blokes' stories, of the stories blokes tell, isn't that like 30% of every bloke's story? It was certainly a lot of my dad's stuff.
What I think his main point is, is that when you ask what is the lost history, the idea that some stuff's been hidden from us, the pyramids are a big pointer towards people used to be high up in civilization in other ways, but we don't really think about it now, and it's trying to be hidden from us. People say, oh, it's just slaves, just piling rocks. So you end up being part of hiding the history of how important these things were, why they're massive churches that echo the 3 stars in Orion's belt, that shaped like pyramids with labyrinths inside and life and death rituals. Why is all this going on? And
why would it not? Well, I don't understand why it would be strange that would be a thing. That
no,
seems
it's
to me
not
like
strange. It's very likely, but we call it a lost history because it's glazed over how important it was, what people used to do.
Yeah,
maybe
I think I agree. Like, history is written by a very select group of people, and there's a lot of like book burnings and stuff. Like the Mongols are apparently huge for it. They just turn up and be like, "We don't understand this writing shit, and we don't like it." And they're just standard. One of the things they do is burn libraries, and I don't think that the Mongols were alone in that. So yeah, I think I can easily see what you're saying.
I think it's also talking like maybe there's some type of ancient tech that's been hidden from us.
Sure. Ancient tech that's been hidden from us, I can absolutely get on board with. But like mud flood stuff where like all the windows are a certain height because you know there was some cataclysmic event, but nobody talks about a giant mud flood. Like we've got pretty good records that agree with one another across different things, and nobody goes, "Oh, that was then there was the years when our Earth got covered by a flood." But I don't know. It's
Yeah, but like UK, different evidence for this in the canyons, like the Grand Canyon. There's caves that are used for holy ritual sites, like temples built into the rock, but they're halfway up now, nowhere near the ground. So there's things like this that point to mysteries about what people were doing in the past.
Yeah, but that we don't understand how they did things, sure, but that means they had energy weapons and forms of flight. No, because I don't see any evidence for the latter. All I see is people pointing at mysterious stuff and going, "Ooh, isn't that weird?" And then going, "Therefore, maybe they already had atomic weapons."
I'm with you on that.
Huge leap, this giant. What you're talking about, Dawn, sounds actually pretty sensible and something I could probably get on board with. Like the idea that there are manuscripts or there has been magic with the CK. Sure.
Can I?
They have it.
No, just a quick one. Where I live in UK, our main roads and stuff like that, they have all been lifted a good 2, 3, 4 meters. If you go into London, they've been lifted a maximum of about 100 meters. So there's evidence that a lot of all our local areas of Greater London have been raised. But that might just be a simple case of they just raised them because they needed sewage and they needed gravity. And the only way they could do that was by having sewage above the ground and then lifting and then raising the sort of road above to cover the sewage.
Yeah, I think that's a good. There are many possible reasons. I also thought it was actually a standard thing that is what cities do. Cities naturally get higher and higher above themselves, such that in Sydney there are a couple of places where you can look down to the Tank Stream arcade, which was like the Tank Stream, you know, where all probably hookers and sailors hung out, and they would, and you can see it, but it's like 10 foot below the surface. I thought it was actually just a standard understood thing that cities naturally sort of march upwards into the air at a rate of like 10 centimeters every 10 years or something.
Yeah, I mean they're rebuilding. They're rebuilding the foundations for at least 5 buildings that I've walked past in the last month. I've been working in London a lot, and I work in different locations like every day. And you look at these buildings, and they've still got the fascia. They've removed the building, and then they're going 20 meters down because they're not allowed to go up for council reasons. You know, it depends on where the area is. But yeah, definitely lifting stuff up. Also flooding. Fucking around with the flow of water of the Thames coming in from the east side. They fucked around with it, and they would have tributaries that would relieve the water down to the coast to different locations around the UK. And then they'd block those off, and then basically the Thames level rises, and then they used to get the mud sludge around the outside, around the banks, and people progressing away. But at the same point, they need to keep their buildings alive, and they just... You know, Venice, and there's another example of a city, but you know, that's been raised 20 meters at least.
But one of the things that, like, if you say that history is unreliable, usually what I hear people talk about is say how we've got these other records that are co-witnessed or something, and these ones agree in some parts, but disagree in particular parts. I think this is an argument more, you're describing more an argument for when you walk around, you look at the depths and the levels of things like layers of sediment and go, well, I don't understand how that could be, so maybe our history's been erased.
Well, I would say like the Thames being 5 times wider, that type of thing there. And it's just a lot of evidence, because you can ask someone that's standing outside a building that works in there, they'll tell you that at average 5 floors down. Average, and then in some places I can be 8 to 10 flights of stairs down from ground level. You know, things like that. That's quite a big development, or unless you had a canal system, and then all you did was you just paved the canals, and then you built on top of it and called it the underground. But it's still saying that we didn't dig the tunnels. It's the same that we just built up. Two different alternatives there. Laters.
There is some evidence of buildings being different heights in different parts of the towns, but I don't think that's like a huge mystery. Of course, the land changes.
Yeah, my understanding is this belief is quite particularly that there was a giant mud flood that was like actual mud that buried everything, and Tartaria was sort of some sort of epicenter of refinement and technological advancement. There were directed energy weapons, and there was free energy, and there was, all sorts of Ankith device. They often talk about that like mysterious anachronistic tech, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you're right. That is most of it. When it's represented now by the conspiracy theorists, it's terrible. My mate just has got a rapper that he likes that's on YouTube, and the rapper just uploaded, with his comments turned off, a 6-hour video called "The Hidden History of Earth." And it's it's African American guy presenting his information up and down. His speech goes up and down, and it's 90% full lies, and it's just really weird and annoying.
Would humanity ever take a risk of building a laser so powerful they could shoot it up in the air, and by chance it was so powerful that actually someone witnessed that laser beam hit the ground somewhere else in the world, and they'd be like, fuck, if we were to even do something fucking stupid, we'd end up killing people somewhere else.
I see what you mean, because you're a concave earther. I was, for a moment, I was like, what?
Yes, if the Earth's concave, I reckon that's possible.
Yeah, that would be cool.
But I don't say it's concave. I don't say it's anything. Yeah.
Well, it's something, isn't it?
I'm sure if it's concave, Ram, they've got this sorted already. They've already got lasers aimed through the universe at other places on Earth already, I'm sure.
You just think it's like a shot in the dark, isn't it? Like the old sayings go. I think they've got a lot more prominence than people take them for,
If you believe the universe is infinite inside the middle of Earth, but you can't make a laser that long, can you? It would never get all the way through.
If you had the design, you would know what you had to miss. You definitely wouldn't want to be fucking hitting the pole mountains, because you shut down the operation, wouldn't you? Or they'll Tony Stark, whatever his name is, Stark, and he's got that fucking uranium thing in his heart. That thing being the spark, Transformers, the spark, and we fuck around with that. Everything turns off.
I can see why you're thinking about this, Realm, because in a concave Earth, when people blow off big weapons or shoot big energy weapons or direct weapons, even firing missiles around inside concave Earth, it's just quite a dangerous thing to do. Right? Because they don't go up on the outside of Earth, they bounce around inside. They could.
If there's
you can fuck the system up, can you?
You imagine like rubber, that sort of like translucent sort of rubber. It's a lot more flexible than your tire rubber, and that type of material there, and the higher you go up, the denser something gets. Whatever it is, it's a plasma. Plasma, cytoplasm is what you find in a bird's egg. That white stuff on the outside. There's water there, but there's also cytoplasm. So there's some type of jelly or something, whatever. And and these guys that are firing missiles are all having a race to see who can get the highest. Who's got the thing that's powerful enough to just pierce, like the sperm trying to get in an egg. Who's got the things? And I think they all fucking know what's going on.
I'm seeing your model the same as mine. Yeah, on my model, there's Black Ops satellites that we don't see going around the outside of my globe with nukes and lasers and direct energy weapons and stuff on them, ready to shoot on their own planet. And for you, I imagine it's the same, but you've got a sphere of Black Ops satellites with weapons on them inside Earth, but still above you, right?
I only need probably two, maybe two and a bit. of these satellites because I've got pretty much 180 sort of, probably more than 180 span. So I wouldn't need loads of satellites.
Hidden weapon systems.
Yeah, that's what I'm
somehow
talking about.
flying as a satellite.
Yeah, but if you're close enough to the center of something, and the center wasn't that big, and you're the higher up you are to the closer to the center, I can get 180 field view, and I can reach half the target.
If you haven't got the infinite universe in the middle, and you've just got some sort of unknown that you're working out, maybe you could put a 360 camera right in the middle.
I think it's
the
fucking
whole of Earth
see-through.
with one camera.
I think it's pretty much, there's no celestial sphere. I think it's pretty much see-through, like a glass of water, and you've stirred it. Like also other things, like if you get a bottle of water, I witnessed this yesterday, and I dropped it on the ground, and the whole thing, like every single molecule in there vibrated just for that one little impact. But I watched it all separate and then go back together, and like marbles, and I was like, I don't know what the fucking relevance with that with that was. Yeah.
Yeah, water. You can sort of see through it sometimes, and you can't other times.
Yeah, I mean, if there's vibrations going on, you're going to get aberration, vibration, abhor to reject, vi, whatever.
You believe now, maybe, if humanity designs a super telescope or some type of high-tech CIA binoculars, we could look upwards through the stars, through the blackness, and see people in Australia, right? And I could spy on you by looking through this medium somehow with new tech in the next 50 years or something.
If I had two sheets of like balloon material like touching each other and they were glued on the outside and there was no air in, I got as flat as possible, as airtight as possible, and then what I did was I pulled the top and bottom apart, and then what you do, you get naturally 4 convex sort of interiors, and you would have more like a genie's lamp, maybe, it could be anything, mate.
Theoretically, in the future, we might be able to look through space and see the other side of Earth. That's what I'm hoping.
Yeah,
Definitely. Your model's
definitely.
correct.
I think if the sun, I don't think the sun's that close to the Earth in many ways. Almost like the whole system is like the last third radius from the center, because then it can reach more outwards. None of this fucking bending up and stuff like that. I think it's too ridiculous. You'd probably need things like a fucking lot of thermals, but anyway, yeah. Okay, it could be anything. I just think the outer space thing is too hot. It's the hope, R.G. Wells, he talks about a uranium bomb. Next thing we got is physicists theorizing that someone else already knows the technology, builds a bomb, realizes they didn't know the technology, is the first person to be an activist against nuclear bombs, which is the same guy that invented it. And then they're like, fucking went in the head.
I just thought how you could prove the concave Earth. You could fire off a huge bomb in the middle of space. And
you don't want to do that.
Get people to film it, from different places around the Earth, and they'd all see it coming from a center.
Yeah, but it depends how large level.
And that would be the proof of concave Earth.
See, if you were in a swimming pool, and someone has a flashlight in there, it's quite hard to see that light. Would you say just in water? At the consistency of water. So not saying.
No, I'm thinking the biggest atom bomb ever goes off right in the middle of the universe.
People but you don't want to do that.
Going to see it, but they're all going to see it coming from a center spot.
Yeah, but you're not going to. Yeah, but you're not going to do that. That's going to be the worst thing ever because you would probably just.
You could prove it. What if we did like a fireworks instead of a bomb?
But we don't want to do that, do we? We were just like, look, let's just fucking all shake hands and fucking come up with something that we know is the best for humanity. It doesn't matter that it doesn't matter what it is, but it's.
It doesn't matter what it is. Doesn't it matter that it's accurate?
No. What I'm saying is that these are what the collective would say, the convention would say of the world back in the day, and they're like, look, man, we fucking done this, and we can't do this, and it's like one side is saying we're convex, the other side is saying that we're inside something or whatever. And you've got all your different. You got your flat Earth at the convention as well.
There's also one main side that says we're on the outside of a sphere, right?
Yes, but that's why I say convex, whether it be geocentric or heliocentric.
Forget the bomb. We send off a laser light show that explodes in the middle. and it's seen from the northern hemisphere as coming from Polaris, and it's seen in the southern hemisphere as coming from the Southern Cross, and this proves concave Earth.
Well,
Because
not the
all the way
Southern
around,
Cross.
all the way around, you've seen it blow up from the center.
Yeah, I mean, if you just go from one point to the center and you're using light, something that's not going to damage or affect anything at all, it's just going to be nice and clean, and we can do the job, and it can penetrate through whatever it is, get to the other side. Yeah, that's cool. But if it comes to damaging and shit like that, we're going to fuck it all up, and then we're going to fucking kill each other because we've turned off the clock. The sun stops and it stays in one place, and everyone's like, "Oh fuck, what do we do now?" You know, or whatever.
Yeah, I agree. That would be bad.
But send in a light show, and then you would have multi-experiments at 360 different grid coordinate points, equidistant from each other, etc. Blah blah blah. Based on a sphere, and then we'll see what the differences are, and if it's a bit more, a bit less at one part and the other. Using physical measure, we say that light is physical. Then basically, are people going to be standing there with scales on the ground, and the light's going to come and fucking weather force? But the light would have lost its energy, momentum on the way. A whole load of stuff that it makes sense to have a sensor in the middle. Then but you don't want to get to the middle because you're going to fucking open the seal, and you fucked it. It's got to be airtight, doesn't it? If it ain't airtight, you fucked it. We don't want to be fucking.
If what's not airtight, so are you saying the whole Earth needs to be airtight?
Well, the sensor would need to be airtight, but airtight as in an expression and not a physical thing. Like as in whatever it is needs to be contained. If any of us are penetrating through the fucking nucleus, we're gonna end up fucking the nucleus, and then the whole
universe will come falling down from the middle.
You know what?
Earth, right?
A baby's do that thing that goes around a baby's fucking cot when it's sleeping. It's called a something, and a mobile. Yeah. So you've got the Empyrean versions when they talk about the premium mobile. So the mobile will be a secondary. So the Prima mobile, Prima being a primary, whatever. There's a mechanism.
There's a worry in my model realm. If people get too ego happy with the nukes on the satellites, one's going to go wrong and it's going to blow up the moon, and the moon is going to crash into our model, and it's game over.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, I don't think there's any need for satellites because you can pretty much propagate. You can propagate any signal anywhere just using relays, which is what
I believe in satellites on my model.
Yeah, but I wouldn't believe in they are. They're floating relays, aren't they? And that still makes sense because with floating relays, you can relay communications and helps with GPS.
They were floating data collection things.
Yeah.
Now exactly. I reckon they're weapon systems too.
But not moving. The difference being is that yes, they're geostationary.
I think some move on my model. I don't know about yours.
Yeah, I think if you've got things like it'll take using energy of static solar radiation to power gyroscopic movement, you can keep something afloat just using gyroscopic trajectory, maybe trajectory. So it's been ejected in a three motion. So a gyroscope with three weights on that. Angled in a way that the momentum is pulling it up. This guy done it using a big bolt and a nut, and he put the gyroscope on the nut, and he was able to unspin it off upwards, if that makes sense. So if you had enough, but that would take a lot of energy, and there's probably a lot more energy available up there as it is down here, because we know 100 volts is whatever meters. For every so many meters you increase your voltage, and saying that we are between two Gauss layers. If you know what a Gauss layer is, it's just the attraction of positive to negative. And if there are videos on this stuff, that seems to me the most practical application as to why we are stuck to the ground, because there's a charge on the outside, the exterior of the shell. And the question is, are we on the inside of the shell or on the outside? Letters.
Well, it depends if you know what you're looking at, you know?
I wanted to say earlier, Eggshells, that the Tartaria theory to me is a retelling of Atlantis. And then I was going to ask you, do you believe in...
Well, that's what it is.
Do you believe Atlantis has got any credibility?
Yes.
That there are amazing sunken lost cities, sure. That there is
Yeah.
a particular one, maybe. I like.
Well, it's
I mean,
consciousness
I think
based.
One big
the-
one.
Keep that in mind.
the reliability that humans would tell such stories makes it difficult to figure out.
Yes,
You know,
especially
if
someone
any
like
particular
Plato.
story were true. Say again?
Especially someone like Plato, who's known for telling lots of stories.
Who told that story? I don't know
Plato,
them.
I think.
Was it right? Yeah, because I mean, like the idea of a lost civilization is just naturally going to be fascinating to humans, and
Well, Plato heard it from ancient Egyptians.
Yeah, he heard of it from Egypt and the East, I'm sure.
Right. Yeah.
But
see,
he
that-
retold it in Greece, and that's why everyone knows it today.
Right. Yeah, that's the kind of thing I was imagining.
That's part of the, the lost history of Earth. Maybe there was a beautiful civilization somewhere. We're not told about it properly.
Sure.
And it was of a higher consciousness, you know, like we've gone
That bit
back
I'm
in
not so
time in that regard.
not so convinced on.
Well, that's fair enough.
That there were that there were sort of people that were hugely advanced, but like when you say higher consciousness, some of my privileged modern sense of it is I just wouldn't be able to have a meaningful conversation with somebody from, let's say, Plato's era about ethics, because sure, there might be some things that I would go, oh, actually, that's a really interesting way of looking at things. But by and large, all the good things we've kept and all the bad things are stuff that they would hold really dear, like putting your daughter to death for cheating on her husband. That would just be like, how could you not? What do you mean? You've got to murder her. That's what we do. I don't even know if that one's true of the of the Greeks. I just picked it because I was like, that's the kind of thing people do, and you guys would know that's true, so you would find it hard pressed to go, no, they never did that, because we just know this, right? That the less advanced technologically, the more you need to rely on brutality, is my view.
Well, potentially. Are you into history at all?
Say again?
Do you study history? Because I don't think humans were all that bad in the past.
Yeah, I don't think they're all that bad, but I mean, I do think that the general gist is between any culture that you could choose to like look at in terms of their behavior, in terms of how they looked after people who were very unwell, perhaps, or like just anything. That seems to be in many ways reliant on them having the nuts and bolts available to do it. Like a really reliable way to find to identify a culture that will regularly practice ritual sacrifice or killing of their own people, and it is nomadic cultures, because you just can't have slow people in nomadic cultures. You can't have injured people. You've got to, if people are a problem, like you're not going to hold court or lock somebody up or something like that. So you just kill them, and it's quite well understood that cultures where that happens, there is very, very low levels of organized warfare style violence, but extraordinarily high levels of you find bones with skulls crushed in. Just because how do two men settle a fight in a nomadic squat? They obviously fight to the death, right? Or fight till one's really fucked up. So I don't think that without, like, security cameras, take them for example. Without security cameras or a law, justice system, police force, what do you do when someone steals your shit?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I guess luck is a lot more involved, right? With the people you're dealing with, you got to know your community more. So everything is intrinsically like you're more connected with your surroundings. You know, you got to know who's got your back and who's going to do you
Yeah.
dirty.
Yeah, right. And people would like, you know, your brothers fall in love with their mates' wives all the time. You know, you're going to have fallings out over who ate the last of this or the last of that. And like nowadays, I don't worry. Like when guys start kicking off and making a bit of a ruckus, like they're going to get violent, I just don't worry anymore. I'm just like, all I need to do is get outside, right? Like I don't need to. Whereas, yeah, when I'm traveling in other parts of the world, I'm like, fuck, I'm going to have to sort this shit out, right? Because police might be a long way away, but they also might not take my side because they're corrupt as fuck over here.
Yeah, definitely.
Like, yeah, that's why
Well,
I
that's the
like
thing.
modern life. You can send a daughter out if you
Yeah.
want. Sorry, I'm ranting. Go for it.
No, good takes, man. But then again, it all comes to preference. I'd say I think the old days would have been better. You know, would have been more meaningful. We wouldn't be asking these questions about what's real and what's not because you know what's real, and it's your life, and you got to fend for it, and you got to know everyone to their core. And you know your community, there's tribalism, you know, and you're connected with the nature. And that's completely lost these days, you know.
Yeah.
Like
I do certainly get a sense of yearning for it. And there's just the adversity. Like I heard a really interesting talk where they were saying it might be the case that it's actually privilege in life, like things being really easy, makes people actually more likely to be anxious or depressed. That
100%.
if you've just got
Yeah.
survival things to worry about, you've got a really easy way of dealing with being anxious. And let's be fair, you probably should be anxious, right? Like if you're like, I do not know where my next meal is coming from, that anxiety is a good trait. But if you do know exactly where your next meal is coming from and all of the ones after that, but you still feel anxious, that's a problem. I thought it was a very interesting idea. Maybe
It's where you focus your energy, you know.
Yeah. I've heard energy flows where focus goes or something like that. Yeah, if that's what you're paying attention to, that's what you'll find.
At the end of the day, it all just stems from meaning. So I'd say the meaning, you know, in itself means, you know, we're de-evolving.
In what way?
Devolving, sorry. Like we're losing what makes us human. And that's why we can't create the buildings we used to make. You know, you see all
You
those
reckon we can't?
17th century buildings, the building Notre Dame, for example.
Do
We
you
don't
reckon
build
we
buildings
can't
like that
create that
today,
today,
do
or
we?
just
But we
that
don't want
tastes
to.
have moved on?
We don't want to. We just don't care anymore.
We
don't
we
want to.
can't because we won't because we've given up making beautiful things in that
Exactly.
same way.
And we've
I don't
lost the
know.
beauty in life, haven't we?
Huge, useful things are pretty cool.
Oh, I love some buildings, but we can't do the pyramids and the old cathedrals or the old temples because we don't think it's important to spend that long on stone in that way.
Well, but we built a lot else besides, right? Football stadiums, opera house is pretty nice.
The Roman Empire.
Oh, nice stuff.
stems
New types of nice stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, why would we keep building it in the old way? I don't. That's the bit I'm not following.
I'm not saying we should. I'm just saying I agree with Vanny that we can't now, which points to something we're lacking.
Yeah, I think I get that side of it. We're like, yeah, we're no longer sort of about building enormous monuments or sort of
And temples and cathedrals and stuff. We need to do this again.
Well, that's the thing. When they were building these cathedrals and whatnot, they thought the Earth was flat.
Right? Yeah. I mean, yeah, people do cool things.
I'm not sure about all the cathedrals. The old temples. Yeah, I'm sure they thought the Earth was flat. Most of them.
Yeah, people have been pretty down. Like Notre Dame, I would be very surprised if Notre Dame was built after.
I looked it up the other day. I think it was like 1100 AD.
Oh
So
yeah,
fucking
okay.
900
Yeah,
years ago
people
somewhere.
may
I
well have
reckon
still been
globe
flat
is
Earth then.
one of the theories at that point, I reckon.
I'm about to launch this mission, doing all my pre-flight checks.
Right, how good's German beer? I bought like a whole handful.
Yeah, it's pretty good. There's some. It's hard to also describe the.
It's really good. It's different to Aussie beers. Actually has good flavour, you know.
Can you share me a link of your AI drone, Harry?
Oh yeah, sure.
I want to show you. I was thinking about which one to show you, and then I was like, I should have actually showed you the one of it where it actually loses me for quite a while because it's got a 27-minute or 22-minute battery life, and it loses me. But that's super cool watching it because in the other one you go, oh, it's following him, but in the one where it loses me, it's got to find me again, and you get a really good sense of like, oh, I see how you're doing this. Like I'm starting to understand your programming heuristics.
How is it tracking you? You just got a phone app turned on.
Got an actual beacon, so it's a little kind of remote shaped thing, which is meant to send just GPS, I think, and it wouldn't surprise me as well that they're a bit tight-lipped about how it works. But I think it's probably also a bit of an accelerometer and some other things. So it's like I want to know if this person's moving fast or slow or something like that. I don't know how it's that good, but once this is in your hand between that and optics, it just hunts you down. If you are interested, I can show you the longer one. I'll just screen share, but it's pretty cool. I'm
just wondering about the stability and footage because I already believe that it can fire well. Yeah, I'm sure if it was really far away, it would use a satellite and a GPS, wouldn't it, to come back?
So it uses a lot of optical. It's got 10 cameras on it, I think I counted. And then, so it's doing obviously object recognition and tracking, and it's using only optical, not rather than LiDAR to avoid all the trees. But obviously it's got like 10 cameras to choose to get parallax to sort of build an image.
That's
but it's definitely also using GPS. They say that you don't cover the GPS receiver in the beacon. I do wonder.
Basis, isn't it? If the optics go down, it's got GPS.
Yeah. Okay, I think I'm ready to launch. This is the biggest thing I've ever launched. I've been trying for 2 days. This better work. The roster of Kerbals. Oh, good, I checked that. Pilot, engineer, scientist. There you go there. What do you reckon, Dawn?
Not watch it.
No.
Come on, Kerbo.
Yeah, follows nicely. It's got some type of stabilization happening, hasn't it, on the footage? And it tracks you really well. I don't know if the camera's on a gimbal because it's tracking you as well as moving, but it's tracking
Yeah.
you really in the turns and stuff.
Yeah, it does. It does some pretty cool stuff because it's got to be mapping its path. But then the most interesting is, or one of the interesting ones for me is when I get it to fly in front of me because I can see what it's trying to do then, and it's very sort of recognizable. You're sort of like it's sort of going backwards, but it's animal-like. Liz kept saying it looked like a puppy dog. It would sort of. You would just go up the hill because you can see I'm on an electric bike, and it just sort of goes, "What? Where'd he go?"
Yeah.
And yeah, same as when you get it to go in front of you, which is a quite fun orientation to set it in.
So it
And
doesn't turn the camera backwards. It turns around and flies backwards.
yeah,
Okay.
It because it can see out of its like on the X of its arms, on the end of all of its arms, it's got cameras both top and bottom, so it's seeing all of that quite well. But yeah, look, it's really unnerving. It's flying in front of you, looking backwards at you, but then we'll be going straight towards a tree and you're like, oh God, no. And then it suddenly just ducks at last minute. And you're like, okay, that is cool. That is really cool.
It's mad. It's doing all that itself in 20 minutes. For 20 minutes.
Yeah. I've so wanted footage of me riding gnarly terrain, and drones are great because the point of view really flattens the landscape because you've got a wide field of view, so everything looks like you're just at the top of a hill and it's flat where you are. The more fish-eyed it gets. And I can film Liz riding and I can get some pretty nice footage, but that's Liz riding. I want to see me riding. I'm vain, motherfucker. And Liz doesn't like flying the drone. She's not very good at it. And she's never going to fly it through trees successfully. I've smashed like territory nowhere near as bad as that. I have been in control of my own drones and smashed them.
Like Mavics and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. This seems great for different stuff. I mean, I imagine just walking the dog through meadows, like with a nice song, and this is just behind you, following you on a summer day or whatever.
Yeah, it's filming something nice, going out on the beach. It's like the perfect way to get a track. You know, the thing I think that they're missing the trick is if they're making you have a beacon, why don't they put a microphone in the beacon? You know, because the drone never captures any sound, because if it does capture sound, the sound it captures is so yeah, it's very silly.
They expect you to get a mic set up and sync it by clapping with the drone camera. That's a bit annoying.
Yeah, you can, you absolutely can do it. I that's what I do. I have my GoPro on my helmet, and I then we'll sync it up later, and it sounds quite good. But I mean, why make me do that if you could offer a better product with very like how much is it adding a mic to your remote? I can't imagine it's that much. I guess you've also then got to beam that back up to the drone and write it in real time, but it's It's got a Wi-Fi connection. It should be able to.
Yeah, especially if you've not got trees and stuff in the way, and it doesn't have to correct as much. You can get a perfect track, kind of low effort, perfect track.
Yeah, I'm going up there to a ridge, and then when I go along the ridge line, which I cut out of that short video, it's you get these big like, oh wow, like it's not even that exciting a valley, but you get this great sense of, well, you fly drones.
Yeah, pops up over a little hump, you're like, ooh. I saw a crazy guy the other day. He's got 8 cell, 8 motor, so 8 propeller, 8 prop quadcopter, but they're on 4 arms, up and down. But anyway, he's got a huge cinema camera on top on a gimbal. So he's controlling the FPV drone, flying full acro FPV through goggles with one radio, and then his mate's seeing quite a fast latency of the gimbal camera and controlling that on another radio, so he can turn the gimbal sideways as the drone's going really fast forward.
Yeah, that's something I would be. Yeah, it's amazing because that's something you just leave up to tech. Or
Yeah. I'll drop the video in the thing, but he's basically designing this rig, so hopefully it'll be used on films in the future and stuff.
Mini lifter, holy moly!
Man or machine.
It does. It creates such a cool dynamic shot.
Like, just it's different. It's not like it was before.
For the minute, FPV is like the new thing. Everyone's getting hired and paid loads to do film. I think in like 10 years, FPV will just be part of drones. It won't be a special different thing.
Yeah, well, I think it will. I think it will stay pretty niche, and my reasoning is, that it's really hard. Like the Skydio is 0 skill required. Whereas what you do is definitely a long way from 0 skill required. The more control you give the human, the better the human has to be.
Yeah. I just mean like right now, films are thinking, oh, let's hire an FPV guy. But in the future, it will just be bring in the drone guy and he'll have his FPV.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, definitely. Swans are very pretty looking birds, but Jesus, they're assholes. Surely, there's a bunch of people here. More than one person here has been attacked by a swan. Nobody. Nobody interested in talking about being attacked by swans. Well, that was not a success. What is wrong with it now? I did not expect that to work that well with a gimbal on drone. I would have thought it'd be really reactive. I guess it probably actually has tech in it to be like to get rid of the jerks and then just uses the operator to choose the framing. I'm guessing. I don't know. Like I just can't imagine how somebody could do that.
Definitely less toxic right now.
I guess there are certain players that bring it.
My son has moved 3 times in the past 2 years.
Why is that?
Well, let's see. The first time he got COVIDed, and they shut his job down about about a month after he had taken on the cost of moving to Raleigh. So he invested like $6,000 in moving out there. Got the job, started up. They loved him. Oh shit, COVID. We're shutting down. That set him back. He started that move with $10,000 at the bank, and he finished it begging for money at home.
That sucks. Sorry to hear that, man. For his
And
sake.
the last 2 times were pretty good. He came back, and he keeps getting promoted and given new jobs, which he doesn't want to drive 2 hours to. 2 to 3 hours of his life a day in commuting. But the thing that gets me is his moves are killing me. I gotta keep breaking out the van, spending money on gas, repairs, trying to help him out is brutal. He got a rental van yesterday, a big 15-foot truck, put everything in it, except he had friends load it, so they loaded it really inefficiently. So I had to go out there at midnight and with my van, and we packed that thing up floor to ceiling to get his final move done. I have an annoying cold right now. It amounts to pretty much nothing more than a tickle. But it's a brutal coughing tickle.
You are not having the best time, you poor chap.
It's pissing me off, keeping me up all night, trying to kill his old man.
Just let him know it's all his fault, and that should smooth things out.
If I die, I am going
to... As you should. But you should let him know before you die so that he can take it as a joke now, but then like think back on it later and go, was it a joke?
My other son wants to go out for a bike ride, and I'm like, shit. I don't know.
Push bike or motorbike?
Pedal.
Right.
You and your push bikes.
Pushy. It's a pushy, mate.
Man, that one took me for the longest time to figure out. That sounds like a kid's bike without pedals.
That's a push bike. And you got to push the pedals. I don't know. It sounds weird to me too. I get where you're coming from, but I'm just used to it.
Oh yeah. It's just the first time I heard it, it was like, you mean like you have a road bike that you push off the ground on? And then you have that freaky thing, pounds. Why the hell do you measure money in pounds?
I mean, why do you guys still measure stuff in Imperial like that? If we're talking about silly ideas,
I've got to tell you that those are much more intuitive numbers for me than they are. for you.
I get that they're intuitive, but you get that they are like, it is pretty difficult getting the relationship between weights and sizes, like inch, centimeter, like a centimeter relates to 100 degrees, like all of it fits together. So yeah, I get that it makes sense to you, but like, I know what 10 centimeters means, and so many fucking Yanks don't, but I also know what 3 inches means. Like, they're roughly the same thing.
Right.
You know, like we do some things in feet and inches. You don't lose the ability to remember in feet and inches. You just now get metric, which just makes more sense.
Yeah, I think the one thing that I really had a problem with the American standard system was the fractional inches.
Yes.
Those I found stupid. It's like,
3/8.
why didn't you do decimal inches?
Yes. Yeah, that's a really good point. They're like, but the whole value is that you can divide it. You're like, it's not sensible to talk in fractions. It's very hard to tell what's bigger, you know, a quarter or a... How's that going to
What is
go?
what is 3/4 and 11/16? I don't know.
It took me out.
Are you flying around space right now?
Yeah, I just destroyed my space station. I've been trying to send this thing up for 2 days. God damn it.
And you play in sandbox mode, or it's like, do you actually have to earn the money to make your space station?
I've got to earn the money. I'm in career mode. I'm sending up a space station that'll, I think, all told be about 2 million. Which is, I've only got 7 million. So and I'm not going to solve any things with it, but the plan is that it's perpetual. So if you're watching my screen, these arms fold down, and what I have going on there, which I have to launch in a separate one, not because I don't have the Delta V. I can actually get this fucking thing into orbit. It's just that my computer can't handle all those parts. So it keeps lagging and crashing out. So I have to have this other bit that goes into it. And I'm very proud of this, actually. I've been working on it for ages. So I have this, which is that. And you go there, both sides like that. And then these hinges fold up, and that attaches like that. So then when it's in place, when it's where it needs to be, it is a thing with solar panels that I won't show you all of them right now because it takes ages. But then it can fold back down. It's reusable, so I can use it to be a floating base refueling station over Lathe, where I've got some people I need to pick up because I left them there. So it's kind of a rescue mission. But then I can go and just hang out over any orbiting body, send these little refueler rigs down to drop down and land on their very sturdy legs, and mine ore for me.
Cool.
So we'll see.
So you're gonna have gravity on this bitch? Doesn't look like it. Centrifugal gravity.
No. I was thinking about it. I was considering putting some sideways rockets. My idea was this, to have a base that basically does that. It doesn't have a particular pod for it, but it just has sort of more gravity in certain places, which was going to be just a sideways rocket on there.
Do you have to contend with any kind of structural loads? Like, if I did spin that thing too fast, could it tear itself apart?
It's mostly, it's not really the ordinary structural problems. It's just the Kraken, because there's so many parts on this that it just goes on for, like, my computer just can't handle it. It's
Right.
got the Delta V. I've got a very similar craft into orbit before, but now I've just added little bit more mass, and now it's just got so many stages and parts and things.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure if they had structural physics built into this. Structural, like.
Yeah, they've now got a thing called auto strut, which I don't know if you played when that was a thing, but it now just like will automatically strut these parts together. Okay, so let's get this bitch into orbit. What was my problem with the last one? But I like the idea that this can keep turning back into this shape. It can keep forming up. I will have to re-strut, but... So that should get it into orbit.
Have you done just a brutal fastest spacecraft you can make?
No, I haven't yet, actually. That would be good fun.
Don't care if you come back, just go really, really fast.
That's a quite good one, actually. And that's the other thing that I was wondering about as well. When I was like, the sun, I was like, oh, everything just falls into the sun because its gravity's so high. And then after playing this, I realized actually no, it's really hard to fall into the sun because its gravity's so high. Like that broke my brain when I started thinking about that from a Scott Manley video. Like to get orbital dynamics suddenly to be like, ah, that's okay. Now it makes more sense.
So if I just aim, oh, I don't know, counter to the orbit, you know, is that the most efficient way to get to the sun?
I forget actually. I've got to watch it again. Maybe if I zoom right out, it won't need as much graphics. Yeah, we're getting 21 FPS. That sounds good.
It looks like you got some heavy weight on there. It's not taking off real fast.
Oh, it's really, really, really inefficiently heavy. I could have just so easily got all of these parts up on 4 separate flights, which would be more efficient and make more sense. But I've just wanted to launch the biggest craft. This is the biggest I think I can do for a while now. But it just doesn't respond. The game just totally lags out and then everything explodes. Oh, what was that? Okay, now it's not responding. It's doing what it does. The jets aren't moving. They're all gimbaled. And then it stops. Oh, hang on. Maybe. It's kind of leaning the right way. Is it that the motors have run out? No, they're full electric charge. It just won't respond anymore, but it's kind of doing an okay gravity turn. Shit. Okay. They didn't come off. Okay, that's going to be slowing me down a bit, but keep going.
I can't hear you over the rocket.
Just hoping I get control back of this thing. Totally unresponsive.
Over them damn rockets, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to just
This is
wait.
what the Milky. This is what the Milky Way looks to us like in the southern hemisphere. By the way, you look up and you see that. Maybe not all around you, but it's usually like 2/3 of the sky is this giant Milky Way. Okay, now maybe I'll be able to. Come on. What's going on? All of that stage is fired. Why is nothing detaching? Yeah, the craft's just not responding to me. It's too complex. The computer's just not doing anything.
Well, sounds like you gotta go buy a new computer.
This is a pretty good computer. It's just Kerbal is hard.
Or maybe you got to change your operating system out to Linux or something.
Oh, I'm about to head off on a world trip where I won't be playing games for maybe a year.
Oh, that's crazy, bro. That's a long time, mate. Where you going?
Sydney to London is the plan.
Elon Musk is looking at you as his next rocket engineer.
So that's drastically reduced the parts.
This is, I think this game was invented by an alien race, like the movie The Last Starfighter. And they're waiting to find the last rocket engineer. Or the first rocket engineer from Earth that would be ready for, like, first contact.
I would happily stand up to talk to to an alien species.
You can talk to them, mate.
Oh, I mean, if anything's made its way all the way out here, it's got a pretty good idea of how to start communicating. I mean, we'll still. I think it'll have. I don't. I mean, the chance of, isn't it the Fermi paradox or something like that? But the Fermi principle or somebody's number or something like that, which is just why you would never see anybody. You think, why haven't we met aliens? And then it talks about how life virtually definitely happens, but it happens in a very, very big universe over a very long expanse of time. So the chance of bumping into one another is really low. You could have life popping up all the time, but it's at totally different sides of the galaxy. Like, how the fuck would we know if there's like complex organisms with a government covering half of the other side of the galaxy? We wouldn't have a clue.
Well, that's the other thing is, like, I don't think that there's any reason for intelligence to be spawned by evolution. So there's a lot of planets still have lots of life, but won't ever necessarily spawn a serious intelligence.
Yes, but I think that too becomes a numbers game. There are choke points. Like, the likelihood of it going from singular celled organisms to beyond that, or plant to animal, or exactly, there are gaps that most probably won't go through, but all you need to do is roll the dice enough times and it will definitely happen.
Right.
It's just
a billion life form planets,
Yeah. It'll happen so incredibly rarely that every time it pops up, people go, "Oh my god, how improbable is this?" It's like, no, it kind of happens all the time. But it just winks out of existence again because you get hit by an asteroid or die to a virus or kill one another or something, you know. With an increasing energy, we have an increasing appetite for absolutely everything: steel, electricity, just power, energy, space, natural resources, water. We've got it's increasing at an increasing rate. Nobody on Earth thinks that's sustainable. Also, got to go into space. Anyway, sorry, I'm ranting. I'll shut up.
Son of a bitch. Better stop that ranting crap.
Okay, I think this will fly.
It'd be cool, like we get to the point where we're ready to go into space and we use up the last resource we need to get there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like we are hundreds, probably thousands of years a bit away from being able to survive if Earth died. Like if Earth got hit by something and became uninhabitable for complex life. Thousands of years maybe from anything being able to survive that, I think. That's
we spent all of humanity's resources, just on the project. I think we could do it. I mean, I think you could set up underground bases on Mars, eke a living out maybe for virtual eternity.
Could you really sustain a Mars base, do you reckon?
Yeah, once you get your tunnel boring machines up there and stuff and start crawling under the ground and getting their resources, assuming that it's got like some energy sources you could use. I would think so.
Have either of y'all seen Isaac Arthur's channel?
No.
He's a physicist or he's studied physics and all, but he has a futurism channel where he describes what's likely with different types of levels of technology, and with the technology the type of science we have now, what's likely
type
and
1,
what's
type 2 society.
Well, basically, he was saying that surviving on rotating habitats or in asteroid fields would be more likely than as a permanent habitation for a larger number of people than like on Mars because of the gravity well. Whereas a rotating habitat, you could control the gravity. You could actually
interesting.
have a lot more people with a lot less resources required to do that. It's very interesting. He goes into a lot of detail.
Yeah, my understanding is some of the plans are very similar to what's shown up in The Expanse, which is like maybe you could build bases by grabbing an asteroid and then having an internal kind of city and because the asteroid is spinning constantly, there's like two downs. There's like a down world, the center where it's 0G, and then as you go towards the bottom, you get a little bit of gravity. It's not kind of 1G, but it's enough to walk around.
Right. He goes into a lot of detail. He actually describes the how you calculate all of that and all. His videos are pretty impressive. They're rather long. They're usually an hour or more long, but he goes into a lot of detail on a lot of that, and he touches on the Fermi paradox quite a bit too. I do a lot of driving, so it gives me something good to listen to on my drives.
Art Bell?
I've done that a long time ago too. I'm usually not driving at that time anymore.
I used to do drive testing, and when we would launch a new network or something, a new cell phone network, and we would go out at night, and that's when we would crank up the Art Bell.
I would I'd go hunting, and on my way to my hunting lease, I would do better listening to somebody talking than listening to music to keep me awake. And I had to stop doing that after a while. One of the times I'm going walk about a little over a mile in the woods at 4 o'clock in the morning in the dark, and he's talking about shadow people and all of that stuff. And I just watched Blair Witch Project, which was actually not a scary movie at all. But god dang, you walk in the woods and all the little dripping and just makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up. I said, this is stupid. I'm sorry, I'm making some noise. I'm gonna have to mute.
Kill you. Damn noisy person. I have to hang up to stop the video. I gotta get off my duff.
So Eggshells, you'd mentioned that you had thought about our conversation and had some other things you wanted to talk about.
Yeah. When would you like to have a chat?
whenever you would like to. I'm about to pressure wash a house, but I got to do some some work first before I could get to that part. Before I start making too much noise.
Sure. Do you mean so you're talking about today? Now.
If you want, or if you want to schedule it for another time, that's fine too.
Yeah, let's do it. Absolutely. Yeah, awesome. Right. When are you thinking? How long from now? IB?
Maybe I'm thinking. See what my schedule
Sure.
is. Kind of hard to make time, but let's see. Maybe tomorrow evening.
Okay. Oh, so you're not thinking now?
Well, now's fine. If you want to do now.
Yeah,
for a while
that's
anyway.
what I thought you were saying. Yeah. So when do you mean? Like right now? We can ask if Geo's here. We could set up a room and do it in here again. There's not many people anyway.
Yeah, but that's fine. I thought you were just had some questions about it, but if you wanted to set up something, that's fine.
Good.
Ask the questions here, mate.
Yeah, let's go for it. Let's just do it now.
Sure.
I'm all in tune to the entertainment.
All right. Jeremy, are you here? Fired that up. Mark 3, I think this is by now. Right. Save that. Finish that. Get this open. Put that over there. Set up my light. Down for it. Let's be entertaining then.
Let me actually switch to. Thank you, gorgeous. Alrighty. Oh, I'm looking disheveled. Anyway. Okay. There's my virtual webcam. There we go. G'day. Okay. I'll fire up the stream. Are you about ready to go, IB?
Yeah, sure. I have a little bit of noise every now and then. I'm actually working on some stuff,
You're right.
but that's...
Let me just actually do that. There we go. Okay. Welcome back. I think we're live now, and we're back again with IB Hunter, who told me he was going to drop punt flat Earth back into 2021 with some pretty impressive globe proofs. I think he ticks the box for person who's done a lot of things that are very intimately acquainted with how we could know we live up on a all. Like I keep saying to people, who should you go for? And I'm like, people who need it. People, if this was your day job, you would understand it. And this, essentially, the shape of the Earth was your day job for quite a few years. Is that right, IB?
Yeah, basically. Unfortunately, whenever I was doing that, I had no idea there was anybody that believed the Earth was flat. So,
right.
Otherwise, I would have been able to do a lot of demonstrations with a lot of equipment I had access to.
Because I've got bits of it up here behind me. What did we talk about last time? Because I don't want to entirely rehash last time's, but I thought I've got some ideas about some questions I want to ask this time. So for anybody who hasn't watched before, one thing that's behind my head, if I just yoink myself out of the way, was you've mapped the ocean floors with these, what do they call, AUV, autonomous undersea vehicle or something?
Yeah, autonomous underwater vehicles, yes. One that I have used, or that my company and I have used quite a bit, is the Huygen series.
Huygen.
Yeah, so they have the Huygen 1000 or the one of the models we had would go down to 4,500 meters water depth.
Right. Okay. So this is what you were telling. So this was, as you were saying in this one, scanning then the bed. Hang on, we had another one that was even better at describing it, but has this scan going over the pipeline or something to check that undersea cables were lined up correctly. Is that pretty good rendition of some of what you worked on?
Yes. I think I sent you a video a while back about several different ones. One of them was some of the camera stuff that we designed for ours, where you could actually photograph pipelines to find out if there's it gives you a little more data than just sonar imagery of the pipeline, or different data than the sonar imagery of the pipeline. So you already know exactly where the pipeline is from the sonar or magnetometer data, but you can tell if there's marine growth on it or if it's actually got some fluff around it with sonar data. But then you could see exactly what type of marine growth or if there's life flourishing around the pipeline then that means that it's actually good for the ecosystem down there and not interfering with the ecosystem under the water.
Well, could there be life around it, but it be still upsetting the balance of life down there?
Well, that would depend because you could actually see what the life is all around it. If there's almost no life around it, but then it's congregated around the pipe, that gives it an anchor point for stuff to actually congregate around, and actually gives it, you're actually promoting life in that area because of the pipe.
Right. Okay. So, what I was trying to think of what questions would I ask, because sometimes Rakia is on and he talks about how he knows that satellites, well, not knows, but one of his reasons for believing that satellites land-based system is because he loses satellite TV 150 kilometers from shore. And I thought, I'd love to ask IB about that. And then I thought, I don't just want to ask you about the facts of it. Can you tell me a story about a story that in some way would show that through the telling of that story that you are quite confident that satellites are in space?
Okay, well, first of all, it's like, where do you point the antenna? First of all.
Okay.
And you can actually determine where the satellite is. Well, first of all, you determine where the satellite is to determine where you point the antenna, or vice versa.
Okay.
The other thing is,
so is that if you're heading south, you're pointing it back north a bit because most of them are going to be on an equatorial orbit?
Exactly. So if you're down in Brazil, your satellite dishes are going to point north.
Right.
If you're up north of the equator, they're going to point south. If you're right at the equator, they're going to point straight up. The thing is, it depends on which satellite service you get. Probably one of the more popular ones around here is like DirecTV. And the early days of DirecTV, they used larger spot beams to cover continental U.S.
Could I just cut in there? Sorry, IB. If you've gone to somewhere in your house, I was wondering if you might be able to find chores to do in a different area of your house because it's suddenly gone all like robot-y.
No, let's see. Let me make sure my. No, it's good. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it sounds better now. So yeah, can you just go back there a bit?
Okay. Where I was.
So it depends on where you point the antenna.
Right. So if you're south of the equator, you're going to be pointing it towards the north. If you're north of the equator, you're going to be pointing it towards the south, and if you're at the equator, you're going to be pointing it straight up. Satellite TV companies, video across satellite link is a lot of data, so they limit their spot beams. You can
limit their spot beams. Tell me what that means.
Okay, a spot beam is the area of coverage. They have directional antennas on the satellites. Basically, it's an array of antennas, and they can control basically the area of coverage from that array of antennas.
Is that in geostationary orbit, or how's it covering that?
It is in geostationary orbit, so the satellite never moves in relation to the ground. And you could actually photograph these with a telescope. You could use a telescope and photograph the geostationary satellite.
No way.
Oh yeah.
Of course, because the background stars would move past it. It would be like a bit of a speck on the lens or something. It'd be the only thing violating the 15 degrees an hour rule.
Exactly.
Wow. Do you have that? Do you happen to, because you also take satellite photos and stuff. Do you happen to have a?
I usually try to avoid the satellites, but there's a bunch of other people that do. I have some satellites in some of my photos, but I haven't done. I don't go for that because I'm usually have a different target in mind. But I can. I could next time I bring the telescope out, I'll try to do that. There's a lot of other people that have done it. Actually, Wolfie has done an excellent one where he actually, during the equinox, you could actually watch the satellites go in eclipse of the Earth, where each satellite disappears one at a time across the sky, and then they come back in and start reflecting again because the shadow of the Earth passes through over the satellites.
So what? They run out of power?
No. It basically you see the satellite because it's reflecting light from the sun.
Oh, of course. I see what you're saying. Sorry, I thought, I thought you meant the sort of signal you were getting from it.
No, this is just for photography. So you could video it and you could watch the shadow of the Earth pass over the satellites, basically, to where they no longer reflect the light. You wait a little while and then you could actually watch the satellite come back to where you could see it again because the shadow has passed.
So Vanu, Jerry, what do you reckon? That sounds like pretty compelling stuff to suggest things are in orbit.
I don't know. I'm vacuuming now, so I am only hearing like every third word. So, but I am enjoying the kind of background talk.
Cool. All right.
Well, back to the spot beams. It's the power is very expensive on the satellite, so any transmit power is really expensive. So you want to limit that as much as they can. One of the ways is actually to reduce the amount of data that goes through, but if they can't do that, they actually reduce the area they cover with it.
Right.
So like DirecTV doesn't want to spend millions of dollars broadcasting signal into an area where there's hardly anybody located. So they'll concentrate their spot beams, and their old spot beams used to be much bigger, but back years ago they changed satellites and then they added 2 more satellites. I think the current configuration is the dish has to be able to receive from 3 different satellites at the same time.
So what is it, sending some bits through one and some bits through another or something?
No, they just have different transponders on each satellite. So you're receiving from several transponders at the same time. So
on different frequencies, surely. I don't get how that works.
Yeah, it's different frequencies. They're close to the same frequency, but they're slightly different. They're encoded different. So you'll get one transponder which may have 50 channels on it, and then the next transponder which will have another 50, and so on and so on. So you actually have the full spectrum of channels that they have from all 3 satellites. But if you look at their coverage area on their website, they'll show you what the spot beams are and how it covers and how they lay them out. And you have these little ellipses and they shape it to the US.
Yeah, I've got it. You might not be able to see my screen, but I've got the wide spot beam and narrow spot beam map of Australia. And yeah, they make these cool hexagons.
Right. Now, if you look at like a spot beam from a differential signal, so if you look at let's see, something to correct for GPS, so a satellite signal that's coming from the geostationary satellite that will correct for GPS over a wide area. That spot beam will cover from the Arctic Circle to the Antarctic Circle and a huge area. So 4 spot beams could cover the entire Earth. And what those will do is their data rates are a lot lower, so they don't require as much power to cover a much wider area.
Because otherwise they'd need huge solar arrays and deal with heat or something like that, I imagine. So
exactly.
I wanted to ask you last time about gyro compasses, because that's also something that you've used, and that's a very cool bit of kit, I think. So can you tell us, like, I'll get the photo up of the gyro compass that I pulled off Wiki. You're buying one of these to refurbish it, yes?
Yeah, I actually got a hold to 2 of them. One of them to use for parts, but it happens to be the first gyro compass that I started using, and probably the one I'm least familiar with out of all the models I've used, because I was new to this. I was new to it. I was brand new to doing the survey work.
So
and
this is you just said something super. Hang on, you currently have one of these in your house?
yeah, I have 2 of them in the house. I have.
Can we go for? Well, can we go for a tour of? Can you show us it? Like turn on your camera and just point at it.
Yeah, I got a kind of a mess. I got to dig to it right now.
Oh, we don't care about the mess. This is exciting. We talk with so little on actual understanding, and you've got multiple of these in your house. This is awesome.
Yeah, let's see.
Are we going to confirm the globe right here, right now?
Well, this one is a pretty strong proof because it is local physical stuff comports with only one thing.
The ether. Ether eggshells.
Some sort of east to west, force. I don't know, it could be the ether. But all the ether it ever seems to be doing is pretending it's a ball.
I know. I was just busting your balls, brother.
Good to hear. G'day, Issa.
Yeah, man.
You can interrogate some of the things that IB's saying. I'm live at the moment, so I just letting you know.
10-4.
But yeah, you can interrogate and challenge some of these ideas because he actually is taking us on a tour to his garage to see it.
Yeah, they were arguing last night, or discussing whatever last night about. Everyone was arguing the 3. What was it? It was people were saying that the gyro compass precesses because it's set to north, and then some were saying that it was it finds true north, and then some people right.
There's nothing. What good is a compass that you have to tell it where to look?
Right.
If you already know where to look, why the fuck do you need a compass? How do you?
All right.
Yeah, sorry. I know you.
No. It's
okay, wow, here we go.
Yeah.
Can you see it?
Yeah. Let me just get it up bigger.
Let's see. I haven't worked on it in a while. I've been having some other stuff going on in my life, but you can see the balance weight at the bottom.
Right
so that's
there. That balance weight is my understanding is that's to put torque on the thing so it pulls it towards north. To make it. Or no,
it references
drag is what
it
pulls
to the vector of. Well, it references it to the vector of gravity, and that's what requires. I almost need a visual, but
no, I think I get that.
If it's actually facing east, and the Earth is rotating, what it'll do is it'll make that east side tilt up on the gyro to keep its orientation. But what'll happen is that weight pulls it back down to level again. And that torque of actually pulling it back down causes the gyro to precess to the left, which makes it point north.
Right on.
Gotcha.
That makes any
Gotcha. That made so much sense, that explanation. That's amazing. Okay.
Yep.
So because it knows what down is, then it'll sort of get yoinked around to line up with the axis of the rotation of the Earth.
Right. Yeah, it needs both the rotation and the vector of gravity to be able to determine where north is. Okay. It only has one, it's not going to be able to determine where north is. It requires both.
Excellent. So what are some of the errors in something like this? If you were trying to pull this apart and say, well, actually, this proves we live on a stationary plane, how would you argue against this if you were trying to be a flat earther for a minute?
Okay, well, one of the things I've heard is that you have to set it to north, and that's not true. You could set it. And then another thing is they've said that you have to set it before you go, or you can't turn it on while you're underway. That's not true either. You could turn it on at any point. You could be traveling across the ocean and turn it on, and it'll work just fine. It just takes a little longer to settle into true north than if it was setting still. The other thing I've heard was that you have to set the latitude, and which is true. You actually have a latitude set right here, a little switch right there. Okay. But there's also a speed. And what that does is they work together. it'll still lock into north if your latitude is not set correctly and your speed is set to 0. But what will happen is if you're moving, like if you're on a ship, since
Mhm.
all it's detecting is its own movement, then I'm gonna walk out here. Since all you're detecting, all it can detect is its own movement, then it's also detecting not only the movement of the Earth, but it's detecting the movement of the ship. And you
Right.
need to be able to compensate for that movement of the ship. So it needs to know what latitude it's at to know how fast it's moving, to take that motion out of the motion that it's detecting, so that it could find true north. Otherwise, it'll
Okay.
throw it off a little bit.
Okay. And if it threw it off, what's the sort of worst error you get? I'm still trying to sort of work through what
Ooh.
the maths of that would look like.
It could be, if you're really trolling fast at like a 45-degree angle or so, I think is about the worst one. You may get as much as 4 or 5 degrees out, maybe, but not on regular ships. You would have to really be moving pretty quick.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Some of the guy, like I think it was Doofus, was talking, like, because he was bringing up the argument that's made about magnetic declination that you might have to correct. You know how, like, on a normal compass, your boat has a certain you're gonna subtract your minus versus the whatever the metal on the ship is, if I'm not mistaken, right? So you're like
That's
correcting for
not
that.
declination, though. That's totally different.
Or magnetic declination, or you forgive me, or maybe it's just a part of a ship's correction process. But he was saying that is canceled out in regards to the gyro compass that you have. Like, there's no magnetic
Right.
declination wouldn't affect it at all. Is that correct?
Okay. Well, first of all, you're talking about two different things, and yes,
Please
on both
clarify.
of them.
Clarify for
Yeah,
me if you don't
sure,
mind.
no problem. It's two different things, and the answer is yes for both of them. One of them is the metal on the ship. And most ships now have cargoes that are ferrous and all, and as the cargo shifts, it'll change your magnetic compass. If you pass by an all rig platform or something, your magnetic compass will shift and all. So what they'll do is they'll add these two large iron balls on either side of the compass to try to calibrate out the magnetic effects of the ship.
So that would be ship respective.
That would be respective to each ship that it's on.
Yes.
And it'll change over time as the configuration of the ship changes. Or if you change your wiring in your ship, you probably have to recalibrate your magnetic compass.
Right on. So would that okay? So let's say you were in the question posed was in a submarine, you wouldn't have that problem. I'm just curious if you could answer that.
Well, generally submarines will use a gyro compass also instead of a magnetic compass, just like most of the ships do. So it's not a problem on either one. The regular ship has a magnetic compass as a backup. If all power drops out, you could still use the magnetic compass to get a rough heading. That's fail safe. But the gyro compass doesn't rely on magnetics, so none of that affects the gyro compass at all. Now, the magnetic declination is the difference between the magnetic pole and the true north, and that's dependent on your location. In my location in South Louisiana, I'm almost directly in line with, if you draw a line from my location to the geographic North Pole or the true north, it'll go straight through the geographic North Pole and the magnetic North Pole. So my declination is almost zero in this location. But if you go somewhere else,
does that change
it'll
over
be more.
time, right?
It does change over time, and that's why all of the maps are done in true north, not magnetic north.
Yes, sir. And one more question: how would you would you just define magnetic declination versus like a ship's magnetic declination by just adding the term ship? Like, how would you define those differences?
I'm not too sure I'm understanding ship's magnetic declination.
Well, like the
as,
like let's say the metal on, like, because I've after studying a little bit of navigation.
Okay.
Right.
Magnetic interference, I think, is what you mean. Is it?
Yeah, it's the magnetic bias of the ship. Basically, that's just
Okay. Yes. Thank you. I was just looking for a clarifying term to distinguish it.
Yeah. So if somebody goes over there and they have a metal coffee cup and they set it next to your magnetic compass and just threw it all off, and you can, if the captain does that every day, you could actually compensate for that with those iron balls. But
do they use any of those iron, like like let's say the iron balls? That's for the. Is that for the gyro compass?
No,
That's for the
that wouldn't
magnetic
affect it.
compass.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
That wouldn't affect the gyro compass at all. You could actually put a huge magnet right next to the gyro compass, and it's not going to affect it any.
Got it. Cool. Thank you. That's what I was kind of curious about. Yeah.
So what does affect it? Will any like torsional forces? That's an interesting one. So ship's bearing and speed. Are there so magnetism doesn't affect it much?
No. No, you could have some pretty strong magnetic fields around it. In fact, that's one of the reasons. The reason why Sperry developed his was because of ships transporting goods for I think it was World War I. They were being mined, and the mines were can detect the magnetic field on the ship, and that's what would set off the mines. So what they would do is degauss the ship, which is put a AC signal into the ship to scramble its magnetic field. But if you do that, you can't use a compass. It scrambles the compass as well. So they needed a way of having a heading without being affected by these huge magnetic fields that they're generating, that's oscillating all over the place, so that they can avoid the mines.
Right.
And that's where he developed the gyro compass.
So Thierry is the guy that first ever made a gyro, like is the inventor of the modern gyro compass.
Well, I think it was the first one was by a guy named Anschutz, and that gyro you have on your screen, I believe, is an Anschutz gyro.
Right.
And Sperry independently developed his, I think, 2 years later. Totally separate, because Anschutz was in Germany, developed his for the German military, and then Sperry developed his for the Western. And they work totally different. The Anschutz gyro works really well and lasts a long time, which is a great thing, but it's very difficult to manufacture.
Okay.
And it's very expensive to manufacture for what you get, whereas the Sperry is a lot easier to manufacture, and is not quite as, doesn't have quite the longevity. Its bearings will wear out a little faster than the Anschutz, but
Are bearings hard to change?
They are difficult, yes, because the balance on this thing is incredibly tight tolerances. The way we calibrate these things, you could actually search for it. There's one that's a Robertson RGC 50. That is one that I'm pretty familiar with, and if I was going to recommend for somebody to look at a gyro to see how it worked, that's the one I would recommend they look at.
Right.
They are fragile, and if you're going to get one, and I've seen them for like $5,000 on eBay and all. But if you're going to try to get a hold to one, it's best to get a hold to somebody who knows how to handle them, because there's some suspension wires that's there that have to be handled in a certain way. Otherwise, you break those suspension wires, you might as well throw the gyro away, because it's going to cost you more to fix the gyro than it is to fix those suspension wires. It's possible, but it's going to, if you bought it for $5,000 and you spend $15,000 to fix it, you don't have a good deal there.
Yeah, that would be painful. It's a very cool bit of kit.
Yes, but that one is wide open. It's easy to see everything. But if you look at, there's on the sensitive element, there's a little thing that has two screws pushing a little bar. Basically, it's the way you calibrate that thing to actually get the weight set right is to tweak those little screws over, and the weight shift of turning those screws is enough to
Makes it.
adjust.
Oh wow, I see. Lean out one way or the other.
Right.
Very cool. So flat Earthers present. What do you think? Doesn't this seems to be a pretty good local physical test of rotation? Not of curvature, but definitely a very strong contender for explaining rotation.
It's CGI.
No, I was gonna go with the relativity thing where you can't know which one is spinning. Like, I'll admit something is spinning, but there's no objective way to tell. You could only model it from a certain frame of reference. So
but why I think from a rotating frame of reference, this seems like it would do something. If there was something else rotating near me, I don't understand. If I bolt this to something that's rotating, that's a good question, actually, IB. If I put this on a merry-go-round or something like that, could I make it think the merry-go-round's center of rotation was north?
No, because it has to do with the vector of gravity versus the rotation. It'll.
Oh, right. Okay, yep.
Yeah. If you can put it on a different planet, then yes. But if it was on Earth, it's still using Earth's center of gravity.
Sorry. Back to, beg your pardon. Back to you, Jerry. I didn't mean to stomp straight in.
Yeah.
No, that's pretty much it. I mean, yeah. You don't really know which one is spinning because it measures the speed of rotation between itself and its quote unquote container, if you want. When
It's
it
say what you mean by container.
Like what it's in.
Because I thought a gyro holds a fixed position in sort of, as it quote unquote outer space.
Yeah, but you can only like arbitrarily choose which frame of reference you want to like pick as, okay, the gyro is spinning with the choice of the Earth being the fixed frame of reference.
Fair enough. Thoughts, IB?
I'm sorry. Are you saying essentially that we have the sky spinning above is what's affecting it, type of thing, or are you? I'm not sure what the two bodies are.
I'm saying that there's no objective way to know, and we can only model
like this.
it.
I'm just trying to clarify. Is you questioning whether the gyro is actually experiencing spinning forces or an external force is causing the gyro to move?
I'm saying I don't know. I'm saying there's really no way to know at all. I agree that something's going on.
I mean, I would say that, like, as far as that goes, I'm kind of like a simple test would be if I move a train by it, or if I move everything by it, like an airplane overhead or a fleet of airplanes overhead. That's not going to make the gyro compass move. It's things at a distance don't make the gyro compass move. Actually, moving the gyro compass causes it to move.
It could only detect its own movement.
Right.
Now, I've heard the terms people brought up it detecting other sources of movement and our motions from the sky and all, but if you shield it, it would not do that. But I have yet to discover any kind of shielding that could block it. I've put this thing in. I've put mechanical gyro compasses in steel housings down 2 miles under the ocean, and then I've put the optical type gyros into titanium housings, 3+ miles under the ocean. There's no difference in the way they operate. They will operate just the same.
The sound a lot like Coriolis is real.
The other thing I've
It's not
worked
quite.
on is
Would this be Coriolis? Is that it's a lateral, but it's not really. No.
no, not exactly. It's similar and related, but not exactly. It's just
The
measuring
many,
angular rotation. It's just angular
it's one of the
rotation.
many
is what it's
rotational forces.
Say again,
Rotate.
Mike?
It's one of the many rotational effects. Coriolis, Atlas, all these things are, I like to call them all Coriolis effects, but I think I'm technically wrong.
Yeah, because there's the Oddvoss I've heard of as well.
Oddvoss is technically Coriolis also. It's just looks different.
Well, I heard some guy talking about it. He said, well, it's different because it's not a deviation. It's that the target's kind of coming up to meet them or ducking away from them or something.
It's caused by the same. It just looks different because of the direction you're facing and the way that it's technically, yeah, it's mainly that it looks different. You're still deflecting to the right, it's just less. But the gyro that's not exactly what the gyro's doing. If you did not have that weight there, it would just be measuring the rate of angular change that the gyro is experiencing. And just by using that vector of gravity, you're able to use that, compare the two, and actually get a heading off of it. It'll point to either true north or true south. The same thing is done with like fiber optic gyros and ring laser gyros. They can measure the rate of change, the angular rate of change, and by using accelerometers, 3-axis accelerometers, you're able to determine the vector of gravity, and then it could calculate the direction of true north. So that's one thing that kind of got away from they're becoming popular because they don't have bearings to wear out. They used to be very, very expensive. Yeah.
Yeah, whereas I started Googling them recently and it looks like it's just this tiny little thing, like a sort of, you could sticky tape it to something, it looked like, and it was like a couple $100.
Well, you're not going to get that as a gyro compass generally. It's going to be a little more pricey than that.
Gyro.
Yeah.
This was, I think just a laser gyro.
Now, a lot of people don't realize that there's a difference between the ring laser gyro and the fiber optic gyro.
Yes, that's the one I meant. Sorry, fiber optic. They work on the same principle, aren't they? But the fiber optic can just make it tiny.
Not exactly. Usually, the fiber optics are usually bigger. The advantage of the ring laser is it's usually smaller for the same degree of accuracy.
Ring laser is smaller.
Generally.
Wow. Okay, I thought it was
for the same degree of accuracy. You can get smaller fiber optics, but they're not going to be as accurate as the same size ring laser.
Right, okay.
But you can get fiber optics that are far more accurate than the average ring laser because you can make them bigger. Fiber optic gyros is basically a piece of fiber optic cable that you coil up. The longer the coil, the more accurate it gets because you have more sensitivity.
Right, whereas because the time it takes the light to go around the loop many times is...
Right. You just each loop adds another degree of accuracy to the fiber optic, to the interferometer. Whereas the fiber ring laser, it actually uses, you're not firing a laser into this thing. Whereas the fiber optic, you are. You have a laser that you're firing into the cable, splitting it and firing it into the cable. The ring laser, you're not using a laser to shoot into it. You're actually using a light source. The light path is actually the laser chamber, the resonator chamber that forms the laser itself.
So have you
And
worked with these as well, or do you just know a lot
yeah,
about them?
no, I actually helped design some of the final outputs for one of our ring laser gyro outputs.
So what does that mean? I need to hear. That's what I was asking before. Tell me a couple of stories. Tell me about going and visiting somebody on a ship with a busted something or something.
Okay.
Like the biggest fuck up you ever made on your job or something like that.
Oh, burn
Somebody
out the
else
sonar
made.
system. I flooded a $20,000 sonar system.
Okay.
Because of it was some O-rings that were, I don't like the design of them. You put them together and it's really difficult to collapse them together. And they, when you snap it together, it's like, man, did that snap it or did it roll the O-ring? Well, there's no way to tell unless you open it up. And when you open it up, it's fine. And you snap it together, it's like, did that snap the O-ring? Yeah. Well, one of the times
So
I
you
said,
check them and then close it and hope.
Yeah, and then one of the times it didn't do right, so I flooded the system.
And that's what seawater gets in?
Seawater gets in, you bring it back up. If it wasn't powered up for very long, you could usually rinse it off in a sink, let it dry, hit it with a lot of contact cleaner and all, and then you power it up and then see what burnt on it, and then you could usually, most times we could repair it.
Interesting. Okay. And were you able to repair it this time?
Yes.
Oh,
it was luckily it didn't go too deep, so it didn't have pressure issues inside the bottle, and then and I was able to repair it without too much of a problem.
That's pretty cool though. Repairing deep undersea stuff that's filled with gyros and lasers and stuff.
I've been pretty lucky with my career path. I've been able to work on some pretty interesting things.
Yeah, it really looks like it.
We found there was an Air France aircraft that actually went down coming from Venezuela, I believe it was.
Do you remember the number? Air France?
I don't remember the number. In fact, I think they mentioned it in one of those videos I sent to you. But it
Let me go back and check them.
they talked about the Malaysia flight. We were on standby for that one, but never got called up for it. But he ended up doing the search.
CNC Technologies.
The laser, the flight ended up going down in really deep water. They had other places that I think Venezuela tried to find it. Then the U.S. Navy helped try to find it. But the U.S. Navy didn't have anything to go down deep enough to search for it. But we did. So they eventually got us involved, and we ended up finding the aircraft. It was in a submerged mountain range, really deep.
Wow. Submerged mountain range. That's interesting to think. Mountains. Do they still have forms like you? Because you would have seen so much of the ocean floor. Does it look like? Oh, I could imagine that above ground. Not long ago.
Absolutely. Yeah. You see cliffs and canyons and valleys, and yeah, you see all of that. If you search for like multi-beam bathymetry, you could kind of get an idea of it. But then, if you want to see more of what it looks like with the shadows and stuff like that, like side scan or backscatter imagery would do better for what the surface looks like. But the bathymetry is going to give you like a three-dimensional, usually they're in this little rainbow color thing, either that or like a copper color. But it gives you actual real data as far as actual depths, whereas like the side scan imagery and stuff like that is actually not going to give you a whole lot in the way of hard data as far as depths, but you could actually see the targets on the bottom, and you could actually measure the shadow if you know how high the transducer is off the bottom and determine the size of those targets.
But that's
And
why you need to know exactly where your ROV is, so it's pinging out messages and getting it back, and you get back a meaningful C4
exactly,
thing.
but
That's why you need all
it's
this gyros and GPS and stuff.
correct. But it's a lot more involved than that too, because you have to, even underwater, you have to correct for refraction, because the different layers of temperature variations, salinity, and all of that causes the wave propagation to happen at different rates, and that's what refraction
Interesting.
is
Okay.
causes from wave propagation. So we have to take probes in the area and then get a speed of sound map, basically, of the area before we actually do the sonar work.
From scam videos. Okay. This is a pretty boring one to look at, but I'm getting a good idea of what it is. Bridge material. I see. So he's found a so you can send it down, and then I see, and then you're looking at these images and you go, right, which of those looks like airplane parts?
Yeah, usually that's on a higher scale. Those pixels are about the size of an airplane, if I'm not if I'm seeing that correctly. I'm on my
Right,
phone
okay.
right now. But you would get down a lot lower. It's like, and one of the things I had to explain to people when we were trying to look for an aircraft was that, well, you could, if your sonar can cover 3 times the water depth, you should get higher and be able to see more of it. So, well, you'd be able to do the same thing with an aircraft. Just get higher and you can see more area, but you won't be able to see that one vehicle that you're looking for. Now, imagine trying to being in an airplane trying to find a blue Ford Escort, and you're flying over the landscape looking for this blue Ford Escort.
And how's visibility? Like, is murky water a problem for it? Because that's also what I'm thinking. Like trying to find a blue Ford Escort with like when you can barely see your hand in front of your face. It's not bothered, is it?
Because the sound will go through it just fine as long as you're compensating for this turbidity, for the speed of sound in that type of water.
Sound
The
refraction.
difference is you're looking for that blue Ford Escort with a black and white camera because you don't see color in sonar.
I see. Yeah. Okay. So does that mean you sometimes go out there and you'll spend ages and ages looking for something? Just maybe going over the same ground multiple times
from different angles, because because the angle makes a big difference. If you could go directly over something and not see it because it's not producing a shadow behind it, and it'll just blend in with the ground. Whereas if you pass that move over a little bit and pass over it at a different angle, you'll see the shadow that it cast long before you see the object itself.
Right. Interesting.
Now, maybe what would demonstrate that more, if you search for MS 1000 mosaics or MS 1000 sonar data.
Sure.
That one might be a little better because that's going to be something more of what you would be used to seeing from a scanning sonar. That type of sonar sets up on a tripod, and actually the head rotates around, and you're able to it works like a radar but underwater with acoustics with sonar.
Right.
And you'll be able to see structure on the bottom. You'll be able to see a tremendous amount of detail. Most of them have that. The best ones have that copper color, the copper palette, and you could actually pick out a lot of detail. But you'll see stuff sticking out off the bottom, but you don't see the shadow behind it. And you can measure that shadow.
Right.
Yeah, you can measure that shadow to find out how high it's sticking up off the bottom. You can measure the distance to it.
And I imagine that's like a trig function at the height. It'll be a right angle triangle, won't it? Because that's we all understand how perspective works, right?
Yeah.
Now you're talking about math. Now it's not real.
Well, it was just a subtle stab at the sun goes away, it doesn't set. I was like, well, it's not getting angularly any smaller. It should be trigonometrically. Okay.
So, are we going to stand that? Is it reason to believe, eggshells, that gyroscopes just prove that we're spinning?
I avoid the word proof, but I think they are pretty strong evidence for that
I like
proposition.
that about you. I love that about you, dude. You're so fucking awesome.
Thanks, man.
You really are, dude, man. There's a couple of you guys I really like. You, Doofus. I love hearing you guys. Like, such good shit, bro.
Yeah, you're good to talk to as well, Lisa.
Yeah, man. I enjoy our fucking. I enjoy our back and forth, man.
Yeah, so, what do you think about this stuff? Tell us. Defend the flat Earth.
Well, I mean, one of the arguments, and I'm not going to live or die on the hill of it, but the idea that, like, well, they designed it to do that. But like, I really don't know. I don't have a, I've funny. They asked me last night about it, and I just said, like, I really don't know enough to be confirmed or denied. To say whether it proves or, whether it's strong enough evidence for me. But again, it's like I've always just made the claim that it's difficult to pull me out of what I directly experience to expect to explain away. You know what I mean? Like it's too much nuance to explain away something that could be answered so easily to me. It doesn't mean it's not. It doesn't mean it's not right, though. I give it that. I'm not saying that it's not. It's like I get it. I get it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting. That's that you bring up that, like, your direct experience, because that's exactly why I was asking it, because I was thinking this is one of the things where people say, well, I don't feel like I'm spinning, and this to me is like, well, if you could test it as
well, I'll arm you
enough to know what that would be like. Maybe
I'll arm you with Doofus's argument from last night, which was acceptable, acceptable by me. Was he was saying that because we were arguing with somebody who was trying to just get away from an obvious question, as opposed to just answering a question, and it was about like the idea of the rotate, spin. Would you feel it? And Doofus came out with, well, actually, the brain can only experience this much movement, and it diminishes after this much, and the Earth's affected rotation on your experience would be less than your body could actually interpret as movement.
Yes.
Which
I make a similar argument when I say sorry to jump in, it'll be quick. When
No, go ahead.
Evolution or creation, why would evolution evolve or God create somebody who physically experienced Earth spinning? Like, could you imagine, like, why would evolution do that? Select for that species.
Right, how
like,
fucking mean. How cruel.
Oh my God, spinning every day. Make it stop.
Yeah, hold on. Well, you know what got me? Well, dude, listen to this is the problem, though, actually. This is why your side has had so many run-ins with angry flat earthers, is that, like, this guy last night was trying to tell me, well, sometimes I can feel the Earth spinning. And it's like, oh my God, dude, like, just be honest. You know what I mean? And like, I've said it forever, dude. The globe argument, it's the globers that have ruined the globe argument, because they've come in with this nonsense. I mean, even fucking Jeremy brought it at one point, and we used to hear it, was that, well, babies are adjusting for Earth's rotation as they're growing up. And it's like, dude, you know what I mean? Like, if you could just be fucking honest with me and just accept that none of us experience rotation. You know what I mean? Like, that's, you know what I mean? Like, come on, at least be honest with us, man. Like,
No, but that, do you remember that exact argument? Because I mean, I'm incredulous as well to that. But did he give an example of why he can feel it sometimes? Like, I'll say that with the curve. Like, I can see the curve of the ocean in that when I look down Lake Pontchartrain, I see that bridge curve. Now, I'm not seeing left to right curves, so there's a caveat to it. But
how about this? I was waiting for something like a reasonable, if you're going to go down Crazy Street all the way, like, I thought, like, maybe you could say, like, well, the moon is affecting the tides, and therefore I experience the tides, therefore I experience some fucking logical fucking connection. But if you're just going to say, like, outright, like, well, sometimes I can experience it. It's like, dude, you're delusional.
So he didn't clarify it at all with that.
No, he got wrecked because Doofus came in and then made a reasonable claim, and I was like, that's acceptable. You know what I mean? I was like, hey, man, as long Look at this fucking like, you know, some semblance of fucking agree. You know what I mean? Like logical, I can reason on then, but it wasn't even that, dude. It was literally sometimes if I'm quiet enough, I can feel the. It's like holy shit, you're fucking crazy.
Then there's also the times that I will go down Crazy Street and I will just say, "Yeah, well, yeah, I've been to the moon. Yeah, I was there yesterday."
I mean, you know, I like, you know, I think the greatest answer is Witset's dad's answer, which is, well, God made it that way. That's acceptable to me if you're going to take that position. But just the fucking idea that, no, if I still my soul enough, I can fucking really, you know, that's how I know. It's like, come on, bro. You know, there he goes. Moyak man gets the picture. Right on, Moyak. Okay,
I don't know. My camera came on.
yeah, it is on. It is on.
I was wondering.
Here's my my diving gear. That's my air dryer.
Oh, wow, I'm missing this. Popped it out to another window, have I?
And that's for the gyroscope. Or is that?
No,
Or no, that was IB Hunter. Got it. Yep.
Yeah, IB Hunter was showing us his gyros. I was wondering, IB, what do you reckon? Would there be anything interesting or globe proving? Because I'm about to set off on a round the world, or Sydney to London motorcycle trip, and I was thinking about using dioptra to photograph stars, so that people can like try and figure out my location with the metadata of dioptra and just a star in a crosshair.
I don't know enough of dioptra, or what is this?
Just like an angle measuring device app that knows exactly where the center point of the camera's looking, so you can use it like a sextant or a theodolite kind of.
Oh, right on. Interesting.
Well, I've seen people be able to take other people's. Am I roboting?
A little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, I'm on the road right now. I've seen people be able to take other people's astrophotography photos over time and determine their location just by the amount of field rotation and the time that they took the photo. So if you're good at it and you're able to calculate it out, you can figure out somebody's location pretty accurately from a lot of different ways. Just the type of field, the amount of field rotation over a certain amount of time. If the time is measured accurately, you can determine their latitude. And
Well, if we could,
that's
also
interesting. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Missed it.
Lisa?
No. Maybe I missed the point, but I would think we would be able to determine it just on the, like, if we were to, you know, your heading and your altitude of a certain star. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think we could definitely figure it out.
I heard somebody say a while back that they're now using that as a form of forensics to catch kitty fiddlers. Stars used to.
Yeah, get them. Fucking get them.
I know what, but just like so interesting. Stars used to find pedophile.
And they could do this with background stars. They could do it with mountains in the background. They just do a cross reference and find the place where that pattern would be. It's almost like we understand how refraction and everything kind of works in perspective. Can come up with predictions based upon limited evidence.
Yeah, although it's much like reminds me of those like impossible answer riddles, you know. You know, like where you thought it was one thing but it was another thing, or I don't know. But yeah, I think we're so savvy and so intelligent about our Earth. I just don't know if I think with the same set of information we could determine those locations regardless of the overall model. Do you know what I mean? Like
I don't think so, because you got to have an understanding of the things that you're working on in order to make these predictions.
I'll tell you
what, can't just randomly say that, yeah, well, I guess he's here.
No, you know, I mean, this is why a friend of mine just put it well. And when I was like a flat earther coping with some of the globe Earth logical arguments. If you know what I mean, because like I'll be honest about that. It's like, you know what I mean. Like sometimes you hear it, something you're like, oh my god, like is it really a globe? And have I been lied to by Mark Sargent? Like
Yes,
right? Like
absolutely.
if you don't have that moment as a flat earther, you're not really looking into this. But like at the same time, you know what I mean. Like the arguments also don't, like they have to suck you out of what you're experiencing, kind of thing. And I think the globe, like for instance, I truly do, and it's really due to a friend of mine, Cathexis. It's like anytime I went off the deep end on flat Earth, he would rein me in with the globe Earth arguments, to bring you back to the point of equilibrium of like, hey, you don't fucking know. And I think, like, a lot of the times is that the position of not knowing is getting labeled as you're a flat earther and you're retarded. But then you hear some flat earthers and they're retarded. So, it's like, whatever. But like, but at the same time, it's like, like the model of the globe is like it really does, like, with the celestial sphere, with these kinds of explanations, it's a beautiful explanation. It just doesn't, it doesn't make, it doesn't resonate with me as much
Yeah,
as
can I? I get the feeling with you a bit, Issa, that it's almost like I don't really give a shit about the shape of the planet, but it's a protest towards like these fucks in charge and
in a big way. Early
rejection
on,
of
it was
everything they tell us that should go against our senses or how we rightly feel.
Right on. I think of it as like flat Earth is the most goddamn punk rock fucking thing in the world. You know what I mean? Because it's just a big middle finger to the whole fucking show. And like, and for that, you're right. Like I embraced that early on. It's like, if you think flat earthers are stupid, then I'm your flat earther. What's up, dick? You know what I mean? Like, because that I definitely, that resonates with me for sure, brother. You know what I mean? But it doesn't also, when I get serious about it, I can also be like as a position, if I were to choose, it just seems as though that's the logical answer. And that the same people that are trying to get me out of my own experience are also trying to pump me full of drugs, get me to, you know what I mean? Like, they've got a whole avenue of shit show. I think it's like I said, the Globers have ruined the argument for the globe by being such.
But you're only just putting them in with the same. But like to say these are the same people are the people trying to give me drugs. Like drug representatives are trying to give you drugs. I'm not trying to give you drugs. Like I don't. I try to take as little chemical.
How about
like,
this?
all of my chemicals should be recreational. That's
how
what
about
I think.
this though? How about this though? What are the chances are, right? It goes in so many ways. There's no way to do. That's why I like individuality, right? But like the idea is like, the chances are like, just because you like, let's say, think the Earth is flat, doesn't mean you also drink your pee. You're a vegan. You know what I mean? Like you're a vegan and you fucking, you know what I mean? Like, and you're gonna try to scam people online to get your boat trip to Antarctica. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't mean
right.
And so I think it cuts both ways in that regard too, because you're right, bro. It's like, and that's why I love talking to you, yourself. There's a bunch of ballers I love, and I've been slammed for liking you people, but at the same time, I don't give a shit, like I want an interesting conversation and it comes from all avenues. And I've always felt like my criteria for any of this conversation is, could we have a glass of wine and fucking have a great conversation at a fireplace? That's kind of my criteria. Could you sit with me and have a reasonable fucking conversation at a beautiful fireplace at a mansion in the fucking woods? Could you do it?
Yes. Rakia, no. Rakia and I would come to blows.
Well, I hear you. Fair enough. I mean, some people aren't built for fireplaces, wine, and all the rest of it. That's my point. It's not like I don't know. My criteria for a good conversation doesn't necessitate you believing everything I believe.
Yeah, I think that's cancerous to good conversation. It's like we must agree on all things before we can converse. It's like, isn't that how we come to agree on things?
Right.
Haven't you got this backwards, buddy?
Well, yo, you know what gets me eggs is like, this is what's fascinates me is like flat Earth is so ahead of the curve, if you'll forgive me the pun, in the sense that like, right now our nations are going through this turmoil of like existential, what is acceptable conversation. You know what I mean? Like we are having this discussion live and direct, and I think we're affecting the algorithms even by posting them on YouTube, because the AI has to digest this information. And in a certain way, that's just always interesting to me that there are like, there's like for instance in my country, like there's Democrats that remind me of the ballers, you know what I mean? And then there's Republicans that remind me of the deep end flat earthers, you know what I mean? Like, and like, and here we go. Like, they're like, I'm watching them meet in the middle and deal with the idea of freedom of speech, even right now, and I think that's why I love this
Is it
conversation.
like,
Because I think
yeah,
you and I, like, Eggs, you and I are showing people the way through.
Sure. And I also wanted to throw back to IB because here's the reason I started this stream, because I imagine you and he would agree on a fair bit. What do you think about the whole PC you can't say that movement and business, IB? You don't have to talk about it if you don't want.
I usually try to stay away from the political stuff, but I would say that I would definitely be able to have a conversation with him by a fireplace. Absolutely.
That's the thing.
We do have some commonalities for sure.
Yeah, and how cool that, like, and that's, I mean, I think that's what's so interesting now is that we're literally watching this like macrocosm of, like, I always felt like flat Earth was ahead of it, and like the idea that like now you see these same tactics being employed in the political realm. I mean, even flat earthers were the first ones to use Google Hangouts. You know what I mean? And like the whole Zoom meeting and all that crazy shit. It's interesting. Forgive me.
It's a fascinating topic. That's why I like it. I just like learning these things because I finally got it when you were when you were explaining IB the gyro compass. I was like, you were like, I don't know if you could see my screen, but you're like, it's turning to the right. And I'm like, okay, I turned to the right, but then I finally suddenly got it, and that's why I like these discussions because they're like wide ranging, but also practical and interesting.
I find it fascinating of how many intellectuals and successful intellectuals are in this conversation, man. How cool.
Yeah, I work with a lot of very brilliant people, and they think I'm pretty crazy for dealing with it. I found this like 7 years ago, and
yeah, right.
I was it kind of floored me to tell you the truth, and especially based off of my experience and all, and the thing that kind of got me was not necessarily the details in it and all, which I kind of got into later, but it was the confidence in something that they have. Some of them that I came across, they had an amazing amount of confidence on something they knew nothing about. And
well,
that was the thing that kind of floored me and kind of got me interested in it, and to see how do they justify this confidence in it, and then I've kind of gotten out of it and kind of came back into it several times, but it's an interesting concept, and I've actually, it's brought up other topics that I found interesting and kind of did a little research into. So the conversation.
Oh, it just dropped out again.
So I kind of like that about it too.
What did you say? The conversation something, and you kind of like that about it too? We lost the middle bit.
Oh, I'm sorry. The conversation roams all over the place, actually. I like it when it kind of sticks to one thing and kind of hashes out this one topic for a while, but the topics do change over time, and sometimes it's something I'm not real familiar with. So I like hearing that part, hearing some of the things to actually do my own research onto. One of the things whenever I do talk with people and I do get a one-on-one with somebody is if they have their favorite evidence or topic or whatever, then I usually approach things as an engineer. So I kind of come up with, so how would we test what you're saying? And I could usually most times come up with one or two, preferably two ways of being able to test it by the average individual. So I can give them, hey, you could test this by doing this, and that usually kind of helps to where they can think about it at least, whether they do the test or not. But preferably if they can do the test, that would be awesome. And I've been able to get a couple of people to actually do tests, and I think there was 5 of them so far that I've been able to convince into doing some of the tests to check out what they believed, and it was pretty cool. They
That's a cool thing to do. I think that's a generous thing to do, to get to encourage somebody to learn something and be practical and test their beliefs. I think that's a great question. How would you test what you're saying? Do you think you've convinced any people to change their mind, or sort of been played a part in somebody's mind changing?
there are 2 that I'm totally confident that have changed their mind, but I don't have contact with them anymore. I think they kind of sheepishly backed away from everything. They stopped making video content. They and we were emailing back and forth for months, and after we discussed their results of their test a little bit, and they kind of backed away. There's 3 others that think they questioned by the time we stopped talking, but 2 of them I'm confident that their test came out totally not what they expected.
And what were the tests? Do you remember?
One of them in particular was he was convinced by a lot of people that all of the photos that he saw of space was NASA CGI photos that other people were posting, and he had a telescope very similar to mine, but he had never. And he did video streams with his telescope, and he would photograph the moon, video the moon, and everything. But he never photographed or videoed anything other than the moon.
Right.
Because they convinced him that all of it was CGI and it was a waste of time to even try. So I told him to try. It took 2 months to convince him to try to take a photo of the Orion Nebula, but he finally did it, and that kind of blew his mind whenever he was able to photograph the Orion Nebula, whenever he was told that that was just CGI and it didn't really exist.
See, I'm curious though. Was I just out of my own personal whatever? Like a lot of the telescopes, do they use like computer programs with them?
Not on the telescope.
Are they like? Because I've
Sometimes you
seen.
can get a motorized mount. You can get the mount that holds the telescope to make it point in the right direction. You can get manual mounts, motorized mounts, or you could get the computer controlled mounts that'll help it point where you want and track
Aside
it.
from the mount, though, is like because I've seen. I mean, I've had the good fortune of seeing like some guys that'll have like a telescope and then they'll have the laptop connected to it, and you can observe everything through the laptop. And like but I've never.
Depends on which camera they connect to their telescope. You could actually connect your camera to the laptop.
Like, could you film that like nebula you were talking about just on a regular telescope, or like could you get a picture of it? Or, I mean,
That's a good question. The thing that actually convinced him to do it is he didn't believe that I could do it. He had kind of those same questions. So I happened to be in Houston at the time, which is the worst place to take a photo of that nebula. But I went up to the top of a parking garage with my camera, which only had a 400 millimeter lens on it at the time. And I just set up my a simple Manfrotto tripod and took a photo of it while videoing me taking a photo of it through my camera. And I zoomed in on the back of the camera so he could see it. So
wow.
It wasn't even using a telescope. It was just using a 400 millimeter Tamron lens on my DSLR.
Cool.
And you can actually see it through there. And that's what kind of convinced him to go ahead and try photographing that nebula with his telescope.
That's cool. Yeah, I mean, I dig. I love how like I remember one time I was at in the city. They'll have in New York. They'll have like these little once a year the guy would set up. I forget what the fuck the walk is called, but he'll set up and he'll film Saturn and Jupiter and everything. And there's lines of people, and you can go and look and see the fucking. It's so cool, man. I've never spent too much time with the things, but you wind up seeing them, and then you're right. Somebody comes along and goes, "Oh, that's fake," and it's like, well, you can fucking go look at it, Or the other one that always gets me is the that the stars are just geometrical patterns and shit. That one. That's a good one.
I get that a
just
lot. Well, they get
Oh God.
You have two different types. You have the type that actually do the big disc that's dancing around. That's just totally out of focus. And
Yeah.
then you get the ones that have the little zigzaggy patterns, which those are very close to focus. But what they do is they'll take a picture, they'll video the star relatively low to the horizon, and then they'll increase to maximum digital zoom. So what happens is that little pinpoint of light is jumping from one pixel to the other because the heat waves in the atmosphere is making it jump from one pixel to the other in the sensor.
And so it looks like it's wibbling.
Yes, and giving the shutter rate, it makes little streaks across from one pixel to the other, and it makes these little patterns on the thing.
Goodness, you know a lot about a lot. We're looking at your Trifid Nebula pics.
Yeah. That's one thing too, is most of the people that do astrophotography know quite a bit more than the professional photographers about their image sensors in their cameras and how their cameras work, because they have to know stuff like their pixel size or what a Bayer filter is and which Bayer matrix they're using in their camera, or they'll use monochrome cameras preferably, and use different filters. So
just so many stars when you look in that area. Like, yeah, it's just, how are you getting this parallax effect to happen? The stars aren't moving all perfectly in line with one another.
Sorry, say that again.
In the end of the Trifid Nebula photo, I don't know if you've applied some effect to it, but it initially looks like a photo, and then after a moment, it kind of looks like it's 3D. Like, oh, maybe not. Thought it looked like it was turning. It might have just been an optical illusion.
Yeah, it shouldn't have been. Oh, that little boy looking through my telescope is my grandson.
Oh, that's cute. So, what do you think about these? Like,
I'm gonna have to jump off for just a second.
Sure. Well, last thoughts then, IB.
No, I'm just gonna mute. I'm gonna be listening. I'm gonna come right back.
All right. Cool. So, what do you think then, Issa? Do you think that stars and planets look like they're physical objects?
They do. Like, it's like when people ask, like, does Jupiter look spherical? It's like, yes, it looks spherical. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yes, like the moon looks spherical. You know what I mean? I think that's, yeah. I mean, I don't know if they're physical, like we could land on them, you know what I mean, kind of thing, or get there.
Yeah, because Bandy asked an interesting question yesterday of Jen, which is, he was like, I know we haven't been to the moon, but do you think it is a place we could go to? And it was an interesting question. How would you answer it?
I mean, I just, I don't know if we could get there. I feel like it's almost like, I think, the closer you got to it, the farther it would look away. Do you know what I mean? Like, that, I know that sounds crazy, but it's like, it's like when you're in a plane, you know what I mean, or something, and you see the moon, it just looks small. Or anytime I've ever seen the moon, like it looks like you're taking out all the magnetic, or not magnetic, like, or like the magnificational properties of the atmosphere. You know
That's
what I
why
mean?
Ranty came up with a real good idea one day, back when he still up, right before he gave his show to Brandon. He said we should send a camera up, a balloon up, to take a picture of the moon, a high altitude balloon. Take a picture of the moon. And I'm like, that's fucking brilliant. You take one down here on Earth. You take one down here on Earth with the same camera, and then you put that same camera, same settings on the balloon to take a picture of the moon when it gets up high. If there's
how does it focus on the moon though? Like IB's kit, to take these photos is an EQ mounted, tripod mounted camera. Every time I've ever seen weather balloon footage, it's like, how's it going to get a good picture? It needs to be still for as long as possible.
Yeah, I mean, the balloon's moving around, but you can just take a frame out of it now.
I think you need enough time for enough light to go in. I'll throw back. I mean, IB knows about this better than me, so maybe it is just a snapshot and you could do it from a weather balloon, but I imagine it would be. Why? One of the thoughts I had was, why not a CubeSat? There's the standard gyro stabilized CubeSat that you can send up for like 150,000, I think it is. And they've got a standardized one where it's got gyros in. You can put your own little Raspberry Pi or whatever you want in it. It comes standard with gyros and some other stuff and cameras. We'll just do that. Make sure you've got an
And if we raise
thing or a
150
keychain.
G's, yeah, if we raise 150 G's, I need to pay my house off, my mortgage. Right?
You're not going to get money for that.
We should donate it to that.
Jobs. Yeah, because they do look physical, don't they? Would you agree with that as well, Jeremy? The planets look like physical objects.
Oh hell yeah, fucking rocks.
Hey, and in return a question though, like let's say, well, I don't know, I like where we're going. I like the conversation, but I'm kind of curious with
yeah, sure.
Like let's say with all of this 150,000 to prove, gyroscopes and understanding this minutia, is all that really good enough? Do you know what I mean? To explain away this, what's being asked of us who live on Earth and don't think we're spinning. Is that not almost a lot to ask of us? To disregard what we directly experience.
Yeah, it actually prompted me to want to ask this question in return, because yes, I do agree. It's sort of I get from you strongly that sense of you're being affronted that people are asking you to disagree with that. Is there anything or other topic that you can think of, or sort of realm or pursuit in which you do mistrust your senses? I can't think of any, but I'm just wondering if we can find others, would that mean that you could?
Well, how about this? I know this much, right? Let's say or I don't know, I'll just use an example. Take jujitsu. If somebody comes into a gym and they've never rolled before, they're going to give up positions that they don't know are lethal. Because it's their prime instinct to do a certain thing. And that instinct will lead you into a trap.
Right.
So, you know what I mean? That said, I can agree with that. In as much I agree that we do have to train ourselves to do what would not be the first instinct. Do you know what I mean? I accept that there is that, but I just don't think.
But that's not trusting your first instinct, which is very similar,
right?
But it's kind of different, because what I'm trying to think of is here's somewhere I wouldn't trust my instincts anymore. I slept in a bedroom in a house for a while, and I was I feel like I'm getting stupider. My short-term memory is shot really bad, which is usually one of the more obvious symptoms of
Is there gas leak? Yeah.
There was a gas leak, right? So I never tested this or anything, but I just had a plumber one day come over, and he goes, come in and take a look at this. And there was a heater in a cupboard in my room. And he goes, that duct is meant to point outside, but it points straight back into your room. And that's just been pumping carbon monoxide in here for fuck knows how long. And I was like, and he's like, have you been sleeping a lot, but still feeling tired? I'm like, yes. Just so many things. So would we say that that it would be very useful to be able to know that you're breathing in carbon monoxide, but I've learned that I should not trust my sense of, is this safe air to breathe?
That's a good, that's a good example. I just don't, I think but check it out. The effects, you can't destroy, you can't avoid the effects and the effects are memory loss. Those are the things that could cue you in to the idea that there is a leak. Do you know what I mean? there is some kind of, right. There's some kind of result.
Yeah. There's some difference you can
you might die. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? That's a fucking result of that sense deprivation. You know what I mean? Like, you know, so it would lead others to believe that, well, there's a gas leak. Whereas,
right, but still, if you said there's a gas leak, they go, wouldn't they? Isn't that the first thing you do? You go,
well, fair enough. Well, that's all. That's the first thing we got. You know, but then we do.
Right?
But then we
What are you
got
asking
tested.
me to ignore my senses of whether there's a gas leak or not? Because you would smell
Well,
some,
I'm saying,
right?
how about this though? But here's the thing: if I put you, I said, you know what? We don't have a machine to test this, so you're gonna have to live in there for a week. You know, if we open up the door in a week and you're dead, we're like, well.
But no, here's what we do. It's a good
Put
example, actually.
Put a cat in there. You put a rat.
Budgie, right? A canary down the coal mine. They would take canaries there, and when the canary dies, they've all got to get out because essentially they need something that is more sensitive than their equipment.
Right, but so like in this though, there is no moment of like, oh my god, guys, is the Earth spinning or we're spinning? Because we got to figure it out. Like, there's no defining moment in anyone's life where they're like, guys, this really relies on our fucking knowledge about whether or not the Earth's spinning or not. Like, there's no tumultuous, dramatic moment of like, you know, of what's the word I'm looking for? Like, you know, of like judgment, you know, I don't know, on the fact that we avoided that information, you know. Like that's what gets me, you know what I mean? So it's like, so in light of that, if I'm told to go to such lengths as, you know, you just need to spend $150,000 and get a fucking satellite, you know. It's like,
I just thought
or
that
you
was a
just
really
need
cool.
to, you know, you just
That
need
would
to
be a
spend
really cool
$5,000.
test.
You know what I mean? You just need to get $5,000 and get a fucking gyro fucking thing, and that'll explain it away. I just think it's a hard sell for you guys in that regard. It doesn't mean it's not true. I'll give you that. Oh, you know, in my sincere, like, you know, heart of hearts, like I have to have an open mind, right? Enemy of all that we read, right? So it's like, you know, and in that regard, like, you know, you could be correct. You know, this could be the measurement of the gas leak of the senses that we don't, you know what I mean, that we're deprived of. But it doesn't do enough for me. And that's a consequence. There's no consequence to not believe.
So it's almost to you more like what happens next is more important than whether it's true.
Well, it's not about it's not about that. It's just it's like, you know, like I've said even before, we're getting into saying recently, it's like the idea that anything outside, even for navigational purposes, any explanation away on these issues doesn't change the fact that I'm getting an angle from a baseline. Like, you know what I mean? It doesn't change the fact that all of those extrapolations are fucking useless outside of, for me, from what I've detected, outside of the use of some kind of Bernaysian mental fucking control.
But I don't think they're useless. I mean, like what I think IB's done a good job of is explaining how by other people doing that, we're having this we're having conversations over these cables that he's participated in helping people map and like built software for it. So I do think it is a bit important. Like it does have some what did you call it? It's like the so what what did you say? What's the result or something? Consequences.
Yeah. You know, I mean, hey, and you know, and in that way, you know, it's like for that stuff, like I don't know enough about it to say otherwise, right? Because maybe it is consequential at that level. I don't know, but is there an alternative? And that also I don't know. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's very difficult to pull me out of my own senses to get me to, you know what I mean, to make what I consider a deep philosophical question based on the grounds of whether or not submarine crews are going to be able to fucking, you know what I mean, which may, you know what I mean, which could be explained in one way or another. It's just not enough for me to disobey what I experience.
Would anything be enough, do you reckon, to disobey what you experience?
I mean, I don't know. How about that? I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's the honest answer for any of us.
You know what I mean? Because you know, I look at it like, it's like, I mean, I don't know. I look at everything through the lens of like martial arts, man, of like, you know, that idea of like, you know, what is useless and what is fucking useful. And like, you know, so like, it's like, you're either, you know, there's stuff that's useful and there's stuff that's meaningless. And there's
so what
stuff
about
And there's riffraff that comes around with it and spiritual fucking bullshit that people lie about. I mean, it happens daily. Like that, I see. I've seen that. You know what I mean?
About
Whereas,
if the question is usefulness and the question of the shape of the Earth doesn't matter, then let's say it is a flat Earth. In that case, is it useful to believe that we're a flat Earth? Because we're still in a paradigm of globe, right? Where I think for many people in flat Earth, if they uttered the words flat Earth in a job interview, that would be the last word in the last
and
moment.
well, that's the thing is I guess that's what I'm fighting against more than anything. Is the idea that I would be condemned or anyone would be condemned for
That's
some
right, punk rock. I say.
You know what I mean? Because it's like, okay, great. Like, let's say if until like, if there comes a day where there's a consequential need to know about Coriolis effect on me because of the shape of the Earth, not Coriolis science, but I mean like the idea that it's going to affect me, like, you know what I mean? Then that I would want to fucking, I would act on. But until then, it's like you can't condemn someone for believing what, or believing or better yet, or not believing what somebody else believes. That's at what point?
I think it's very well said.
And at what point are we not the Inquisition? At what point are we not the Inquisition at that? You know what I mean? Like, to condemn someone and label somebody. Now, granted, I've told many flat earthers, like, if your kid is like talking about flat earth in school and they bring you into the fucking principal's office to be like, excuse me, are you teaching your kids about flat earth? Your answer shouldn't be, well, have you seen Eric Dubay's 200 proofs?
Yeah, definitely.
You know what I mean?
Like,
Like,
we sometimes have a chat. It's ridiculous. It's a
right.
joke more than anything.
Your answer should be, excuse me, are you trying to tell me how I should raise my children?
Yeah, I would say something non-confrontational.
Well, right. But you know what I mean?
Regardless.
But the point, if they're trying to raise but here's the problem. They're the ones in the Inquisition mode. You're guilty if you do, guilty if you don't. Does well, if you throw the witch in the water, and if she dies, then she wasn't a witch, and if she fucking floats, then she is a witch, and we got to burn her. It's like, what the fuck, dude?
Which weighs more than a plank? No, hang on.
Right. You know what I mean? Like, I just think like, this is where we're headed if we don't have the freedom to be a flat earther. Especially
I feel you on that. I also just think it's just a silly way to fight ideas. I get where it comes from, because we're in a very awkward realm where people can have great influence over other people, and that idea of memes is huge and important. We've never been able to spread ideas or do this.
I mean, Ed, look at it like this.
Having a talk with total strangers who have totally opposed worldviews from across the other side of the earth and forming a community where we all know one. Like, I know you guys better than
how
many people in my
lucky
real life.
are we? I love this. This is why I'm for, I get it. Like, I'm pro system and all that when you get me going. But like the idea of like, of us, like, man, I was going to make a point. Forgive me. I'm going to stop. I forgot my point.
So I agree with I agree with you. It's just my sort of raison d'etre. My God, what a wanky word to use.
Reason to be.
My reason to be is, I agree with you. I don't want voices shouted down. I want people to get better at expressing their views, because I want them to have better views. I want them to be my view is the closer you are to seeing the world accurately, which includes yourself. So self-awareness is also very important. But the closer your view of this is the way the world is and this is the way I see it, or this is how I am, this is the world, the way the world sees me, the like more neatly those lenses line up. They're sort of circles in my whole thing. The happier you are and the more effective you are. And so the goal then is, absolutely create a space for people to speak, because like I really don't like,
this is my point. Is this, how is it that the flat earthers are like, how is it that the globers, forgive me if I'm walking all over you right now. I just remember I wanted to bring it up and just hear you talk on that too, is the idea that how crazy is it that, it's like, like ballers, if you will, like, and I would say, because again, it's like, well, you're flat earther, you drink pee. It's like, that's not the thing, but like, it's the ballers out here, right? These people who believe in the moon landing, these people who accept the Himawari fucking shit. These people are saying that men can get pregnant, bro.
Well,
and it's the flat earthers out here. Hold on. And it's the flat earthers out here that are saying, hey, there's religious tenets here. There's men and there's fucking women. I mean, what a weird world we're in. when, like, in one sense, because I agree with you in the sense that if you open the Overton window, like, a lot of people think flat Earth is somehow just as vicious as the idea that men can get pregnant, right? I mean, I get that too. Not all
Yeah.
ballers accept that. I get that, but I mean, like, but the thing is that it's not. It's not. They're trying to almost lump these two non sequiturs into, like, oh, we need to open the community to let transgender fucking octogenarians fucking swim at the pool or something like that. Like, fucking,
Mm.
you know what I mean? Like, that's way too fucking retarded. Like, this is just the idea that, hey, you should be allowed to fucking believe something that is unprovable on behalf of the people making the claim without third party information.
Yeah,
That's why
yeah.
flat Earth is different.
Because I agree with you. I think that it got sort of clamped down on and ridiculed and sort of shut down. Where I prefer to work on a harm principle. Like, if there is no harm in this thing, then let it be.
Right on, brother.
And there's
Yep.
and I do think when it gets close to sort of talking about the V words and all of that, that there is a harm. So there is an importance to sort of to get. Well, it's not even harm. It's not about being on different sides. It's incumbent upon everybody to get good information and question their first inklings, their first.
Well, that's what. So you saw. I don't know if you've seen recently. Like, there was like a Elon bought Twitter, and then MSNBC came on and they were like, but they could, like, ban a candidate and they could, like, hide certain information and they could, and it's like, dude, this is exactly what they did over the last couple of years. It's like,
well, they didn't though, did they? They tried to do it to Trump.
Well, they
but then
did.
what they
Well,
worked
they
out
did.
is
He
they're not
banned him
in
off
charge
Twitter.
here.
They took out the president of the United States' voice on Twitter. That's
Right.
fucked up.
But the
Fuck
first
that
part of the
censorship.
sentence. But the
That's
first part
fucked
of the
up.
sentence, Issa, is the president of the United States. In my opinion, the powers that be, the liberal elites, absolutely tried to use their sway to influence the entire world, and the entire world immediately recognized it, or the entire Western world immediately recognized it. And that's where a lot of flat earthers come from. That's where a lot of Trump comes from. And it's this reaction to this. What do you mean that boys can be girls now? And like, sort of this uber leftism, I think, is creating stuff like flat earth that is, while fascinating conversation, in many parts, frankly, ridiculous. Like hearing SE go, is it a hump or a drop? Like he's figured out a problem with basic geometry is, it's, that's why my interest is absolutely on people speaking, but how do we develop systems or ways for questioning things and going, is what I think actually right? Because I do think it matters. It always matters. It's like it's a duty I feel for myself and to others that I try and figure out what's right.
I agree, and that's why I said it earlier about the idea of, like, that martial art kind of way of it. It's like, it's something either works or it's useless information, and, like, it's like, like, if you're gonna try to tell me about your tiger chi. You know what I mean? Like, your tiger chi just won't let you actually hit me when actually, you know what I mean? Or whatever. I want to find out. And the point is, it ain't going to work. And, so we know your tiger chi ain't dick. So fucking, so now what? You know what I mean? But there's certain things you can't test and that we're being asked to believe. And that's the problem. It's like you're being asked to, like, not question the master's chi power. Is like when somebody's like, well, dark matter explains this and this. It's like, I can't question the, some, divine ruler's fucking edict. And that is where I think, and that's where, I see you in that light too. I don't see it. Like, I think a lot of Globers are fighting flat earthers in the way that they see, in the same way that some flat earthers are trying to argue against the globe. Like, you're not wrong because you're talking to people maybe who aren't making your points correctly. And you're not, you know what I mean? Like, and then it's cool because there's levels to all of it, where there's, like, the base level of, like, of whatever, the generic flat earth stuff. And then there's a generic baller, and then you've got the shades in between. And I think that's where it gets interesting. That's where you get intellects across both. Like, this is why this place is awesome. It's not just somebody coming in and saying, gravity's fucking a lie. I don't know. Yeah, it can get pretty crazy pretty quick.
One thing that I noticed was that I used to teach GPS operation theory, troubleshooting, and all to new people.
Yeah.
And whenever I would get I would get a wide variety of people come in, technicians and ship's captains and stuff like that. And any one of them that thought they knew a lot about GPS, but got their information from Hollywood, they were the hardest ones to teach because they were so ingrained with that information that was totally wrong.
So what are some of the misconceptions? Because I bet all of us suffer all of them.
Well, one of the common one was that they thought that the GPS satellites knew where you were, and that's just not the case. And that you can track somebody with GPS, and that's not the case either. You can use GPS and then use a transmitter to send your position to somebody else to where you can track it. But GPS doesn't track you and stuff like that. So their whole theory of operation on the thing was skewed. But the more important thing, and that's what was kind of going to the point that y'all were making, was that they got their information. They thought they understood it pretty well, but they never really looked into it any deeper than watching a couple of videos from a couple of movies or so. And now that they're in the class and I'm trying to explain to them, they're very resistant to changing their mind on it.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to.
Yeah, well, but then it takes a lot of time to actually go through and demonstrate something that I was able to explain to everybody else. So, but I mean, it's good. I could demonstrate stuff, and it's good for them to learn. But it was the mindset that was the interesting thing that I kind of got interested in, and I saw that a lot of other places too. Of that, I got this information, and I'm going to hold on to it, contrary to what I'm experiencing now.
Yeah. I think I would be astounded if I don't do that too. A kind of
Yeah, I know for a fact that I do that, and I have to be conscious of it, and I try to be conscious of it, of trying to be able to back off of, be as open as I can, and sit back and listen to explanations as much as I can. But you could see it in their face at the time, where you're explaining it to them, and they catch a little bit of your.
Say again. I think it's just cut out. Got my Kerbal going again.
Sorry, I got a call there.
Oh, good. Yeah, say again.
No, basically what they were, you would be explaining to it. They hear a little bit of the explanation, but then you could see that the wheels are turning in their head, not to try to understand it, but to come up with a rebuttal for it. This is, and they're not listening to the entire explanation. So whenever they do their rebuttal, they're only rebutting 5 words of the paragraph that you just explained to them, so it makes it difficult.
I was doing not rebutting, but doing a lot of something very similar to what you were describing as you were describing it. Yeah, because I was going to say I recognized myself doing that. I'm like, oh, I just caught myself. I just stopped listening to that person partway through, and was then just like waiting for my turn to talk about that particular bit, rather than absorbing it at length. Yeah, very true.
Yeah, and you could see it in their eyes as you're explaining it to them, and it's a common thing, and everybody does it to some degree or another. It's just something you have to be conscious of and try to overcome if you can.
Well, that was the thing early on out here in the discussion of at least early on we had a crew free chan, and it was just a mix mosh of a whole bunch of people, and it was just an interesting mix of people. Like it was like, you know, Jem was there, my boy Cass, like, you know, Timmy Osmond, fucking a whole crew of like really awesome people, and it was like these intelligent motherfucking conversations. And then you would get like, you know, or you would just see like people come in with, you know, whether they're ballers or whatever, with just complete hubris and not willing to like, you know, digest anybody else's information. Like even like, because like we might disagree about shape of the earth stuff, but maybe even it's like, you know, if someone had never heard of like Operation Northwoods, and you're like, you know, we're like, why would the government lie to you? And we were like, you know, you'd be like, well, have you ever heard of Operation Northwoods? And they're like, whoa, that's stupid. You know,
Yeah.
it's like, and you're like, bro, we're just trying to have an honest conversation. But if you're not even going to partake in the facts of the matter or the, you know, the evidence, then what, you know, what's up, man? Like, and that's what, I don't know. That's why Gem is so cool. That's why, because they have answers. Because they're like, well, actually,
Yeah.
this. You're like, you
Yeah,
guys,
they've heard so
you
many
know,
of
you
those
know what I
things
mean? Like,
before, and they're
yeah,
like,
it's fucking, yeah,
yeah, the assigned person
yeah.
who can answer that question steps to the
Yeah,
plate.
dude. How do you not love Jem, dude? He can fucking tell you everything about the moon landing and fucking, you know. I mean, dude, I love Jem. And if you talk to him, tell him I said hi. You know,
Yeah,
shit.
I started dipping back in there every now and then
Cool.
because it's an interesting place here. There's lots of interesting people, but sometimes it does feel like sort of just making fun of people.
No, I learned a lot in Gems, like a lot, and but you got to pay the price though. You know, with all the insults and the madness, it's not free.
Yeah, you
Right.
got to pay the price. I think
Well,
is
you
a
know,
good way to put it.
that's a good point. But you know, he like, you know, I had an issue where I went in there. I've only been in there one time, and I said I wouldn't go back. And you know, but I like to get Jem out of his element over there, and you know, just because they're a little bit of too toxic for me. You know what I mean? And I went in there, and they I don't know, man. I have no time. You know, what I mean? Like I have so many good people in my world. But at the same time, Jem is a special character, man. You know what I mean? Like, you know, he's cool as fuck.
Yeah.
You know, I think, and that kind of stuff is like, you know, that's what it's about, you know, to me. And I miss those good old days. This is the closest I've come is up in here and with you guys, man. It's nice. Because, you know, because I don't necessarily want to agree on everything with everybody anyway, right?
That's
I'm
kind of
here
what I've
for
been
like,
driving at with some of my
right.
questions.
You know
I'm
what I
like,
mean?
I just
I'm just,
like to be contrarian. And I was like, but if I
no,
say
like,
that, he'll just say no, not really, because that's how contrarians be.
That's it, bro. I mean, like I used to tell people, it's like, dude, you don't understand. Like, I literally go like twice a week to like fight people at a gym. Like I love this shit. Like, fucking, you know, what are you
I
talking about?
live
Dude?
for it.
Yeah, what the fucking hell? Yeah, but what a cool cast of characters too. Like I remember back in the day, like I have pretty much like a whole pantomime in my head of all the characters, and like Jem's the guy like that when he walks on stage, everyone's like boo, you know, like just a whole pantomime of the characters that were out here, man. It's crazy. You know, what a good bunch of people. You know, some of them made it along the way, and some of them dropped. You know, whatever. I don't know. I try not to take it all so seriously. You know.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's a fascinating community. I know other people. I know my girlfriend's like, why do you hate? Like she never says anything, but I know she thinks it's a little bit strange. But yeah, there's something quite fun to it. Like even the conversation, I'm like, oh my god, that's silly. And then later on, I'm like, it's kind of fun that people like the word association. People play the word association games are the funnest, where they like, oh, this word sounds like that word, therefore, you know, the king of England was in fact a woman or something, like, you know, those.
Oh, yo, have you talked to PJ?
Yes, yeah, that he's exactly like that, like tartaria, means, which means sperm, and you're like, how does tar mean? I'm so lost here, Pete.
Oh, that's so fucking PJ. Oh, that's so good. You know what
We
though?
all know
Oh,
tar
dude,
means sperm, and you're like, when?
Yeah.
I missed
Well, you know what?
that one.
I always funny you. I think it reminds me of a time where I was talking to my boy and I wanted to get it. So like, I wanted to make a CGI video with Lenny. You know, what was it? No, it was something like Theodore. Because you know how the dodo is important to Shay.
Yes.
So
Yes.
it was Theodore Dodovsky. Was gonna take the footage from what do you call it, from Brooklyn, and zoom in all the way over to France so you can see the Eiffel Tower. Like I wanted to make like a
My
video
God,
that,
that would have been fucking great.
oh dude, just like this never ending like zoom, and then like you just start seeing the Eiffel Tower, just fucking,
That'd be
so
great. And then you keep
boom, you
going
know what I
past
mean, like
that, keep going
proof.
past that to like the Great Wall of China or something.
Right. Oh, you could. Right. You could. Oh, that'd be hilarious. But that would ruin the. You'd have to just make out the Eiffel Tower. So it'd be like whether or not Dodovsky got the footage of the Eiffel Tower or not becomes the debate. You know.
I've seen something similar to that where they zoom in on something like that really far away that's recognizable and keep zooming past it and it's more recognizable until they zoomed all the way around to the back of their head.
Oh, nice.
Oh, Rumpus would be in his glory if we did that. Rumpus would be like, "See, I told you it could happen."
The old back of your own head is a funny one, I think.
Rumpus has been telling us that for years. He's like, all you need is the right conditions.
And you could refract so hard you could see the back of your own head.
He's like, you just need a good enough telescope in the right
They've
conditions,
proposed
and you
it.
can see your own ass in a telescope.
They proposed it on Oakley, so it was
That's
hilarious.
silly.
Rumpus has been saying that for years.
I think Mick West was on the. Even worse, I think Mick West was on the panel. It's like- Have you heard my Mick West song yet?
No, I don't think so.
Oh no. I'll have to pull it up. Maybe I'll put it to you.
Anyway, and I'll wrap the stream up now. So, final thoughts from IB, Hunter, and Issa, particularly. I bet anybody.
Hey, if I get the video, will you play the song at the end of your video?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, get the video.
Hold on. Cool.
We'll go do that as the outro.
Right on. Give me
Final
1 second.
thoughts, or like, here's something that stood out for me. IB, and that is you said you found it really rewarding that you'd got a few people to test something. Is there any test that you think people here could do that could confirm or disconfirm or lend credence to the globe?
Well, that's another thing that I've noticed in the community, getting people one-on-one, is that a lot of people believe that the average person cannot test that. It's not possible for the average person to test the shape of the Earth on their own, and that's just not the case. There's a lot of tests that you can do. One of them is one that we discussed about using a scale and actually measuring a check weight at different latitudes.
Yes. Oh, did I show you?
It. Oh, you got your stuff? That's something that I did accidentally because I actually was using a precision scale whenever I went up to Chicago and had to recalibrate because I was at a different latitude.
Oh, wow. That's an interesting one.
Yes. Dr. Bob actually did one where he actually weighed the check weight several places. He went from Michigan all the way down to Florida and then back up, and he weighed it in different locations all the way there, and he took a different route going back up, and ended where he started from with his check weight weighing back the same.
Very cool. Yeah, so that's a good one. That's one I could do on my bike trip as well.
Right, and then there's most people can rent auto levels or a theodolite or whatever. You can get a telescope, or there's a lot of things that you don't have to have a lot of really high dollar equipment that you could actually do the test itself. The simplest one is that I bring up over and over again is the equatorial mount. Just go into detail and about the geometry of how the equatorial mount works, and that's a good way of testing the shape of the Earth.
I think that one is quite solid too, because it's like it's not a lot of people are like, well, what's the like? It doesn't seem like it's just a bit of equipment. It's not a scientific test. But it's like, well, great. How does the equipment work?
Well, the thing is, it's even cooler than that, because there's a ton of videos on YouTube even on how to make your own equatorial mount. They call it a barn door equatorial mount, and it's basically using barn door hinges to make your equatorial mount. And you're just using 2 hinges and a piece of all thread to make your equatorial mount, and that's about as simple as you could get.
What are
And
the
if you,
hinges doing? That's fascinating.
yeah, you're just using that as your pivot points. There's
Oh, so their center of their axis is the yes. Okay, now I just had to sort of stop for a second to think about it. That's quite
Yeah,
cool.
if you search for barn door equatorial mount or DIY barn door equatorial mount on YouTube, you're going to come up with 1,000 videos on how different people do it slightly different. But you can mount your camera to that. You can go out for $40 at Home Depot, buy a few parts, assemble them together, and you can mount your camera to the top of this hinge, and it'll track the stars.
So you just need to turn. He needs to turn that thumb screw at a steady pace. Is that the gist of it?
You turn that screw at a steady pace. Now, some of them will put a motor with a little potentiometer on it, so you can control how fast it goes. And once you got it tweaked in, you can have the motor turn the screw, which is how the electronic mounts work.
I see. Yeah. So you just mount it to that, and then have something that makes sure it moves at 15 degrees an hour, which is a tricky part, I guess.
Yes, you could do it by hand, which is less stable or less precise, but you could put a motor on it and then tweak the motor, and same thing. But that's an easy one that anybody could do, and just by going into enough detail to understand the geometry of what's going on, how it works, is a good way to test. There's a ton of them, and kind of my job for a long time was figuring out different ways of measuring the Earth in adverse conditions. So that's kind of what my job was.
Right. Yeah. So sort of how to fix something or jerry rig something, and you need to understand the principles or the sort of basics behind it to do then the complex, not basics bits like making a mount.
Right.
Interesting. I think that's a good one.
Anyway, it's just a matter of realizing that anybody could do it, and then figuring out how to do it, what you want to do, how, and what you expect to get from the type of measurements you're trying to take is probably the thing that a lot of people have the hardest time with. Like the motion of the Earth, it's like you should be able to feel it. So what would you be able to feel? Basically,
what would it feel like?
Yeah. So basically, if you think about it, you would feel centrifugal force is what you would feel. And what direction is centrifugal force? It's opposite of the axis of rotation, which means you'll feel a force pulling you away from the ground. And then you calculate at 1 rotation per day at so many thousand miles from the axis of rotation, how much force would that be? And you figure out that it's like 0.03% of the downward force. So that's unlikely that you're going to feel, but it's something that you can measure. but you have to, every measurement is relative to something else, so you have to measure that relative to a different position that has a different centrifugal force to determine that you have that. So that's why you measure it at different latitudes and compare those differences in the centrifugal force at the different latitudes, and you can determine how fast it's rotating. You can about calculate it that way. Or you can do back calculate your radius.
I do think the testing weights at different latitudes is a very strong one for something you can test yourself. But I mean, how many people go to different latitudes?
Yeah, well, I mean, in Europe, you have a hard time with that because you have a lot of travel between, but you don't have the amount of latitude difference that you do other places. I could travel 1,000 miles north and south easy and still be within the U.S. You could probably do the same in Australia. Bacon could do the same in Brazil, but somebody in the UK, it'd be a little more difficult. But the point is that there are tests that the average person can do.
Yes,
to-
and I think
to
that's
confirm
it's an
things.
empowering message as well to be like, because it's a very interesting one as well. To because now that you say it, I have heard that, which is sort of both. I have measured it to be flat, and it's not possible to be measured by ordinary people. They seem
Yes,
incompatible. Feels like pick one.
I've come across that quite a few times. Yes, that it's that they don't believe ordinary people could take the measurements or confirm things. I as far as there's a video on my channel. In fact, you might have had it up about me comparing my photographs with Hubble.
Yes. Yeah,
I didn't go. I didn't go into a lot of detail on it, but what I could have done was go into the detail on the differences in focal length on the two and the wavelength of the photos, but just on focal length. That photo of the pillars of creation, if you look at the original photo, there's a bunch. It's made up of a bunch of smaller squares. Each one of those smaller squares is an entire field of view of Hubble that they had to mosaic together to be able to make that larger picture of the pillars of creation. So its field of view is so narrow that it took like 30 individual photos to be able to encompass that entire field of view of the pillars of creation. Whereas mine encompassed the entire Eagle Nebula. And I had to zoom, I had to crop out everything just to get down to the Eagle Nebula. So I could confirm the focal length of Hubble because I know what type of field of view my telescope has at my focal length. And I could see what size field of view Hubble has. So I could back calculate what its focal length is.
That's very, I think these are fairly strong proofs. I don't know. Nobody seems to be jumping up to argue with them either, which is making me sense that people have a similar kind of response or reaction to them. Saying that somewhat provocatively. Nobody's biting. Okay.
Anyway, my point was that if you're willing to do the work, you can do the measurements yourself, or you're not going to, even if you don't come up with as accurate as a measurement or to the same scale, you can narrow it down and think that okay, it's plausible. Like I've done a measurement to the distance of the sun that's different than probably just about any of them that you've heard of. And really it wasn't, it was kind of secondary to what I was doing at the time. But I had to monitor a lot of stuff. I dealt with a lot of satellite communications and GPS stuff. So I had to monitor solar weather quite closely because it affects all of that. But you can, when you see a solar flare or coronal mass ejection coming towards Earth, you can see it long before the actual charged particles get to the atmosphere. So by measuring the time from the time you see it to the time it starts interfering with the satellites, you can get a time, but you need to know how fast it's traveling. So knowing the distance between two different satellites and when it interferes with one satellite versus the other, you can tell how fast a particle is traveling. And then once you know how fast a particle is traveling, now you know how long it took to get from the sun to that first satellite. You can determine the distance to the sun from that first satellite. Now, it's not super accurate because it takes a little bit of time before it starts interfering with the satellite, and it's not. So you're not going to get within a million miles. You're going to get within 15 million miles, maybe.
Right. Okay. That's a very cool way to go about it. And I
Right.
don't. Yeah. That's very interesting. Good.
I mean, you
You
could do the
must
same
just sit
thing
up
on a.
dreaming up things to like complex things to test or try.
Well, that, like I said, that was not the point of that. It was secondary to what I was doing at the time. I was actually having to compensate for some guys that were on a pretty critical job, and I needed to know when they had to stop operations because of some interference problems they were going to have. So that was just secondary to the operation. But you could do, the average person could do the same thing. They don't have access to the satellites and all of the stuff that I did at the time, but you can kind of do similar to even less degree of accuracy by looking at the sun with a telescope and seeing the coronal mass ejection at the time, marking the time, and then see when they have these cameras up around the Arctic Circle, and you could tell whenever there's a flare up in the northern lights.
Suddenly be right.
And then you can measure that time difference. That doesn't give you an actually distance. It just tells you how much slower the particles are traveling than the speed of light. But it kind of gives you that there's a significant difference there. But it's something easily done that the average person could do.
Yeah, I think those are really good examples of, like, how do you get people to try and do something? Because most of the tests that people come up with are sort of exhausting and expensive, and you require large teams of people. And I do think some of that is because some people don't want to test it, if I'm honest.
Some of it may be. Some of it is you have a thought, and really a lot of the stuff requires a pretty good degree of accuracy on this stuff because you're dealing with big or slow or on the edge of what equipment can measure sometimes, or the average consumer equipment can measure. And in fact, some of the stuff is specifically designed not to measure that because that would cause an error in what the equipment was really designed for.
They're trying to cancel that out, yeah. All right. Where's your song? Let's round this out with your music. I'm happy to keep chatting, but I'll wrap up.
Yeah, forgive me, I'm a little tied up.
Right, yeah. All right, well, I'll play it next time. Thank you very much, IB.
Oh, no. Hey, no. You can go ahead and play, man. Play the music. Play it all
right.
fucking.
Is it
any of my music you can play, bro?
Oh, right. I see. It was just sitting here waiting for me. Let me go back. And why am I not getting music? Oh, no, there we go.
Mate, where's the music?
Oh, I'm playing it here. Here you go.
Look, I had a question for IP Master. IB Hunter, sorry. I have a question for you, mate.
Sure.
So how do we know these planets, these objects that you are recording, how do we know they're planets? So these, all we're really seeing here is patterns. How do you know it's a ball? How can we prove this is a sphere? Like, we can see these patterns on these, you know, these shapes.
Okay.
To me, they look 2D. They look 2D. That's, if we can
Which,
look at these images.
well, on a photograph, it's going to look 2D because the photographs or videos are 2D. But what you can do is video it over time, and like the one for Jupiter, you could actually watch it rotate. You could watch the structures on it rotate into and out of view. More importantly, you could actually watch its moons and orbit around it, and then every now and then the moons go behind it, and then they'll pass in front of it, and when they do, you can actually see the shadow of the moon cast onto Jupiter, and the angle, you could actually measure the angle from where the moon is and where the shadow is to determine exactly the location of the sun in relation to Jupiter.
You know, I've seen this sort of thing, actually. You can see it with the stars as well. With our eyes, we can see that stars are on some sort of grid system. So I wouldn't be surprised that the planets are on this grid system as well. But if we can perceive it with our eyes, and we can perceive distances without needing a telescope, we can see the grid system. Does that really mean they're as far away, as far away as we're told, you know, in physical distance? If we can see this sort of thing, we can perceive it.
Okay, well, I'm not too sure what you were talking about the grid system, but as far as the distance to them, there's one easy way is to I don't know how you feel about the distance to the moon, but there's just quite a number of ways of measuring the distance to the moon, including getting a ham radio license and bouncing a radio signal off the moon and measuring the time on it. But once you have that distance to the moon, you could actually watch for occultations, where it basically the moon blocks out the signal, basically blocks out the light from that planet, so it actually goes in front of it. There's a couple of really good photos of Saturn being blocked by the moon, and you can measure the
So we
angles.
measure everything by the speed of light, correct?
You can. It's
Well, that seems to be the only way that we measure these distances, and it's through the speed of
well,
light.
you could do it. You could do it through the speed of light, but you could also do it via angles. The planets and stuff within the solar system are still close enough to where you can get parallax or triangulation angles large enough to where you could actually measure them without requiring a lot of high-tech equipment. Once you start getting out to star distances, you start to have to measure angles at a much smaller, and that requires more specialized equipment. But for planets, you could measure angles and get distances to it.
Well, that makes sense. We can visually do that, I believe. And this goes back to the grid system I was trying to conceptualize.
Okay. Well, yeah, you're gonna have to have some knowns in there. So I know in survey we usually have to have several ways of determining whatever we're using as a baseline. It can't be measured in only one way. So there's usually 2 or 3 different ways that you can actually get these baseline measurements that you need. And that's kind of important to be able to verify it in more than one way.
So you can say without a doubt what we're looking at are spherical objects in the sky, and the lights are suns. You can say this without a doubt.
Well,
from your observations.
As far as from my observations, I can determine the sphericity of some of the planets. I can't, like Neptune and Uranus and all. They're a lot more difficult to image, and for the equipment I have, and there's not enough detail on it for me to be able to determine the sphericity of it. Mars, I can see that in great detail. I could watch surface features rotating in and out of view and all. So I can basically map the entire surface of Mars from here.
And you also, on this note, you also believe that the moon is a sphere.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing too, is you could watch over time the moon gets closer and further away, and it also turns a little bit in its orbit, and it also has an angle. Its orbit around the Earth is at an angle to the Earth's equator, so you actually see a little more of the edges around the corners of the moon. So you see more than 50% of the moon over time.
Yeah. What I've been told is the moon only faces one direction towards us, and we have never seen the other side of the moon. Another question I have is, you can see these craters on the moon. They seem to be perfect circles, as if they've all come in from face direction. We don't seem to see any craters that look like they've hit from an angle.
No, that's
We all
that's
know what
not
crash
entirely
sites
true.
look like. No, we can look at the moon. They seem to be all perfect circles taken on face on, and there's no crater. You can see it only dips only a certain, how many meters that is, and then it just goes flat again. This is not what we observe for craters in Earth. There seems to be this hard layer under the moon.
So it is a physical object then?
Apparently, seemingly so. That's why we have these questions. It doesn't seem to be the object that we're told it is. If it were to be physical, I believe that's a hologram. This is my opinion.
But a hologram on what? Projected onto what?
The grid system.
What's the grid system?
Well, that's what we have to get into, don't we? And this is when it goes a bit crazy, and you have to look into very esoteric things. And you have to be aware.
Well, no, wouldn't the
All
grid
these
system?
things that we can't exactly observe it. Is all I have to say.
Well, wouldn't the grid system he's kind of referring to is what you would refer to as your celestial sphere?
Well, that's
Your
what I was
grid-
wondering, but I mean,
your
it
grid
sounds
system.
like it's a bit more magical for Vano.
Maybe so.
It's very magical.
Yes. Oh, you should have kept your show going, huh? That's what you're thinking right now, Shells, aren't you?
No, I've still got it going at the moment. Vano said he's got a question. I was like, well, I'll just wait a bit.
No, I'm just busting balls. No, it's cool, man. I mean, I see it as equally as magical as Vanna, but yeah, I think what you're trying to say is like that grid system, like the idea of what we consider right ascension and that kind of a system. And you know what's interesting
Is that what you mean?
that,
Right ascension and declination, kind of a
yeah.
grid system, or?
So yeah, so like, but also too, what was I thinking of? I forgot my point. But would that be the grid system you're talking about, Vanna? Or
Mate, that's it. It's the saying, as above, so below, and I think that sums up really. When we're looking at these objects and the grid system, it's no different from us perceiving it, right?
I've often
It's ultimately tied with the imagination and dreams. That is what magic is. You see, there is this link, and it's very important
Right.
because people have spoken to the moon. I've heard of people having full conversations with the moon.
I have full conversations with my dog. What does that mean?
Well, exactly. We can do all sorts of things.
right on, man.
And
I'm
people
loving
can
this.
talk to nature. People can talk to trees. It's all possible. It's just we don't experience it.
Doesn't mean they're talking back.
Every day, but people do it, and these people aren't crazy. They swear by it, but they don't talk about these things for a reason, right?
Well, the ones who think they're being responded to are crazy.
Well, it depends,
Like, I don't expect my dogs to respond to a conversation I have with them, but if I did, I would think I was crazy.
Well, the brain is apparently an amazing receiver. That's what they're saying. The brain is these days. It's a receiver, like of signals. It's like a radio. So you can change the frequency that the brain works on, and you can speak. Everything works in frequencies. That's what quantum mechanics is proving. We're in tune,
Is it?
and you can get in tune with certain vibrations, and you can talk to certain entities. That being the moon, seemingly the moon and the celestial bodies are entities.
Do you think it would be possible for people to be sort of disturbed or high or something and think they are having a conversation with the moon, but in fact they're suffering some sort of,
Well, that's always a personal take.
Delusion.
It's a personal take. If you haven't had experience, or read stories, this sort of thing, then that's the only way you can approach it, right? You can only think. But we know this, man. You can see it through meditation. Buddhists do it. The blokes that are meditating for a week straight, they're experiencing these sort of things.
Yeah, it's just yeah, and that's some of what makes me ask the question, because from some of the time I spent in India, I would meet people that had views like that, and I got enamored with it for a bit and was like, oh, I think this is legit. But then after a while, I was like, how could I tell if this was what they claim it is versus just somebody's delusion? And I wasn't ever able to find a satisfying answer to that. And I said, well, if I couldn't tell the difference between this being real and it being a delusion, then, maybe it's a delusion. Or maybe it's just not important.
Yeah, well, that's what fucking quantum mechanics has proven, isn't it? Like, quantum mechanics has proven that there is a world in between delusion and objective reality, right?
Has it?
Well, yeah. If you look into it, it shows traditional physics is based on this quantum world, and the quantum world is based around consciousness. It's becoming mainstream these days that time isn't real.
I see. So that you're talking about this kind of stuff where, like, because the double slit experiment seems to suggest it requires an observer to make
That's
electrons
one
real,
art.
then consciousness creates reality. Yeah,
Well,
I
that's
don't
what
think
they're
that's
saying. That's what they're
yeah.
saying. And
Well, that's what
you know,
some peddlers of woo are saying in my view.
sure, but here's one thing we can say for certain. The subconscious we don't talk about. The scientists don't talk about it. It's rarely spoken about. The fact that we have imaginations, we can imagine whatever we want in our head, right? We have inner monologues, things that can't be recorded through brain scans, but we all experience it, right? And this is never brought up. And I think this is the ultimate link between, so-called fantasy and what real life is, right? It's the yin and yang, and there needs to be a center ground. And I don't think people are paying enough attention to the soul side of things, where the imagination comes from and whatnot. You know what I mean? The inner world, this real world that's been completely ignored by almost everyone. But we experience it for half our lives, don't we? Like people dream, we all dream at night, and you're gone for half your waking life, or half your biological life. You're in a dream world, and then you wake up and you forget all about it, and you interact with another dream world. But we take this one seriously because we feel pain, right? Because you can cut and you can bleed easily, so it's taken seriously, and that's all it is. The fact that it's so fragile that everyone has to cling on to it.
So do you feel this realm is in some way not real?
100%, and this is what the Gnostics believed. It's all based, it's inversion of the true reality, right? And we can see it in nature. I think I brought it up earlier today.
You know, it's interesting, man.
The cyclical nature.
The idea of like the compass and the square and the way that they use that, like the concept behind it. Have you ever heard of that stuff? Actually, Eggs, have you ever heard of that stuff?
No.
So like the compass and the square, it's a famous symbol for a certain organization, right? And in their books, Albert Pike wrote a book called Morals and Dogma, and he talks about how I always thought this was interesting, and I'll just give you the whole idea. Even is like the idea that what he wrote was that the square was used for measuring the Earth because it was a flat plane, and and represented man, and then the compass was for measuring the angles of the stars, and the stars represented the soul, and there was a distinction between them, and that's why like some of us think that like what they've tried to do is create the materialist rationalist by blending what is of the soul onto what is man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly a product of that materialist
Just
thinking.
an
I
interesting.
don't think there is a soul.
Yeah.
I'm sort of a product of that. Like maybe it's nothing, maybe it's all matter. I'm like, yeah, that kind of works.
I mean, just the conundrum of it, I always thought was more interesting than anything. Like, it's like nobody's saying they know. It's just like, it's just the idea that we experience flat Earth in a, circular experience on the sky. Just a cool thing. I don't know. Kind of thought I'd add to the mysticism a little bit. That's all.
Yeah, perfect. I think it's an interesting idea. It's sort of it gets into a sort of esoteric realm that I don't go much, but I think I have respect for. It's a good thought. All right, let me wrap up the stream and I'll stay here chatting, but that can be done.
Yeah, there's like a koan that I've come up with, like a Zen koan.
That's those short poems, isn't it? Like a saying poem thing.
Yeah, like like what's the sound of one hand clapping or something? You know what I mean? Like and I've kind of come up with my own of like we live on an infinite plane contained by a celestial sphere. Like it doesn't make sense, right?
Well, yeah.
Because how could something infinite be contained? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I missed that.
You know what I mean? But that's the idea. Like, that's the craziness of that's kind of the magic Vanu was getting there on, which I dig into. You know what I mean? There's something to that, the psychedelica of life. That is something that is interestingly, I don't know, a part of life. It's just a part of life, the experience.
Yeah.
And I believe that's fundamentally what life is, right? There's nothing really outside
Right,
of
but it's
that
not
at all.
exclusively that. That's the thing.
Yeah, sure.
That's
I
where I
agree.
get, you know what I mean? Because like I love that line from McKenna. It's like once you get the message, you put down the phone. You don't need to like I've seen, don't need to unravel yourself to the point where you're like, I see the quantum universe. It's like, okay, bro, relax.
It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Trust me.
You know what I mean? There's a fine line, but
Behind reptiles' eyes, mate. I've seen it.
yeah, man, I fucking hear you.
It's a dangerous place. You got to be careful. I've done rituals actually to get there. Dancing around with candles and shit like that. You can get there, man, and you have to do sort of hand movements and shit. There was a Netflix show actually based on the sort of hand movements you have to do to get to the other side. I don't know if you guys have seen it. No, legit, I was doing shit like that.
Yes, I saw that thing where these these people they learn the dance and the
Yeah, and they're
dance
doing the hand
with
movements.
they've got these different hand movements they do that some
Yeah,
can
bro, that's based on real.
individually
Yeah, man.
reach through to another dimension or change time or
Yeah.
something, and they learn that their hand movements form into this dance that they can all do that causes
They
the
teleport and shit like
fabric
that.
of time to something like that.
Yo, Eggs, have you ever seen Kamaru or something? It's called Kamar, and he's like a fake guru, and he literally starts off the video all right, we're gonna troll these people, and then he just goes ham and fucking has a cult within a year, and then he's got to tell them at the end that it was a big experiment, and fucking they were all some of them were brokenhearted, fucking freaked out, fucking dude, it was it's such a great doc. I don't know if you've seen it.
Yeah, it's a kind of it's so fascinating. It's kind of a cruel prank in parts, I feel, but
Right.
pretty good.
Fucking genius.
Well made, and
yeah, it was a great fucking little movie, man. But yeah, it makes me think of that, the hand dancing and shit. This is what gets me. It's this is what worries me. It's these are the same people who are vegan, new world order. Just get your vax.
you keep saying it's the same people, and it's I think you're talking about very big groups, like they're a sort of small homogenous group of tree hugging,
Right. So many of
Antifa
them.
trans
Climate
rights
change is
people.
polar bears. The polar bears' eggs. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. They seem a little nutty, dude. They seem like they need a fucking steak. You know?
Mate, I'm a fucking carnivore.
Oh fuck yeah! I'm not
Yeah,
talking.
I'm a carnivore.
Oh, no, dude, I am loving
Yeah.
your vibes right now. I'm in. Don't get mad at me, bro.
Well, this is just shit I did, man. This is just something I did a few years ago, and
Dude,
it's scary. If you want, if people want to go to the other side, I'm saying it's possible. You need to do these movements. You got to get into a ritual sort of setting. If you really want to know what real life is, you can go there. You can go there temporarily. This is real business. It's been around for thousands of years in our human culture, and that's it's been lost. You can get, if you want the meaning, you can go to that place, but you don't have to go to the Amazon for it. I'll tell you that. You can make it in your own room. You can make the vibes. You can do tribal shit.
It's kind of interesting, actually. There's one guy, he's a Navy SEAL. He's got a YouTube thing called Vigilant Elite, and it's he just actually had a psychedelic experience, and he goes in and talks about it. I haven't watched it yet, but he's an interesting cat, and yeah, I guess he went and had a positive psychedelic experience. So yeah, man, it's interesting. It's interesting that our outlook on life, our philosophy. This is why I think cosmology is directly related to your philosophy.
100%. That's what they believe.
So that's why when you flat earthers or or not even flat, just people looking at this information, it becomes at some point a choice between the idea that you're, if you're involved in the shape of the earth or something I think innately cosmology has an effect on your view. A lot of people don't know that. I think that has a big part to play in the subconscious. Something is wrong. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. It's weird.
Well, there's a whole word for these days, isn't there? Bloody astrology. It's been around for a while. What do you think about astrology, mate? That's the study, isn't
My
it? The
only
study of the stars.
problem with astrology is the idea that they've neglected astronomy.
Aren't they related?
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that astronomy has stuck to this old way of looking at where the sun was during the time. So they don't even take into account that the sun is in a certain position now versus, like, if I'm not mistaken, they just stopped using the precession. So they're like out of sync with their predictions, off by like, I forget what it is. So I know.
The
So,
celestial pole is processed around such that those who were in Cancer weren't, the sun didn't rise on Cancer.
right. So like, it's the wrong, like, even like right now, like, it's like there's certain things that are off about where their positioning is versus their whatever. But then you get people that are gonna be like, well, I correct for that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
But the whole thing to me, the whole thing's got to be slightly bunk if other people don't correct for it and you're the only one who's spotted for it. Like,
However, I thought of
they're the
this
ones-
though. Funnily enough, you ask. I thought of this the other day. Was the idea that, like, it is interesting though that you could almost never have the same type of personality created because the star, like, like there's always something a little different. Maybe like the idea that there is like there's always like nothing is ever directly the same. So like, let's say stars and everything did affect personality birth and all the rest of it. Like there would never be two of the same. Do you know what I mean? Like the idea that how these stars are like a map of time, like a clock in a way. Like, like for instance, like the Hoover Dam. What about that? The Hoover Dam is like, it's got a star chart to show when it was created, so that anyone who wanted to know, they could look up where the stars were at that date.
That's cool.
Right, so that you could actually, and that's why some people believe Egypt is older than they propose, by some like 28,000 years, because the idea is that it would have aligned at a certain time, and that they built that on the premise that anyone who wanted to know when it happened would be able to clock it back to that position and know when it existed. And if you were to line up I think it's pyramids or one of them. I mean, I don't necessarily what I think of the pyramids exactly, but if you were to line it all up, it would go back another 28,000 years and like explain water erosion on the fucking Sphinx or something. I don't know. But, if you were to use the clock or the stars as a clock, nobody ever has the same positioning of the stars to some extent.
Yeah.
And that would affect, let's say, a personality or a person. I don't know if it does or doesn't, but it's interesting.
Yeah,
my grandfather's like, mate, my grandfather's probably, the most straight person you can get. Like, straight anything not mystical, right? Anything fucking. He loves the mainstream, but then again he will go fucking. You bring up astrology and he's like, oh yeah, that's real. It's like, what cunt? It's like, they've been posting it in the newspaper, the astrology readings for fucking 80 years. Who knows how many years? It just like, apparently it's been in the newspaper. And these people take it seriously, right? People who aren't into mysticism at all. And it's like, I find that interesting.
Yeah,
I feel like everyone can relate to their own sun sign as well, I think it's called the sun sign, the one we all get, the main one. Your
Some of my
Pisces,
feeling is, provided you, what do you call it, a Barnum statement? Who the guy who coined the phrase is like a born every minute or one size fits all, and I think that's a modern astronomy has just got really. Oh, what did I do? Just got really good at making statements that anybody would want to agree with. You've been through a lot lately, and everybody always goes, "So me." Like, are you sure it wasn't just everybody?
True. But there are some things that seem to be on a whole different level that people seem to resonate with. Like, you'd read someone else's, I don't know, but I find it sort of eerily a bit legit, and the ancient Egyptians believed in astrology. They were all around this sort of shit. I think it's just the problem is the fucking taking it to, like, not looking into it deep enough, right? Just taking the bland stuff, because they can generalize if they need to, and that's what they're doing, right? And we just don't look into it enough, I don't think. And it's like, especially considering this has been a big thing for thousands of years, and ancient Babylonia, all these, they were more in tune with the celestial bodies than we are, right? We look at all sorts of buildings they built in the past. The pyramids perfectly line up with the um
Orion's belt.
Orion belt, I believe. Exactly, yeah.
Mm.
So they
Oh,
know
hey,
exactly what
Slugs.
they're doing, and they believe that the stars affected our lives personally, right? And so we need to take that seriously, and that's what I think is a big essence of what flat earthers believe. But it's not brought up enough. I don't think it's not. We're arguing about objectivity in these things, but clearly there's something more at play here. I reckon we need a fucking, like, someone who knows about astrology. Need someone get a witch. You got to.
Geo knows a fair bit about it.
Well, that's what we need. We need someone into, what's it called, witchcraft.
That's Dawn is your man for that witchcraft. He's full Wiccan.
Astrology. I don't know if they're related. Maybe they are. Maybe they're not.
I think most ancient religions had, or sort of cultures had, something about the stars. Because you would have spent so much time looking up at them, trying to be like, what are they? And you would get a sense of that too, right? Those ones are always next. Those stars are always in the same position compared to one another.
It would
Yeah,
have been
exactly.
easier
Apparently
for a
they're
lot
not
of those.
They're not changing.
Well, it would have been easier for a lot of those cultures to follow and monitor that than it would be for us today, because a lot of us live in basically, areas where you get, light pollution that prevents you from even seeing the sky in such detail that they were able to.
Mm.
So they had the, night after night after night through their whole lives being able to see in much clearer detail than the majority of us could ever do. It's
How are
easy
they
to see
saying
how
that
they'd
anymore?
be fascinated with it.
Yeah.
Say it again.
It's easy to see how they'd be fascinated with it, considering that they could see it in much greater detail than the vast majority of us today can,
Because of the
because
city.
of
Right.
light pollution.
I'm with you now.
Yeah, well, people who are interested aren't looking at it from the city. We can see the stars if we need to. And like I said, I've seen the stars. I live in the country, right? So I don't have the light pollution, and I'm seeing a grid system, and I've seen it under the right brain chemistry. And you see the system, and this is what the ancients really saw, and they were obsessed with it, right? They were somehow able to get in tune with the same visions and the same conscious ability. Maybe they just had it inherently, but they're seeing something. There's like maths in the sky.
Yo, real quick too, Eggs, have you ever heard of the story how like the tribes found like ayahuasca?
No.
Like do you know the story, like do you know about like the story about how they, like, these two plants on either side of the Amazon, like, had to come together to be able to make the drink that they drink?
Yes, something like, maybe it was, I heard it from you. Yeah, go on.
I don't know if I brought it up, but it's I could see it being a subject in here, but like just the idea that a lot of the ancients were into the psychedelica, you know what I mean? And like it is interesting, like I don't know if you've ever had a psychedelic experience, but it's interesting. And have you, or
Yes.
you don't have to say, yeah, right on. So like, yeah, and like, yeah, that's interesting. The whole grid thing that got me thinking, but made me think of just how the ancients like got those two plants to be able to, create such a psychedelic drink. That's all. So they were, I don't know, they were just in tune with things, which I find interesting, especially when you look at their cosmologies.
Well, that's the thing, mate. There's not enough experts on astrology. I think we need to get someone
Thank
that knows
goodness.
what they're talking
Thank
about,
goodness.
someone who can, maybe give us all a message. Maybe we're actually working towards something here. Something can be achieved.
I look at it like, no magicians, no leaders, man. In that certain sense, like, you know what I mean? It's like, I don't want someone who's like, I know how it works.
Well, exactly. I think there has to be, something in between. It's just, the argument against the Globers, they're missing out on the magic. I reckon that's because it can't be put into words easily, and that's the predicament.
Well, they can justify their cosmology with the magic too, because it's pretty magical. I'll give them that much.
Magic.
Well, I mean, it's all like everyone's kind of reliant on some. What's that line? It's like, permit me one miracle, and I'll tell you you know what I mean? I'll tell you all of everything or whatever. But you gotta, like, each side asks for miracles to a certain extent.
I don't follow that. What is it? What are the miracles that Globers are looking for?
What's the miracle of the globe, you saying?
What are the miracles that the Globers are looking for or expecting that as you were saying? That's what I'm saying. I wasn't following you on that.
Oh, like, well, I mean, like, we have, like, models that have questions that can't be answered to some extent, right?
Can't be answered.
Yeah.
Or just currently not known.
Currently not known will work.
It's been known for thousands of years, mate.
Well, hold on about that. But currently, you could agree that both models have no answer for certain questions that maybe we'll have answers for in the future, right?
I mean, it would depend on the context, of course, but I guess I can go with that. All right. So, what is the miracle for that? Like you were comparing this to miracles.
Well,
so.
like, say, like the Big Bang. It's kind of miraculous, right?
I wouldn't say so. No.
Well, then you wouldn't see the magic in your own model, then, would you?
I certainly wouldn't call it
You know what
magic.
I mean? Like,
I certainly wouldn't call it magic, but
and to Ava's point, you're missing out on the magic of your own model. My point is that, like, each side
are we saying magic is
however you want to take it?
The mesmerizing of something unknown?
Sure, maybe so.
I'm asking you. You're the one saying it, so
Well,
I'm
I
asking
didn't
you
bring
for
up.
like a definition of what you mean.
Well, forgive me. It was the brother here who brought up how magical everything was, and I was just
that's
saying,
what I was wondering. Like,
yeah,
are
and
we
I was just
referring
saying,
to this in such a way that it's just something
how
mesmerizing?
about that? I'm
Or
referring it to the way, like, have you ever heard of, like, that song that's like, uh, oh, it's magic, like that kind of way. I don't know. Like, I just mean, like, it's something that's fascinating. Yeah, I guess mesmerizing. Sure, you know what I mean. I mean, but not to imply the huckster, mesmer, but, like, like the idea that something is, like, interesting. And I think, like the Big Bang is a big ask. It's just as good as, God said be and it is, kind of thing. So you have two miraculous events in each model. You know what I mean, if you will. And if I permit you your miracle, then I'm in a certain paradigm, right? And if I permit the miracle of, like, being it is, then I might be in another one. Now, doesn't mean that your model doesn't exclude that God said be and it is either. I'm just saying there's miracles involved, right?
okay, I guess I'm just gonna have to agree to disagree, or not even really disagree, because I don't even know what I would be disagreeing with you on. Because
Right, you could
I'm
just
just
say
not.
yes. You could
I'm not.
just fucking say yes, Rob.
No,
That's all.
you can't just
can't.
say
You can't
yes
do
to
that.
something because you don't understand it. Why would
Now when you're
you?
a contrarian.
Why would you say yes to something you don't understand? Does that make any sense to you?
Fair enough. What makes sense about the Big Bang? And why would I say yes to it?
Well, I don't understand what you mean. What makes sense about it?
Yep. Like, what's logical about it?
What, the expansion of the universe? What's logical about it is that you can still see it.
So instantaneous creation is logical because you can
That's
still.
not the Big Bang is the expansion.
The Big Bang, wouldn't that be considered like the moment of original expansion?
The start of the expansion out to what we have today. Yes.
Right, and that's a little miraculous, right? Because what created the Big Bang, right?
Well, that's unknown, but that's not a part of the Big Bang. It's not even part of the conversation of the Big Bang.
Now I'm confused.
Okay, so the Big Bang does not talk about what happened at the beginning of it. The Big Bang only talks about the expansion of the universe.
Okay, so what do you call the beginning of it then?
Nobody knows.
It's not called the Big Bang
No, it's not called the Big Bang. No.
It's not called the Big Bang because it's a moment of expansion.
The Big Bang is only describing the
The
expansion.
Big Bang. All Big Bang. You know, a Big Bang. You know, like, dude, I just think it's you know, you're asking for a miracle whether you realize it or not. Yeah.
According to what they're saying about the Big Bang, well, they're showing that it's a double torus. They're showing that the birth of reality is a double torus, and this is exactly what we've been saying. Reality is here today. It is a torus system. You know, I've sent gifs of what it looks like of the double torus. It's the yin and yang binary. You know, you can see it however you'd like. The computer works off how reality is based, right? They've proven this, they've shown this, and this is what we're saying the real shape of Earth is. I'm not saying it's flat. I'm not saying this, but I'm saying it's not a globe. What we're saying is it's a torus. You know, and what we see in the hologram and what's observed is what's only observed because nothing exists beyond what you can consciously perceive. Right? So we can see the horizon and we can see refraction. You know, it's going to look curved. There's going to be a bump in the water. You're going to see something. And we can circle jerk each other for why we're seeing what's over the horizon. But it doesn't matter. We know it's a hologram, and quantum physics proves this. You look into it. So there's nothing actually existing beyond the horizon. That's why it's always you can go as high up as you want, and it's always flat. You know, the biggest questions I have, you know, we had an interesting discussion tonight with the fella, you know, who does a lot to do with the telescopes. And what is interesting is that we do see patterns that on these alleged planets that seemingly do look like spheres. And we can see moons going around it. You know, this is interesting. And this is something that, you know, it looks like the moon. It looks like a hologram. Then again, you know, from what I've heard is these celestial bodies, they call them these planets. They're almost, I don't know if you guys have PCs, computers, you know, but you can see the parts in your computer. They're saying these bodies that we can observe are actually a computer system, and each has a different part. You know, you have the RAM, the CPU, and they're saying the Saturn is the source. You know, Saturn is where 666, all this sort of Saturn, Satan, same deal. They're saying it's the demiurge system. This is my take on the celestial bodies. I think it's a good explanation so far from the information I've heard. So you got to look at these bodies as a computer system. The demiurge, they're calling it. You know, quantum physics proves all of it. If you want to see how it works, it's there. You know, and we can see that it's a hologram, and there's actually nothing physical in between. Like, sure, we have plants, we have nature, but they're two-dimensional, right? And you have bugs, they're all working collectively. Bugs and shit, you know, you see ants, they're a hive mind. There's no individual ant. There's only the scent and the big the ant fucking hive, you know? And this extends to lots of animals, even birds. To a certain extent, they're not even individuals. Dimensions is what we need to be looking into, and how, you know, consciousness, you know, works with these dimensions. Because they're observing it today. They're seeing in mushrooms the mycelium network. It's, you know, it's smarter and it's, you know, quicker than the Japanese fucking train system. They worked it out in quicker than 20 minutes. I'm pretty sure they proved this. It's more sophisticated than the Japanese network, the mycelium mushroom network. They've proven plants talk to each other through their roots. You know, they've proven mushrooms talk to each other. You know, we don't look into this. We have no idea about how nature actually works, right? And it's all just one big cycle. You pull a weed out, mate. That's my job these days. I'm pulling weeds out of the ground. Guess what? You come back a few weeks later, the fucking weed's grown back, and it's as big as the thing you just pulled out. It's like this little fucking, it just grows, mate. And it's like, it's exactly the same as it was before. You know, it's a fractal. What we're observing is fractals in nature, and that's all it is. And it's just replication of code, right? We can see this in fucking computers. We use computers because it's just a fucking different version of real life.
Or you're pulling weeds out. You're pulling weeds out. I'm smoking them.
Well, exactly. I'm doing as well. I'm doing the same thing. I'm pulling the right buds off the right flowering plants. You know, the ovaries of the cannabis plant. It just depends what you're working with these days, really. And it depends if you know what you're doing. It depends on what the ultimate goal is. Like, if you're here to defend the globe, it's not really going to get anywhere, you know, like, because we're not here about that. Like I've said earlier tonight, I don't think we even realize what we're arguing about. It doesn't really matter if it's, you know, plenty of people have said it doesn't matter if it's a globe, it doesn't matter if it's flat, because it doesn't. That's not what we're actually trying to figure out. We're trying to figure out something a lot more intense. Because there's only one answer. And there's clearly a debate for a reason, and we know this.
Wait, well, what are we trying to figure out then?
The absolute, you know. There's something that's missing, and there's a question, and we can all see it.
Okay, what is missing? What is the question?
Well, the same reason you're interested. If it was absolutely a globe, you wouldn't be, you know, and you believe this, you wouldn't even bother to argue against it unless you were interested in the concept. And something about it sparked your interest, and there was a movement behind it.
Talking about the conversation of flat Earth and globe Earth?
Well, exactly. It's a thing for a reason, though, and it doesn't just stem from dogma. It stems from what people are observing and seeing in the world. You not agree?
I don't follow.
There's no dogma behind the flat Earth, right? This is just what we're observing.
No dogma around the globe Earth. What's your point?
But there is, to a certain extent. To a certain extent, there is, because it gives off a message and it gives off an idea.
Well, if giving off a message or an idea is a dogma, then both do the same thing.
Well, exactly.
So then they both have a dogma, according to your way of explaining it here.
Well, the flat Earth doesn't give off an idea, a dogma. Sorry. Well,
It
they do.
doesn't give
I
off an
know what you mean.
idea, but the
Let's just
idea
say,
is the
the
world
globe
is
Earth gives
flat.
off it gives off a backwards idea. You know, it
Wait.
takes away from something inherent. I think that the globe Earth,
Okay,
the opposite of the spiritual Earth.
you
It's
made
the
a
opposite
big
of the
jump here.
inside.
You made a big
I'm
jump here,
sorry
so
if I was
let's
describing it wrong, but yeah,
you
sure.
you
Tell
made a
me.
big jump here, so let's go backwards a second. You said that flat Earth doesn't have a dogma,
Well,
but
it does. Sorry.
so what is it explaining then? What is it if it doesn't have a dogma? Which you said a dogma is just an
To a
idea
certain
or
extent, it
explanation,
does.
right?
Well, it does exactly. Well,
Okay,
it's
so
not
then they
a
both
negative
do.
one at all.
So
Is
then
my
they
point.
both do have a dogma. So then what's the
Sure.
point of debating whether or not that dogma exists? If they both have one, what's the point? What's the question that you were saying?
What I was saying is, I believe the globe is the opposite of the spiritual Earth. It's the opposite of the Earth within, and what comes from within: ethics, creativity, you name it. The opposite of just fucking trying to fucking stay alive and trying to fucking have a,
But what does the conversation about
whatever comes from the outer world.
But what does the conversation about whether or not the Earth is flat or a globe have to do with your ethics, or even a conversation of ethics?
Well, that's exactly the point. I've gone over what
doesn't?
quantum mechanics proves. I've gone over how the outside is inherently the inside. And it's all related. I'll say one thing. Regardless of the information I've seen and the conclusions I've drawn, people say, "Oh, we live on a fucking globe. We're on a floating rock, bro." And then everyone's like, "Oh, it's meaningless, man. We're monkeys on a floating rock, XD." It's like, fuck off, mate. Look around you. Are you a monkey on a floating rock, or are you fucking experiencing all that seemingly exists, and we're here all together, clutching hands if we want, saying, "Bro, what is doing?" You can go outside and say you're on a floating rock, but none of us have seen this floating rock. No one's seen this floating rock. We send balloons into space as high up as balloon can get, and we see a flat light spectrum. We see a horizon. We see level water, and we see this everywhere. We don't see any curves, mate. We can debate about what refraction is on the horizon. We can say what this refraction is. We can say the water's bumping, and we can go over about it. But it doesn't mean anything. It means we're in this simulation together, and we're in a hologram, and we've proven this.
Oh, so you're going
We
back
got to
to
ask why
basically
we're in this hologram, and we got to ask what they're blasting to us on the TV, and what they want us to see on the internet. What is on the front pages of the internet, and what's in the subconscious mind. This is my question. What's on the front lines
so
of
wait a
the
minute.
soul?
Are you saying that this is all a simulation?
Yes, this is exactly what I've been
So
saying.
we're brains in a vat?
No, we are not physical brains, but we are souls. That's what mate, you just described exactly.
Well, I mean, if it's a simulation,
A
I would never.
3D version of what a soul is. It's a brain in a vat. That's what a soul is. 100%. If that's how you want to see it, that's how you want to see it. That's what the Matrix is based on. And this is what our souls are. They're these bubbles. And, from a soul, it's not just you. It's not just you in this body. It's actually, I think they say 15 to 20 bodies actually you're in tune to. You could be animals and you could be applying those other bodies. More than likely, it's like an octopus web. So you have your soul, and it's whipped, completely lashed into this demiurge reality. So you're probably a plant here, you're probably an ant in another fucking body. You're all of it. And that's why, you torture someone or you hurt someone, you're just hurting yourself because you're hurting this fucking octopus. But we're all in tune to this thing like a leech. We observe leeches in the rainforest, and these creatures. This is the sort of beings we're actually in tune to. You know, this is where things get to be crazy, and you got to be very esoteric, and you got to be aware of what sort of dimension of conversation you're going to get into. And usually, in our waking states, as we are, we can't get involved with that sort of conversation. So you got to really take that one on face on for yourself. But I mean, as long as you realize it exists, then that's a start, right? And we're all dealing with it. We're all dealing with these entities, but they're real. And yeah, man, I'll be right back, mate. I'm gonna take some business.
Right. Man, Eggshell, what are you working on, dude?
I want to make a giant orbital refueling base. I've been working on this for days.
Where are you going to put it?
In orbit of Lathe, where I have to pick up Jebediah and some people because I've massively underestimated how much Delta V they'd need to get home, and they have a craft that can get into orbit and no further. So I've decided this is going to go there and maybe just stay there in orbit of Lathe, and we'll do some more experiments.
Man, when KSP2 comes out, we're going to have to play together.
Yeah, definitely. I'm quite excited about it. It's it's people have been hyping it up for a while, but this has really got me lately. Got off it for a bit, and then came back with a vengeance. I think it is so clever.
Yeah, no, I remember, last time you were playing and then you stopped for a bit. I was following what you were doing, and yeah, it seems like you've come back at it pretty hard. So this is basically just a gas tank in orbit.
Yeah, gas tank, but then these arms are science up there, and then these are lander refuelers that have a giant ore tank. So the idea is they'll go down to the surface and do like ferry missions back and forth, because it might take a couple of goes to refill this with enough to send people home. But I think whichever craft they bring up from the surface, I hopefully should be able to refuel it and send some people home for some to get there. What do they get? Leveled up and stuff. I don't really know what to do now. Like, career mode is like keep getting given these stupid missions that I don't really want to do.
Yeah, that's why I added different contract packs that kind of help out with the further on down the line stuff instead of the bull crap basic. Oh, hey, you made a flyby. Oh, hey, you made an orbit. Oh, hey, you made a landing. And that's it. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, you're just like testing parts around Kerbin. It's like a bunch of horseshit.
Yeah, that's so much of it.
It's like I got one that's a tourism, which I really dig that one. That gives you, Kerbal passengers that you take on a tour to some planet or some, couple of planets or moons that they want to go to and come back, and they'll pay you for the trip.
Yeah, that's quite a fun one. Checking out some nice cabins for them.
Yeah, in that one, one of the missions is to build a orbital hotel around Kerbin that'll hold 50, and then another mission is to do an orbital casino that'll hold 100, and that it also has 4 asteroids attached to it. So you got to go and catch the asteroids, get them close together, then build a orbital casino with those attached to it.
That's awesome. Is what'll eventually happen, though. You just have quintillionaires going, I want you to build this. And people being like, how? I don't care how. Build it. I'm going to leave this second part of it. Oh, so I better give it an antenna, actually. Just in orbit. Not quite. And there.
My question is, has anyone else seen these entities that I speak of? You've never seen these entities. Well, what we were talking about earlier, you do those hand movements, you do the rituals correct, and you take the right supplements.
Would I be able to tell the experience from a delusion?
Depends how you define a delusion. That's very interesting. It's a very interesting point, and it's a good point to bring up. And I want to ask you what you believe a delusion to be. It's a hard one, isn't it? Because, we can all say probably, you've never experienced a delusion, have you, in your life? Neither have I. Who's experienced a delusion? That's the opposite of what it means to be a human being, right? We don't experience delusions, we only experience the truth. No?
I'm curious about the etymology, like delusion. Like, is it like to demystify something? You know what I mean? In some weird, coy way.
Exactly. You're probably onto it.
What is
Fucking
the
wise. I didn't even think
and
about that, mate.
eggs? There you go. That's your wordplay game. What is well, it's delusion because illusion is light. I could make up some shit. I don't know.
I just got back my sound cut out.
You can hear us or no?
Yes, I can now.
Well, we were just talking about the term delusion. So, because he was asking you what your ideas of delusion were, you must have cut out. But I was saying delusion, and I could make up how illusion means light. So, your delusion is actually means you're seeing the truth. It's just being ridiculous.
Nice.
But I was wondering what illusion is, or what the etymology of delusion is.
Yeah.
100%. That's what. Yeah. D means absence of illusion. 100%.
Okay.
So
I'm
what
gonna
is
do some
illusion?
Googling.
Right.
Well,
What
this is
you know what I
this is
mean?
what we say. We say
There's a
these
funny.
things.
It reminds me of this very funny Tripod song. This musical band, Aussie musical comedy band called Tripod, where they made this song about this guy who doesn't trust his girlfriend, and it's all based on words that don't have a like delusion, that don't have a word lusion that they're obviously separate to. He's like, so I checked her phone bill. It was full of crepencies rather than discrepancies. It's like,
Right. Clever.
okay. Illusion. So it comes from illusion there. So illusion. I should have been able to think that. Etymology.
Mate, has your spaceship figured out how to fucking go through the Van Allen belts yet? Without burning the fucking aliens alive? That's my question.
Yeah, these little Kerbals are pretty robust. You can leave them out in space for years without food unless you get special mods. So yeah, I don't need to worry about these guys. Radiation, food, where they
Air.
put them. Air.
Did we get a word for illusion? I'll look it up.
Ludere, it says, comes from apparently in Latin, which means to play, or illudere, to mock. I guess to play with somebody, to sort of mock them. Illusio from...
So we heard to play or to mock. That's interesting, isn't it? So to play means to go along with, no?
Yeah, I would think that.
And then to mock would imply making something up or putting something down. Or maybe to bring attention to. Who knows? You can go around with the words, can't you? But what I asked you, I think you cut out. Have you ever had a delusion in your life?
On chemicals, yeah. On chemicals, yeah, I've thought all sorts of things. Thought I was like people, other people, ghosts and stuff like that.
So mic check, can you hear me?
I can hear you, bro.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, ghosts. Do you think it was real? Do you think the ghosts are really there? Because people, they're
I'm quite
saying that.
skeptical about most of that stuff.
Sure, I've never had experiences. Actually, I've never.
Have you ever seen the shadow people?
Nah, bro. That's if you've seen them,
So
then
I got real fucked up on weed one night. I had edibles and I saw the shadow people, the demons were coming out of the fucking walls and trying to what's that word? They were trying to like manifest inside of me and all that shit.
It's real, man. These are the entities that
What
I
is it?
thought about.
What is it called when the demon goes inside of you and overtakes you or whatever? What is that called?
Possession.
That's
But,
it. Thank you.
dude, I don't think you were on edibles. That was probably acid. Watch what you take.
No. I never took acid before.
Seems like you have.
No. I drink piss, so I get real fucked up when I smoke weed.
Right. Right.
Mate, we're all
Your
doing
voice is
this.
getting. Your voice is getting. Are you okay, Piss Jesus?
Yeah, everything's fine, buddy. I'm almost done with my transformation.
That's what I like to hear.
Voice is sounding a bit hoarse today. Your voice
Yeah, you
sounds
gotta
different.
remember that mortal has to put on immortality, right? That's what the book says.
You're transforming from a man into a horse?
No, from a mortal to an immortal. I'm almost done. I'm almost immortal.
Yeah.
100%, man.
You're like Achilles right now?
Yeah, I've been drinking piss
only a
for
small
8
part
years.
of you is mortal?
I haven't taken a shower in tap water in 8 years. I haven't brushed my teeth in 8 years. No
Been
deodorant,
drinking your
soap,
whiz
or
for 8 years.
shampoo. None of that dog shit. It's all poison.
What do you do then?
Definitely.
Wow.
I use rain and I drink piss. I already told you that.
But like to clean yourself though, or like to
I
smell
use
good.
rain.
I know,
I
but
use
like to smell
distilled
good.
water. I'm not worried about what I smell like. I'm worried about life or death.
So you don't like use
I
any
don't give
sort
a
of
fuck what I smell like.
deodorizer
If I gotta
whatsoever?
smell like dog shit to live forever, I'll smell like dog shit. I could care less.
Purple, so
Bro,
you've seen
death
these
comes for us
beings.
all, man.
You've seen these beings.
I've seen the shadow people,
and
yes.
they've tried to infiltrate your consciousness.
They tried to overtake my butthole, yes.
Specifically that.
They tried to enter through the ass. Yes, they do. I'm
That's the
telling you
only
the
part of
truth.
him that's still mortal. It's like Achilles' heel, but it's Achilles' anus.
No. The
So you
demons will
can
try to
say
possess
that you fought off. You fought off the
No,
demons.
the demons will use any orifice possible
fought off
to
the
enter your
demons.
brain. They will use any orifice to possess your brain. They will go up your ass, through your mouth, whatever it takes.
And your ass was all that was open, mate. Well, that's on you.
No, you gotta
Look,
exercise the
so
demons. You gotta
you
get them
fought
out.
off, yeah, and you fought them off. And can you
I
describe this
didn't fight
battle?
them off. When I started drinking piss, the demons just started running.
They'll use any orifice, and they'll use tentacles.
Yeah.
Orifice.
That's what I started doing. The demons came in through my ass. The demons came in through my ears. So I started putting piss in my ass and piss in my ears. I had to get those motherfuckers out of there. I had to get the demons out.
So, do you drink all your piss?
I drink enough.
This is the same dude from before.
Yeah, this guy. I mean, man,
Yeah, he does sound
just want
different.
you
He
to go
sounds
get-
blacker now.
Doesn't he? Right?
I told you I'm going through a transformation. My transformation is almost complete.
This is an African American, isn't it?
But you were white before, weren't you?
No,
The
he's him
book
on camera.
says
He's
that
like
your mortal body
might have
must
like
It's a white
a
dude.
black grandparent or something, but like no, I think both his parents are white.
immortality.
I thought it was African American we're talking.
He sounds
No,
like
it's
he's black.
Jesus. It's the guy that always talks about being Jesus and how piss is
Yeah,
made
the
him
weird one.
immortal. He only has one topic, and it's how piss
Get
made
your
him
cam
immortal.
on, mate. People, get your cam on. Prove it.
This guy an
Bro, you don't even
albino?
clean your teeth? What's wrong with
Yes,
you?
yes, I'm an albino, and yes, the Earth is not a globe.
Facts.
You don't clean your
Well
teeth?
said, mate.
What'd you say?
You don't clean your teeth?
I got a cloak. It's got a piece of cloth, right? And you know how you take your tongue and you put it on your front teeth, and if there's stuff on your teeth, it kind of annoys you a little bit.
Yeah.
So what I do is I take my little piece of cloth from my cloak and I just rub the shit off my front teeth real easy. I don't want to hurt my gums, you know.
What about the back?
I ain't worried about the back. The bacteria take care of the back.
What about the bottom?
The bacteria take care of it.
Oh man.
That's bad for flat Earth, yo.
The bacteria take care of
Yes,
your
you
back
want to
teeth.
take care of
This
your
guy's
mouth.
bad breath for flat
Hold
Earth.
on.
Jesus,
No,
are you now a
everybody
flat earther?
has healthy microbacteria.
Right.
You ever heard of probiotics in the gut, right?
Horrible for flat Earth.
People spend $10 on probiotic Go-Gurt. So There's no need to do that. All you have to do is leave a little bit of food on your teeth so the bacteria have something to eat. Then you
Terrible
swallow
I don't
the
know about that,
saliva.
bro.
Hold
Absolutely
on.
terrible
Then you
advice.
swallow the saliva and the bacteria naturally go to your gut. That's how you keep your gut microbiome healthy. But no one at fucking science class will teach you shit like this.
Because it's
Because it's
terrible advice, man.
asinine.
No, because
Because
they
it's
want you fucking
asinine,
oriented.
dude.
They
What
want
the
you
fuck?
not spiritual. They want you disconnected from God. They want you to think you live on a fucking planet. That's what they want.
Bro, you don't need to like not brush your teeth if you're just trying to avoid
Fuck you, you
toothpaste.
evil motherfucker.
Evil
Like,
because
Shut
it
up.
hurts your teeth.
two extremes. You could go the middle path. You could
The
like, you know,
earth is
clean
not
just like
a
you use your
globe.
cloak. You could use something to keep them clean. That's
Why do you
natural.
think the earth is a globe?
Wait, now
Who
we're
said I
going
do?
from brushing teeth to back to a globe? What?
It's important. Why is it
Yeah,
important?
I think we should, mate. We should at least brush our teeth with charcoal.
Why
Anything
the
with
fuck would you
no
brush your
fluoride.
teeth?
This is
Dude,
not exactly
hold
related,
on.
mate.
People that think the earth is a globe brush their teeth. You should not do
True.
anything that
I
the
know
people
people
that
that
think
are
that the
flat
earth is a globe
earthers.
do.
Use
Not
charcoal. I
do any
brush
of
my
it.
teeth with
I know
charcoal,
flat
mate.
earthers
Brush
that brush
your
their
teeth.
teeth,
You
dude.
shouldn't
So your
shower in tap
argument is
water.
pointless.
You shouldn't use soap. You shouldn't drive cars. You shouldn't do
Dude,
anything that
this
the
guy's a
fucking
real flat
Bro,
retards
the
earther.
best way
that
to
Where's the
think the earth
clean
is
your
a
teeth,
globe
you just
do.
take this like block of charcoal, right? And you just
That's what
bite
I
into
do
it.
from the
Shove the
fire.
Bite
charcoal
into
up
it.
your
I
fucking
Chew it.
ass.
Chew
literally
it
Yeah,
until it's like
fuck
a
off
after
the
powder.
charcoal, man. You guys should
Fuck
listen
Yeah.
to these real
charcoal.
flat
Can we just
after
say
You
cooking
just
my
spit it out,
fucking
man.
meat that I just hunted, mate.
tired of listening to you fake
Kangaroo,
flat
a
earthers.
live
Finally have a
kangaroo.
real one
After
here.
cooking it, I'm brushing my teeth with the fucking charcoal, the wood,
You're an
with the
idiot.
fucking
Can we
kangaroo blood
That's
all
you
over it,
gangster
mate.
shit, Vanu.
can we just say that we were having a pretty decent conversation until
Yeah,
this
until you open
gentleman-
your fucking mouth. Shut up.
Can somebody mod this guy, or are we just gonna have to locally mute him?
I am the mod, bitch.
Not a mod. Listen,
We'll let it carry on, folks.
take turns, please.
I just
One at
use
a
This guy
time,
went
guys.
to the school of
listening to
the
this guy.
DMOC
He
School
doesn't
of
sound
Public
well.
Speaking.
He's shouting.
Everything was great until you
Tell us
opened
about
your
your
fucking mouth.
immortality process. What still remains to be immortalized?
My vocal cords are the only thing that's left to heal.
To heal. Oh, so you went through like, so what happened? What was the
I
the
drank a
process?
bunch of stem cells and I took it easy. That's what I did.
That's it? That's all it took?
Yeah, and I didn't do stupid shit like brush my teeth.
Man, I have tons of stem cells in my body. Does that mean I'm immortal? It doesn't even hurt
I
anymore.
drink piss. That's where I get the stem cells from.
Yeah, but you've been doing that since day one, I thought.
Yes, I've been doing it for 8 years.
So
I just told you. You asked what I did. I'll repeat your question for you. You said, what did you do? And I said, I drank a bunch of stem cells and I took it easy. Did you remember that response?
yes, so
Okay,
for
that's
8
what I
years
did.
you were
I'm not
drinking.
lying to you.
Hold up, ease up. So for 8 years you've been drinking it, and just now you've become immortalized.
It takes a long time. The Bible says it takes 7 years.
Okay, and it hurt the whole way through.
No, there was no pain at all.
Why does your throat hurt?
I didn't say it hurts.
No, he
Sounds
said
like
it
it's
was
sore.
still. He said it was still healing.
I said healing. There's no pain at all.
Okay, what about the other parts of your body? How were they like? What was they like when they were healing?
I had to detox my body. I had to get all the fluoride, all the poison out.
Okay, so like, give me an example. Like your breath, your mouth.
Koreans will do
When
that.
it was healing, what was it like?
Oh, when my mouth was healing, it took about 4 or 5 years.
And what was like the symptom of that?
Well, it cured my depression.
What? Okay, for your
When
throat,
my mouth,
it's
when my mouth
healing,
was
and
done
so it's
healing.
hoarse.
No, hold on.
Right?
When
Your
my mouth
is
finished
healing, and it
healing,
was
right? Like I did 5 years no teeth brushing. When my mouth finished healing, my depression was gone.
But when it was healing, what was it like? Was it dry? Was it like stanky breath?
No,
Were
it
you,
was just
like
normal.
salivating a lot.
It's like when you get thrown out into the wilderness for 40 days. It's just like that.
What about your intestinal tract when it was healing? How did it feel?
Oh, dude, the amount of shit that came out of me was nasty, dude. It was so much poison, dude. Like when I went to the bathroom, dude, you could tell it was fucking disgusting. But I was drinking like a gallon of distilled water a day. So I was really putting a lot of medicine in my body, you know.
Yeah. What about your bladder? your kidneys, your readers, the part that creates the urine that you're drinking to become immortal. What about when that was healing?
Oh, dude, then it made the medicine even better.
Okay, so what about before it was healed? Wasn't the urine like trash?
No. It was perfectly tuned for what I needed at the time, but now it's perfectly tuned for what I need now. So it's always evolving.
I see. So the first thing to evolve is your urinary tract and your kidney and your bladder and that.
Yeah,
Like your renal
I would say,
system.
yeah, for exactly. I would say it heals the most important things first. Like the
Your
things that
urine.
matter the most. Yeah, the things that matter the most would be healed first.
And how'd it feel when it was healing?
Pretty good.
That's all you
Have
got.
you proven this? Have you proven drinking this,
Yeah, I
or is
proved it to
this
myself. I did it. So I know it
Have
felt
you
good.
taken
That's
a
why I'm
video
telling
of
you
it
what
and
it felt
posted
like.
it here? Why don't
Yeah,
you
I just
record
want
it?
to trade years.
You
So,
record
like,
it, and we'll take you seriously.
You want me to
Because I'm not
record
taking
what?
it seriously until you do it. Otherwise, you're just like a very good show on
Oh,
the
you
voice
want to
channel.
see me? You want to see a recording of me drinking it?
Yes,
Oh yeah, hold
you
on.
know
I'll
what?
get you the
Yeah,
link.
that'd
I'll
be
get you
cool.
the link. Hold on.
While you're doing that, like
No
when
rush,
you're
no rush, mate. No rush. It's
No,
just
it's all good. I already
us,
got it, dude. Hold on.
until I've seen it, I
when your
can't really
urinary
take you
system was
seriously.
healing, did like
No, I
stink
understand
as
completely,
it
dude.
came
Hold
out
on.
or what?
I'll just
I'm
get
not
you the link.
encouraging this behavior, mate. I'm actually not. I wouldn't
might
recommend
be.
it. But if you're behind it, then you could actually awaken some people.
I'm just
Some
telling you
people
what the
might be
book
interested
says.
in your
I'm just
practice.
telling you what the book
I'm not
says.
saying I am at all. But if you want to show it and you want to say what you're saying, then this could be an interesting take.
Yeah, this is just what the book says. This is not my opinion.
Well, I've read plenty of books. I'll say that, mate. And usually books know what they're talking about. So far, well, it depends what books you're reading, of course.
All right, where
And
do
then
you
again,
want me to put the
who's
link?
writing these books? You can post it. You can go live right now and do it if you want to.
No. Where do I put the link at?
No, you can put the link. You can live stream what you're doing, mate.
Okay, hold on. Live stream voice. Oh no, live stream text. Fuck! Not you. I fucked up. I got a new phone, so I'm still learning.
So you're telling me this guy's white and he looks like Jesus? Someone?
Okay, there you go.
He
There's the
sounds much
video of me
blacker today.
drinking piss. There's the video of me drinking piss on camera. And I even
Dude,
used a
Who's
meat
gonna
don't you
clip that?
thermometer.
vape? Don't hold on a
I
second.
Is
even
that
used a
is
meat
that a real
thermometer
link?
so you
Hey,
know it's
yeah.
legit.
Hello. Don't you vape?
I'm not clicking that.
No, I don't vape.
I saw you vaping
What's
the
in
other
your
day.
mouth? Oh my god, what's in your mouth in that first clip?
That's
I
just my
literally
teeth.
saw you. I
That's
saw
your
you
what?
vaping the other day.
That looked like
Hold on,
poo,
guys.
man. What was on your teeth?
That's
Did you click on that link?
that's just from not
Guys,
brushing my teeth.
hold on. I saw you were live streaming the other day in here, and you were vaping.
I
No
don't
way,
drink,
that's him.
dude. I smoke cigarettes.
Told you.
So
No
what are you
way,
talking
that's
about? You
him,
cleaned
bro.
all the. Hold
He's
on,
just got a
guys.
black accent today.
He
What are
has
you
a
talking about?
ginger
You clean,
beard.
guys.
I'm bullshitting you
Is my
guys.
mic fucking up?
Why do you shave the bottom of your chin?
Guys, is my mic fucked up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
Yeah, I can
you.
hear you.
I hear you.
Yeah. Okay. So you think you cleaned all the toxins and chemicals out of your body, but you're smoking cigarettes?
Well, no. Hold on. I just put up a video on YouTube, Jeremy, of what I did is I boiled down a gallon of American tap water. And what is in the pan is fucking disgusting. So if you want to
What's
see
in your
that video,
body is disgusting. You're
hold
smoking
on.
cigarettes.
I can show you that video if you want to see it. That's why I haven't showered in tap water in 8 years. And because I haven't showered in tap water in 8 years, that's why I'm healthier than 99% of Americans.
Yeah, but you smoke cigarettes, dude. Like
Doesn't
seriously.
matter.
Yes, it
Doesn't
does
matter.
matter. Is it? And you don't brush your teeth. Are you married? Do you have a
Of course I'm
significant
married.
other, or are
I
you
have
just
kids.
alone?
I have kids.
And you guys just all have stank mouth and just walking around. Okay, cool.
No,
That's good.
we're
Whatever you want to do. Whatever you want to do, do it.
We're eternal beings.
Yo,
Cool.
if your
As
whole
long as you're
body's
happy,
healing,
that's all that matters.
if your whole body's healing, why are you still fat?
I don't even have a body anymore.
Yeah, you do.
No,
And
I
it's
don't.
because it has fucking
Okay, why
cigarette
is the body that
tobacco.
you
I
don't
never
have
had a
fat as
body.
fuck?
I never had a body. I never said that.
You have a vessel.
Oh,
Okay.
jeez, this is
It's not
too
a lie.
much.
I'm just telling you what the book says.
Yeah, and the book is a lie, anyways. Bye.
That's okay. You can believe that. You can believe the book's a lie. I could care less. But trust me, CNN is not offering you eternal life for free. I guarantee you that.
No one watches CNN here.
Like I said, you won't get eternal life for free from CNN. I guarantee you that.
You won't get it from drinking piss either.
You'll get it from me. That's the only person that can give it to you.
You'll get it by
You're not
someone
fooling
who's a
anyone, man.
professional.
You're the only
It's apple
person.
juice.
You're the
You put in the
only person.
microwave. There's no
Nuh-uh.
foam
There's no
in
way.
that glass.
There's no way that I
That is
heated it up that
not
fast.
urine.
There's
I
no way.
know.
You're lying and you're trolling.
There's no
Yeah,
way I
mate.
heated it up that fast to a perfect temperature. There's no way.
You put it in a microwave. There's no foam. There's not a drop of foam. And considering if you were drinking your own piss, you'd have foamy urine, mate. We know this.
Because I'm healthy. I'm healthy.
You're not healthy. Oh, all right, sure, mate. I'll take you seriously for a second. I will. You're interesting. I'll give you that
Yo,
much,
why would
mate.
you spill a little bit?
You ever take a picture of your teeth, like open your
If
mouth?
your urine was truly like as much
I do what God
as
says.
precious
If God
as
says
you
spill it,
making
I
out to
spill
be,
it.
you wouldn't have
If
spilled.
God says spill it, I spill it.
God didn't tell you to spill it.
How do you know that?
Waste.
How do you know that he doesn't talk to me? How do you know? You don't.
I do actually.
You can't prove that.
I can.
No, you can't. But the thing is, if you fill up the globe with earth, it can become level. Everybody knows that.
Yo, so out of all of your urine that you excrete, what's the breakdown that you would say you drink versus you use by other means?
It depends on what part of the path of life you're on, buddy.
I'm saying right now.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm asking you right now, like, what's the breakdown? Do you do urinary massages? Or do you shower in it?
Look, if you read the Gospel of Thomas, it says the kingdom of heaven is inside of you and outside of you.
Good to know. Can you answer my question?
Already did.
He's bullshitting. This is bullshit.
I'm just telling you what the book says.
Like 60-40, 60% you drink, 40% you know.
Dude, I drink distilled
washed
water and
away.
I drink the other living water. That's what I do.
Why would your body excrete something that it needs, and
That's
then
a great question.
for you to
Because-
bring it back out and then put it back in?
That's a great question. You answered it
Why not eat
yourself.
shit? Why not eat shit?
Let
Why
me
would you eat shit
point this out to you. In your own wisdom, you answered your own question. What you said is, why does your body get rid of it if you need it? That's because your skin needs it too. It comes out of you so you can put it back on your skin.
Cool. Why don't you eat shit then? I'm not being mean. I'm just saying, why don't you eat shit? Because shit obviously has biotics and proteins in it.
I don't because the book says that it's supposed to go in the ground. It's for the plants, not me. See, I'm just a garden tender. You have to understand that. That's my profession.
Well,
I just
guess
tend
what?
to the
I'm a
garden.
fucking gardener as well, mate. I'm a gardener
I'm
as
just
well.
a garden tender.
And
I'm
I'll
just a
say
garden
one thing
tender.
to you, mate. If you take a piss on the grass, guess what happens to the grass after a while? It dies, mate. You
That's
piss on a
right.
plant, the
That's why I
plant
don't
dies.
eat vegetables. That's why I don't eat vegetables. That's completely correct. That's exactly why I don't eat vegetables.
No, but you're telling me the opposite. You're trying to say that the land wants piss, and trust me, mate.
No.
The piss kills the ground.
Hold on. If it was good for me, my pee wouldn't kill it. That's why I don't eat vegetables.
All right,
It depends on how
it's fair
concentrated it
enough.
is. If the piss is in
And see, the book agrees with me. The book says that the herb of the field. The book agrees with me. The book agrees with me. It says the herb of the field
Mate,
was for the
percentage
animals.
is talking, man. He has something to say.
No. The book says that the herb of the field was made for animals. If you eat the herb of the field, you're an animal. So animals go to the ground.
Fantastic. So urine, if it's like in running water, it'll dilute and it acts as like a fertilizer.
It's not that. That's the tree of life, buddy.
Really?
If it's concentrated and
interesting.
it's like, taking a piss on the same spot or something like that, then you're gonna kill
Living
the plants
water is
eventually.
the tree of life, bro. Living water is the tree of life.
Yeah, living water is not fucking bladder water, mate.
I'm just telling you what the book says.
What
It
do
says
you
if you
say?
have access to the
Forget
tree
the
of life,
book,
you'll
what do
live
you
forever.
say?
If you have access to the tree of life, you'll live forever. That's what the book says.
So I
You have
assume
no
you're a
body now,
carnivore.
eh?
Well,
You're a
I eat a lot of
carnivore.
meat. Yes, I eat a lot of meat.
How do you eat
And
meat
you eat your
without a
own
body?
excrement.
No, I eat a lot of meat.
Do you eat your own meat or what, bro? Well, I mean, you've
Of course, I eat
shown
my.
videos
I eat.
tonight
Listen, I
of
eat
you
the
drinking
flesh.
your own piss.
Hold on, I eat the flesh and I drink the blood, just like the book says.
What the fuck does that mean?
Flesh is cactus, and the blood is piss. I eat the flesh and drink the blood.
You eat cacti?
Yeah, I eat cactus. I fuck with it.
What kind?
Trichoceres bridgesii cactus.
Isn't that a plant?
Yes.
Didn't you say that plants are for the animals?
Yeah, but I extract it.
So why don't you
I don't
extract
eat.
other
I don't eat the
vegetables?
plant. I don't eat the plant. I eat the chemicals inside of it
Why don't you do that with other vegetables, other plants?
because I'm not allowed. I'm only allowed to do what I'm allowed to do.
Good boy. Do what you're told.
That's right, and I'll live forever because of it.
We did a good job at deceiving some people. We all know it's apple juice. I hope you know that serious. You're
Like I
taking the
said,
piss. You know
drink, piss,
this.
or die.
Exactly. You're taking the piss, you're doing the piss, you're drinking piss, right? And he's doing all of it. Look, mate, why don't you tell us something serious? What's really going on?
That homie's a trip.
Oh, he left the fucking. I was trying to see what his name was because I forgot, and he just fucking left, didn't he? Is he still here? He's gone.
Yeah.
What a gronk, man. It's fucking. I thought it was an African American, and then he sends a video, and it's like some ginger guy. I thought that was kind of funny. It doesn't, the voice doesn't add up at all, does it? So what do you guys think? I'm not wrong here saying that he was, trolling. That was microwave apple juice, correct? If you're going to make such absurd claims, you can't just be trolling, right? I don't know to what degree we take trolling seriously, you know. Because it's all a big shamble, right? It's all a big show, and then you got to ask how much,
No, he's a real flat earther.
Sure.
I don't know about the
Do you
rest of
think he
you.
was? All right? He's a real flat earther, right? But do you think that video he posted of him drinking piss is real?
Yeah, that's what real flat earthers do.
Well, not really, man.
Fuck
Because
up.
exactly, I don't believe in fucking the globe. I'm not drinking my own whiz, mate. I'm calling him out for it. It's just as fake as the globe, I reckon. Then we got to ask: is he trolling? Is he, you know, taking away? Maybe he's a glow agent. He's working against what we're trying to push here.
Oh no, Globus don't do that. You heard him. He said the Earth is flat. He hates Globus. He's definitely not one of us.
How long's he been saying he's drinking piss for? This guy's been around for a while.
He said 70 years or some shit. I don't know.
You got to be careful with the information they're pushing. Like I observed the video; it's not taken seriously, and he's taking away from what we were trying to actually get at. We had something very serious being discussed regarding certain entities. Mate, my interest is, does anyone here have experience with these entities? Because I have, and to me, they're just lights. You know, I've seen these unidentified aerial phenomena above Sydney, and so was my mate and my mate's mate, and he started crying when he saw them. I believe they come from Antarctica personally, but I've also seen these lights. Maybe you guys have too. They call them the orbs, and you can see them. You know, I saw them actually in my room one time, going around my room from the ground, and it was quite a pivotal moment actually in my life. I think I was 10 years old when we saw this, and you know, this is what they call them. They call them unidentified aerial phenomena. This is the new word for unidentified flying object, because it's no longer about a physical disc. It's these phenomena that we're seeing, and they're not illusions or whatnot. We're seeing these lights that seemingly are conscious, you know. And so back to my point, there was this light, and it's almost like a camera. You know, when I was 10 years old, this was going around my room. You know, couldn't be defined. We saw this light flying around the room, and we've seen it above cities today, and it's been on camera. You know, we're recording these phenomena around. You know, I brought light to this subject, and some people say maybe it's a government agent. You know, it's a government technology. Sorry, but I don't believe that. I don't believe the government needs to use these magical lights in the sky to observe us. You know, we're seeing something that correlates with the stars and the celestial bodies, and we're seeing something here, and they're connected. So we're seeing an intelligence currently in the sky. And you know, the military can't do anything about it, can they? The military can observe this phenomena in the sky, but they can't do anything about it. The question is, what are we going to do next, guys? What is there to do next? Or you are riding on eggshells, mate. You there? I have a question for you. Eggshells, mate.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I've been responding, but not here.
You're saying you're going to London from Sydney.
What's the plan?
Oh, actually, do you know the Southern Islands? I grew up in Sydney for 12 years,
Oh, lovely.
and I have family family housing in the eastern suburbs.
Oh, wow. Would have been near me. How old are you?
Mate, I'm only 22.
All right.
Year of the Golden Dragon. You know, I don't know if you get into Chinese, that sort of thing. But you know, they talk about a lot of these sort of things. But yeah, no, you're going Sydney to London. That's pretty sick. Tell all about.
Yeah, I'm
You
looking
said
forward
bike
to
ride.
it. Yeah.
How do you get a bike? How do you go on a bike from Sydney to London?
Well, I mean, some bits you got to put it on a ferry, obviously, but you know, there's a lot of
The whole way,
overlanding in
no.
between.
Yeah, a
No,
bike ride from Sydney to London, isn't it all sea? Surely.
well, not if you go. Obviously, you're not going to go by sea on a motorbike, right? We're going across
Yeah,
the
but how else do
travel
you?
on land.
Oh, you go across Asia. So I assume you go across Indonesia, and then you go through India, and then you go through
You got it.
what
You got it.
Kazakhstan, Middle East, and then you go
That's a
through
good
Eastern
plan. Yeah.
Europe,
Yep.
and then you
Yep.
go
Yeah.
through Western Europe, and then
Well,
you
actually,
cross the
no. We're going
bridge,
from
and then
Middle
you're
East
in
to
Britain.
Africa. So it's
Oh
good. It's
shit!
a year. Yeah, we
Oh,
got to see.
bro, that's crazy. That's crazy, man. And how do you plan on like sleeping? Do you stay at hotels, or you gonna, you know, I guess you have to, right?
So probably lots of nights in hotels because we edit videos and upload them. So we
Oh
want
yeah.
people to.
You got to be careful where you are, right? I think you pick and choose. Maybe you can get a 10 out here and there, right? You, can you carry a 10 on a bike? You probably can't, eh?
Yeah, no. So, yeah, we'll be camping while we're in Australia, just because otherwise we'll spend all of our travel money
Yeah,
on
definitely.
hotels, and then yeah, we need it to charge all our stuff after that. And Southeast Asia is so cheap anyway. It just doesn't make sense to be camping in Southeast Asia. It's
Oh,
ridiculous.
you got to be careful on the roads you driving around there. You got the same bike, yeah?
Yeah, both got the
Your
same
bike
bike.
would be standing out in Southeast Asia, wouldn't it? That's funny. Everyone would be on their scooters, and you probably got like a Harley Davidson or something.
No, we're going with like adventure bikes. We love our off road riding, so I'm just going to
Like
find
a dirt bike sort of
sport.
thing.
Yeah, sort of dual sport, you might call it.
So where would you drive to? Where's the first place in Indonesia you go to?
Well, Timor-Leste first before Indonesia, and then you just drive over an island and then get on a ferry, drive over an island, get on a ferry, drive over an island, get on a ferry a couple of times till you get to Malaysia.
That's crazy. Yeah, Malaysia. So do you go to Papua New Guinea? I'd have to look up Indonesia. It's full of islands, isn't it? I wouldn't even know. What's on mainland Indonesia? Isn't that Papua New Guinea? Surely you go to Cairns, Papua New Guinea. Eh? You can go
Well,
by
no.
Bali.
Papua New Guinea is like they're still talking like murderous gangs and there's still talk of
Oh
cannibalism in
yeah.
Papua New Guinea. It is
Shit.
apparently fucking wild. I said the same
Yeah.
thing to Liz, and she was like, "No, you've got to read the stuff where like people talk about like South
Probably a bit
America
of shit
gets
talk.
pretty damn dangerous.
Oh yeah.
Lots of people get jacked in South America. There's bits of problems in the Middle East, but they're usually very rare, very terrible incidents. So like, you know, getting beheaded
You
on
willing to
camera or
take the
something. but it's not happening all the time. Whereas in South America, like people are getting jacked just every day.
Yeah, no, definitely. and you definitely get a sneak peek on what is to come from the country through Live Leak. You know, those websites, best.com. You know, you see what they're doing in these countries. But you don't want to think about that on your bike ride. You know, I think Papua New Guinea seems alright. So you're not going to that entire, you know, that's above Cairns, right? You're skipping that because of the cannibalism.
Yeah, like just people talk about how they uh, like they just get flown in if they're working in Papua New Guinea. They'll get flown in because if they go out in the car will get jacked.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, it's brutal. And what are you, mate? What are you most keen for? You just going by the pyramids or what, mate? You're gonna be fucking.
Looking forward to going back to India, I must say.
What's about India that attracts you?
Like I speak Hindi. I lived there for years. I'll be seeing old friends, but I'll be riding through there again. It's a fascinating country. I've been to a lot of the other ones, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's nice, but it's
You speak Hindi
yeah.
fluently. You can speak the language.
Fluently might be a stretch, but like people get what I'm saying. People go, oh wow, you really do.
That's awesome, bro. Care to speak us some, mate?
What do you want me to say?
Everyone says that, you know. You ask someone to speak some of the language and say, what do you want me to say? It's like, mate, we don't know what you're going to say. No, do we just want to hear how it goes, mate? You can read the text of the game you're playing if you.
Spit some Hindi bars. Like what do you want to know? Like I
We
asked
just
this
how it
today,
sounds.
and I wasn't
How
sure if
it
it,
sounds.
how it was when I said my mera ucharan to theek hai, which was I was trying to ask somebody in a session if my pronunciation was correct, and they were like, "What?" And I was like, "Well, obviously it wasn't. You know, it was a funny burn question because if my pronunciation was bad, it was right." And then this
Yeah.
other guy's like,
Well,
"No,
they say
man,
that
it
we
was
have
spot
accents.
on."
That's so funny. That's so fucking. That's hilarious, dude. Yeah, 100%, bro. That's hilarious. Yeah, you can get pretty famous and stuff like that, bro. If you can record yourself talking in Hindi and going on a bike ride and vlog that shit, you can be like fucking. You can go viral, mate. And that's good. That's why you got the guy freaking out because you got not many white dudes speaking Hindi, man. I don't think many at all, actually.
Yeah, it's pretty rare. I've got this fucking solar panel won't stop just going absolutely stupid. Might come back after a save. Anyway, I'm just going to ignore it for now.
Are you into the religion at all? Hindi sounds like Hindu, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's very similar. Etymology and meaning.
Because I'd say that's the most interesting part, right? You can go to certain parts in India and you have blokes who, hold their hand up for like 30, 40 years straight just to show their approvance to God or whatever, right? Their religious idea, their spiritual idea, that would be interesting to see, wouldn't it? People doing all sorts of shit like that. It must be a bizarre place, right?
Yeah, it's pretty intense.
You like the food?
Love the food, yeah. Love that it's like spicy, and especially because when you eat with your hands, it's a very like inflow experience. You're really paying attention to what you're doing, which it's sort of difficult to even describe.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It depends how you eat it too, the experience. Don't they eat without knife and fork there? So you're
Yeah,
probably
so
more
you
into it.
like you get your fingers and you'll pick up a little bit of fish and then like dab it in a little bit of the chutney and then like get a little bit of rice as well and form it into a like little ball, and then you sort of use your thumb to push that ball up the ramp of your fingers into your mouth. So you flump, and it's actually like quite clean. Your fingers, you are touching your mouth, but it's not. You're not really. You just use your hand for that, and then you go wash your hand. But you really concentrate on the flavors that you mix up in each one, where you go, I want a little bit more spice in this one, or like, and it's as a result, you're really focusing on eating. Whereas like with a hamburger, you just like go bang and you jam it in your mouth, and then you just eat that bit of hamburger. It tastes the same from the first bite to the last bite. That's like kind of the gist of the hamburger. You know, it always mixes up these ingredients in a quite dull way.
Yeah, it sounds very mindful, definitely, and you're focused on exactly, the flavor that you're, you know, like you said with the hamburger, it's a fucking just an explosion, right? You're not really saying this needs this needs that, and when you got one sort of flavor you got going and you push it in your mouth or whatever, you know what needs to be tuned. That sounds interesting. That's I'm not very experienced, but it seems like that's the whole gist of Indian cuisine, from what I'm hearing from you, mate. Like they're focused on these singular flavors and taking a spiritual approach to it almost, right? And it's seen through their food. And they're probably, you respect the food that you're eating more, right? And you pay more attention to what it is and where it's come from, right? I feel like that's the case. It's probably a bit of a stretch.
Sorry, yeah, I'm trying to have the conversation while also trying to get this spacecraft over here.
Yeah, man, that's right. I'll be right back.
Cool. These keep spazzing out.
So Harry, what is your gyro oriented?
Say again?
What is your gyro oriented to?
In this game?
Yeah, I mean, I see the gyro down there. Your attitude indicator.
Yeah, so I can switch that to a variety of different settings.
But I mean, where does it orient to? Is it oriented to a particular attitude, or is it oriented to a gravitational effect, or what?
Yeah, so typically most orbital ones, most of them, yeah, will just be relative to the body that you're currently orbiting. So I'm in a tight little, very low orbit over Kerbin, and it'll almost always have the downside, the zero, is just be the center of mass of whatever you're rotating around. But you can do other ones because trying to think how it also flips. Target mode also flips it, but generally speaking, yeah, brown will be down for there, so it'll just be down the gravitational vector, I guess, is the simple way to answer that. So now we do have control over that again. I need these arms over here. Out of the way. Look like you're cuddling yourself. That's great. If you're going to have them. I regret these solar panels. What should I do? I'll go radial in. That's going to be the easiest way for them to get me. Why can I no longer? Why? How?
Just made $35 real quick on DoorDash.
Nice work.
Well, hour and a half real quick. Then my wife asked me to get $35 from shit for the store. So I should have just stayed home. Yeah, I'm trying to do DoorDash every day. I figure if I do like $30 a day, that's like extra money because I already make enough to pay my bills. So be able to buy like stocks or crypto or some kind of investments with it.
Oh God. Docked.
My question is, who's watching? Who's watching and who's aware? And who is collectively aware? You know? And are we really the ones who are aware? You know? We're seemingly very lost in who we are. And there seems to be a distinction between what's aware and what's doing? No.
Not sure which one's which.
Well, exactly. And can you say they're the same thing? What's your take?
I don't know.
Well, that's the thing.
The only thing that's
Not
interesting
many.
about life is the stuff that we're doing. So yeah, I think that's.
But are we the ones making the decisions? Are you the one making the decisions, or are you just aware of it? You know.
I feel like I'm in charge of my decisions. Yeah. Do you not?
To a certain degree, that's what they call it, ego death. And that's realizing you are not the ones making the decisions. And maybe we're not at all. Actually, I don't think we are. The answer is no, I don't think we are at all. Because how are you fortunate enough, or anyone per se? This is the ultimate question, I think. Why are we aware of who we are individually, right? Is it a roll of dice? Of course it's not a roll of dice. The answer is right there in front of us. It's that we aren't who we think we are individually. No. And I think that's the only answer, to a certain extent, because I do agree that I actually have indeed a spiritual ego. I can get into that, but it is conflicting. I do have, it's called the one consciousness. I'm sure you guys have all heard of it, right? And how that interlinks with the souls that we share. So to a certain extent, we do share the subconscious mind. And there is a shared consciousness, seemingly. But at the same time, there's a polar opposite soul that is individual. So the individual does exist, but I don't think we are born as is our true individual self. I think that's the easiest way to put it, right? I don't know, man. That's just my take. That's just what I'm thinking about it. Because you got to ask the real questions, don't you? You got to, once you're aware, you got to start asking the real questions about what you can see and what's happening and why you're seeing it to begin with. You can go in circles, but at the end of the day, someone has said here, we get lost in our own minds. Someone's saying something and then you don't even listen to what they're saying, and you do your own thing. The question I had for Charles earlier was, he said something. We were talking about psychedelic experiences, and he said, how do you differentiate illusion from sanity per se? I don't know. From illusion, this is what illusion. We don't know exactly what it means. We figured out a few things. It means to play, or it means to mock. And this comes back to binary. It comes back to yin and yang. My point is, none of us experience illusions or delusions. Everything that we experience is completely real. There's no such thing as something not being real. Quantum physics proves this. I won't get into that because it's a bit of a fucking roller coaster, and I keep bringing it up. But it's what proves everything. Okay, I don't mean to rant at all. I'm just trying to get my point across. That all these things are connected. You can see it in the binary, you can see it in yin and yang, and you can see it in what we are seeing now.
You ever listen to
One point I can get across. Yeah, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Manly P. Hall? You ever listen to his stuff?
I never heard of him.
Oh man, you're in for a treat. Just look up his stuff online on YouTube. He talks about everything that you're talking about. He was a researcher, a lecturer, and yeah, he goes into the history of everything, fucking philosophy, symbolism. Manly P. Hall. And I just recently found out that most of his lectures were improvised off the top of his head. It's just shit that he fucking memorized, man.
That's how it goes. I think there's a whole genre of art. It's called, I think it's contemporary. I believe that's the word. You make it up in the moment, and that's where the best scenes of art come from. You know, it doesn't even come from memory. It comes from the source. You know, it comes from the soul. Yeah, it's called contemporary art. So I'm into contemporary art, you know, and a contemporary art probably, you know, if you're an extroverted person, you can probably carry on for a long while. And there's different forms of art, you know, we all give off art some way or another. That's what we're all interested in, right? It's just fractals. And fractals can become very intelligent and, you know, condensed to a point that it's an intellectual line of thought, right? Or it's an intellectual idea, you know, just condensed fractals and patterns, that's what they call them. And it's wavelengths. You know, that's why I carry on about all these terms and people want to get into specifics and bring up random bullshit. It's like, no, I'm talking about the essentials, mate. I'm saying wavelengths, fractals, sacred geometry, which many smart people have posted, you know, great images regarding it.
It sounds like you're already hip to all of the stuff that he was talking about.
Well, that's the thing. I'm trapped in it, but I also know what I'm in tune to, you know, and it's a very brutal, it's a roller coaster, I think, and it's all about somehow maintaining it. And if you can, I think it's all possible actually to manifest the ability, you know, in a very smart way. I think this power is within all of us, and it's the source of the imagination. And all the answers come from there. Nikola Tesla has spoken about it. He's that's where he got free energy from. I think Einstein has also spoken about it. I don't know about him though; he's a bit dodgy. But you know, great minds speak about this source that you get in tune to, and it has nothing to do with you. It has nothing to do with the individual. It's just the information they're receiving, and it's contemporary. It's all in the moment, and it's all in the now, and you just got to trust. You just got to know what you're in tune to and what it's telling you and what intuition is. You see, it gets people very far if they know what they're doing. But it's all about manifesting it. It's a crazy It's like a fucking people have been talking about hose here. They're saying, telling me about hose physics and why does a hose move a hose? And that's apparently how a rocket works in space. Well, I'll tell you what the rocket in space means. That's a metaphor for your fucking conscious mind. You can hold the hose, right? And you can go into space and you can be fucking lost in space, or you can hold it properly and you can land on the planet. Hey, it's a metaphor for real life. If you can focus this, I'm not saying I'm an expert at it, you know, I think it's interesting. I think if we can figure out how to manifest this power that is spewing from the source, from the toroid, you know, something giving birth to this toroid, and something is trying to carve this toroid into a cube, you know. It's trying to tell you you can only do this, you can't be creative, you can't have sunspots, you know, you can't make a change. No, it's not you making the change, it's the other person, he's doing it, right? No, it's not you. You know, this thing manifests, you know, you don't believe, they don't want you to believe that you're the one making the nudges and you're the one with the stick poking in the system. Because it's only you. Who else can do it? No one else, because nothing else exists. And how many people are nudging the stick? Not many, my friend. But then you got to know what you're nudging at. What are you nudging at, and what buttons are you pushing? And for what reason? And what's the outcome? You know, we got to know these sort of things. You can see the matrix. I think we all can. I think we can all agree that the matrix exists, and it's been confirmed. There is some questions we do have, of course. I think the main ones are the patterns we see on the planets. You know, this could all be described otherwise, and I'm sure, you know, some wizard, someone out there with psychic powers, psychic abilities, has the answers. Someone in tune to the upper dimensions. You know, these people exist, and how you want to get there, and what you have to undergo to go to these places and get this information, and who's going to take you seriously is a whole nother, you know, to translate it back into human language, you know, and even put on a steady face and, you know, speak human language, speak the fucking English to translate it, what, you know, what these people need to undergo, right, to spread this message. Not many people are doing this. And that's why the information's rare. But when you hear it, you know it's real, because certain people have seen this information. To a certain extent, we all just parrot. You know, it's all about parroting what we've heard and what has been undergone in the subconscious mind, at least, and what has been reflected in this world that we can tangibly touch, seemingly, right? We can observe it and we can see what is happening within the world. And what we see is that it seemingly there is no curve. This is what we see. But we do see holograms of planets and moons But we do also receive vibrations from these entities. We see vibrations. We can receive vibrations, sorry, from these planets and celestial bodies through astrology. And they determine certain things, actually. They give off vibrations, and they're very similar to what we see.
I got a lot more faith in the stuff we could touch, the stuff that's tangible.
Well, exactly, because stuff that's tangible is brutal. The stuff that's tangible can cut you. You know, I've talked about it tonight. I've talked about how easy it is to get a paper cut. Right? How easy you get a piece of paper. I wouldn't recommend this at all, but I'm saying hypothetically, you get a piece of paper and you run it between your fingers. What do you get? You get a
Yeah, you
paper
get a
cut.
paper. Yeah, there's a lot less you can prove. Like, you can prove a lot more about things that are tangible. Like, I'm not saying you can't prove anything about shit that's not tangible, but it's limited.
No,
It's
no.
not. It's limited. You know what I mean? When you can touch
Exactly.
it, there's a lot more you can do with it.
Exactly. The language, you know, we can't really put it into language because it hasn't been designed that way. You can only, as soon as you step into the realm of dream in the human language or the way we think, you instantly think not real. And then again, we get to the whole idea of real. You know what I mean? Like, what's real? And this is just when you go on a complete circle and you go, oh, I know it's real. It's the paper cut.
I mean, I think stuff that's real is things that, you know, things that exist in reality or things that happen. Like, a punch in the face is real. It's not like an object or anything. It doesn't
That's
have to be
exactly
an
what I
object to
said.
be real.
What's real? The punch in the face or the paper cut between your fingers? That's what
They're
we
both
think's
real.
real.
Yeah, they're real.
Well, exactly, because it's
Yeah.
pain and suffering. You click your fingers, and I'm asking you, the only thing, even the click of the fingers, that's physical. It even hurts a little bit. It hurts your bones. It hurts your fingers a bit to click your fingers. It makes a sound, right? But you're still moving muscles, and that's bones, and you can feel the pain from your bones, your joints clicking that finger, right? And that's like the paper cut. That's what we think is real, and that's why people say, oh, you know, click your finger. Oh, you give them a pinch. Hey, that's what they say. You give someone a pinch in a dream to wake them up. And why do you give them a pinch? Because you feel pain. Hey, and that's what they call the demiurge.
You really don't
And
feel
that's
pain in
why the
dreams. Like,
Buddhists you don't feel pain in dreams. Exactly. So this is why the Hindus and the Buddhists, I think it's mainly the Buddhists, they say this, that life is suffering. Correct? I don't know if it's the Hindus or Buddhists. You can correct me. It's Eastern philosophy. But, you know, it all goes back to what we're saying, doesn't it? That what waking reality seemingly is what we all debate about the globe being, and what everyone yells and shouts about is the pinch, and it's the pain or it's the suffering. And you don't have to take that to an extreme and say, oh, pain, suffering, oh, blah, I'm happy, I can get drunk and have fun, I can do this. You know what I mean? Like, it's all about the pinch. It's all about the feeling of ultimate doom that is there. And when you're in a dream, you don't really have that. And that's probably a long way of saying it, but you know.
yeah, I got to try that to lucid dream more. That'd be a good way to lucid dream. Just always pinch myself, and then if I feel it, because I've been shot at everything in my dream. You know, dreams are crazy, and you really don't feel pain.
Well, exactly. And especially people that have astral projection abilities, and they can actually use this dreamlike state to move around in the world that we're in. You know, I've
I've
never
had
been
out of
able to
body
do this,
experience once.
but people can actually do this, and they can see the physical realm, like every detail. You know, not even something you make up. They see This is just what I've heard, man. If you've had experiences, that's fucking awesome.
Just once when I was little, I like floated up to the ceiling and I could see everything in the room. Never happened again.
Exactly. People have this ability, and it's amazing.
I've
And
never tried to
you
do
know,
it either, though. So
well, exactly. You can do certain techniques, and you can, you know, You know what I mean? It's possible. I've personally not been into it, but I know this ability exists.
Should I try to do it again? I think I should try to do it again. Like, I obviously have the ability to do it because it happened before without me even trying. I was a little kid. I didn't know it out, you know? I don't know how
You
you
have
would
the.
even
I think
try to do
your
something like
ability
that.
is dormant. You can definitely give in to this ability, and I reckon, mate, we figure out a way to do it. Get some actual projection going on.
I wouldn't even know how to try to do that. Like, what would you, what would you do?
Well, that's what I'm saying. They're saying you can breathe in a certain way, I think. Or you like before you sleep, you like imagine yourself being aware in the dream. Like you train it into your pattern of thought, so when you're actually in the dream, the same thought pops up that you're in a dream. Like it's trippy shit, but apparently that's the way to do it. And it's exactly how you'd imagine to do it, right? Like it would be
Yeah.
some weird shit like that.
I mean, my shit happened when I was awake, though, I think. I don't think I was sleeping.
Yeah, that's not clever.
My eyes might have been shut. I don't know. Like I said, it was a long time ago, over 30 years ago. That'd be crazy if you could go see what's going on other places while you're sleeping. That's like a superpower almost. Yeah, if you had crazy control over that and could go anywhere or something, oh my God, you could know a lot of stuff, like what's going on behind closed doors shit, right?
But
Yeah,
that's
you
what
know.
they've been saying. Like the CIA's been doing this sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's up, dude?
Brother. I was watching this video of like Klaus Schwab at the World Economic Forum talking to like the Google guy, right?
What Google guy, Ray Kurzweil?
No, not that guy. One of the actual like guys who worked for Google was all upset when Trump won. Like there's like a
Oh, he's
video.
got naked.
Whatever. So he goes like this, just think. He goes like, just think, in 10 years' time, we will all have chip in our brain and we will be able to know how the audience feels when we talk to them, And I started thinking like, we already have that, right? Like, you can tell like the temperature of a room, like, as soon as you speak, right? But like these people don't have that. So like they need to create like a chip in their brain to be able, like, you will have a chip in your brain so that you understand
Dude, that's
comic.
Ray Kurzweil. Ray Kurzweil
No, it
predicted
wasn't
that.
Ray Kurzweil. Well, no, I know the difference, but I'm just saying it was actually Klaus Schwab at the World Economic Forum. But yeah, Ray
Yeah,
Kurzweil
who do you
knows
think
other
he got
shit.
that from?
Well, I know, bro.
He got it
I'm
from Ray.
familiar with. Oh yeah, no, I'm familiar with Ray Kurzweil. But I thought it interesting that like these, like a lot of people, they don't have. They're like, I don't understand empathy. Like they're complete sociopaths, right? Like they can't tell what a room, feels like. You know what I mean? Like they can't tell if you could tell a joke in a room or not. You know what I mean? Like like they don't have that ability.
They're in
So
here.
we want to create like technology to be able to fill the gap.
Tim. Come here. Come here, bud. Come here. You can't be naked out here. Hey. Yeah. You can't be naked out here. Come on, babe. This guy's naked out here. Yeah, just throw it over the thing. You'll be fine. Hold on. Throw it right over. Come here. Babe. Come here. Oh my God. Let me open the zipper. Get over here, God. Got him. We're not running off yet. We're not running off yet. We gotta put the pants on. You gotta have pants on, my guy. You're too old. Too old. You gotta have pants. Hey, hey. You got him. Got him. Big guy. Big little guy. Come here. Okay, there you go. Keep those pants on. Keep those pants on.
You got a hot mic, bud. Just so you know.
Put our shoes on. Yeah, put our shoes on. No socks again. No socks. This foot. This foot. What does that mean, man? What does that mean? Are you happy? Does that mean you're happy? Happy, happy. Be happy. Okay, don't lose your shoes now, here. Hold on, Daddy's got to take care of this stuff. Hold on. Hold on. Look, the shed's open. The shed's open. Go ahead. Go in your house. Go in your house. Hold on, we'll do a wagon ride in a second. Stop. Are you coming outside? Why what? Hey, your shoes. Watch out. I'll spray some WD-40 on that track after you clean it out. It probably should be some other kind of oil, but whatever. No shoes now. No shoes. Don't go in there. That's all yucky. No, I'll grab some upstairs, though. Watch this guy. Don't go in that fire pit. Hey. Yeah. Oh, watch out. Watch out, man. Hey, hold on. It already slides better. I'll definitely need some WD-40 or something.
It's not even really that door that's the problem. It's the screen door.
The screen, yeah, that's what I mean. The other one's good because it's not a roller. Oh. I didn't know. I thought you were just going to like sprinkle it on shit and spray it. Toothbrush here. Where? I got it. Just one. It's a fucking good toothbrush right there. Yeah.
Where was this?
Underneath the sink. It needs to be because it needs well, it needs WD-40 or something.
It's dirty.
Yeah, but it's on that little track.
Like that track.
Yeah, no, look, it definitely needs WD-40. Let me know when you're done. I'll spray some on there. Adam, don't go in there. Adam, no. What's that? I can spray my hand off real quick. Yeah, that do the thing that needs to be redone too, because that's not pitched right. All right, beach ball. Watch out.
Have you guys ever had like a Belgian beer with a cork? Tonight I went to Dan Murphy's and I bought a Belgian beer. I've been drinking lots of German beers tonight actually, but I got a Belgian beer. This one came with a cork, and it's 9%. How good's that? It's like a bottle of champagne, but it's a fucking beer.
We got shocked. We got shocked. I got out of there. Shit, I was hot
Depends what you're
micing that
looking at.
whole time.
Yeah, you were,
My bad,
bro.
guys.
It's
Yo,
alright, you're
that Raker,
chilling.
the thing with that
It's kind
chip
of
in the
funny.
brain thing, that chip in the brain thing was they want to give you instant access to the internet, but they also want to put the ability to electroshock you in case they got to incapacitate you.
Well, they're doing certain things these days, definitely. They're doing certain things to certain people. That's what I've been told. Depends who's around and what they're doing. That's what I've been asking, really.